mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean.
Dumioara mea se te Gets a call up, and he actually just ducks him.
Oh my goodness!
He's got
That's
back
the
up.
jump, Lal. In with the combo, they use the ravage to lock down until the Infest comes in though. Arme able to provide XM that extra bit of HP to allow XM to get out. The call comes in, they dunk them both down.
Radahn is looking to dive.
He wants to go for this, and he goes, and look at the damage! Just completely annihilates the axe, blows up the silencer.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Okay, they get the call.
He's already shifted up to 5 kg.
He's got a lot of HP. The global comes out, they're bringing him relatively low, but he should be able to still fight on.
He's alive.
And indeed he can. They're looking towards Radahn, but Collapse picks Radahn up. He's ready to bring him back in, jumps in, who stop? Onto Arme, Radahn has the damage, cuts Arme down, he's gone for 100, XXS to die, they'll triple buyback. Got eyes on the guy, never Radahn straight back in on him, gets the sun out of the two of them, turns towards him, takes the AA out, kills off Xingqiu. Xingqiu will buy back immediately. Off a projection on the back, Arme's back in. Smoke screens down, Arme's just dead!
Deleted.
Triple kill for Radahn. Arme's still got the buyback, he'll use his now. Ice Path from Miposhka, connects on towards XXS. The silence there causing issues for XM as he's caught outside of the base. XM will fall, he immediately buys back. XXS though, he's gone for good, and they've done it. GG is called. Straight away towards Mira. Tokyo stepping up, the golem's going to get dropped upon him. They'll use the global silence. Aurora trying their best to fight on towards the supports. They look towards Saxon. Saxon able to get the punch off at the shards. They're in with the exorcism. No, Saxon survives actually with a snowball. He's going to live thanks to the Shadow Word heal. Saxon survives. The toss back on a Nightfall. Ravage will come out of the two of them, but the golem's going to get dropped onto the three, and the snowball comes in to keep them safe. The Fatal Bonds are down. They have to punch up onto Toronto Tokyo. As he'll get left behind, trapped in the shards, he'll fall. They get back in with the combo on a Nightfall. They don't lose anything themselves again, Tundra. Duraccio
gets stunned.
And Nightfall's in with the follow-up. They drop the golem. Duraccio get the BKB and the skewer off. Can he survive?
The tree, and
it's going to get him.
Or the auto attack, in fact.
In fact, yeah, for Lorenoff, and that's him gone for 2 minutes. Toronto goes in. Black hole onto the two of them. The Submarine burn will come into play, but Saxa falls. BZM's out. 3 dead on Tundra. None with buyback available. Only Whitemon and 33 left to try and fight back. But Nightfall cleaning up, takes down Whitemon, looks towards towards 33. It's just a team. It's an ultra kill.
He's caught by the initial stun.
I think the Wukong's down.
Oh, and it pulls him back in.
Indeed, Lorenoff cannot run from this one. He's out for 45.
And Toronto
He's
comes as
TP'd
well.
into his death.
Shackled
Buyback from Toronto again. Indeed, Saxon don't miss. They get the setup straight in on the Lorenoff. The Gale Force as well, just keeping them dragged back towards Tundra. As Toronto is going to get run down. GG is called. Wow. Tundra will take it 2-1 against Aurora.
call GG after that. That is disgusting. Mouthful projection is used. Amar with the BKB and the Mars Arena as well. Spears Nisha to the other side with a macro pyre to follow. Is it going to finally burn up? Yes, no deny this time. As Crit will have to pop the ult to try to stay alive. Another buyback from the Jakiro, but the right clicks of Mickey are too strong. Boxy onto the high ground. Mickey double hit Snake King. And Amar, he gets the BKB off Skeeter. Okay, they have the spear. And Skeeter, a lot of stacks of Fury spikes as the Cataclysm is coming. He's going to pop the Enrage to be able to mitigate all that damage. Mickey's just going to turn his sights to other targets. Deletes the Dazzle. Not overpowered when you can just kill him outright. And now the Bear, seemingly all alone, gets harpooned back into Mickey. GG's called. Liquid take game number 1. We're going to open things up onto Snake King to start. Get the coil onto both supports here. Macro Pyre's Blaze with the Ice Path onto 2. I think Nisha actually does die to Skeeter. This Abaddon, he's actually stuck in a horrible spot. That's the Aegis.
Oh, Yule.
They're going to get the Ice Path into the Macro Pyre, but Amar gets deleted. The buybacks will come surely as Skeeter destroyed.
Oh!
Triple kill from Mickey. Amar inside of the Ancient. That's not really going to protect it too much. Viper Strike onto Mickey. They get the break onto the Abaddon. He does have one ult still. They get the bash onto Nisha, but he's going to survive, be able to get out as he always has. And the Ancient is getting super low, as well as the Viper and Saberlight able to delete him. Mickey just kiting a bit more as finally the Ancient falls. Big avalanche onto 3, the BKB from Laurel. He's all alone though, not doing too much damage. Radon with a flat cannon just ripping through, but that's 2 dead for Spirit. It's just Radon doing the damage, and now he tries to run. The Dragon Tail is there, Collapse gets off the roar. They want to try to contest with this, but the BKB finally comes out from Radon with the Satanic to follow, but he is just getting run down. Concoction actually hits onto 2. BZM with a follow-up Dragon Tail. The Avalanche to try to dissuade them from going any further, but the Burrow Strike is there. Collapse gets off the ult. As they're going to try to focus down 33. He's going to get shielded by the Tinker. Collapse getting chased down by Daracha. He's going to have another Concoction to go. He's stuck in no man's land. He is dead along with the Gyro. Coil onto 2. They're both going to snap it. They're going to focus down the Dazzle first, it looks like. But the Abaddon's the one that has to be careful. Collapse just gets collapsed. Whitemon, TP out, successful. As 33 taking the brunt of the damage from Radon, is going to get pushed back by the Wild Wing Ripper. But you can see Laurel going in, finishing off Soxa. He gets a double kill on the 33. BZM with a huge Avatos. Radon's going to jump in. There's the Yule Scepter from Duraccio. Coil again expended, but there's a big Ice Blast onto Radon. Popsy and Rage trying to run away. There's the roar on top of him. He's dead. 65 seconds of no Ursa. But Pochka's next. No way to get back in the game either. They blow up the Abaddon. Collapse does have buyback, but this push is not stopping anytime soon. They find the Bounty Hunter in the back. He gets up a couple of tracks, but he's going to die shortly after. Double kill for 33. 2 buybacks available for Spirit. This is a second lane of racks. As GG's come out, they cannot withstand the Yule Scepter of Divinity.
Greetings, esports fans. Welcome back to beautiful Bucharest, where it is the last day of PGL Wallachia Season 3. It is Championship Sunday. We will crown a victor, and it's going to be epic. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and joining me in the studio, of course, we have got TI winner Fear. He knows what it is to lift a trophy or two in his illustrious career. And in traditional Romanian garb, we have Jenkins. How are you all doing today?
It's good to be here. Fear, I'm so glad to work with you. Big TI winner, $20,000. I can't believe we're finally at this point. It's been a great tournament so far. We've had some amazing storylines. What's your favorite so far?
My favorite storyline is some of the teams that we kind of counted out for a little bit. I would say like the Falcons, Gaimin, like they're washed, right? They seem to be back. Sure, Gaimin they're not necessarily back. I guess I have to put Liquid there too. They're in the grand finals. This is all the teams that were struggling a bit. They seem to have got their form again since the new patch. So it's nice to see the teams that we have seen at the top back at the top. Of course, upsets are nice too, but unfortunately, none of those this time around.
I can bring the bracket up, and you can tell me yours, Jenkins, if you can.
Yeah, we can do that. No, I mean, one of my favorite things about this tournament is that China is back. You know, we have Team Tidebound, we have Team Xtreme. Both of these teams did a lot better than expected. They both look highly competitive. There are very few series that we had in the playoffs that didn't look like kind of either team could take it, you know? It's like there was the odd stomp here or there, but it wasn't like one team was just getting stomped the entire time. It would just depend on the series.
How do you feel about Western Europe being back?
Was it ever gone?
It's a good question.
I guess it was Eastern Europe.
Yeah, Eastern Europe has been very competitive,
which
but
still is. Spirit's looking really
It's just been a while since Western Europe were just like top 3.
Yeah.
Like all the 3 teams that were clearly the best are from Western Europe.
I'll give you my storyline. Hosts usually don't do this, but I'll give you mine. I just thought yesterday's series with Spirit Tundra and how we went into the pause bowl and the 1 hour delay with Suns fan and Cinder. And I think they cemented their position in Esports Hall of Fame, because I've done a lot of fills in my day, and a 1 hour fill that was hugely entertaining. I just think that just excellent work.
Yeah, they definitely did. And I think also Team Spirit has made their way into the Esports Hall of Fame for the most notorious pausers when it's not their fault at all.
I know. Listen, let's foster those conspiracy theories. I kind of like it.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, let's check in with the meta, shall we?
Yeah.
We every day in the pre-show we've been doing a meta update, so you at home can maybe learn a little bit about where the game's at right now in the game state. Let's start by looking at the heroes that nobody wants. What is garbage right now, Jenkins?
Well, there's quite a lot of them, and I was hoping.
Better question is, are any of these pickable?
Yeah, I was hoping we would see something that's pickable, but looking at these, they are all pretty bad. The one that stands out to me is,
I feel like TA should be playable, even though it's not.
I also feel like PL should be playable.
Disagree.
At the start of the patch, he
was abusing a bug.
He was abusing a bug, but they gave him a new facet. I thought that maybe that facet was pretty good. Wraith King as well. He has skeleton talents. Like
I thought Skeeter was going to pick him out at least once this tournament.
Yeah.
Still can.
We still have Falcons in the
The one that I do think might be a little bit surprising, and Clinton, you'll have some insight about this, is the PL. I thought we would have seen maybe a PL once or twice this tournament.
Yeah, I agree.
No good build for this hero, unfortunately. He takes too long to come online. Even if it's a perfect PL game, it used to be like AA, right? When you see AA, it's like, oh, there's a Huskar, there's like an Omni Knight, there's all these heals. You still couldn't pick AA. The hero was just so bad. And I think that's just unfortunately where PL is.
I was thinking
a perfect PL game, can't pick it.
I was thinking against like the TBs. Like this is like a top meta hero, right? And like this is one of the best carry-to-carry counters.
The hero's just too bad.
And it doesn't get picked. We've seen Naga as a response, and it hasn't really worked either. And it seems like the better response than PL right now.
Thanks for that, Blood. Why don't we look at the first phase picks? And we can talk about those. This is definitely your wheelhouse, Clint.
Yeah, I mean, these are a lot of the heroes that we're seeing in the first phase. I think Magnus has to be one that, generally speaking, is doing the best by far.
Yeah, he definitely has been. I mean, one of the most, hotly contested. We've seen some mega Magnus games as well this tournament. So
the only surprising one is, it's not that surprising, it's the Terrorblade. And I think a lot of teams did pick this early on because they wanted to flex it. But we've seen that the offlane Terrorblade is driving that win rate down.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. And Nature's Prophet, I think a lot of the teams that did not have a Nature's Prophet player.
That hero's win rate's going up, though.
Yeah,
you have to keep it
People are learning. People are learning this year.
Also got to say, I've been disappointed with the Night Stalker when it's got through.
Yeah, for sure. I think this hero has been getting dumpstered. Even the games where it wins. We also saw the Saberlight Night Stalker yesterday, like 0-6 in the laning stage.
Yeah.
Still won the game, which is a testament to how this hero is OP in a regard, because he's still able to steal Aegis's. Flying vision is always going to be useful. But I was a little surprised since the nerf that was it that bad that the laning stage was hit so hard. Every game we see this Night Stalker early game, he's not doing anything.
There's no lane, yeah. The Dazzle's also an interesting one because we saw Spirit yesterday bust out the mid Ricky versus the Dazzle.
The bum rush.
The bum rush strat, and you can't dust them with the Nothel projection. This is super interesting, and you can You can dodge a little bit of the damage with Tricks of the Trade. You can prevent Dazzle from saving the teammates with Aghanim Shard. It actually seems like a pretty good strat, but it still was a hard game. It's like a 70-minute game.
Yeah, it was. But, you know, they found a way to deal with it. That's what matters.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, overall, with where the meta's going, is there anything that's kind of surprised you guys? Anything that's really stood out as genuinely shocking you to your core?
Nothing is super shocking. Well, there might be one thing. I think the fact that only Dyrachyo is picking up this Alchemist. I am super surprised. But yeah, this is interesting as well. I kind of want to show the trends of some of these heroes and how they've been doing. They started really good, like Shadow Shaman. Then he fell off a cliff. He feels like he's feeding every single game. The one we're not surprised about is Slardar. Like, look at that flat line there.
Trash.
That hero has just died out. So these are kind of the heroes I don't want people to pick, really. And same with Ringmaster. Whitewan had one good game on it. Now, ever since then, hasn't looked good. Slark, same story. This hero has just been, like, picked later on. We saw Dyrachyo try to bust it out last night. I think at one point it was 30 minutes in the game. He was 0-2-0. These heroes right now, they looked good at the beginning, but they've been figured out.
It's not. I think Slark is not a good hero against 5-man. I think, like, as people are figuring out the meta, you run into the kind of age-old problems that these heroes have. Bounty Hunter as well. Like, this hero does not like to play into 5-man, and every single game is just running around as 5 past the laning stage, going for objective after objective.
Yeah, and the Ringmaster as well, it's got to be said, it looked good when it was kind of a response to Void.
To Void, yeah.
Yeah, and now Void hasn't even been
Nobody's
picked all that much.
Void.
Yeah, so it's one of those, I guess.
Maybe that will come back, though. Maybe the Void actually will come back, because I don't feel like that one looked bad. Like, it looked pretty good in the games that at least that we saw.
Well, yeah, we might see it. I mean, obviously, it's Championship Sunday, so, you know, this is the time to pull out any secret tech that you've been holding on to. We'll take a look at the schedule with that in mind, and this is it. It's a pretty easy, short day. We're going to have a Falcons versus Tundra Esports, which we're going to talk about, and then whoever wins that will go through the grand final, a best of 5, where Team Liquid are waiting for them. And I do want to say we highlighted that very early on. We talked about Team Liquid. They had a disappointing Dream League. They came here. We didn't know which version of them we were going to see. They were betting in Saberlight. A lot of people weren't necessarily sold on that. Obviously, he was coming in for 33. It's big shoes, etc. All of those narrative points. And yet Team Liquid have made the finals, and made the finals, in my opinion, in a style where they've got better from series to series, and they're looking a lot like their old selves again. So I just want to quickly touch upon them, because we won't be around for the grand final, what you've made of Liquid's reascension.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it has a lot to do with Mickey, because if you look at their TI win, it was a meta where ranged heroes were super good, like the Razor. I mean, Nature's Prophet's still good. You'd play like some Ranas, Wind Rangers. He was so good at this style.
Yep.
And then at the beginning of the year, it switched to melees are good. The PAs are good now for the longest time. You have to play these Ursas. And I think he struggled for a very long time to get a footing in the meta. But now his TB is actually very good. He is playing a lot of other melee heroes. His Tiny's amazing. I feel like he's really took some time, but he's back to the form he was in TI with a different set of heroes. And that's what this team really needed.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, also you have to consider Nisha is drafting, right? So this is not a comfortable spot for him to be in. Like, anytime you're learning a new skill, like, there's going to be a period where you're just not good at it. They don't have Blitz. It's jab subbing in. So, you know, generally I would say Liquid is a resilient team where series after series they get better, but even more so in this tournament because they have new people subbing into new roles, but they're learning, clearly. They're in the grand finals now.
Yeah, and verdict on Saberlight, I think he's had a pretty solid tournament. One thing that stood out to me, for example, in the Falcon series that they played, Liquid essentially sacrificed his lane. He was on the Night Stalker. I think he got abandoned. He was like in that one
He's good at that,
situation.
Though.
Yeah, and he goes 0-6 coming out of the laning phase. He still had like an Aegis steal when he like blinked into the pit. Like, he had so many high impact plays. Even on a hero, we just said we don't actually feel it's all that good unless you draft around it and specifically play around it. So I did want to draw attention to him. I think his efforts have been a little bit better than maybe the community are giving him credit for.
I think he just has a very resilient like mindset, because you see a lot of players where they die once or twice, they don't have a good game, they'll start like face palming and they'll start like playing worse, but like he can get sacked and he'll always try to find a way to get back into the game regardless of how his lane is doing. And that's kind of how I saw him on Shopify Rebellion as well. He got sacked a lot, but he would always find ways back into the game with little net worth to find a way to be useful.
I think he's also like somewhat of an emotional player. So to me, the fact that he was able to be resilient and you know, get some criticism at the start of the tournament and then end off in the tournament where we're talking about him as like one of their strong players. This speaks to me the kind of the attitude that Liquid has in general. Like, this is a vibes team. Like, this is what Blitz says all the time. So whether he's, you know, calling in and he's, or if he's like on vacation or whatever, they still have the vibes because you can see it reflected in Saberlight. Like, if they were all like down on him, you would see that he would be playing like shit. They wouldn't be in the grand finals.
Yeah, almost like watching Aurora or something, right? You know. Anyway, let's talk about the series we've got to cover, which is going to be Falcons versus Tundra. Let's start by talking about Tundra. I think we've seen them have a resurgence as well. They've had some very stompy, one-sided games where they've really run over their opponents, and they've done it with, you know, excellent drafting, excellent execution, as you'd expect.
Yeah, it's either they've been doing the stomping or they've kind of been getting stomped.
Oh, getting stomped.
Yeah, so like a Tundra game is typically never close. That's kind of what I've noticed with this team. And a lot of it does have to do with just the style of players they have. 33 is a very snowbally player. Like, he has a pool of like Beastmaster that can just get ahead of the game and really take control of his Abaddon has been very oppressive as well. I think Whitemon, he's been the MVP for me for this team so far this tournament. He's had an outstanding tournament.
I think he's the best 5 in the world, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean,
this guy's amazing. And you know, historically speaking, Tundra does win this matchup, but it's really close. And if you can see the 2-3 right there, that was Falcons leading your grand finals 2-0, and then a reverse sweep from Tundra. So these guys have an interesting history. They know each other very well. I think Falcons is the stronger team right now, but the question is, what can Moon Meander cook up? Like, what have these guys cooked overnight?
I mean, the thing about being like a stronger team right now, that stuff like just doesn't matter, because like when you're a caliber team like Falcons and Tundra, it's really about who's going to show up today, because both these teams have championship wins, lots of them. They all know what it takes to be the best. It really just comes down to who's going to be better today. I think all past results do not matter anymore.
I think what I love about Falcons is they seem to be the disrespecter of narratives, I guess would be kind of a way of putting it. You know, a lot of us thought Spirit were clear favorites for this tournament. Falcons play them, they get stomped initially, and Spirit run over Falcons, and you go, okay, our read was great. Then in the rematch, Falcons stomped Spirit, and there's not a lot of teams that have done that recently. It was an absolute clinic. They were so dialed in and perfect in their execution. And yet here we are. It's still not a given that Falcons are going to make it to the final, because there is just that little element missing from the old Falcons, the one that dominated 2024.
No, you have nothing? I thought you had something to say on that.
No, I thought maybe you.
No, I mean, I definitely agree with everything you just said. Falcons is just such an amazing team. Same with Tundra and what they can do and what they can accomplish in all the games. I have something to show on Tundra regarding that as well, because like there's their early game, which is very nice, but it's a mid game I really want to focus on. And this is a game where they killed Puck and go to the Roche pit. It's a relatively close game. And a lot of teams look at Dota in an interesting way now. Some think it's, oh, we got Dazzle Beast, we can just go Death Ball down a lane. But they think about the bigger picture in these games. They see Ursa on the top lane, and they send the minimum amount of heroes needed for each kill. So they take the gate down here, they TP one other hero, and Radon, he finds himself, okay, there's 3 heroes top. That gives Laurel confidence to think, okay, I should push out bottom lane as a response. But 33, he stayed here this entire time, knowing that would happen. And then meanwhile, BZM, he's running back mid immediately. So the moment in which they got the Aegis, not only do they get the Aegis kill, they managed to pick off 3 heroes on the map. And I feel like this is what Dota is just becoming about now. Like closing off the map quickly, using the minimum amount of heroes you can to just get on the map. And Tundra is doing that better than almost anyone right now. It's just playing the map.
This is such a 33 way of playing, actually. Like anytime you see a play that just looks like optimal, but like it's like risky optimal, right? Because like if you don't get that calculation right and you send 3 heroes and they have 2 and you thought that they had 1, then all of a sudden you've miscalculated that. A couple of enemies TP in or they get there or whatever, and you just lose someone everywhere on the map. The whole game snowballs out of control. But this is 33. Like, this guy, every single millisecond of the game, he's got figured out.
Yeah, well, I guess we can talk about him too. I mean, he had some Death Prophet games that we were a bit leery about, I guess would be a word for it. Obviously, the hero, not particularly in a great place, even with the new facet where you get those souls building up. And then he didn't take that facet and just died a lot in a game that they lost. So what have you made of 33? Obviously, one of the greatest to ever do it.
And he got flamed. He got flamed by Sox as well for the Death Prophet.
Yeah.
So holding each other accountable, this is good.
I mean, the thing is, like, there's so many factors in Dota in which it's very easy as a spectator to be like, oh, he won with that facet. That means because he picked this facet, it's bad, right?
Yeah.
It's very easy to like think that way. So it's hard to say. He saw an idea behind what it was going to look like, but the whole game state, you have to keep in mind, just changed. So I think DP is just one of those heroes that potentially we could see come out. It looked very good, like the Tusk DP potentially versus a Tide Hunter, which is meta, but versus like the Tiny or something, not a same story.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think like he kind of said it in the interview a bit, like he was playing this in pubs. It felt really good. I think it does like counter a lot of the popular meta, but it does depend entirely on the game state. And for Tundra, here we have some of the most successful heroes. So we did see the Batrider stats were not looking so good in terms of his win rate. This is not the truth for Tundra. Soxa has played an incredible Batrider.
He's the one player.
He's the one player that can make it work. Of course, they have the BZM Monkey King. He's the one player who seems to be able to make that work. Everybody else, we really feel the lifesteal, the universal lifesteal nerfs. And then Whitemon on his Tinker, like this guy will legitimately be second on net worth on his team.
Oh, yeah.
So he scales incredibly well. And then for the side of Falcons, entirely different heroes. They picked a lot of Crystal Maiden for Snay. Nobody else seems to be valuing this hero highly, even though it looks incredible in the games that they play. The laning is so good. Nature's Prophet, of course, they will play this on multiple roles. The Bristleback, like Amar said in an interview at Dream League, he just thinks Bristle's the best hero in Dota, and if his team will pick it for him, he'll play it no matter what, and he'll win any game. And it seems like this is still an opinion that he holds highly.
Oh, sure. I mean, he takes over a game with that. I said earlier in the tournament when people were specifically trying to ban out Amar when they were playing Falcons, I was like, I just don't think you're going to see him get to rock a Bristleback for the rest of the tournament. And then people gave it to him, and he just wins those games. I think that's definitely going to be a factor here in this draft. I think you have to take away the high-impact heroes that Amar likes to play.
And I think it's very interesting as well, because if you're talking about Bristleback and Amar, every other Bristleback goes for the goo back, the green facet, right?
Yeah.
He'll go for the red one, which is essentially the carry facet, and he's the only one who does it. And it's very interesting to show like how he thinks about the game. It's always like, yeah, I'm an offlaner, but he brings in the concept, I'm an offlaner, but I'm going to be the reason we win the game.
Yeah,
and it'll come across in his items, his facet choices, everything about this guy.
And I think having Skeeter as your carry is something that really enables that. Like if Skeeter is on Abaddon, Dragon Knight, one of these like semi carries, it feels a lot better to have a Bristle that is essentially taking like all the space on the map, you know, taking all the kills in team fights and like playing as the carry, because you don't need it so much on those heroes as a carry position.
Yeah, it's a very interesting style contrast as well between the offlaners.
Yeah.
And I think Skeeter had to change his playstyle.
Oh, sure.
Because like I think Amar is Amar. You have to cater to this guy. I know Skeeter can play Terrorblades. He's like master tier on his heroes as well. But you see a big difference when this Falcons team is playing 4 Protect Run around Skeeter instead of having a tri-core and allowing all their cores to get farmed.
Yeah, I mean, I think his most played hero this tournament is actually Dawnbreaker, and this is like, this is not a carry hero. Well, it is, but it's, you know, mostly an offlane hero. And the thing is, like, the interesting thing about this matchup is that Dyrachyo, very similar. He will always go through the portal. He will always TP towards mid, even if he's playing a hero that is like more of a traditional carry, like the Void. He will go Time Square, and he will go for Heaven's Halberd Radiance. Like this guy will play aggro no matter what. So both teams have a carry that is just pretty much not a carry, not a traditional 4 Protect 1 carry.
I think with Falcons, one of the really useful things about the way Skeeter approaches the game as a carry is it just gives you so much flex potential when you're drafting. You know, you never can be quite sure where the hero's going to go because he will be willing to play it as a 1, and it can make their draft super interesting and super hard to read.
And I definitely think that's Falcon's strength going to this series is going to be flex picks. They have a lot of players that can. They've always had this power essentially. Like whether it was the Timbersaw, like Razor meta, now it's more of like the Tidehunter, Abaddons, and Magnuses. You don't know who's gonna play this hero potentially from this team, which makes it very strong. Where I feel like on the side of Tundra though, they're not as much of flexers. I don't want to say like Dyrachyo, he picks Mag. 33 is not going to play that, so you already know that first pick Mag is going on Dyrachyo. Same thing. You see a Bat Rider. It's just going to be Soxa's hero.
It's actually Soxa and Dyrachyo that will often flex their heroes. You see them
strange. Yeah.
You see the Mag and you're like, there's like a 10% chance that's Soxa, right? You see the Void and you're like, I don't know if this is Soxa or Dyrachyo.
Yeah, true.
You know, so depending on the hero. But yeah, you're right. Like if you see the 33 hero, it's like you kind of know that he's going to play it, you know?
First pick Sand King. Yep, that's 33.
Yeah, exactly. That's an interesting hero, actually, the Sand King.
Stonks have been going up.
It seems like it's going up, but sometimes a team will just like first phase pick the Sand King, and then the entire meta of the draft changes, and then the next game, Sand King is like entirely ignored. You know, it's really like feels to me. And speaking of Falcons Tundra, like when they were playing in the Fisher Grand Finals, where the reverse sweep happened, it was because Moon said like they were getting stomped, they needed to change the meta, so they picked the Sand King. And then everything changed in terms of the drafting styles. And it seems like Sand King still fits that bill for them, where it's like if they just want a game 2 that's entirely unlike game 1, they just first pick Sand King and say, okay, meta's different. Good luck.
I also think it's very hard to draft against Falcons because they've got signature heroes that you don't really necessarily want to waste a ban on. The CM on the Snake King, we've seen that respect banned a few times. The Mars on Amar, we've seen that respect banned a few times. So it's just, it's really tough for Tundra here. And the draft is about to start, guys.
Yeah, and I think the offlane pool is quite interesting this patch. And by interesting, I think it's very tiny. Like, there are not many heroes. There's like Tide, Abaddon, Darkseer, and then it kind of drops off a cliff from there. Do we want a Mars?
Toronto, Tokyo.
Yeah, sure. Well, he's not here now, is he? True. I mean, there's either a Dark Mars or Bristleback, potentially. What's after that on the list? You know what I mean? It's like that's when the Centaurs come out.
Oh no, not the Centaur.
Yes. And that's where you kind of like can't blame the offlaners too much at some point when. Look at the bans already. All the heroes I mentioned are getting banned out. Yeah. There's such a small offlane pool. It's almost worth it to just get it into the game as soon as possible.
5 seconds.
Yep. So we're looking at the permaban territory. What is getting left in and why, and then what is the response to it? So we don't see the Dazzle. So you know, no Ricky Mid is going to come out in this one. What else is there? We got a Tinker.
Yes.
Still available.
Sure.
Yeah.
Tundra is willing to give Tinker. Not something Snay plays a lot, I believe, right? So
yeah, he has played it, but it's not like the CM for him where he's, you know, jamming it into every game.
It's not a signature hero. That's
it's not a Siggy.
So they have to make a choice. Do they want to?
Is there anything else I'm missing that's like
probably
permaban?
PA has been permabanned in the past few days, but I don't think, as I mentioned before, Skeeter has a 0% win rate on Terrorblade, and I think PA is not going to be a hero that is the style of Falcons. Yet again, it's not that he can't play these heroes, but those are very 4 protect 1 type of heroes.
Tundra Esports.
And they'll go with the Amar Bristleback. They left in the pool. They banned the Tinker. Now, maybe you do think about the PA.
Yeah, I think the break mechanic is definitely really solid versus the Bristle.
You know who else has a break?
Viper.
Shadow Shaman, level 15 talent.
Yep.
Did you not see the trends? Were you not paying attention?
I was paying attention.
You were paying attention, Professor Fear.
Yeah, I mean, that hero, it's not great right now, unfortunately. If you pick it late in the draft, it's fine, but I don't think you can just say, ooh, there's a Bristleback, because what's going to happen more than not is this cool mechanic you have where you can, I don't even know what it's called anymore. It was the cluster cluck before, right? Where you disperse. He just presses the 1 quill spray and you just die every single time.
Yeah, no,
like, if you can get away with that spell, it's good.
You don't Shaman. I think they were discussing between the PA and the
Shadow Shaman.
I was thinking the Lifestealer, because I feel like Lifestealer will do maybe better in lane versus Bristle if you're just like passively trying to lane against him. Whereas the PA is like eventually you are going to get this hero that will kill the Bristle. And of course, it's Dyrachyo PA. Like,
and Dyrachyo has 1 game on PA this tournament, and he lost on it.
Yeah,
he's not good at it. They shouldn't have picked it, guys.
Yeah, that's it. This was a mistake. No, I mean, I think one game, whatever. He can play the hero. I know he likes it. I think when you are playing versus Bristleback, it's not just the fact you can get the shard and break him, which is a big plus for sure. But one thing I noticed about a lot of these Bristleback lanes is they get goo at level 1 or level 2. And sometimes you just get chased down to death and you can't move. So having that mobility to be able to blink strike to your position 5 will allow you to not get destroyed in the lane, ideally. But it is Duraccio. He'll probably use it to initiate.
Tundra Esports.
Yeah, that is true. He does tend to do that. They ban out the white one, Warlock, which this guy invented Warlock in Dream League.
And
so,
they had PA too, right?
Yeah, the Warlock PA. It's too strong. The other answer, the other hero people are mostly picking with the PA is like Silencer, and I think this
That's
hero,
good. Very
this
good.
hero does extremely well against the Bristle. Of course, Arcane Curse completely punishes the Bristle spam.
I could see like a potential Ancient Apparition being good as well. That hero's rising in popularity.
Yeah, you're right. In the tournament or in the
Bone Chill too.
the games last night where the stocks in that hero were rising big time.
And you already know Amar is gonna get a Satanic at some point on this Bristle.
Oh yeah.
Just run in. So having some way to kill him would be
so
nice.
we mentioned a few good 5s, which is probably why they picked Muerta. They feel like whatever Falcons takes, they'll just take what's left, and they're happy with.
What if they take AA Silencer?
10 seconds.
Then they just have a bad draft.
That's a bad draft. That's not a good draft. Then you press TP scroll.
Yes.
Remaining.
If they did take AA Silencer, I mean, they'd probably just get like the Whitemon Ringmaster or something like that, or Phoenix. Although they tend to pick the Phoenix when there's a hero that Duraccio will go jungle on, and then the Whitemon can take the safe lane.
Yeah.
PA's not really that hero.
Falcons turn to pick.
Chen. All right, this is something they've ran in the past before. I really want to see an AA come out for Tundra.
Talk me through the Chen.
Well, we haven't seen a lot of it, but this hero conceptually is one of the better heroes at just getting early item, whether it's the Glimmer Cape or the mech, and then grouping up and taking objectives. Very strong laning stage against a lot of heroes that can't really kill the creep as well. I think when you do commit to your Muerta 4, that does remove the possibilities of getting other position 4s that can just like kill your creep right away, such as Mirana.
Tundra
But yeah, it's a hero that only, I mean, we'll see. They're just protecting the Bristleback, they know. It's a block pick.
Yeah, because you don't want that level 15 break mechanic to come out.
It gives you you've got early Roche potential here as well.
Now they get the 15
yeah.
break talent.
Yeah,
against
they
EA.
do.
Yeah.
They do.
10 seconds remaining.
Still think Silencer, very good this game. AA, very good this game.
I feel like if you're Tundra, you're also really tempted to pick Doom. Eat the Chen creep, Doom the Bristleback, you prevent the healing.
They could do that too. They can, I mean, they do need to pick 2 heroes here. One of them has to be a core. So I definitely think you do take a 33 hero plus a position 5. If you do pick Doom, is it redundant to have Silencer?
Is it redundant to have AA with Doom?
Touche.
Yeah. I feel like if they pick Silencer, if they pick either of those heroes and they have a Doom, they lack a little bit of
Okay,
disable.
Doom call.
Maybe they just do go for the Silencer, just play for the lane. It's like, I mean, Doom will give you disable going late because he goes for the Tendrils of the Deep. He tries to eat that creep, plays with like the mini Ravage.
They could just go for the Ringmaster here if they just want a Whitemon hero. The box might be interesting versus Shaman to protect people from getting chain stunned. Pretty bad versus Bristleback.
Could this be a Whitemon Muerta? We've seen 5 Muerta. Maposhko is playing it.
He's yet to play it, but it could be.
Yeah, but Sox is also yet to play it, so I'm not sure. But they have options here. Maybe they go for more disable.
Falcons turn to pick.
Okay, they go for the Whitemon Phoenix.
Just adding some more team fight there. I mean, as we mentioned before, maybe AA and Silencer were a bit redundant with the Doom because they both overlap quite a bit with the silence and the healing reduction. So that definitely makes a little bit of sense.
Yeah, and Falcons have to get an egg hitter.
They
Yeah, their heroes are not good
potentially
at that
do.
right now.
I mean, Ursa kind of pops out a little bit right now looking at this draft.
You think against Muerta with the 100% physical versus PA with the evasion or
So those are Mortis, whatever. You can't really do anything about that until later, just outplay it. But I think Ursa's good versus PA in the late game because you do buy MKB naturally. You do like Abyssal Blade 2 on that hero. So it gets to the point where you are fine eventually. The lane is very strong versus Doom. You can bully him pretty hard. You can be an egg hitter. Not sure if they will do it. I mean, of course, and if you get Enrage timed properly, then Doom doesn't last very long as well. So, but they're going to save their carry pick till the end. They decide that getting this Pango in the game is the most important thing they can do.
Yeah, I mean, this is not... There's not really anything on Tundra to properly deal with a Pango. Like, there's no good, like, instant disable. Like, basically, they have to Doom him. Like, the Pango doesn't care that much about the egg. He can roll through it. He can roll through the Muerta. Of course, you can't deal damage to Muerta because all Pango's damage is physical. But you can roll through the ghosts, you know, which is really nice. And they definitely needed a little bit of team fight on the side of Falcons. Like, all of their heroes are, you know, group up and push. Good disable, good skirmish. But who's actually, like, disabling people in a fight? Because I can tell you it's not going to be Shadow Shaman in this game.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, Skeeter has a very interesting hero pool, but if I'm thinking about heroes he can pick here, obviously, if you're not thinking about Skeeter at all, you're thinking Medusa versus Doom. That's the classic counter. You are potentially thinking the Ursa. This is a hero he's played before. That's also good versus the Doom. Just heroes are limited when you play versus Doom, essentially.
I mean, you can also just Dragon Knight. Just go with the El Clasico.
There's a hero. It's uncontested. It's good versus Doom.
You don't think?
I don't know. It is Skeeter. We did talk about it. Could he? Pick the Wraith King. Could be a game for it.
It could be. How good is Wraith King against a PA, though, in a 1-to-1?
How good is anything versus a PA in a 1-to-1?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right. Okay, what about Bloodseeker, then? You want to talk uncontested?
Ooh, that is uncontested.
Let's get down and dirty, then.
That is too dirty, I think, for me.
No.
Is Nature's Prophet banned?
Yes.
Okay. Tide versus Doom. I don't know if that's good. Life
God,
Stealer?
no, don't do that. Life Stealer's definitely not bad. I mean, it's the old PA counter, but you don't disarm her anymore. So maybe
Dawn. I mean, I think he's playing something new here. I mean, I will say Sven might be okay for this game too. Just because you're gonna snowball the game, Chin can stack for you. You don't care that much about getting doomed. I mean, nobody likes getting doomed, but
I kind of trust your read on the Wraith King. I mean, look at this guy's face. This is the face of a man who's about to play the Skeleton King.
It is one of the heroes that he does play, and I think it complements their draft pretty well because he's not to carry the game anyway. Doom him. I dare you. He doesn't care. He's Wraith King. Amar will come in.
Yep.
And that's why I hate this Medusa pick. Even though if this was like, you know, Satanic or something, one of the few Medusa players left, he'd go for it, sure. But I don't think this works with Falcons.
Falcons turn to pick.
So what is it? Mr. Skeeter. Ursa, Wraith King, or...
What was the other one we were suggesting?
I don't know. Did you mention it?
Yeah, I did.
Sven? Oh, yeah, that was the other one I mentioned. Yeah. And then we said no to the Tide, but they're going to do it anyway.
Geez.
They said, you say no, we say yes.
Jeez Louise. Playing into Doom, a classic counter.
Doom and Phoenix, right?
You cannot dispel any of Muerta's mechanics. You cannot dispel any of Phoenix's mechanics other than Fire Spirits, who gives a shit. And PA has a break. This is a bold pick, and they clearly picked this like purely for tempo. Because 1-to-1, this is not a good pick. But if you think of Dota in terms of 1-to-1, you know, you don't make it this far into a tournament, right? They're thinking in terms of what can we group up with, what can we fight with, what can we get early timings, get Vlad's, and just run at towers with Chen, run at objectives with Chen. Like, they're looking to snowball, because if they don't, if it's 4v5, Tundra will win the late game. Yeah. If they don't pick this final hero.
What's a good BCM hero?
You don't think. You don't.
I'm thinking.
Nah, he can't invoke her. There's no setup for it.
I wasn't actually thinking that.
Yeah, I mean, I was, but not for good reason.
Yeah.
What? I wonder what happened to Ember. That could have been a decent Ember pick too, but
yeah.
Tiny he builds more like a carry nowadays, right? So he potentially could buy Silver Edge, which reverse Tide Bristle. You have the break on top of that from PA, breaks for days.
Yeah.
I have to say, this Tide last pick, I'm not seeing the gotcha in it there. Everything from Tundra just looks good. However, Falcons, they are going to hit a timing where you have 3 offlaners running at you, and the Tide, Bristleback, and the Pango, and they're going to be very strong with their spells. And it really just comes down to, can they have a net worth advantage this game that is very substantial? Because if they don't, yeah, this Doom PA, it's going to take over the late game.
Yeah, I completely agree. Falcons is looking to snowball a lead. Like, I don't think Dota is in a state anymore where when we talk about snowballing, it's like, you got to end the game by 20 minutes. No, it's not like that, right? It's like they want to have like a 5 or 6K gold lead by like 25 minutes and be choking out the map and getting every objective. And like to them, that's enough snowball against the Tundra lineup. But if Tundra is even at 25 minutes, there is no way Falcons wins this unless they play like absolute gods.
Yeah, I feel like Crit has to be a secret carry this game. He's going to have to get very farmed in the Shaman and do, as you say, get these pickoffs across the map, get a Blink Dagger, Glimmer, maybe an Aether Lens. Just all the reach needs to be on Crit getting these pickoffs.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, somebody on Falcons, I mean, you can always count on Amar to somehow be top net worth snowballing. Like, this can't happen. But he's playing versus a Doom. So even if he does that, the supporting cast needs to be able to peel the Doom off of him, because even an underfarmed Doom will counter a very farmed Bristleback. This is a hard 1-to-1 counter.
Yes, I 100% agree. I think in general, though, the lane I'm going to be looking out for the most is going to be how the carries are going to do. Like, Dyrachyo, is he going to have a start that's going to be very compelling? Is Tidehunter going to get stacks and get really far ahead? Because, yeah, it'll be interesting.
All right, then, guys. Well, if you come to a PGL event, there's one thing you have to know. Slacks lives in the walls.
Absolutely. Owie, man. What happened in there?
Only bad things.
Yeah. Doom? You're going to pick Tidehunter into Doom? Bristle with the PA? They got breaks, man. Just not your draft. Now, what was the thought process behind the draft? You guys feel like you won that one, or do you feel like it's okay? Your team has a lot to work on.
It's very like people are confident in certain matchups, even though like on paper they're supposed to be good. Like, people want to play these because we have the option to like ban the heroes and stuff. But I think we're like happy with it. But I don't know, this tournament, the drafts are a bit weird for us, honestly. I think we've had some very strong out drafts and some very strong, like, we got out drafted, and usually it's not like that for us. We usually play for stable. So honestly, I don't know. I'm a bit, I don't know.
That's okay. That's okay. Let's talk a little bit about some meta stuff, right? I mean, this morning, Tundra came in on a 30-minute early shuttle. They requested the shuttle to be earlier. A very early morning team. What are your guys like? Are you guys like an afternoon team? Are you a morning team? What's the deal?
I think Amar plays his best around 4 or 5 a.m. So it's really good for us when we, yeah. It is what it is.
Well, some people say that athletes can enter into a flow state when they're super, like loopy and tired. Do you feel like you guys really do well with these kind of loopy drafts and you're all kind of loopy from sleep exhaustion?
No, I mean, I think the team's fine today. Just Amar peaks at 4 a.m. That's all. Okay. Yeah.
Well, we'll see if his performance today is peak indeed. Skippity Riz, my friend. Let's get into the series.
What the hell?
There we go. Thank you very much, Saxonawi. Indeed, let's get into the action here. The lower bracket final between Tundra and Falcons. It's going to be exciting to see. Can Falcons run Tundra over with this lineup? Because if they
gotta
don't,
be the question.
It's going to get pretty difficult, right? They're up against this PA. The last pick, BZM Tiny, his last 9 games in professional on Tiny. He hasn't lost. You know, he's on a pretty impressive streak when it comes to competitive play. So, yeah, Falcons, they have to run them over, folks. Yep. Otherwise, this game's going to be impossible.
Absolutely. And I think that's why they did go for this BZM Tiny at the end, right? Because he's been stable throughout the early game and being able to match tempo that people are trying to push an advantage with. So, yeah, it's definitely a good choice for the side of Tundra to have that kind of counteract versus Falcons, because you can see what Falcons wants. I mean, Fear was talking about it. It's like 3 offlaners. They want to push. They want to have pressure. They want to have early advantage. Chen, Shadow Shaman, these heroes do set up and get a heavy push if they do get an advantage. And we have seen, I mean, a lot of teams at this tournament get to a point where you can never fight. So it could, if Falcons can get that advantage early, it could be something like that. Because Tundra's been one of those teams that actually has been, I think, the team that did it the most, where, the early game went bad, never fight again until we get our timings.
Yeah. Now, and things about also what we saw from Tundra, I believe, in yesterday's earlier series, you know, they did close up 2 of the games themselves in kind of 21, 22-minute time, right? They know about playing the game fast, so you can imagine they're going to use that info here to try and deal the best with Falcons, trying to emulate a very similar play style with what Falcons have turned up with today.
Yeah, really looking forward to see how this game is going to kick out. Probably around that, I mean, 15 minutes until 25 is going to be the peak timing, of course, for Falcons to get that big advantage. Looking at lanes now, rather than looking at the whole game. 33, he can just devour Snay's creep. This is actually not the greatest there for Snay. He has to be able to hide that Seder Mind Stealer, but 33 was able to get it right away, so you can see the mana pool from Skeeter is already gone. Yeah, 33 Doom. He has worked magic on this hero in times. Since you can pivot your build so much, this Devil's Bargain, I think he's been the one always that sells his items the most, so he can go greed and then he can change it immediately and go for some type of auras or whatever the team might need to be able to counteract Falcon's pressure. It's an interesting approach coming out here.
Now, what are we getting so far in the mid matchup? 12-5 on BZM, 9-3 on Marine, so yeah, a little bit of an advantage here for the Tiny.
Saxa. Take quite a beating there. And stacks are going to be the name of the game too, right? Especially for the side of Falcons, so they can get those faster timings since they're playing with both. I mean, all 3 of those cores do like to farm stacks in particular, but mostly the Bristle for Amar to get that early timing.
And what sort of timings, if we haven't to put a number on it, are we kind of looking towards? You know, how quickly are Falcons trying to shut it down? Maybe not necessarily just in sort of the actual minutes, but in terms of where they want to have made sure they've ended the game before, like, the PA has a certain amount of items online. Like, what do you think? What are they looking for?
The first few, probably the Ags plus the Shard and the Bristle. It's probably around, I would say between 15-25, you know. It's like claiming the first Tormentor, getting the first early towers down. Yeah, and then you just kind of snowball, because each one of you will have at least one of those items likely on the side of Falcons. The Bristle will have the Ags plus the Shard likely. The Pango will probably have Diffuse +1 if he wants to go down that route. Since he's playing versus Tiny and Doom, I imagine it is going to be that Diffusal. Okay. And then Chen will have one of the Aura items, and Skeeter, probably what, Phase Vlad's +1? So all that timing will come together, and that's ideally what they want to have to be able to just close the map up as quick as possible. BZM.
And Crypt coming with the rotation, but yeah, Sax is here to keep BZM covered.
Waimon. He's going to be forced to dive. As lanes at the moment looking pretty solid for Tundra, actually.
Yeah, they're doing very good.
Yep, no pressure coming out so far onto Dyrachyo, even though Waimon did get pushed away. He's able to farm freely versus the Bristle with those stick charges so far. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's a lot of eyes on it. How much those mid laners can really accomplish. Like, for Balrine, is he going to be able to get snowball kills early on with his Rolling Thunders, going through the Muerta? Because the 2 supports can be pretty vulnerable early on versus this Pango. And how much can BZM do in order to counteract the moves? Because he's going to be the one to watch for me.
No, he's been very good at.
He really has.
In those last games that we've seen, especially this tournament on the Tiny.
Stacks on
not
stacks
missing out on any opportunity for those early skirmishes.
Crit's already got triple stacks around the Ancient. They're ready. The circle is being drawn by Waimon, so ideally wants to get some type of vision over there. At least a Sentry or maybe an Obs to see that they are getting those stacks at the ready.
Radiant are scanning.
Because those are pretty big already. And that is what enables a Bristle back.
Bottom.
Moves coming in.
Gonna try and make a go onto Amar.
He is a bit intimidating. Can they keep poking him? Can Saxa turn him? He can't.
Dead shots off the mark.
Now Saxa.
He's ready. Amar to turn back over towards him. They're still going to try and jump in and finish Amar off. Stacks are building up. Saxa, he's going to be the first to drop. Amar gets first blood. Can he get away from Waimon and Dyrachyo? He can't, so Dyrachyo will manage to get him in return.
Crit also.
Got the dagger slow coming in. Dyrachyo.
Got Stick Fairy and the Shackle.
I mean, Dyrachyo doing his best here with the body blocks.
He's tankier than he looks.
Yeah, can't dive the tower for that one. So, 1 for 1, but Falcons, they do get the first blood.
Heavy rotation coming in. I guess 33 also feels like he doesn't really need the help as much top now since he's playing versus a Chen and a Tide.
Look at this.
He can pull waves.
Marine.
This is an early move.
Yeah, coming in with the amplified damage play.
Uh-oh, Dyrachyo. They can't stop the shackles.
Yep, they've got the setup. Marine's going to be jumping forward with the Rolling Thunder. Dyrachyo tries to blink away.
He wants both.
Will be able to chase underneath the tower, gets the jump onto Waimon. Amar cleans up Dyrachyo. This is the exactly sort of early move you want to be seeing here from the Pango.
Anytime that he can see those type of rotations with Rolling Thunder, he gets the power rune too, which is really important for that move. So much damage coming in from it. The amp damage is the best one you can get on the Pango. BZM, not looking to match the rotation. And and the stacks are insane already. Snaking, double stacking with his 2 neutrals as well. See, Tundra is getting some stacks on their side, but they do not thrive on the stacks as much as we see Falcons draft.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, is it going to be sort of split who clears the stacks up, or is there going to be a single hero? You think across the board they want everybody?
They're stealing them. Look at this, BZM at 33. They've actually found the stacks from snaking. They might even find a free kill on Snake.
I think they will. How many,
that's big.
Are they going to get all of the stack?
They're at least, that's a triple
all of this
stack.
one, yeah.
There's a secondary one to the north in the marsh, but they're not going to go for that one. Hey, that's a big hit.
I mean, Whitemon's scouted out these ones as well, right? So they have pretty good info, Tundra.
Does he want? He puts in obs as well, so he's going to block and then put vision so they can potentially look to contest.
And these stacks are very important for Falcons' timings, right?
It's all about that momentum that they're able to build. The other one's getting blocked. They're actually both blocked out from Sentry, so Whitemon doing his homework. And Maureen, we do see he's queued up the defusal as expected since he's playing strapped and looking to snowball. And it's from the mid lane, so most of these Pangos do get it as the rune.
It's going to be top.
It's a really big one, too.
The Falcons can't afford for any more of these stacks to get taken away from them.
But it's all going to be watched, so they're going to know exactly when they can if they would like to contest for them.
BZM and Saxa, seeing what they can find.
He's here with the Arcane Rune.
Yep, they've got eyes on Snaking. BZM able to walk up, gets the setup. Getting these early moves here, BZM picking up this action, and now
he's going to keep going, right?
You'll see this stack.
Yep.
So he's going to take this one as well.
All of this matters so much. Being able to just slow down any timings of Falcons is super important.
Is he going to check out this? Do you think he'll check out the other camp as well?
Oh my god, if he sees that one
now
as well.
Because now he's got these 2 camps, he's going to know this sort of stacking's been going on. Maureen's going to turn up in the area.
BZM is here. 33 is kind of tanky.
They do have the Ravage.
Looks like they might. They're considering it.
They'll use it. But
still alive.
If he gets away,
he is getting away.
That's Rolling Thunder and a Ravage down.
And they're getting burned now.
Yeah, they can start chasing them out here. BZM has the Avalanche backup onto Skeeter.
BZM, look at the work he's putting in. Skeeter's going down.
Oh, this is
Tiny.
Not great for Falcons' game plan.
Nope. I mean, this Tiny in particular, he is getting way too much done in this early game.
They let him have his last pick.
Going down. That is a insanely impactful move. He's taken pretty much the majority of those stacks, at least in that part of the jungle. As you said, if he sees the other one too, it's another fair bit of gold he's going to be
with the way things have been going, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see BZM in a minute go back into the jungle once more. He's been getting a lot from that. 2-0-2 already and plenty of stacks taken.
Might get another power rune too. And now the wards, Snaking's trying to stack again, but Whitemon with that sneaky move from before, these camps are still blocked. Tundra doing their homework, understanding how to play versus this Falcons early game draft. Looking solid so far here in the first 10 minutes. The Doom is at the top 2. It survives a Ravage. BZM is probably going to be able to farm this Ancient stack, I guess, is going to be the call for Tundra, so he can... And that's pretty much going to be his blink.
That's going to be super fast blink.
Gets the toss over too. Falcons not going to be able to contest that either. Ravage being on cooldown doesn't feel like they can or like they want to by any means. They're going to smoke. Feels like they have to have very successful Rolling Thunders in every single one of the connections. Otherwise, already we're seeing Tundra having a gold lead at the start here.
Yeah, they're going to look towards the bottom Falcons, see what they can get.
Whitemon 6, so he is positioned behind Dyrachyo down here.
They do have TPs if they want to try and come in. BZM's not in the healthiest of shape, though. Under half HP and mana.
He's got a shovel, so he will be able to fill up his bottle to perhaps join.
They really want Dyrachyo. It's a little too deep now.
Yeah,
it's just not going to happen. Dyrachyo's going to be fine. Avoids the entirety of the gank.
They want to be able to get towers as well, too. It's not just about getting kills. They need to get these objectives done. So if they push too far for that kill, they might not get the tower. Maureen, they'll find Whitemon.
Same time, they might look for Skeeter again.
Ooh, off the mark with the swashbuckle. He's got a Sunray off the map. He doesn't have a TP. I think they recognize that.
They should stick around. He's going to try and... In fact, they don't want to waste any more time trying to look for him.
They didn't see which way he went. Now they have the scan.
Oh, they'll get him. So they are able to get the kill. They're able to get the tower. Falcons getting a little bit of the sort of the objectives that they would hope for, but still definitely not the start that they would have wanted. As overall Tundra is getting that little bit more.
It really is BZM. It's insane. 11 minutes. It's not just a blink, right? It's the phase, stick, or wand, soul ring, fate, like everything, right?
Level
Wind lace
10.
as well.
Nearly level 11, yeah, good levels,
Fast.
very good XP.
Yep. Able to do so much and might get another power rune. Let's see where it's going to spawn. It's going to be bottom. So Maureen should be able to claim that one, and I think he's got his defusal, and his Rolling Thunder is still up. So might still look for a play. He just can't get gone on first, right? That's the main thing for Falcons if they do want to take these early team fights, is allow Maureen to just get the roll off. If he gets on first from BZM, it's a disaster. And he's hiding his blink.
Yeah, Saxa's
so
going to hold it for him.
over to Saxa.
Look at that.
He's getting gone on first.
He is. Avalanche will come out. Get the silence down onto Maureen. BZM trying to step forward. Chase this down. They'll drop the Doom.
Can they chase?
And 33 is going to try and stay in on top of him.
The Egg.
Supernova's out. They can't put any effort into hitting it.
Maureen is going down.
He's gone. The toss comes in from BZM. And Falcons, can they get anything in return from this? They have the shackles on 33, immediately cancelled by the Avalanche. The Ravage out.
Only on one.
It tickles 33. They should kill the Doom, as 33 will finally, surely.
Surely.
My goodness, if he was able to survive that, but he does, and he does go down. They get 33.
He shows the blink.
And he's ready to go back in. Makes the jump onto Snaking. He's got the heal coming out here though, Snaking. Post support's pretty low, but it's buying time for him to come back across. We'll get hit by the dead shot. Got the shackles onto BZM.
He's got another toss. He's got another avalanche soon.
There's 4 heroes chasing him down though. Is he going to get the chance to blink away? He's up to the high ground.
Doesn't look like
they're going to get it.
They got him.
Falcons able to finally find the means to punish BZM.
And even though Maureen died, she's back already. So he's actually going to be able to continue for this push here. 33 turns up. He doesn't want to lose this tower too early. But Falcons really wants to get these early objectives. Doesn't want to slow
keep pushing.
down.
This tower's going to be theirs.
They take down BZM. Very important kill. That was cool little tech there. I mean, we've seen people hide blink all the time, but passing it to your teammate to give it back to you, that was funny. 14 minutes, Shrines of Wisdom. And it is going to be Amar now with his Aghanims. So his timings are still being hit. He is the top net worth after those kills he was able to get. But just not the greatest connections on the Ravage in particular, right? That one, again, only catching one target. And Dyrachyo, he's got the Battle Fury.
Yeah, because
so
this
he's
is
in
the
a
thing,
very
right?
comfortable spot this game.
It very much is the question of whether Falcons are achieving enough in this 14 minutes. And at the moment, I don't know if they are.
I feel like it yet, no.
They definitely wanted a bit more than this.
Absolutely.
Falcons in this early game.
Especially because it is such a good PA game. If it's just to slow us down, right? The break that he can get from the Shard is going to be fantastic this game versus the 2 main cores, the Tide and the Bristleback. Imagine Falcons wants to look to play on the bottom side to go for that Tormentor, but there is a ward already placed out from Whitemon. Does die very fast though, of course, because they have the Bristle, so it might be difficult for Tundra to fully contest. They're actually hunting. They want to try to find Dyrachyo, at least get some vision down. So a ward that we've seen placed more and more often in this river bottom side. But there are those stacks. Dyrachyo gonna get enabled beautifully here. Here's that Tormentor. They're set up for it. Tundra, they're just gonna give it up. Mid tower. Looks like they're going to be able to get that trade. BZM finishing off tower there with the last auto attack. It's almost his Echo Saber done. He's going to have, I mean, his itemization too. The thing about the Tiny as well, right? Like he can also go for this like Silver Edge build, which is really nice versus the Tide Bristle if the game does continue to slow down.
And Falcons, they've got a lot of them chasing for the kill. They will get him.
BZM.
Some with the Avalanche, but now without Whitemon, it might be a bit risky to try and take this fight head on. They'll get the toss in, getting 33 back to safety whilst he's got the Dead in the Water on him. But still, they'll be able to close the gap onto the Doom. They'll drop the Ravage as well, ensure that they can bring 33 down again.
Can they get another kill? They want to just try to chase as much as possible, but can't stick onto Saxa.
Now, at the least, they can get the creep wave, maybe look to try and push the tier 1 hit.
You can see instantly BZM blinks in, and he's like, maybe not. They're all here.
Yeah, would have maybe been a chance if Whitemon was able to get that Supernova off, but yeah, Falcons coming in clutch with the burst, and Maureen, I'm going to make sure that Whitemon doesn't get a chance to react.
BZM trying to get that Satyr, but it gets tanked by the Centaur. This Diffusal Blade is definitely doing work, though, on Maureen, as we, you know, it's very natural, of course, for Pango, but into some of these heroes, you can see how devastating it is. Even Whitemon, he gets hit by a Swash, and he's almost out of mana. And we see that Midas from 33. He's gone for the Veil build first for that extra damage, so he can just burn down that front target that he gets the Doom or the combo off from the Tiny. I actually like this kind of build. These like small little items to be able to enable BZM as well, right? Runs in, gets the Veil, the combo does that much more. Now he's got the Midas that he can do the, the selling trick if he ever wants to do so. It's Falcons. BZM hunting. There's no Ravage. No Rolling Thunder.
Oh, we'll get the Avalanche in. So Crit will be the one to take the full hit.
Falcons will be okay with that. Don't end up losing Skitter. They could have actually gotten on top of him. Gonna go Glimmer. Early game items just to be able to survive the burst. I mean, and it's still continued to be, it's been like a gold lead for Tundra the entirety of this game. Not a big one, right? But the way that we're talking about Falcons
it's concerning for Falcons.
Yeah, that's not the way that they wanted this early game in particular to go.
Now, Duracho is having a perfectly fine time. Only dive once this game. His farm, it's perfect.
He's going to be able to join. He's going to start looking to join with the team when he's got this early BKB as well.
Yeah, Falcons just not feeling like they've achieved enough here.
We'll see if they can get it rolling again here soon, because it's about that like next 7 minutes or so. The
next
big
team
pressure.
fight.
They have to get it to work. They can look for Roche as well too. Their lineup does thrive on going for that push. They're going for those early objectives still here. They kill it very fast too. And Malorine, he's going to go for the Blink Dagger, so wants to get that roll off every single time. Yeah, Duracho, you can absolutely understand if he's going to go for that third item shard this game.
You want to prioritize it.
Because then they can just full focus the target, right? They can either Doom plus jump with Duracho or Avatos combo plus Duracho jumps in and breaks them. They're able to slow the game down. Falcons does not want that slowdown to happen, though.
They've got to keep going, Falcons.
They are grouped up, but do they have a... Okay, Crit has the smoke.
This has got to be a big hit.
It's got to be... They're looking for the team fight and then probably that rush, but we see the Doom, 33, he sells the Midas, he's got the Shivas now finished for this upcoming fight, too. And they're expecting this movement. BKB also for Duracho. I mean,
he's ready to be involved, as you say.
Their timings are really good.
Falcons, they can't afford a bad team fight now.
Nope. Snake can get spotted.
They're going to make the jump on him. They're going to toss back Snaking. He's going to be gone. Mallory.
The roll.
A roll 4 gets the opening angle on towards BZM, but the Submarine heals are coming in.
Eggs on the high ground.
Supernova in a fantastic position. The Ravage will come out, allow them to kill BZM, but the Sunray's burning through them. They'll move forward. Duracho does get clipped by the Shackles for now. Crit holding him in position, but now the BKB's out for Duracho. Jumps over towards Skeeter, the tide to fall. He's going to see if he can try and turn towards Amar. Amar's going to be able to get out of this. Crit will get run down by 33. They get BZM, but again, they just need these fights to go way better on Falcons, and they're just not.
Snaking can't get initiated on first like that. He doesn't get his heal off, gets literally nothing off, and it gets a perfect position actually for Wyman.
Yeah,
you couldn't have asked for a better egg.
Yeah.
And he just, I believe, gotten the shard as well too, so he had to
check it out again.
Sunray. I can't believe Amar gets out though. He does get out with like a sliver of HP, but Tundra so prepared for the move.
Yeah, and they put everything into bringing down BZM, which is fine, but it's kind of everything.
It really
and then they're not able to get anything else, and as you say, yeah, just Whitemon, brilliant spot here with the Sunray. And
yesterday we saw him almost doing like similar when he was super far behind. This game, he's actually owning with that Sunray, that hotspot again.
And Amaj, yeah, he's very lucky that Duracho was holding on with the BKB, right? Because a lot of that duration, the Shackle was pretty much like full duration Shackle coming out from Crit onto Duracho, and then the BKB came out afterwards. So if the BKB was there earlier, Duracho would have had the freedom to easily kill Amar as well. So just going to show that even if these fights go a little better for Tundra, they're going to be disastrously worse for Falcons.
Absolutely. And Duracho now he's got the shard, so that next fight they will be able to just bring down those frontline targets easier. Because you can see Amar he felt a bit confident to just charge forward there after Snaking got initiated.
I mean, you just got to go again as Falcons.
They do. They can't hesitate.
Keep going.
Yep. You need to get a fight into a rush.
Can't sit back.
And Doom, it's on cooldown 20. So is the egg. It's going to be back up a little bit before the Ravage.
See who they can find here, Falcons. BZM would be a lovely grab. I mean, the dream one right now is Duracho, but they're not anywhere close to him.
Amar making the call to go for the rush, but I believe Tundra was already pinging it out. They have that they have that ward in the river, so they do see the creeps.
It's going down pretty quick.
They're scouting it.
So they get her in time.
Saxa.
It's getting a bit spooky now, yeah. Saxa trying to slow down the efforts. And now 33 is in on the back line. Straight away with the jump and dredge push the BKB. They completely clean up the Bristol. He's just dead. Oh no.
Tundra.
The concerns for Falcons really starting to show.
And they get the rush. BZM will take that Aegis.
Hey, I'll pick up some Serpent Wards as well on the way out here, Duracho. I don't know, Fog. Where's the comeback plan? I don't know if they have one with this lineup.
This lineup feels like it's pretty all in for it. I mean, they're going to have to work some magic, but the Tundra has hit everything. Every single one of the fights has been their way. They've been super prepared for Falcons' game plan. That ward, I mean, Whitemon, he placed that one earlier in the river, so it's scouting everything. And I don't think you could have asked for a better
And good stuff from Saxa, right? Before the team was here, he just goes in and starts to disrupt it.
Yeah.
And then this jump, 33 in. Duracho gets the follow-up angle beautifully with the cleave and the fan of knives.
It's picture perfect, really, from Tundra.
How do you fight this as Falcons now?
They're feeling the stress.
I think they know.
The fact that these 3 cores are at the top of the net worth like this is crazy.
It's insane.
Like 33 is matching
in.
the PA. He's going to go back for the Midas again since he's got this Blink Shiva, so he can keep doing the cell. Yeah, he's huge. And yeah, what a perfect jump with that War Stomp. Malrine looking for Whitemon, but he's got the TP. The thing is, for Falcons, I don't think you can really deviate from the game plan. It's
You
not
just
like,
have
it's
to
not
keep
like,
running at them.
Yeah, it's not like, okay, we can go back and farm. No, it's got to be, let's keep going.
Keep running.
You got to try to fight around those cooldowns, not allow Tundra to get the initiations. But the game plan getting more and more difficult by the second, it feels. BKB now for BZM. Just tanky bruisers in the front. The Tiny and the Doom will allow Duracho to just pick and choose his targets. Level 18 now for Duracho as well too, so max crit online. See where Falcons, I mean, just where do they go from here is a big question.
I mean, they're trying to see if they can catch, someone like Duracho, but say Duracho's only died the once. He's been very smart with his position.
I don't think these two would have a chance of killing him too, right?
That's true. If
the
they
Shaman type fight, he's gonna kill them both.
Yeah, there's they ain't killing the PA.
Yeah.
And what combination of heroes actually will kill this PA?
If they can chain stun him with the Pango, right? With the Shaman and the Pango.
I mean, you're right, they have to have the Pango there, right?
100%. And speaking of the Pango, Marine does get the blink out, was getting chased top. BZM's still looking for him. He will be able to get away. Tundra looking very fresh this morning.
Yeah, seems like they were very unfazed by Falcons' approach to try and run them over. They're like, you want to try and run us over? Yeah, good luck with that.
I mean, a lot of teams have gotten run over at this tournament, but this one, not at all. I mean, this has been a really good game plan from Tundra with the BZM Tiny. Like 11 minute 40 blink with all these items. So
he really did mess up that early game. Just like the Tiny really was. It felt kind of like the perfect last pick.
It did, and even the Doom felt honestly like 33's Doom. He's done this a lot of times playing versus the Chen.
Yeah,
they couldn't slow him down. He ate the creep a couple times. He's able to stick in the lane and just get that continuous farm that he's top 2. With this type of, quote-unquote greedy-ish type of lineup with a PA Doom. It hasn't felt greedy.
Not at all. It's like 25 minutes in, and it feels like all 3 cores have been able to free farm.
Yep.
On a Tundra.
Skeeter, almost getting caught there.
Can they do anything here?
I mean, they're right on top of Skeeter. He is looking at pretty dead. Caught in no man's land.
I don't know.
Yeah,
it's a rough one.
It's gonna start getting difficult.
Yeah,
start being difficult to see where they go from here for Falcons.
We've got lots more Dota to come today, fortunately. This one's getting a little bit stompy, and not the way that Falcons drafted for. They are the ones getting stomped.
Yeah, and the question, it's like, what's the next timer, right? It's not any big item in particular. Maybe a Mars BKB so that he can start charging through, but Skeeter has no game anymore. I mean, he hasn't really had a game the entire time as they've tried for this like triple off-lane push strategy. Everything's at the ready for Tundra. They'll take any fight that comes to them at this point. Snag.
They dropped down Doom,
Doom. Why not?
Drop a Doom.
He's going down.
Well, Falcons, their only hope is if Amar can carry on his Bristle.
Pretty much.
Because he's the only one really that can be that scaling carry.
And at least he's got the benefit of Lucky Shot too, right? So some extra minus armor in some of these fights. It's gonna have to be a miraculous one from Amar. He will be able to get that Tormentor again, so Crit gets a shard. Not the biggest deal of one. But
what sort of items does he need to be able to carry this?
BKB, S and Y +1.
Yep.
And then they need Crit to have level 15 as well would be nice, because then he has the Hex Break versus the PA. They'll find Saxa.
And Saxa,
He actually gets on the low ground.
he's hoping to get the Pierce the Veil off.
He'll still die, but it'll take a little longer. Will he?
Is he actually getting out?
No way.
He got out.
way. Okay.
Well, I mean, that was a perfectly laid down silence there from the calling against the ball.
You look at Crit,
Oh,
Robin dies.
no.
Yeah, this is...
Oh, no.
That's devastating. I thought
Yeah.
surely he dies there.
Oh, no.
Oh, gosh.
Well, it's game one. Yeah, it's best
It's
of
game
three.
one.
It's a best of three. It's a best of three.
Yeah. It just feels like a perfect approach, really, from Tundra. The two supports have had it pretty, pretty flawless games as we see there, and yeah, now they're chilling. It's mode chill. BZM now with an amp damage. He can go for that silver edge as well too that we were talking about to break the bristle as well. And 33 is just enormous.
Yeah, full on.
Blink, Midas, Shiva. I mean, these items just keep flurrying in. Crit will walk into him. Both of them tumbling. Falcons is grouped up. They've got the BKB on Amar. See if they can actually mount a team fight versus this humongous PA Doom and Tiny. What are you looking up?
I'm looking up some stats.
Stuff. What do you got? You got, some numbers for us?
Because if you look at Tundra's lineup, they got pretty good heroes.
It looks
folks.
pretty nice. It does.
You know, kind of some of their best, I'd say, as well on these individuals.
For me, what it looks like Falcons came in with a game plan that they wanted to try to be able to go
And
for.
they just didn't care what Tundra had.
Yeah, exactly.
So-
Tundra just got whatever they wanted.
Yeah, it does kind of look like that.
Yeah.
They have some pretty crazy heroes.
They really
on
do.
Tundra.
The execution's just been so solid. I mean, 28 minutes now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's that timing for Falcons. But let's see, Amar. Can he make something insane happen? Duraccio level 20. They buy him a gem. He's getting close to Satanic.
It feels like it's for Duraccio, this has been one of his easiest games.
Yeah, he's chilling.
He's just chilling.
Of course.
He's got nothing to worry about.
The first pick PA. Has not been feeling any of that pressure.
They really did just go all in today in this game on Falcons. Which, as I say, you know, in a series, you give it a go one game, right? Just see if you're able to do it.
They have a ward up here. They actually see snaking. They see Amar.
Okay. Amar sees them.
They wait. They need their PA in order to go for Amar. 33 is also connecting. I believe Crit was spotted. Falcons will run away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, Crit, is he just going to drop Serpent Ward for this tower? Oh, he's just going to cut Creep Wave, so... We'll try to prolong things a bit. Instant TP, though. BZM's hot on his tail.
Radiant's top tower.
That popped the hand of God, but...
Off the hand of God. I mean, trying to save himself as well, because Duracio's in the base killing him.
Yeah, his both support's dying.
Oh!
Oh, look at that!
It pushes him on the low ground. What
Okay.
I haven't seen that with the chickens.
They'll still get him. Meanwhile, up towards the base, Duraccio's
Duraccio.
in. BKB's going to come out there from Amar.
He is alone.
He's actually dying.
He is very alone.
All right, hold
That
up.
was the Duraccio move. That was a gem.
Okay. Right, 33 is now going to jump and drop the Doom down. Maybe he can do it despite the fact that he's just lost his carry.
He is saying that he's the carry.
Yeah, I mean, it's a dead Pango.
They're going to buy back and crit. They want to try to go for him, but he's got backup. BZM is here.
Yeah, White Man's on the way as well. BZM's in with the avalanche onto Crit, gets the toss back. Skinner will pop the Ravage. They want to kill 33. Can they finish the job? The Sunray's
Sunray.
coming in. 33 pops the Shivas. 33 survives through it, turns, takes down Skeeter. They couldn't kill the Doom.
No, Amar doesn't want to commit for it. That's a very Duraccio move, right? Just going for the solo play. His
He just
team
wanted to
does
make the
it in
game a
time.
little bit exciting, you know. He knows this was a bit one-sided. You know, he does it for the fans.
Yep. The gem was taken, though.
Yep.
They did get that one, so Amar was able to hang on to that. He didn't want to dive forward and potentially die versus the Phoenix and give that one up. So, I mean, a very, very small gain for Falcons, but Tundra immediately afterwards. Strike back, get the rest of the kills. How much healing has Whitemon done? Do we have that stat? I feel like I haven't asked for a healing stat if we have it. After the replay,
Let's have a look.
Duraccio,
He
doing
felt
Duraccio
strong.
things.
Wanted to go for this. And this is the point where, you know, that's the carry. You can blame your team. You're like, team? It's like, guys, are we not pushing?
I
we can
mean-
kind of end this. Where's the team?
They did both TP.
No,
down.
I'm with Dratch on that one. Where's the team? Come on. The team should know that as the carry PA, you want to be diving the tier 3.
That was a very... I mean, you would do that as well.
I would definitely.
You and Duraccio definitely have some similarities.
I'm a fan of his play style.
Back to business, Tundra. Taking out the Ancients. Snay. does have the shard, so he was able to claim one, but immediately gets taken away.
Falcons.
Aghanim's finished for Malrine.
There you go, there's his healing.
Oh, nice. That's actually quite a lot. Dyrachyo.
Oh.
Whoop up.
Got eyes on him.
He's got
He's
the
got the BKB off this time.
And he's got buddies.
The break hit off towards the Crystal.
Whitemine gets deleted.
I mean, they'll get the jump on towards Crit at the same time. Saxa falling low. Crit is going to try and run. He'll get away with a glimmer.
Amar, his BKB's down.
Can Falcons get anything more for this? BZM. It's in with the Avalanche. He'll get the toss combo on towards as long as with the break hit onto Amar, but needs a bit more damage as you bring him down. Amar survives for now, but there's the crit coming in from Dyrachyo. Cleans up Amar. As now Falcons have to run. Avalanche in.
Buyback.
Onto Snakey. Malrine. Jumps forward again.
Dyrachyo's in.
He's in. Okay, gets the double kill, but Dyrachyo's a little bit low. A turn with the Doom down on towards Skeeter. Dyrachyo jumping back down to the safety.
In again.
BZM. Dyrachyo's got to keep his distance a little bit. Now the shackles onto BZM.
BCM, they're scared to still commit for him.
Malrine. Getting him with the roll-up. She's getting on top of 33. 33. Still very tanky, though.
He's zoning them. He's TPing.
They're going to be able to cancel that. Then with the dead in the water, they'll lock down 33.
It's expensive. 2 buybacks, but they will eventually bring the Doom down.
There we go. But as you say, both Snaking and Amar spending the money to make that play.
Interesting way it all starts off there.
Maybe they get the Roche.
They might be able to set up for it. I think Tundra can still run over. They still have Egg available. Whitemon did respawn.
That is true, and they've got, what, BKB back in just under 15 seconds for Dyrachyo.
And he's got Satanic. So full another item picked up. The dead shot will scout. Malrine's going to start with a roll.
Saxa. Moving forward again with the Pierce to Veil. We saw him disrupt the Roche last time. He's trying to do the same this time round. Taking their attention away from the Roshan.
He kills Whitemon again.
Whitemon's got to get the Ravage out as well. He's going to lock down Saxa. Saxa's out, but Dyrachyo gets the BKB off. Turns towards Skeeter. BZM's in with the Avalanche.
He's isolated now.
He's still alive here, Skeeter. Dyrachyo trying to finish him off. Jumps forward, gets the kill, but Dyrachyo's dead for it.
Oh! These fights. Malrine is one-shotting Whitemon. That was 2 fights back-to-back that he literally just deletes him. He tips him because of it. Dyrachyo with the Satanic thinks he can fight back. Yeah. They'll get the Roche.
They got a bit of fight left in them here, Falcons.
Hey, Tundra not respecting them as much as they think they should have there. Just jumping in, not together. And I am so much credit to Malrine. Look at the damage he was able to do to Whitemon.
That's crazy.
It was both fights. Yeah, bottom he one-shot him, and there he one-shot him as well. So getting rid of that potential Sunray egg. Huge.
I mean, so if you're Tundra now, do you sort of calm it down a bit? You're like, guys.
I mean, you wait
this
for
game, let's...
You group up for sure, because they're kind of running in one by one. I mean, look at Whitemon up north here. He gets seen by Malrine, and look, bam, boom. He's actually just dead. The Nemesis Curse, the bonus damage that he has with the Aghanims too, it's enough to just bring down that Phoenix.
So this kiting as well, Skeeter able to sort of live as long as he was, it made Dyrachyo really have to try and work for him.
Did Crit actually get his level 15 now? He's about to have it. So he's about to have Hex Break online too after those plays that came in. Tundra.
Dyrachyo can die.
Yeah, they've got to start to stick a little more together. They did kind of run in one by one like we were saying. Falcons, they took advantage of it. 4 minutes on the Aegis now for Amar. And let's see if Tundra looks to fight into it, if they're going to give some respect to it now. Or just wait for the 5-man fight, as we said. Being shaken up a bit here.
I'll see if Falcons can do it again.
How long on Ravage? 30 seconds. Yeah, Hexbreak is online. So yeah, we'll have to see if he can get it off onto Dyrachyo. And I mean, the big thing too is just to watch Malrine. If Malrine can keep doing that in these fights, he's literally removing a massive element from Tundra.
Yeah, I imagine he's sort of target number 1 for 33, right, with the Doom?
Yeah.
Just get this Pango.
Does feel like it, yeah. And Whitemon just has to be more careful showing himself versus this Pango. He's queuing up BKB.
Okay.
I thought he was going to buy the Ghost Scepter since it's playing versus the strict physical damage, but that's going to be the next choice. Ag's finished up for Saxa, so another big timing for them. And looks like they are grouped up on the side of Tundra for the fight. Rune will be an invis top. Falcons will get a push going. Lots of auras coming in from Snay as well that we have to keep track of. He's actually hanging on to the, so I always like to try to check which ones. He's hanging on to the War Drums aura. One that you don't see too often, but it's the accuracy. So even extra ways to hit, I mean, sometimes you don't even remember that this is a mechanic in Dota, but yeah, accuracy on this War Drum's aura to be able to hit the PA as well. So little things can matter. There's the refresher Doom. Tundra grouped up, looking for the fight.
I definitely, yeah, because this is the thing. If 33 is able to get a couple of strong Dooms off, yeah, it's going to be the fight over.
As long as Duracho pretty much just isn't isolated, the fight should still look good for them. But Falcons getting momentum.
Yeah, getting some good money here from that.
Getting tankier too. We see the plate mail picked up for the Tide, getting close to an AC. BZM under the ward. He's charging in.
He's going to see. He's going to get the toss back onto Amar. They're going to try and deal with Amar separate from the rest of the team, but Amar's pretty speedy.
Rolls coming in.
33's ready to drop the first Doom down onto Amar.
BZM.
He'll get the angle over towards them, Duracho. Jumping forward, trying to focus Skeeter as he'll push the Tide away. They're taking the Aegis out of the hands of Amar.
There's another Doom at the ready.
Duracho's BKB's about to come to an end, but BCM's able to keep him covered with the Avalanche on Crit toss forward as well. Crit. He's going to get super straight on top of his head. They've got to try and get away from this egg as Tundra can chase them down. Maureen's gone for 80. Amar's BKB soon to come to an end as Whitemon dives forward, closes off his escape with the A-toss. The Ravage will come out, but it's not enough to keep Amar safe. As Skeeter, the last one left standing, has to hide, try for the TP. He will make it away, but the rest of his 4 teammates gone.
And now we see what the 5v5 fight actually still looks like instead of that 1-by-1 trickle fight from Tundra. Whitemon, he'll return the tip back to Maureen since 33 was able to get the Doom on top of him. He's actually able to cast his spells in this fight as the Phoenix.
Yeah, back to sort of how I lived before. I mean,
yeah.
And just because of the nature of the position Tundra's in, right, they are at a spot where they can have a few mistakes, and it just doesn't really matter.
As long as they just don't literally one-by-one trickle into the fights.
But it feels like it's going to take sort of like a 1-by-1 trickle-in fight, like times 3 times, or maybe even more, to actually kind of end up having Falcons in the lead.
And now they get downtime to get all their cooldowns back up, Dooms back up. 20 seconds actually. It's about to be finished. And they have their AC on the Tiny. Back to business. Duracho cutting the waves as well, pushing mid. There's an amp damage that they see top that they can look for as well if they want that for the fight. And Maureen, he just wasn't able to do much in that last one.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
33. Just going to have one of the Dooms up. Yep. 40 seconds and then up to double again.
By the time the Ravage is back up, he's going to have both.
Yep. They'll start to deal with the bottom wave, get that push round so they can look to get that final tier 2 tower taken away from Falcons.
BZM might one-shot almost anybody with this amp damage, with the Silver Edge, with how much he's got so far. Sneaking. Trying to get some vision outside.
The nose around.
Duracho. He's got the creep. That is an early level 25 on a PA.
There we go, yeah, indeed. Saxa.
That is an insane level of stacks.
Smashing records here.
And we were talking about Falcons getting those early stacks at least prepared, even though most of them got stolen. It's actually just been Saxa stacking those Ancients. Bots too. 33's pretty much done on items.
Yeah, he's pretty much level 25.
No, he can TP in to join BZM. AC finished on the flip side, so they do have an extra element to hope that Amar can do something with. Doom applies mute. These are very early 25s. And the jump.
They know he's up there. Straight away, they get the catch on towards Maureen. He's gone for 80, no buyback.
That's a cool combo. The toss back into the congregations of the deep. And they all tip him. Whitemon, especially after dying, though. He did, right?
And Duracho's in. He's ready to go up beyond the tier 3s, looking to dive.
It's on Skeeter.
Crit. Can he escape this? Nope, the Submarine burns him out. The creep's coming in.
No Pango.
On this bottom racks at the least. Possibly more. BZM.
Toss back.
Gets the grab on towards him. Amar gets the BKB off. Ravage will come out of the force.
Decent amount of damage.
They got anything in return. The Dead in the Water will control the PA for now. Duracho is able to jump back to safety. Solid Ravage. Pushes back the fight. Keeps Amar safe.
That was an awkward Satanic from Duracho. He popped Satanic and hit the Dead in the Water 4 times. Wasn't able to get that lifesteal. It's a good Ravage to hold things on. It's good damage from the Mar, but they don't get a kill. Not even a single one that they're able to grab on the defense.
Tundra, they can reset, look to go again.
Yep, cooldowns are going to come back up. Doom's actually back available anyway. He still has the secondary one.
Was one of the buybacks, yeah, got crit coming in there.
33.
Skeeter looking for the setup. No BKB for
Might just
30
doom him.
seconds.
Yeah, I was going to say, he might just doom.
Backup's coming in though, so 33 may be in trouble.
Gets the blink off.
Blink off. Woo. Bounces away. It's not going for the TP out yet. Doesn't need to. They're not even going to search any further for him. 33 walks it off.
Thought he got hit by one of the quills, but nope, he's able to get that blink off. Immediately TP's bottom. He can be everywhere. I was going to say, he's probably about to be top net worth, and he is about to claim that, so he is now. Maxed up on items. BKB now for Whitemon. He's got the combo to be able to protect himself, even if Malverine's able to find the angle now. And the lead is getting pretty tremendous, up to 30,000.
That's getting pretty insane.
20 level advantage as well, too.
That's a lot of levels.
Yeah. 26 on Duraccio. I mean, look at Duraccio.
Oh. Okay. Doing some
He's scouting.
sneaky stuff here with the with the Mancer. He's gonna get caught by the dead in the water. Has to BKB here, Duraccio. He's got backup coming in. He'll head over towards BZM for now. That's the BKB gone.
Gets the Rolling Thunder off. So they do have 45 seconds if they want to look to fight without that. They're going to
try.
smoke.
Yeah, even with the BKB on cooldown for Duraccio, they definitely feel the fact that they are 30k ahead. So BKB or not, they're still ready to fight.
Yeah, much easier for them to just go in with 33. He's got the double doom at the ready. Yeah, I like that we see this neutral picked up pretty much every time now that I see the doom. The new Centaur stomp, it feels like.
Yeah, how does sort of the numbers compare? Well, this one's more damage.
It actually just does damage.
More range.
Using a Witch Skater, gets caught in the back. That's a doom.
See if he's able to get back to base. That is too much damage.
Way too
Skeeter's
much.
gone. Oh, 33. Just going to jump himself into the base. Ready with the BKB. Wants to try and see if he can get something more from this. It's an on to Crip. Crip should go down. As that's going to be 3 of them out. No buybacks. Tundra can take what they want from the base.
One last fight for the two cores. Smooth game overall for Tundra, though. A little bit of a slip-up, but it didn't end up mattering.
It did not matter.
They would have had to make, like,
right,
you said, like 5 slip-ups or more, as they are just way too big in this game. And their lineup just, it scales just way too well versus this draft of Falcons. Tier 4s, they'll fall. The jump forward for 33, gets the doom.
He's going to get back to the fountain. At 33, he's ready to go in for him.
He's
just chilling in the fountain.
Buys a ghost
He's got the ghost. He bounces out with the Ogre Seal Totem.
Head back up to
Now, Amar will survive. They have the fortification. 10 seconds until a potential ravage.
Malrine.
Supernova's out. They're closing it up, and indeed they'll tap out. GG's called. Tundra will take game 1 as Falcons with one of the more all-in drafts that we've seen in a while. Sometimes when you go all in, you do lose it all, Fogged.
This is true. And yeah, this time, definitely the definition of that. They didn't even get that advantage ever in this game. I don't think they ever had the gold. Not even at the very start. Maybe for like...
No, I don't know if they did.
They had a gold lead from 10 to... No, yeah, from 15 to 16 minutes for about a fraction of a second. But
yeah,
the whole game, it was Tundra's, and this Falcons draft, yeah, it has to get more ahead.
It really did have to. And it didn't, and indeed we saw it play out as easily as it did towards the end there for Tundra. A clean victory for them as Tundra take game 1 of this best of 3.
Advantage to Tundra, and they have 1 foot in the grand finals. We're going to break down what kind of went wrong for Falcons there on the desk. I mean, I think we know. The Tide last pick was very confusing to us and ultimately didn't do much in the game.
Absolutely. I think it was more comfort, right? And even Aoi said in his interview, they're just kind of like, their read on the game is a little bit different, and certain matchups aren't what people think they are nowadays. But this one was very clear. PA, there's a reason Zero's banned a lot. You're playing versus Tide and Bristleback. That clip just encapsulates exactly the problem with picking this draft into PA. One good break, which is AoE, by the way, hits everyone, gets a nice cleave crit off, and they're both dead. And this game doesn't get any easier, as you get doomed. Heroes like Pango, heroes like Doom, and Bristleback, they all hate it. And so it wasn't just like one problem they had to deal with. They have to deal with the Doom, they have to deal with the break mechanic, and how do you even kill this PA? That's like the last question, which was never answered.
Yeah, I mean, there were some fights where Falcons was just outplaying because they're very, high skill players, but it just felt like there was this timer that they were on because of the PA, because of the Doom, and because of the Tide pick. Like, Aui did not sound confident in the draft after it happened. He was just like, yeah, we're still figuring things out. And I mean, I guess, you know, part of that is because they were playing with the stand-in. The patch just came out, you know, in Dream League, so it's maybe Tundra has put in more reps than Falcons have. But yeah, I hate to go back to the draft. I mean, Whitemon played amazing. Like, we can say that certainly. To me, he's the MVP. That egg on the high ground was like one of the most beautifully executed team fights I've ever seen. He did so much damage in that fight. But it really does go back to the game gets easier the later it goes for Tundra.
It was just a pretty hard outdraft, right? You're just in a situation where that Doom pick was brilliant. You gave away PA. You're in a situation on Skeeter where we're thinking his best hero might be a Wraith King, you know, and if that's your best potential pick, you're probably not in a great spot. And I also look at the game, it's like 20 minutes in the game and your Tide has Vlad's Glimmer Cape. That's your carry, Vlad's Glimmer Cape. It doesn't look very promising from there, but yeah, Whitemon, absolute beast on this tournament. I was going to say this hero, but just this tournament, he's just been an absolute beast.
Yeah.
For me, he's been like the MVP of the tournament. I don't know if anyone's played any better than him so far.
That's a tournament MVP slide right there.
Yeah,
actually, yeah.
You might be right.
Best 5 in the world.
Yeah. Well, why don't we take a look at some of the individual moments over the course of that game, what there is to analyze. Let's start with this.
This is you, Jenkins. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, this is the Ravage that happened, and they used everything to try and kill this Doom. And once this happens and you don't get the kill and there's a turnaround that happens this easily, well, there goes your Ravage. There goes your early game powerhouse hero that you're picking this Tide. This hero is meant to destroy the lane, walk down every single lane, and you cannot contest this hero whatsoever. And when you use your first Ravage, don't get a kill, and then you die, that puts you in a situation that just feels so bad. And that's just like how Falcons draft themselves into this game. They had to have a much better early game.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of felt inevitable at that point, and it's like 10 minutes into the game. It really did feel like it was going to be very, very hard for them.
Yeah, it was not good. Snake King, excellent net worth in this game on Chen. Fear, I know you were a huge fan of Chen converting his net worth into impact.
I mean, that's the discussion we had, right? It's like Snake King, I was looking at the net worth. All the cores were doing really well on the side of Tundra. And I was like, okay, they're really far ahead. And the chords were a bit below on the side of Falcons, but the net worth was still on the side of Falcons. And I was like, this Chen, what is he going to do with this net worth? That was my question, essentially. And, well, that was it right there. Just get tossed back and die immediately.
And then let's look at the other 5 on the other side.
Look at him go.
The most beautiful egg you could possibly imagine, dodging the Ravage with the egg as well. Look how much damage he does with the Sunray to these.
That was a double Sunray, by the way.
That's why the price of eggs is up.
Yeah, I don't think
Hopefully
that's
going
why.
back down, but
they are.
Yeah, they are.
Don't worry, America. It's going to be okay.
It is
speaking of Big D, he pops the BKB here, and he tries, but actually that was a great fight for him. That was a good because of Whitemon's egg.
Yeah,
that was yeah.
It felt go ahead.
No, I was just going to say we can take a look at the last fight. For what it's worth, this was kind of how it went down here. This was a clip you wanted to highlight, Jenkins, just to refresh your memory.
Oh yeah, the Roshan fight. It's always the Roshan fight. The blinking up onto the high ground with the Tide Hunter. This is the carry. I mean, he's just doing so little. Pops the Ravage onto a couple of heroes. I mean, Soxa goes down.
He had a BKB.
Dyrachio did get kited. I don't think this was the last fight. This was one where it actually looked decent for Falcons because they were actually able to kite Dyrachio throughout his BKB. But it feels like it's one of those fights where you just kind of get lucky that the PA doesn't like insta burst somebody right at the start. I mean, I guess catching a BZM at the start helps so that like he can't start the fight. PA jumping in, because we've heard in interviews with the players that, like, I think it was Collapse talking about it, like, where if you have a PA on your team, you don't necessarily want him like jumping in with the BKB. You want to poke a bit. You want to have the other heroes go in first, and then the PA eventually commits with the BKB. So there's always fight options, even if you have a draft like this where the way the game goes later, like you're going to eventually lose, you can still take a fight. But it requires a lot of pieces to fall into place.
Yeah, and they certainly did not for Falcons. So with that said, we are going to go to a quick break. Then we're going to come back and see if Falcons can course correct and make this competitive, or whether it's going to be Tundra going into the finals. We'll see you soon.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Ciobănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de coilii, că ai lăsat oilii și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Și-ai plecat cu fetilii, și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, duru-duru-duru-du. M-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, duru-duru-duru-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Mi văzut, nu le-am văzut, din păscuțe le-am văzut, prin pârloage tot sărloage, la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte din Cârlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiț, nu mai capte din Căpriu. La oi, măi Ioane, nu la fete sub.
Yeah, welcome back. Currently, it is advantage Tundra, but if there's a team that know how to get back into a series, it's certainly Falcons. We're going to talk now on the desk about how they might do it. Obviously, it's a cliche when you say, oh, you know, it was the draft, they were outdrafted.
This one was, I think.
But it just was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a point in beating around the bush.
No.
I mean, when the literal coach of the team says, yeah, I don't know, that draft kind of sucked, and we're not feeling that confident. Like, we've been kind of figuring out the whole tournament.
GG, go next.
Yeah, I think I think we can probably mirror that sentiment. Sure. I can see why they weren't confident in it. I mean, they did get their tanky core, which they like to do. But I think probably they want to look for ways to do that where they're not picking heroes that are also countered by the same things. I think this is a point you tend to make, Fear, where if you pick a hero that's countered by the same things as something you already have, you are just shoehorning yourself into a potential disastrous draft.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You are playing versus so much percentage-based damage. Doom, his Infernal Blade does it. Same with Whitemon on the Phoenix or the Sunray. These are all great tools for killing tanky heroes. And we've seen teams try this time and time again against Falcons. I believe it was Xtreme trying the Undying against them because they knew they'd pick this triple strength core. So I think they just came out of the gate on Tundra like, we know how you like to play. We're going to force you to do something new, or we're just going to have a draft that's better than yours. Falcons, they chose not to falter. Like, we're still going to pick our stuff, even though it's pre-countered. And they just wanted to outplay them. It just didn't happen. And this is kind of what happens when you don't win the early game, you don't snowball a game, and you're just kind of outpicked.
Yeah. You know, they were in a corner a little bit, but I still think your read was kind of right. At that point, you can't really take the tide, so you have to maybe throw in the curveball. And, you know, why not? You know, it's the lower bracket final. Definitely do something a little bit different. But, yeah, they went with their stuff, and it was pretty much over before it began, really. So
wake-up call at this point, right? It's
absolutely,
like, we can't do the same thing again. We've got to try something new, as Jenkins likes to reference a lot, and potentially Tundra, the team doing it, throwing a curveball in and changing the trajectory of how this matchup might go.
Yeah, I'm curious if they do that game 2, just given that they have the advantage here and they, you know, think that Falcons is going to make some sort of pivot to draft around the way that Tundra previously drafted, or if they stick to their guns and just say, okay, the Doom Phoenix, you know, this percentage-based damage, preventing your healing, countering these like strength cores that you like to pick, if they're just going to stick with that. Because Moon Meander, once again, to reference the Fissure Grand Finals, just because this was like the crazy reverse sweep, the second game, he did draft about the same stuff, right? So it's like, sometimes they will stick to their guns, and it does kind of feel like Tundra, when their backs are against the wall, then they will make these big pivots. But
do you feel like Falcons needs to do that? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think honestly they stick to the. I just really like Falcons when they're on the 3 strength core thing. You know, with the typical, you know, Snake King support that they're always playing, like the Crystal Maidens of the world. You know, like I like when they stick to their guns. I just think it was the Tide in particular that was a problem. And maybe they second phase ban the Doom. I mean, it's 33 Doom. He's the best Doom on the planet, and I think like it is the best pick against this team with the heroes they want to draft right now.
Yep. I will also say, Duraccio, he's now 1-1 on PA, and he was 12-3. So any myths potentially about him not being a good PA completely dispelled, and perhaps Falcons was relying on that too. They let the PA go through. It decimated this game entirely. So yeah, that's also what you have to look at too potentially for this game as well, is was this PA giving it away to Duraccio the correct call? Because that was their first decision in the draft, right? Like, they picked Bristleback and gave PA, and immediately like, oh, PA, this could be a good pick. It has a break.
And ironically, none of these safe lane combos needed to be drafted. They had Phoenix PA, which, you know, usually when you think of the Phoenix for Whitemon, it's you want a hero that's going to go jungle. But it doesn't always have to be like that. You can also just pick 3 cores where one of them is likely to leave the lane for various reasons. You know, like Tiny Mid, this hero is going to be rotating. A PA will also be rotating. Doom will be jungling, being greedy. So there seems to be, with the way that Tundra plays, there's often space for Whitemon to get farmed in the game if he plays the Phoenix. And after the previous performance, like, I almost feel like you don't need to force it with any sort of combo. Like, you can just pick it. And against Falcons, I think it's always going to have a good game.
I have another question as well.
Okay.
Since there's so many different things in that draft. Chen, we don't see it a lot. It didn't seem like it did a lot that game either. So it's kind of like more and more I go into this draft, it's like you didn't expect the PA, you got PA'd. You tried out the Chen, not a meta hero, no one else is picking it. Didn't really work out. You went back for the Tide for comfort too. I feel like there's just so many things that went horribly for the side of Falcons here that it might be time for just like, okay, we tried something completely off the wall. Let's just stick to something that it's within our realm, of course, but maybe just ban the meta stuff that is good. Because I really think they tried Duraccio PA out, and we know this hero is absurdly strong, and Bristle is not the answer.
So why don't we talk about things that we think did work from Falcons? Because I Yeah, the Pango looked good.
Yeah.
He was owning in the team fights. He was
Amar
doing,
Bristle worked as well as
and I
usual.
think the Bristle is the same as usual. Like that went exactly as you would expect. You know, he was playing into heroes that were very hard to play into in general. So maybe some of the bans can change if you want to play the Bristle, or at the very least, if Amar is going to be like completely hard countered on the Bristle, then don't pick a carry that's also hard countered by the exact same things. Maybe like a Lifestealer instead of a Tidehunter. Even though it does not disarm the PA anymore, I still think the Radiance PA doesn't like to play into. You know, you can kite the fights, you can get an MKB and eventually do like good damage to her. Just something that's like comfort for Teeter that
is also good in the game.
Is also good in the game.
Yeah. Agreed. Because like you can't argue Tide isn't comfort him. It's one of the most comfortable things. It's just a horrible Tide game.
Which is great. Like I'm glad they picked him comfort. They need to do this. Like this is where Skeeter shines.
Yeah.
It's just that there were other options and it kind of felt like they were I don't know, in their own heads a bit. Maybe they next leveled a little too much on this.
Yeah, I'm definitely on the +1 to potentially moving all 3 of the heroes that they picked. The Chen. Okay, I'm willing to watch Chen one more time. The Tide was not a great pick, and I'm kind of off the Shadow Shaman bandwagon here. Every game this hero has so many deaths, isn't doing much in the team fights, and we keep talking about it's a team fight meta. How farmed do you have to be to get like a full-length shackle off into these team fights?
Yeah, you need a lot of net worth, for sure. And then still you're getting ravaged or something like that. Like some AoE stun comes in, you know, tiny avalanche. Like,
it's like, I'm going to shackle you while this egg is going off. You know, it just doesn't feel great.
To be fair, it seems pretty hard to play into Muerta. This is like an area control hero. She has the ground targeted silence.
Oh, you can easily cancel.
It's really easy to cancel Shackle on a Shaman. And they picked it into the Muerta. So yeah, I'm with you. I'm off the Shaman train. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do love that level 15 break. I think that's great against certain lineups.
What happens at level 15?
Level 15, he actually gets a break on the Hex.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's really solid.
That sounds OP.
No, to be fair, the only player I've really seen like make Shadow Shaman look mega this tournament was Xingqiu. I thought he had a he had a sick game on the Shaman.
But I will say, when they picked it for Xingqiu in those games, they were rocking Warlocks and massive team fight. And Falcons, they sometimes do that, but the last game, the Chen plus Shaman was not it.
Which maybe is why they felt like they had to pick the Tide.
Yeah.
To make up for the lack of team fight between the two supports. But then they picked Tide into extremely hard counters.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we're just talking about draft a lot here because we know these teams skill-wise, they're very close.
Yeah, they are.
So like when a game is that one-sided, it has to be a draft issue, 100%.
I got a question for you guys. Honest question.
Sure.
Do you think Dyrachio even cares if he wins tournaments?
Yes.
I feel like he just plays Dota. I feel like this guy's just playing the game, and he's just really, really good. Like, he just plays like he doesn't give a shit. And I respect that.
I mean, that's just not getting in his own head, right?
Yeah, in many ways, that's the ultimate, isn't it?
It is.
To just be completely unflappable.
No pressure at all on this man. He plays the same no matter what team he's playing against.
But I think if he lost very early on, he would care. But he might not care as much as other players care. So I might agree with you on that one. But you definitely care. This is your job. This is your career. This is what these people love doing. They're competitive players. You wouldn't be in this industry if you didn't want to win and you didn't have a competitive drive.
I mean, I'll also say, without putting too fine a point on it, we've had a few rumors and whispers, haven't we, at this tournament? And this is, you know, you think about how typically you would put rosters together for TI traditionally. Now people are playing tournament to tournament and potentially getting cut for bad performances. So I think if anything, that's kind of, you know, people understand like your paycheck's on the line essentially. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. And I do like the switch up that was made here. Pango will be the first pick this game. And a lot of people are picking Muerta against Pango because you just go into your ulti form as a Muerta and the Rolling Thunder does not do damage to you. You are immune to it because it is physical damage. So, and that's what Pango usually likes to do, kill supports in the backline with the Rolling Thunder. Can't touch Muerta.
Can you flex the Pango?
Yeah, you can. I mean, Amar does play.
Yep. Any
this
first
is
face
Crit's one of his grandmasters as well, but we don't see this on position 4 almost ever. But if they're crazy, he can play Pango.
He's really a Grandmaster Pango?
He is.
Wow.
Absolutely.
He farms Dota Plus.
Yep.
He's got so many Dota Plus Grandmasters, actually. This team most likely has the most Dota Plus Grandmasters of any team.
Oh, for sure. Like,
Isn't that the meme?
It is the
It
meme.
is,
It's just
yes.
I don't know how exactly true that is, especially because after they invented this meta of like being grandmaster at things, people started really like getting players that are grandmaster. You know, Satanix grandmaster at a bunch of shit. Like, yeah, I think. But Falcons still, they're the reigning champions.
Yeah. I mean, I think
specialists.
the safe lane of Falcons is really holding them back on the Grandmasters.
Snake King's got a few.
Which ones?
Crystal
Must be
Maiden?
CM. He must have.
He's not Grandmaster CM.
Enchantress?
I don't think. I mean, I could be wrong. We'll have to ask him, but I don't see him Grandmaster very often. And Skeeter, same. At least what the heroes they pick for him.
Yeah, they're normal Dota players.
I know you're listening in the green room, Slacks. Get on it.
Get on the case.
We must know.
So what are the supports that Falcons will... Okay, actually, we'll talk about Tundra's pick first.
Huskar? They want an Ember?
They want Ember? Yeah. Or...
I mean, we've determined, right? The one matchup we've seen Ember not be able to recover from is the Huskar. The rest have seemed salvageable. But to go DK, this is a hero that Huskar is also good against, but it's also a flex.
And they can flex it and then eventually Ember, which I think makes sense because if you see that it's going to be like a guaranteed Pango mid, then I know people really like the Ember versus Pango matchup.
Still PA in the pool. But I don't think either of these teams are like, they're not Aurora, right? They're not going to first pick PA if it's in the pool. That PA was specifically picked because it countered Bristol.
That's the AA, which we've seen into a DK a few times.
Yeah, not bad. I think more and more I see this DK or this AA hero. It's not 100% about the healing reduction anymore. Sometimes it's first playing for strength heroes, right? Because the bone chill facet will reduce their strength, make them less tanky. You also do a lot of damage, which helps for sure. So pretty good pick, and it also prevents more heals from coming out. Maybe they're afraid of the Whitemon Phoenix again.
Oh, this is a strong opening from Falcons. They have...
But the combo doesn't work, or did they patch it?
Which combo?
The one that doesn't really matter because nobody skills Cold Feet.
Oh, the Cold Feet. Yeah, this is not an important ability, honestly. I just think the magic amp with the tiny magic damage.
So just so people know about it, it's like if you toss someone that has Cold Feet on them, they break the Cold Feet
because
they're
in the
air.
Yeah, it's so stupid. It's so stupid.
But yeah, nobody skills that anymore.
But for me, it's like the burst, right? It's like Tiny jumps in, whether he's like carry or mid, does a ton of magic, physical damage, and the AA is like almost always enough to bring them past that threshold, especially with the magic amp from the AAW. Pango AA is a great combo too. There's a lot of damage between these three heroes and Disable. And they're good team fighters. Like I like this Falcons draft already a lot more.
Yeah. And 33, we already know he's the beast. Dyrachyo probably won't play, even though beast carry has been a thing in the past. Now they just need a Whitemon hero. Will they go for the Phoenix again? I mean, you won't have the heal bonus against the AA.
It's great against the Tiny. I mean, it's really hard for Tiny to kill the egg. Even Pango, you could argue it kind of goes both ways. Pango can roll through all the Phoenix magical damage, but on the flip side, Pango's not really going to stop roll to hit the egg. You know.
Yeah.
You don't think he'll pull out the Ringmaster again?
I'm not.
Hope not.
I'm not sure how good it is against.
It's really bad versus all these.
Yeah, these are all ground targeted disablers. So and Pango's physical damage. Ringmaster does nothing against physical.
True. I mean, there's still Warlock in the pool. I think the Phoenix is something they've been picking more and more towards the tail end as Dyrachyo takes a quick nap.
Yeah, that's true.
You're telling me this guy cares, dude? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the Warlock then, surely.
He's napping because he knows he's playing DK this game. That's why.
I mean,
like, oh god.
Okay.
Oh, I just realized Night Stalker was in the pool. Interesting.
Yeah, but I thought Soxa would likely be the Morta. So this does give us our Whitemon hero and the Morta, and then Soxa, he's been spamming this Night Stalker position 4.
I mean, surely this is excellent against Ancient Apparition 5, right? Like, this hero does not like to be ran at. And there's... What are you going to do? Cold feed him? Like, Night Stalker is hasted. He's just going to run out of it.
Yeah, it's one of the worst matchups for sure. Now, finally, Skeeter is going to be playing a hero that he has been dominant on. In fact, I will say this very confidently. He's been the gyrocopter of the tournament. His gyro has looked incredibly good. He's got a good lane matchup too against the Beastmaster. I think this is exactly what Falcons needed to make adjustment in. Make sure Skeeter's hero is better in this game, number 2. And it has all the room to like make great things happen in this game.
Just on the Night Stalker as well, up until yesterday, it was 100% contested. But I think it was in last night's game, the previous draft, sorry. There you go. So
Interesting.
that's not true anymore. It's just fallen out.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it makes sense.
100%.
It makes sense. People are like, the pros are seeing the same series that we are. They're watching them and seeing that the Night Stalker is not this, you know, unbeatable hero. With that being said, though, you know, you take a permaban hero and you get it in the second phase as your second to last pick. Like, the stock is definitely high enough that this is a really good pick. You know, they have heroes that will abuse the vision. Beastmaster can get a good jump with the Night Stalker. These two heroes do a ton of damage for running people down. You can roar the front line, focus the front line while the Night Stalker like jumps the back line. DK also abuses the vision. He's like a jumping carry, right? He wants to jump the right target.
Yeah. I mean, just on the same page as like OP heroes finally coming in towards the end of a tournament. This is not the first time I've seen this before. Do you remember Naga? When
I do remember
she
Naga.
was a support.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's no longer a support, but there was one tournament. It wasn't until the very last 2 days, right, that this hero just like, people would let it through. It was permabanned until then. And it lost every single game it actually got picked up. So sometimes it's just in your head, like, this hero's OP, this hero's OP. And then when it does get picked out, it's just not good, right? And I think Night Stalker is entering that territory of like, it was severely overrated and what it could do in these games. And I fear for Tundra as well with this hero in this particular draft, because Night Stalker Beast, I mean, I'm going to keep saying it over and over this tournament. When you're 2 single target, if you don't win 3 lanes, if you don't completely oppress the whole map, you can't get back into the game. And Beast, very single target. Night Stalker, incredibly single target. DK, he's got a little bit of AoE. Morta has some good AoE too, but it's not to the same degree as Gyrocopter, AA, and like Pango. I feel like the team fight is so much better for Falcons in this game.
So what do you think can bring their draft together and fix the team fighting?
I don't know if you can at this point. As far as team fight goes, like, I feel like team fight mainly comes from your offlane and supports.
Oh, I know the hero.
Okay.
It's Invoker. It is unironically
It has to be, yes, yeah. I actually agree with that. I think that should be a ban.
They have good side lane setup for the Sunstrikes as well. Beastmaster Roar, DK.
True.
DK stun, even a Night Stalker running a hero down. I genuinely think the Invoker might come out. It's good at kiting a gyro as well. Beats tiny mid. Or, well, it used to. Maybe not now, but it's a good matchup.
I mean, their lineup will look a lot better with an Invoker, most definitely. Because Invoker is one of the ultimate team fighters into the late game. Great setup, as you mentioned, as well, for side lanes. They're thinking about it. They banned the PA for good measure, but they banned Monkey King.
They just don't want to get BCM monkeyed in the mid lane. Tiny Pango. Well, tiny. Almost certainly tiny. I mean, it could be a 4 tiny, technically speaking.
Are we sleeping on a Duraccio hero?
I mean, it looks like Falcons think maybe.
Because they think the DK is going mid. And to be fair, BZM has played this DK a lot. So that's not an unreasonable like assumption there. But what else can you put in the safe? I just like the DK safe lane because Morta is a little bit on the greedy side for your position 5, right? It's not going to offer what a Jakiro or a Warlock is going to add to the laning stage. Tusk.
Good. I mean, I think this is a good last pick. They have a bunch of single target disables to save from. That's pretty good. Not the greatest against Night Stalker because you have the AoE silence at the end of Snowball.
Okay, so this is... Who's going to play the Tiny, do you think?
I think it's Amar offlane Pango.
Offlane Pango?
Yeah, Mallory Tiny.
I mean, I've seen Amar play both these heroes, but I guess the choice is there.
I would love to see an Amar Tiny. I mean, he used to do that.
He did used to do that. But they're going to go Lifesteer there, right? And thinking Duraccio needed a hero here. And I think you probably don't put Tiny in the offlane now. But they're going to have a quick discussion about it. Position 4 AA on the rise here. They'll put Tusk with the Gyrocopter, high kill threat lane. Now they're probably just deciding who's going to lane in this mid lane.
I feel like you would really prefer to be the offlane Pango versus Lifestealer. At least you have a way to get away from the open wounds.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Oh, they're going to run offlane Tiny.
All right, they are going to do the
Wow,
Tiny.
it's been a long time.
It's first a Lifestealer too, which if we're to look at any stat website, Tiny's worst matchup is probably Lifestealer. So
Yeah, that's a bad
however, if you also to probably go into some website and who wins every lane no matter what, it's probably Amar. So if you can make it work.
That's Amar.com.
Yeah.
It is Amar.com.
Amar.69. I mean, I honestly think Falcons lineup is a lot better this time. Like the first game.
So much better.
The first game we looked at, we're like, oof, this is like, I want to say something positive about it. But there's a lot of positive to talk about for Falcons. I mean, even their last pick, Tusk, they have BKB Piercing Disable against the Lifestealer. You know, Lifestealer comes out as the last pick and they already have answers. Of course, they pick, Duraccio picks the Lifestealer because in theory, counters the gyro. You can just sit on him and man fight against him. But it's a Skeeter gyro. He hasn't lost with this tournament. You know, they got the AA where they clearly watched the series last night where the stock on this hero
I have a point to
is
add
rising.
to
Yeah, go ahead.
The Lifestealer versus AA matchup. I don't know if you can sit on a gyrocopter if you get ice blasted. You lose all that lifesteal.
That's where the Ags comes in, though. You can play the fights long, dodge the
yeah,
AA boss.
you're gonna have to do that, I suppose. But the only thing I do want to add blast is Skeeter gyro is so good, and I think he has a free lane, so hasn't steered them wrong yet. So I do want to see what he can do in this game because I feel like Night Stalker plus Beastmaster has no chance in this Tusk versus gyro lane. It's incredibly one-sided.
I will say 1+ rep for Tundra, though, is that the Night Stalker is not just like a team picking Night Stalker. This is the team that literally invented it. So if anybody knows how to play the Night Stalker, it's going to be Soxa. If anybody's going to pick it in a game where it's a good game for it, it's going to be Soxa. So I have faith in his ability to, you know, predict how the game is going to go with Night Stalker over my own because he invented it.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, he's a very good Night Stalker player. And then I don't know about this mid lane, though. That should just be a wash, right? 50-50. We will definitely have to see, but
all right, then, guys. Well, we are going to get into the game. No slacksy waxy, so let's get into the action.
Hello, thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, indeed, we just had the first blood go down where BZM got caught out. First blood goes the way of Falcons snaking, so one to grab that. But yeah, here we go. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 time between Tundra and Falcons. What do you make of the approaches of the teams this time around?
Looks way better from Falcons this time, right? Not all in.
Yep.
Lineup that can scale. They've got Skeeter on a hard carry that he's been able to play and have a lot of success on. I'm glad Fear brought that up at the end, is that Skeeter, honestly, this is best hero for me lately. It used to be his Naga Siren, his CK, Spectre even you could throw into the mix there, a couple others. But Gyro has been a stable one, and into the lane that he's playing against versus that Beastmaster plus that Night Stalker, it should be a very good time for him. We'll see if there's going to be some creep pulling that comes out from Soxa in order to try to salvage that lane. But yeah, let's see how this all goes down. Because yeah, much more team fight on the side of Falcons in comparison to Tundra. There is a lot of single target that Tundra's gone for this time.
We'll see that first blood replay again. BZM just sort of getting body blocked off in the river. So
how did Snave even attack? Was that the blood grenade that got the last hit?
I think it was. It must have been
because he wasn't even attacking. So doesn't want.
I think because everyone was sort of trying to like hold off from hitting him, so they could try and get the kill. First blood to the mid or something. Just meant that ended up no one hitting him, so indeed just ticked out. Hey, let's see. I mean, yeah, because you're absolutely right as the panel stage. You know, Skeeter yet to lose a game on the gyro this tournament. It's been very important. 3 wins.
And he had
impressive.
What was one of the scoreline of one of those games was also absurd, if I remember correctly.
All of them.
19-1 was
honestly,
one of them, right?
all of them. 19-1-9, 15-1-10, 3-1-13.
So 15-1 also.
Yeah. So in all 3 games, he's only ever died once in each game. Gotta say though, that last pick for Tundra, the Ratcho stats.
It is his Lifestealer.
It's good. I'm looking at them. So when he's been on Tundra, he's played 17 Lifestealer games.
That's a lot.
He's only lost 2. He's 15-2 on Lifestealer in Tundra.
Oh,
that's a pretty good, you know what I mean? That's pretty impressive.
If anything, this tells a tale of how this game should kind of go, of like the evenness. Like this should be a much closer matchup in particular.
So funnily enough, so the only 2 losses he's ever had on Lifestealer with Tundra have been at this event. The one against, even funnily enough, both games against Falcons.
Oh, wow.
So Falcons have been the only people able to beat Duraccio's Lifestealer when he's been on Tundra.
All right.
And they did it twice.
That's pretty cool. And you could, like they were talking about, right? You can see why he wants it, right? Versus the Tiny, versus the Gyro. He's got that good core-to-core matchup, but you got to factor in everything else. There is a Tusk. He's got the BKB piercing disabled. They've got the AA blast, which can prevent healing. Sure, itemization can come in eventually for the Lifestealer, but
yeah,
we'll see how that matchup ends up going, because it's not just that one, you know, it never ends up being just that carry versus carry.
No, but that is definitely the thing, right? You can see why a hero that no other team would leave in the draft as that 5th pick option for Director was done by Falcons.
Yes.
Because they beat it before. They're like, whatever, you can pick it. We don't care. We're able to deal with it. And of course, one of those games, they were really able to deal with it. One of those games, I think, probably with the worst scoreline Director has had this tournament. It ended 1-3-1 on the Lifestealer.
That is not a good scoreline.
29-minute beatdown that Falcons were able to come up with. So, yeah, confidence obviously from him, being like, hey, you know what? I might have lost you 2 times with this hero, but I have beaten everyone else with it. I was just having a rough day. Let's see what he does today.
Let's see what he does indeed. Laning versus the Tiny, it should, in theory, be pretty good for him, right? Being able to get those extra last hits. We've seen Amari's gone for the early boots so that he can actually distance himself and get that extra CS. And so far, Amari is actually getting a bit of that edge. 9-6 to the 9-2. Have a pretty good time with the backup of crit. What the hell is going on here?
What we got?
Is he pulling the money creep? Is this on purpose? Did he? I mean,
his card's gonna die.
It's killing it. Look at this flag bearer creep. Definitely not on purpose.
Yep. Get away from me.
And he'll grab the creep. Okay, well, they're going to be doing creep manipulation up top, right? The double melee lane versus the gyrocopter. It just has to be done that you have to pull waves, otherwise you're just going to be giving free kills to Skitter. Definitely a scary lane for them to step up first at all times. Tag teams now at the ready with the shards and level 2 barrage. Dyrachyo is continuing to be put low HP down here. Trying to sustain with the open wounds, but Amar actually gets the deny on the flag bearer creep. 8 denies so far.
Amar's been playing it very nicely here.
Oh, the tower swaps onto him. He actually takes, what, 4 hits or 3-4 hits from the tower there.
On top lane.
They're looking to hit snaking back a bit here. More than safe, though. They got a good damage on Skeeter, too. Taking advantage of the double bores.
I'll still be crushing it on the CS, though, Skeeter.
Yeah.
20 and 11 against this lane. Very impressive stuff from him.
A couple of those, I believe, were summons as well.
Sure.
I've been trying to keep track
gets
of
the
it.
courier.
Okay.
This poor old courier. You know, Sax has been sending it everywhere. It's been through quite a few challenges, whether it's creeps hitting him, whether it's Skeeter hitting him. Poor old Amaterasu.
And Snag gets some bores, so level 3 has been hit. He can get the snowball to be able to protect Skeeter if there is an aggressive move, even if it is under that fear, the crippling fear of the Night Stalker. You can play from a distance and grab him after. Mid lane, since we've been looking at these 2 side lanes, haven't really glanced at it much here. BZM with the slight edge versus Malrine. Is able to just trade, high-fiving him. Cool, I mean, this is like the most unique that you see nowadays with the DK, starting with an Orb of Blight, or getting an Orb of Blight in the lane, just because he's all physical. It's actually kind of cool. Making the move toward mid.
And just force a TP reaction out there. And so Malrine was getting pretty low.
He'll even just give him the Healing Lotus, just to put him a little healthier. And he's keeping track of where Saksa is in particular. Bottom, Dyrachyo.
It's a lot of damage again.
Keeps being brought so low. He's been sitting at, I feel like, 30% HP for the majority of this laning phase. Crit.
And yeah, no regen on the 2 of them, so having to completely rely on the abilities to heal him up.
He's out of mana from spamming open wounds to try to just get that extra.
Is this going to be a walk back to base?
It looks like it is.
On top lane.
Top.
Moving on to 33 under the tower. They won't be able to get him. They'll have to hold back, especially with Saxa swinging back over. But yeah, a bit of a slowdown here for Dyrachyo, having to go for that long reset.
That Hawk tanks a good chunk of the damage there. The barrage almost bring him down, but it tanks like 200 of it. And yeah, a long walk back to base. So far, that tiny pivot to the offlane definitely working out for Amar in the start here. Those extra denies, they absolutely matter versus something like the Lifestealer. Some of these games that Dyrachyo, as you mentioned, has had a pop-off game on it is because he gets extra early kills, too, and he has like a bonus 100-something HP early on. Saksa looking to be in trouble. Can he get the deny? Cannot. Daytime, even harder for Saksa to get much done. They will find crit. Looks like just in the river. Guess it was a rune contest. BZM was just able to get on top of him. A lot of damage from this DK versus that frail hero. But yeah, Tundra's draft. Absolutely, we have to talk about that single target, how much they have of it. And there is going to be a snowball save in a lot of scenarios, so could be complicated as the game progresses since these lanes probably not going as they anticipated. The bottom lane in particular.
BZM.
They're going to look to steal. Looks like they're set up for it, but on the other side, Falcons is set up to get the steal as well.
Yeah.
Marine's coming.
The dead shot to push him back. The Marine able to jump in time before they get the Shrine of Wisdom completed.
He's got Rolling Thunder, too.
They're just going to keep standing their ground.
Skeeter's coming.
Who's going to get pushed away first?
BZM gets out of it, and now he's maybe just going to die, too. Yeah, he's looking pretty dead.
Yeah, Marine was able to secure the Shrine of Wisdom, and indeed with the time brawl back up to come in, they take BZM down.
Swift early game here from Falcons, taking away that Shrine as well from already a bit of a struggle laning phase from the side of Tundra. Skeeter with heads-up moves. He loves to get involved early. I feel like always he gets the 3 points in the barrage just to be able to get those early kills and momentum.
Yeah, it's looking so much better already after what we saw from Falcons in game one.
Yeah, but
very much saw the game they were waking up to, I think.
Sure. And their draft, we mentioned, it was completely all in.
It was.
Absolutely completely all in. This one, it's not. Even if things go back and forth a little bit here, there can be some very cool exchanges that come out from both sides. Strong scaling drafts. Whitemon, level 5. He got a lot of extra XP because Duracho did get pushed out of the lane, so Whitemon is high level, but Saksa, he is really struggling in this game. Level 3 at the moment. And no shrines to boost him up.
Actually coming in with a smoke on Falcons.
Okay.
Trying to just quickly rejoin the top lane.
If they can get 33 here, it is pretty good timing. He's not quite level 6.
And they could continue to punish Saksa. Saksa, Whitemon trying to lead in.
Skeeter's here.
We're gonna have the shards.
Oh, that like pushed him down to that
Yeah,
spot.
kind of scooped him back up.
Yeah.
Very nicely done there by Snake King, leaving Saksa no chance to run. Continues to, as you say, have a very tough entry into the game as the Night Stalker.
Seems like it's been getting answered by a lot of teams. Just if the laning phase doesn't go too well, which it usually doesn't,
Marine
can be problematic.
He's gonna have the angle to find the setup, and Skeeter's coming in with the cooldown.
So you have all the damage with the barrage.
Oh, Marine not able to get that final connection with the Rolling Thunder. Swashbuckles there.
Another barrage.
They'll still get the kill. Very nicely set up there by Marine. Sees the chance and knows that the TP's ready from Skeeter to make that quick play and punish BZM.
And like you said, those crazy kill scores from Skeeter, they happen for a reason. He wants to fight every single time.
Oh, look at this
Literally
as well.
joining every single one of the battles.
Skeeter says, yeah, don't mind if I do, he says. We'll get the stack. He's just going to be everywhere and able to just be that much more mobile and impactful, obviously in comparison to what Duracho is able to do right as a life stealer. Duracho, he needs all that time to just be able to AFK farm the Radiance. It's going to be a long time until he wants to show up.
Yeah, they're going to be playing, I want to say they're going to be playing 4v5 on Tundra, but they might be playing 3v5 on Tundra because the Night Stalker has no game right now. It's going to soon be nighttime, so let's see if Saksa is going to be able to get some stuff going for him. But yeah, it's a level 3 Night Stalker, and yeah, Duracho, not a hero that likes to rotate early. BZM, they're looking for mid. They've got the Helm. Falcons, their ults are coming back up soon, though. Rolling Thunder in 12 seconds. Same thing for the call down. Skeeter, his TP, he just got another one, so he can join the fight if he'd like to. And he's the one who provides that extra damage versus the DK in particular, as we see in that last fight. That big magic damage. Even though BZM does have 3 deaths, I mean, one of them was at the start of the game, his farm is actually quite good still. They've been giving him some extra stacks too. I see Sox is trying to do that for him, so he's trying to get something. Yeah, he's had good games on this.
Yeah, they just need that Blink Dagger ASAP. Then they can start looking for those plays around kind of BZM plus the 2 supports.
As long as they know, especially where the Tusk is. That's my one concern.
Sure.
Well, not my one, but a couple of the concerns here for Tundra really is that the snowball can be incredible versus the majority of Tundra. It's just that crippling fear that Snaking has to be able to play around.
Skeeter's going to be coming over.
He's trying to juke the shards.
I've got the snowball into the shards. Saksa dead again. It's a rough game from him so far.
0 and 3. Bottom of the net worth. And bottom of the experience across the board here. Level 6 been hit, crit. Falcons can make moves in multiple different ways now. They don't have to just rely on the Rolling Thunder by any means. They can look to set up with pretty much anyone. Amar has completely gotten away with playing this offlane Tiny so far too. He's level 7, going down the Echo Saber route, so he's going to also have that scaling.
Yeah, he's chilling. This is definitely... I mean, see if they can do anything about him now.
They want to get the kill. BZM is here. Oh, they're bringing 4.
Yeah, this is a very dead Tiny.
Get some damage back onto them. Saksa claims the kill.
And they need to be making these plays either onto Amar or Skeeter, because if they don't, Falcons are effectively going to have these 2 carries farming.
I think they're going to look to make another move here. Saksa just wanting to get involved as much as possible. Even though he's so behind, you have to utilize this nighttime to try to get these early kills. Malrine, Arcane Rune, and I believe his defusal is done.
Skeeter and Snaking ready around the mid if anyone shows.
Yeah, it looks like they're a bit hesitant on the side of Tundra to just run right into them. They're very close to the blink on BZM. Ward behind the tower, Whitemon. Seems to be aware of it. And here comes the blink. They're just sticking on this tower. Like, they do not want to leave it. Skitter just continuing to beat on it. They've got the Rolling Thunder and an Arcane Rune. So Tundra, yeah, not looking like they want a full contest. Will they get the deny? He will.
Yeah, nice done by Whitemon.
Damn it, Jenkins. Get out of my head. Smoke up. Trying to use this Rolling Thunder. They don't have the punch yet on Snaking, but they have a crazy burst between the AA and the Pango right now for anybody they find. Saksa, he actually gets vision of them for a second beforehand. He's able to distance. BZM blinks away. Avoiding the ganks. Stabilizing that laning phase. Their network's looking good on the 3 cores now. Duracio's been able to get that farm caught back up for him.
Snaking.
It's deep here.
It is pretty deep.
They might look to turn on him. And they
certainly will.
Ice Blast.
I mean, Rolling Thunder's coming in as well. Snaking does go down.
Crit steps up far. 33's turned up.
Gives him the infest over towards Saksa. 33 can swing across, take down Crit. 2 supports will fall. Can they get any cores?
They have another blink stun in a second here. Malrine.
That's the setup, easier.
Nice
Dragon
toss.
Tail, Amar. Getting Malrine tossed back to safety.
That was a beautiful toss from Amar, bailing Malrine out of a probable death.
That was a very deep play.
It was too deep from Snaking. They will be able to back up, get their shrine. Saksa will be able to back away and get his. Their early game has been completely reestablished on the side of Tundra. Saksa is now 6, along with the days that he was level 3 now. Very good hits, and they get a regen rune. So BZM, after that move, he's back up to full HP. What was the... Never mind. Packet loss. Yeah, I was gonna say. I think I got a little
memories from last night.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah. We have Sunsven and Cinder.
Tundra remember as well. They were there.
No way, please not again.
I mean, as far as I'm aware, if we do have a similar issue, we can fix it very quickly this time.
Yeah.
So
we can get Sunsven and Cinder on the podcast again.
We can. They're on the way over right now. No, everything's gonna be fine. We have measures in place to make sure we can get the game back on very shortly.
Mm-hmm. It looks like Amar maybe is going to change his build a little. Since he went for the Void Stone, he had the Echo queued. Might go for a Blink so they can look to make some plays around him. Just so that Snaking doesn't have to pretty much throw... Snaking and he doesn't want Snaking and Malrine to just throw their bodies in. They might want that follow-up, so see if he does pivot for it. Tormentor, 40 seconds. Yeah, Duracio's been able to... He didn't die, and he's been able to restabilize, just sit back and farm. He's up to pretty much that Relic now.
Yeah, he's got through sort of the rough part. They didn't get as many kills, I think, as they kind of hoped for, Falcons. And we saw that in what they were going for down bottom, right? They really wanted to find something.
Yeah, they definitely wanted to take advantage of the, it was daytime, and this Night Stalker wasn't going to be able to contribute too much, but Tundra has been able to get themselves back online in this early game.
And here we go.
And here we go.
See, we're all
no
good.
packet loss, right?
No long pause today.
We're good.
We've got it all fixed and sorted here. Easy peasy.
Snaking. Positioned around top, calling for Amar. They've got Crit in the area too. Will Saksa show himself? He's scouting them. I mean, he saw them for a second on the tree line. He's well aware of this move.
Got it.
How close to the helm? Did he actually commit for the full thing? He didn't, right? Okay, so he's going to go back for the Aghanims on 33. So he wants to get some scaling. It isn't AA, so do always have to factor that in. Just that heal prevention. But wants to get extra scaling. It's the AA blast. Looks like it was going to set up for the Tormentor, but they're not actually doing it at the moment. Saksa.
They want him.
He's got Dark Ascension. Doesn't end up using it.
Yeah, they've blocked him off anyway. They've got him. Not a chance to fly to safety.
3-hero rotation just for the 4 Night Stalker.
I mean, it's the thing, right? Saxa, he's tanking a lot of
He is.
You know, they're killing him, but the freedom's there for their overcores on Tundra.
I mean,
you have the good game that they are.
That probably is the idea of it, right? Because I think he could have actually Dark Ascension and perhaps flew out of there, but he probably saves it for the next play, and he's like, guys, space.
Yeah, I don't think he cares too much.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah, he's like, well, you know what, whatever. You want to kill me, you can kill me.
Oh yeah, Tormentor swaps, nighttime. That's right, sorry, Night Stalker things. It's in the top lane. They'll be able to get it, and Uh-oh. 24 packet loss. I was also sitting at something for a bit too.
Let's have a look. Oh yeah, I got a little bit as well.
Yep.
Nice.
Uh-oh.
As I said though, we have ways to fix this. Vogt can guarantee.
I can guarantee.
that we won't have an hour-long pause.
Wait, what
happens.
are we reading here? What's going on in AA's book?
Is it actually?
It says something written. Something.
Super spell book of excellent apparition. The
best part.
No.
Yes.
Something past.
No, it says the best part is that you can't understand what is written here. Also, please Valve, add this. Please, also, I wanna eat apple and some spaghetti. I never knew this actually had text on it.
One more thing. Oh, what is it? What's the one more thing?
Ma. I don't know. I can't read that. Wait, ma.
Oh no,
my name. It says my name.
My name is milk.
Is it milk?
Another similar word that I won't say. What is it? What? My name is Matt. I think it's Matt.
No, is that an A or an I?
I think it's capital. Is it capital A? Oh, this is big.
Wait, now you have to read the other side. Wait, what's the other side say backwards?
No, it's the same. It's just inversed. It's like they were lazy with that bit. Oh, that's amazing.
Wait, there's no way other people. Has anyone ever noticed this?
No, this is a world first.
World first.
This is world first AA spellbook reading.
What the?
What? So he wants an apple and some spaghetti. I mean, that's a very strange combo.
I'm gonna look it up. This has to be some lore, right?
Google
I'm looking
this.
up apple and spaghetti. Apple.
Maybe this is like a quote from another book. This is like some ancient scripture.
Wait, I typed in apple spaghetti. This is a recipe? Wait, what the hell?
Wait, we've got to process this again. So what is he asking Valve to add? He's asking Valve to add something into the spell.
Oh, they're starting again. Okay, well, I can't look it up. Oh, well.
Oh, wow.
Apple and spaghetti. All right, noted. We'll have to keep that in the back of our minds as the game
I'm trying to think if I know anyone at Valve who likes apple and spaghetti. Who wrote this?
That's been there for a while. When did this set get added to, right? Because that's been there for some time.
How long has it been?
I don't know.
That's amazing.
Good eye there, thank you.
Does anyone else have
observers.
any other characters with like books?
It could be, maybe. Does Warlock have a little book? There's a lot of cosmetics, so I don't really know. Amar, he did go blink, so looking to be a little more active, but seeing Tundra, they slowed the pace down. They're just farming. I'm still just astonished. I've never noticed that.
That's
and I play a lot of
shout out to the observers on that one.
Did Sheev know that? Because Sheev
I'm telling you, this is world first. Nobody's read that.
Speaking of the AI, he did get the shard, right? So they do have one of the better ones that they were able to claim here from that Tormentor. And they're going to look to be active with it. And Tundra just looking to farm things up, get these next findings.
The setup. The blast was off the mark, though.
He's not caught. And he's got to infest.
But Saxa, can he actually get him out of here? Saxa's dead. Duracho falls as well. Falcons. Very cleanly done. They can push and take the tower as well. And in fact, Maurice can maybe even find more. 33 is around.
I think they saw him with the AA blast.
He's going to get caught as well.
He's going down.
Falcons.
Big hit for Falcons.
I mean, as you said, they're just something about how they play around Skeeter's gyro. It's pretty perfect.
It's just constant aggression. And they stopped that bit of farm timing that Tundra was slowing the pace down with. I think the AA blast scouted him. I'm pretty sure when he overshot it, it actually saw the Beastmaster jungling.
Yeah, absolutely. Get this man some apple and spaghetti. He deserves it. It's just, I mean, you don't want to eat it at the same time. Right?
Yeah,
it's like you have the spaghetti
recipe.
And then you have, an apple and spaghetti? There's no way that's a dish.
Dude, that sounds
Whose cuisine is responsible for apple and spaghetti? Oh, this is probably the Brits. Sounds terrible.
Okay. Yeah, never mind. I don't think it was the AA blast that saw it. Might have been someone else that, maybe it was just Snaking that scouted down. Yeah, okay, Snaking went down and saw it when he was clearing the ancient.
Dude, maybe they're code words. He wants apple and spaghetti. Does that mean something, not apple and spaghetti? We got to get deeper in on this.
I tried to look up any lore on it.
What is the apple and the spaghetti? Is it like code things, right? You can get spaghetti code. Can you get apple code?
Ooh.
I'm not a code guy.
You might be onto something there.
Is apple code something? Oh, it's going to come over lots of... there's quite a big company called Apple, isn't there?
That's true.
Yeah.
If you type in Apple code, it's definitely going to come up with Apple, the company.
Yeah.
4K lead, Falcons, a big hit, and they're going to have time to be able to get the Rolling Thunder back up. Shield Runes online. Blink on Snaking, very early for the Tusk too, so he's got that. He's got the save, or he's got the punch versus the Lifestealer in most of these scenarios. The save versus the Roar in particular.
Yeah.
As Tundra, they're just hitting creeps, Owen.
What if like some like intern put that in the book, and then like Valve's actually a very serious company, and they don't find that funny that he put that there, and now they're going to fire him? Oh, that's that. What the hell
Apple
is that?
spaghetti.
Wait, is that how you make spaghetti?
No.
Oh.
Pick off on Saxa. Falcons. Getting a lot of control. That doesn't, I don't know, maybe that is a thing. I've never heard of it.
Someone at Valve might have just got fired because we read their book.
Yep.
They're like, who put that there?
Goodbye, Owen.
Who put that in the book? That's not serious law. Think of the ramifications for the law.
I'm literally zooming in to look up if there's anything else that we're missing out on. Doesn't look like it's the case. Roche! Next on the menu for Falcons.
I don't know if the stream's hearing those
Do you hear
stream
that?
messages.
I thought that was me. I'm like, I checked my messages for a second there.
That's the guy who just got fired from Valve. He's like, how could you expose me like this? You found my book.
Tundra, can they actually swing into the pit? It's not dead yet. 1500 HP. Tundra looking for the wraparound. Mage Slayer's done for BZM.
Let's have a look. I mean, Falcons are going to want to do this.
They're all healthy
Yeah.
as well. Snaking has a great healing Lotus too.
This is, yeah, Tundra. Are they ready to take the fight? Someone gets caught by a
Is
blink
33
crossback.
going to finish the Roche?
He
might
might.
just steal it.
All right, okay. Tundra just walk in and finish it. Falcons, they didn't find a way to get back in.
And they're scouting. Saxa looking to go back in. They're on Malrine.
I mean, Falcons can still fight this despite the Aegis on Tundra.
The Tumbler to get away from the call down.
Amar's looking for a tossback opportunity. But they're not giving it. I mean, Tundra just able to walk up and finish the Roche. I thought for sure Falcons, with how aggressive they've been, they would have wanted to fight that.
I guess they were afraid to just, I don't know, afraid to get that wraparound.
All right, well,
versus
Tundra.
the nighttime, just terrified to jump in.
They will absolutely take that.
Yeah. They literally just walked in, took an Aegis, and walked out with no fight. We'll take that all day. That gold lead. Gold lead, back to only 1K. The farm for Tundra, it's starting to feel like it's working pretty nicely here, even though Falcons got that big connection bottom. BKB is going to be huge if BZM is able to get it. It's going to stop a lot of that.
Yep.
I mean, that team fight that we were talking about for Falcons, which they have. Yes, they have ways to pierce through it, but gonna allow them to be that front line.
And if these saves aren't there, you know, if they don't come in clutch, all this single target will blow up the big target.
It is a ton of single target burst that they do have once it's
So-
build up to this point. Saxa
Keep him back over.
trying to be sneaky. They seem to know.
Falcons, yeah, they come over here in the numbers.
4 heroes
Yeah,
rotated.
they wanted him gone.
The fact that they have this Aegis though for quite some time. Nighttime as well, while they have an Aegis versus the side of Falcons. Falcons still wants to look to strike.
They do. They don't care that the Aegis is there. They know how strong they are when they can find them not prepared.
They might actually be able to set up on top and get the numbers too. BCM is showing Skeeters in the area.
This could be a pretty nice wraparound.
Whitemon is gonna walk right into them.
He might tank this. If BZM can get out,
They
but
see
Narmar's
BZM.
on him.
They want him.
Avalanche, Ice Blast will connect. As BZM, they'll try and run, but
There's
they
a
will
toss.
eventually find him.
They got him.
Yeah,
Nice
good.
wrap.
Yeah, that was a strong twin gate movement. I mean, Malrine will be able to clear the wave and TP out of bottom. Full Aghanims now on the Panga.
Good move. They do that as Sox is still respawning. Even though it's nighttime, they're able to get that opportunity. Not look for the Aegis target. They look for the big kill onto the soon BKB DK. And they're going to use the gate again. They see 33. They have a ward here on the triangle. Saxa also spotted. I believe that's Skeeter's BKB done. So still hitting at some insane timing levels for him. 4-0 and 5, top in net worth.
And they're down to keep fighting, Falcons.
Yeah. They want to look for the fights more. I mean, Tundra definitely feels like they are more keen on just, if they're able to sit back and farm, they feel happier. Dota Plus giving them that advantage at the moment. 33, maximizing his farm. It's literally him just stacking multiple camps. It truly is just Tundra farming and Falcons looking for fights.
And the funny thing is, because both teams have won many a game with each of these playstyles.
Yeah.
Right? Falcons running around, constant action around Skeeter's gyro, and Tundra being like, well, we're not doing great, you know, we're not doing amazing at the moment, so let's just farm it up. Try and get these 3 cores to have this incredible scaling potential.
I think they're just waiting for the BKBs that come out from the 2 of them. The Beast and the DK, because they already have the built-in, of course, owner from the Lifestealer, and then they can look for that big hit, because they've stabilized this game completely. Amar spotted in mid. Dyrachyo will just walk away from him. Yeah, they're getting time to finish these BKBs. Top tower. BZM a bit hesitant to show. Age is still around for 1 minute. Falcons still looking for kills. Keep getting scanned though. Tundra doing a good job of just identifying where they are. Dyrachyo gonna pull the wave into a safe position onto high ground.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hitting this tier 2. The BKB's done.
Structures are falling.
For the DK, it's about to be finished up for 33 as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Falcons will back away. Tundra looking to hit. They've got 30 seconds left on the nighttime. They also have Dark Ascension if he'd like to use it for the fight. And yeah, there's that BKB.
Top tower is under
Is Falcons prepared for this? That ward, it's scouting. It did see crit.
It might be crit taking the hit.
Surely dead. And they're even going to make a secondary play down toward the south side.
They want more than just the AA.
Yeah. I mean, they feel there's no AA. This fight looks hard for Falcons.
BZM's in. He's going to get the jump straight away in on towards the Tiny, but the save comes in from the Snowball. They turn towards BZM. They're just able to look towards the DK, and BZM is going to go down.
He doesn't have his teammates with him.
This time it's him going a bit too deep. Dratcher's still going to try and fight on. He's in onto Amar. Has Saxa here to help out. As Amar...
Roar, it's on Skeeter.
He'll fall. See if they can now deal with the gyro. Dratcher turns back over towards the 2 of them. Snaking buys them a bit of safety with the Snowball, but they're both incredibly low and incredibly dead. Dratcher gets the double. Whitemon has the dead shot control on towards the Pango as well.
BZM baited him.
He certainly did. He just went in. They all killed him. They're like, oh, right, what's this guy doing? Yeah, ends up Tundra. They clean up the fight. BZM, he dies for the team.
It gave him like a false sense of security. They're like, oh, we have the numbers now. But they still didn't have their AA back up from the kill previously. And then the roar just comes in. Skeeter's BKB was down. He just gets all that big damage on top of him. Snaking tries to bail him out with Snowball, but yeah, they're right on top of the beast.
Yeah, we'll check this again.
What a bait.
Because indeed, you're watching this, you're like,
team, but
what is he doing?
It works.
But it's just big brain stuff from BZM. He doesn't mind that he dies. We'll see his reaction. It's probably none. Look, he's keeping it cool. He's like, yes, boys, all part of the plan.
It's like Skeeter used BKB. They used combo.
Yeah, now clean them up.
And look at Skeeter. As soon as he gets isolated, a nice dead shot from Whitemon too, pushing him back on top of it, 33. Yeah, Snaking tried to bail him out even with a greater healing Lotus, but wasn't enough. As a 4K lead now for Tundra. That is how you want your BKB timing to hit.
Yeah, that's a massive fight. Just not only just the gold, the XP as well. Dratcher's nearly going to be level 18.
And
he got the Aghanim soon.
Yeah, he got some kills too, so he got some bonus HP. And yeah, he's about to have Aghanim, so he's going to have a way to protect himself versus that AA blast potentially.
But again, as you see, BZM, he was very relaxed about that whole play. He just knew. He was like, it doesn't matter that I'm dead. This is totally fine. He was absolutely right.
And for the next fight, 33 will have Blink to be able to get there faster in time. BZM showing himself top.
I mean, now they're going to doubt it. They're like,
no, we don't
do we want to go on this Dragon Knight?
He is not the true carry. He is kind of the bait there. The Beastmaster and the Nakes, they're the true carries at this point, especially into that matchup of the Gyro. Blink for Saxa, they have multiple different ways to use this Lifestealer now. Yeah. Multiple different ways to get on the Gyro.
Especially with this Aghanims Infest. Like, this is going to be quite obnoxious with that low cooldown. And just ability to kind of dodge stuff, get inside, outside of people. Like, you can see why this is one of the games where, again, the Aghanims at this point, it feels kind of good.
Absolutely, because I think it's also because of the other heroes that he has on his team too. Beastmaster is going to be providing a ton of damage, so he probably doesn't feel like he needs to be the only one dishing it out as the carry Lifestealer.
They can group up and start setting something up for the mid here.
They've got Dark Ascension available. Every time they have that, it feels like they can look for these infest plays, look for the backline.
Now Falcons.
No staff on crit yet. They need a force on the supports just to get them out of that crippling fear in particular.
I mean, maybe even at this point, Falcons kind of have to
wait for BKBs.
So yeah, sort of change up the pace, sit back, and kind of let Skeeter try and transition to be sort of this hard carry later on in the game, because these skirmishes, after the way the last one went down bottom, they're not easy to do now.
No, not in this 4 Protect 1 when we were mentioning it is a full single target lockdown lineup from Tundra. Really is very reliant now on snaking, being able to get the save.
Because that's the thing, right? These saves can come in from snaking. He's going to get caught.
Saksa might be 1 in 7, but his impact is crazy now.
I feel like we've seen this in a few Night Stalker games, right, from some different teams. Like, you have these early deaths, but these good players still have so much impact with them.
Just playing around the vision beautifully, and just being able to stick on the targets with the Crippling Fear. Amar, they'll bait the call down. They now know where Skitter is.
I mean, yeah, Tundra can still try and find someone from this.
And they see the AA. Crit is going down. Tundra waited for their BKB timings, and it's just beautiful from here.
It's certainly starting to feel like the momentum that Tundra's building up is going to be very difficult for Falcons to stop.
I mean, it all pretty much starts coming when they're able to just walk in and take the Aegis, right?
That was indeed the beginning of the downfall. Yeah, it did certainly feel like that.
And speaking of Aegis, Roche is back up. It is going to be daytime, but only for 30 seconds, so that nighttime's about to kick back in soon. Let's see how Falcons looks to break what's been happening here, because it's just been several minutes now where Tundra is dominating the map. They're getting 4 stabs. You can see even Amar, he's like, we need a way to get out of this Crippling Fear. It's causing us some big issues with this Infest Bomb.
See what Falcons can do.
I mean, all in the meantime, too, we haven't even talked about Whitemon. He's got 83 last hits. By the way, this was a quote-unquote 5-position Muerta. He actually is about to have Aghanims, too. So they're getting some insane scaling across the board. Falcons, they're looking to catch something.
They've got to, I mean, it is getting to the point where these smoke plays have to succeed. If they don't come out on top of this move, game's going to get into a very difficult spot.
Absolutely. I mean, Skeeter, he's about to be surpassed by the Lifestealer now at this point. They get the scan, it connects. Saksa, he's going to scout them out. They jump the other way.
Yep, it's not going to happen.
The moves from Tundra, they really are reading the map beautifully. And damage from Dyrachyo starting to match Skeeter, even though he had that solid rotation of early game. Dyrachyo's just going to eat the catapult. Basher's about to be finished too, so he's going to be able to stick on that target easier, even through the BKB.
Falcons, they are around the Roche. If Falcons go for a Roche again and then walk away and then he gets cleaned up, imagine.
That'd be insane. They're going to have to answer something here, though. Tundra, they're starting to pose threats on the other lanes.
Yeah.
Amar, he'll show himself mid. But look at the positioning from Saksa. He's literally just waiting for them.
They're going to go for Roche.
He sees them.
This time, they better finish it.
He sees them, though. They're killing it very fast. But Tundra's swinging over.
Yeah, they're scared. Falcons.
Another Infest coming in. Saksa, he's going to look for that AA. Or the Pango. If you can find either one of them still, it's very strong. There's a shield rune this time on Maureen. See if that's going to be able to protect him. And so far, yeah, Saksa's just been able to get Dyrachyo in a perfect position in the last 2 or 3 team fights. Whitemon. Get some scouting information with the dead shot. BZM. He did pop the DK for him.
Dire's middle tower.
Now Falcons, they don't want to move back into the pit.
They're scared.
With how much attention they know that they're drawn towards the area from Tundra.
And they're not farming on the meanwhile.
Yeah, Tundra's still able to farm.
Going up. Yep, they're hitting the creeps. They're hitting the towers. Mid will fall. They've got a Gale Guard. How many of those do they actually have? I saw at least 2. 3, I believe, on the side of Tundra. That extra protection versus the burst. Amar. I don't know. This is looking scarier and scarier as the time ticks by for Falcons. The lead continues to grow. They're losing another tower, Owen. Even losing the courier. That was his Satanic. That's a big catch Sox is able to find there.
Yeah, that's out of the game for over 2.5 minutes.
Because Skeeter standing his ground now.
And they go back to the pit. It's
always scouted.
That dead shot there, sending Skeeter all over the place.
And here they come. BZM, Dragon Form's back up. They saw Amar. Saksa.
Okay.
He's in.
He's in.
There's a Ghost Scepter. There's a Force Staff also.
BZM. Does he want to follow up on this? He does.
He does.
Dragon Tail. Still poking, just seeing what Falcons do.
It's that Force Staff to high ground. They keep cutting the mid wave. Tundra wants to push it out in towards that mid also and top, but yeah, Amar keeps grabbing the wave. They're going back in the pit. The AoE on the dead shot, I don't know how that hits everybody, but it somehow does.
They really want to try and finish this roast,
Look at the gold lead. It's up to 11. It was at 7K.
I mean, the Falcons are just kind of chilling around the pit.
They're not hitting creeps.
And Tundra's getting to push all these waves in.
They identify the Durachio's all the way bottom, but he's gotten so much gold. He's actually bought the Demon Edge now,
because he got like that Basher, and now he's got like 3K gold on top of it.
Snaking, he's the one gone on first.
It's going to be fine for now. They force him to safety.
He's low HP.
Yeah, Falcons, they're definitely falling to this sort of move where they're kind of all in on the 5-man. They're just sticking together, and Tundra is just getting so much because of this.
Yeah, they've got to back away.
They're like, well, we got to try something else, I guess.
Also, I didn't point this out, but the Ogre Frost Mage, by the way, there, from 33, it's in the spot, isn't it?
In the sneaky spot,
It's in the sneaky spot that you can't see. I actually didn't even notice it until just now. I'm blind, but...
Didn't really do much.
I mean, it lets him do some extra scouting. Jump!
Oh!
They find a really good target. He has buyback, but an instant explosion. BZM's still going in.
Oh, he is. He's ready to just go straight on towards Crit. Crit's dead. Let's see what they can do here. The buybacks come out for 33.
Instant buyback.
Have a look.
Get Saksa.
Okay.
He might buy back too. 33 is killing rush.
Yeah, they're in. And yeah, right, yeah, of course not, because I was thinking it was on the other team, but you're right, it did indeed give them the info.
Give them the info.
Amar? He jumps in!
He's controlled.
But indeed, the stun catches him. Aegis has already been picked up. They got the kill as well, Tundra.
Skitter. He's got BKB, but no TP.
Uh-oh.
Durachio's on top of him.
And of course, no Satanic still. 20 seconds, his courier is still dead. Put the BKB. Durachio in on top of him. Skitter's gone. And he's out for 70. He does not have buyback. Tundra's going to get a lot of freedom to do a lot of damage. He's ready to dive in more. The Infest comes out. Snake King's gone.
They see Crit. They're on him.
Over towards the AA. He bought back for this Crit. He's out for 70 pretty much himself. More. It might just be over here. It's getting pretty brutal. Right up to the fountain. Just bullying Falcons. Amar? The toss back on a Saxa.
He will die. They're going to buy back on more.
Can they continue to punish this?
The 3 tanky cores just standing right outside the fountain. They don't care.
It's getting so rough. That was what the buybacks from both Snake King and Amar coming out from Falcons. And Crit
from earlier, and they're still just able to push right through it. Even though they lost 33 right at the start of the fight, that buyback comes in, and now he's got an Aegis to cover the fact that he used the buyback. I mean, Tundra just truly identifying how to take every single one of these fights. Jumping right in the face of the AA, causing just panic.
That's been a tough sort of 10 minutes for Falcons, just not really been able to get much done. Had spent a lot of time hovering around the pit, could never really get in to finish it. And as we saw just through those moments, Tundra continued to progress and Falcons just sort of stagnated.
And Durachio now at this point, you know, that Aghanims, it's different than it was before with the disarm, we always have to mention, but it's extra hits now. So the damage build is actually much better when you do this route.
Oh, absolutely.
Dataless. Like you get 5 hits off during it, plus some bashes. That's almost the entirety of the BKB.
That's terrifying. You got to keep your distance against this lifesteal. That's not easy either with the increased cast range on the Ags.
I mean, they need to somehow get initiations cleaner on the side of Falcons, but at this point when they're at this deficit versus these BKBs, it's really hard to get that angle.
What do Falcons do?
I mean, all of Tundra is just so big at this point. You know, Saksa, he's been the sacrifice, but the sacrifice has been working.
It really has.
All it looks like he needs is a blink in order to get Durachio in, and then he's got incredibly farmed everybody else. Like even Whitemon, we saw those dead shots hitting 4 targets.
I mean, Tundra, they just hit pretty good with the sacrificial play.
They really do.
Saxa with the deaths early, and then BZM with sort of the mid-game deaths. They've all been deaths that kind of resulted in some good overall action for Tundra in the later stages.
Absolutely. I mean, Saksa, even though, like I was mentioning, he's got 9 deaths, he's 15 of the 16 kills for the team.
Well, there you go.
So, just been able to pretty much find the right target every time. And he's covering the saves. You know, Snaking, he went for the Blink Dagger to go for these snowball saves when they're going for that all-in target. But the Crippling Fear just prevents him from doing it. You see Snaking's queuing up BKB to be able to allow himself to BKB Blink and hopefully snowball save a target or 2. Tundra now with a huge advantage.
Yeah.
Level 24 on Durachio.
And the thing is as well at this point, right, with Tundra's cause, I mean, even some of their supports at this point also just difficult to take down is that if Falcons do come in with a snowball save, it's not like the enemy's going to be dead when you come out of the snowball. They're still going to be there.
It's literally just a save and hoping that Skitter can get Satanic off and turn the fight. But yeah, these...
Now they're massive.
Like Whitemon is a big problem too. He's 0, 0, and 11. If you don't find him, he's going to do so much work. Because Snaking, He's caught. Tundra just really feeling like they've played this draft so far to perfection, and that last pick, Lifestealer, even though in the laning phase was slightly pressured, definitely not afterwards. 7-1 and 7. 4,000 HP on him.
Yeah, nearly what level? Yeah, 25.
And now he switched the build too. He went for the Nullifier too. So no more Radiance. He just swaps out that Talisman, disassembles. So he can stick on the targets and prevent the Force Staves, prevent the Ghost Scepters or Glimmers. I really like the way they've itemized this game. And 33 in particular, have to give him the credit too, right? The Dominator build to be able to have that early game match and to get that early farm, and then the Aghanims to be able to deal that extra damage and be that third core. Another tier 2 to drop. Falcons. What's the next progression from here?
And just obviously confidence from Tundra Esports, right? On his Lifestealer, knowing that Initial Falcons, they beat his Lifestealer twice. The only team that's been able to beat Esports' Lifestealer was on Tundra. Didn't put them off picking it here today as the last pick. They're like, well, you know what? It's not going to happen a third time. And so far, so good here from him.
Level 25.
Yep.
Another one of those pretty early 25s that we saw last game. I think it was 36. At the 36-minute mark, they hit 25. This time 39. That Rage super effective. And Falcons, I mean, starting to, been feeling the hesitation from them to look for fights.
It's going to be the Divine Rapier route. It has to be.
Has he queued it up yet? I haven't seen him
but
queue it.
It's got to be right.
Okay, because he went for
it's getting to that point.
He went for the S and Y. He wants the status resist versus the long disables,
but now
he needs a Rapier.
That next one, it's got to be the big one.
Yeah. Marine, Basher has a gem. Yeah, but Amar's game in particular has just fallen off a cliff, right? Just unable to really contribute too much as this Tiny now. He doesn't have BKB still either. Maybe feels like he needed these other smaller items. Jump from Marine.
So if these two can take him down, they certainly can. They keep him locked down with the stuns. TPs are going to be coming in from Tundra.
And they get out. I mean, Duracho is full out chasing.
He's speedy.
He's on Skeeter.
Mars in with the combo, though. Turns towards him to try and burst through him, and they're able to do so. They've killed him off.
Duracho.
And now, can they get anything more? 33's going to get forced away.
Hey, maybe they don't need that Rapier just. I mean, Duracho just runs in and gives them a kill.
And they just kill him.
Full burst. Snaking gets the punch. They get the follow-up.
That's a massive kill. Who ends up getting the last touch on that? Goes the way of Amar. So good bit of money for him.
Right after I was saying his game has fallen off.
There you go. Kill a Lifestealer. That'll certainly solve that problem a little bit.
Even at that deficit, I mean, Duracho tends to have one or two of these a game, but this one is a pretty big one what they're able to do with that ward.
Just steps up, immediately caught by the Avalanche. Into the Boris punch. What can you do? That's long enough lockdown for Skidder to lay down the damage.
Got the op score down also for the potential next catch. Amar waiting in the wings.
It's a huge kill.
He doesn't want to buy back either.
Absolutely not. Falcons. They might just get the set of racks off the back of this. BZM. And these racks
are going down.
They're still going. Amar. Get the toss back on BZM. BZM is able to put the BKB. 33's got the raw lockdown on towards Amar. Amar will fall.
They got the racks.
Can they get out?
Oh, Marine gets caught.
Yeah. Another raw drop down on towards him during the Rolling Thunder. BZM's in with the jump towards the gyro. Or Ogre Seal totem forward. Skidder's trying to turn a heal up with the Satanic. Who's back towards BZM. Snake has got the punch up. Can they finish BZM off? No, BZM. Able to force himself back to safety with the Hurricane Pipe. Snaking. Rolling up, he'll try for the TP out. The Dragon Tail's there from BZM. He'll get left behind. Falcons, they will lose 3 heroes, but they did get the set of barracks, which is not bad, considering they're 15k behind Fogged.
But Tundra, you can see they identified that they can take the fight. Duracho doesn't buy back. They go all in to just chase them out of the base, and they know that he isn't necessary for them to chase them out. And for Falcons, at that push there afterwards, it's all about get Skeeter out. So they lose a couple extra heroes to do so. But a good pressure play when they are at that deficit.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? You know, taking a set of barracks like that, considering the overall state of the game, Falcons they'll be relatively satisfied.
Now though, these 40 seconds, it's scary. Amar, he's not available.
Yeah, this could be big damage coming in from Tundra now as they bring both the mid and the bottom waves in.
Amp damage on the DK, BZM.
Skidder's got a lot of money off that play as well though. 3,400 gold. As I say, I'm pretty sure we're going to see that Rapier queued up.
It probably still will be. Because Butterfly, I don't think it can be an option because of how rich Duracho is. He can just pivot his build.
Yeah. There we go. Fortification out.
They've got Aurora available.
Tundra.
Dies fast. These racks, they're going to be able to match.
You know, they're gonna. Oh, I must say that they're gonna get the full set. They're a bit scared.
Gets the rage off.
Ice blast coming in. They'll dodge it. They'll back away. So they keep the melee racks alive for now. Amar's going to be back in the game. Still Tundra, they're stepping back in. They want to finish up the melee racks.
It's a lot committed. There's no Rolling Thunder. There's no Ice Blast now. Tundra, they're going to look for the fight.
Okay, they'll clean up the bottom full set. Considering looking towards the mid as well.
There's no Ice Blast. They can't go for that big burst target anymore.
Yeah, up in 25.
No Rolling Thunder for 50 either. BZM sieging. It's very far away.
Gone.
Toss back.
Get the toss back. They're going to try to towards BZM. They're going to punch up as well. He's able to get the BKB off in time though. BZM's out of there. Amar will fall. Dracho bounces away. Amar this time does have the buyback at the ready. It's time to try and force it again.
Poking. Yo, some of these fights are so crazy. How his whole team is running, and Duracio is actually still running into the enemy team because he's got that Ogre Seal Totem.
Well, they'll back off for now, Tundra.
They got what they came for.
Got a set of barracks. They can get back, get their next round of items done.
I mean, Duracio has 6,000 gold.
Yeah, he can treat himself to a lot of different things. The moment, what's got the Swift Blink queued up.
Guess he doesn't want to. Okay.
No, what else would you consider maybe at this point?
Abyssal, right? Doesn't he just finish it?
Oh, sure, just that's true. Nice rush out for Tundra. Should be an easy one.
Actually, just eating the Axe Blessing, so we'll see what he goes for afterwards. Maybe he doesn't want the Abyssal. AA Blast will connect, but they've already got the Rosh.
Just gonna grab bot here, Refresher Shard, BZM.
He has a lot of activatable items. They already have the Refresher on the Beastmaster too, so wouldn't blame if he does hang on to that.
Yeah, came in clutch that last fight. The Refresher on 33, getting those 2 roars off.
Back to business, 26,000 lead.
I want to see Skida get his next item. You know, when you're at this point, right, and there's a lot of weight on your shoulders, the gyro, you need every coin spent.
Yeah.
He's got coming down to 5k gold.
Did anybody buy a Vlad's for them? They did. Okay, I was looking for. I guess Crit had purchased it a bit ago, so definitely wanting to have anything you can possibly throw onto Skeeter to buff him up. He needs anything he can get. He's holding on to buyback, is what I assume.
For sure.
So once he's got the gold, perhaps fully for the rapier, he might just commit for it. It's Tundra. Finishing up those next items, as you were mentioning. A full Shiva's now, 433. Also level 25 on him for the fast roars. They'll back away. They'll rejoin themselves. So we've seen Tundra still up there in that 5-man unit. Seems pretty unbreakable for Falcons. If Falcons can get the catch of someone who's split away, they do have burst. That hasn't happened too often. Just the once on Duracio.
Looking at the shield rune.
Saksa, he'll scout them.
They're pretty far out here, Falcons. Tundra know of the whereabouts.
That's the Octarine.
All right, yep. White one's going to have to wait for that one. 3 minutes.
They'll back away. Rejoin. Skeeter is under vision here.
It's risky
farming.
farming.
Of his 2 supports, so he feels like he can take that risk, but it is definitely a risk. 33 is in the area. They're going to look to go.
Saksa trying to start the move. Skeeter.
Nullifier.
Caught by the Nullifier. It's a lot of backup behind him. The bash is there, but the shards are down.
Nice shards.
Blocks off Duracio from being able to chase.
Dead shot. Continue scouting. Saksa in the info.
Continues to have eyes on them. Still sticking out on the map, Amar.
The Infest is out.
And 33's hit.
Roar.
He gets the roar onto Snaking. Snaking's gone now. They can turn over towards Skeeter. Skeeter's PKP, there's Lotus as well. So 33 can't go for the second roar quite yet. They're looking at Duracio. Duracio and Saxon trying to chase down Crit on the back lines. They've killed Crit off. Skeeter, is he stuck? He's got a TP out.
He's out.
Oh, he's away. The Avalanche comes as well. Duracio stopped Duracio having a chance to get the bash off onto him. So Skeeter will get out, but it's 3 dead still on Falcons.
They can't handle Duracio. He's literally just running at 3 heroes while BCM is killing the Pango during the roll. Skeeter. Trying to stand his ground.
I mean, he's going to get Lotus, but the bashes are coming in. Skeeter, he's gone.
He has to buy back.
Now they turn over towards Amar. Duracio able to help clean up another. Amar also does have the buyback available, has to use it, but the middle set of barracks Going down. They get him with a jump from Maureen.
He's still got
Duracho.
Aegis. He's got Infest.
I mean, Maureen just wants to bring him back, but Duracho's able to jump out. Amar's there with the toss, though. Gets Duracho under the tier 4 towers. Duracho trying to stand his ground in with the rage. He's got on top of Amar, brings Amar down, but Duracho will fall at once. He's going to be back for round 2, though, with this Aegis.
They're losing buildings.
They're trying to time the Ice Blast. They get the punch into the Ice Blast, into the damage. They brought Duracho down. Big kill for Falcons. But it cost them a lot. 4 buybacks.
And they still lose the melee racks, too. All right, Duracho, one of the cores dies, but they get the damage done anyway on Tundra.
I mean,
just chase forward.
And this has to be it now. Skitty Juice's buyback.
Go
get
rapier.
out there, get that rapier picked up ASAP.
He's pretty close to it.
Yeah, he's going to just sell the treads, farm about 1,000 more gold, and then he'll have it.
It's about 1,000, right? I was going to say like 900-ish, but he's got the treads picked up as we see it again here.
We'll see the replay again.
There we go. Skeeter, I think he got double dragon tailed by BZM, right? Because he refreshed, he stunned, refreshed, and then stunned again. So Skeeter just locked down for what, 8 seconds? Yeah, it feels like 8 seconds or so.
Yeah, very nice done there from BZM with that shard to force that out. And yeah, Falcons on their last legs now with those buybacks used.
And it's still, I mean, even though he's got rapier, it's a 40,000 gold lead.
Quite the lead. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Do you remember what was the biggest swing we've had this tournament?
We had, I think, a 37,000 gold lead swing, I believe it was.
Yeah, okay, we've had some crazy ones.
I think that was the Nigma series, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember exactly, but we have had some insane gold leads overall in this tournament that teams have been able to claim.
They're so close to the Demon Edge money, Skeeter.
He needs it. Every little bit he can.
Find him something to hit.
Do they have, they do have it Solar, they have Lotus. I mean, yeah, they need every little thing they can throw onto him. Duracho respawning in 5 seconds.
Yeah, 0 buybacks on Falcons.
See what he wants to buy. Duracho, he's going to play it sensible, safer. He's going BKB. Not going for that Swift Blink that he was queuing up.
Smoke time.
He's got a lot of time to be in that BKB now. I mean, he's got Rage, BKB, and then he can Rage again for the first fight that comes in. And there's that Rapier.
All right.
Oh, and amp damage is bottom for Tundra.
Oh, give that to Mr. BZM.
Yeah, BZM's been able to actually stand his ground and attack a lot easier. Duracho's getting kited a bit. BZM is not.
Radiant are scanning.
They have to do everything possible to keep Skeeter safe. He dies, it's game over. Tundra looking for that potential final strike to end this game, end this series.
They see the rapier.
They're going to see him.
They're in.
They just jump him.
He's gone.
He's gone.
In an instant.
Oh, he's out for 2 minutes. Duracho's going to be able to treat himself now to the picked up rapier.
Roar.
The roar's out onto Maureen. Snake King's gone. They have one chance there. They don't get to do anything with it. GG's called. Tundra take the game, and with that, the series 2-0. They go into the grand finals, Vogt.
What a game plan, too. They were patient this game. They were kind of telling Falcons, you know, putting the onus on them to make the aggressive moves. They steal the Aegis somehow under their noses.
Yeah, straight from them.
And then they get the BKBs online, and they win every single fight afterwards, it feels like. Duracho, he does give that one or two Duracho kills up to Falcons, but overall, Tundra, their game plan works, and Saksa, the sacrificial lamb, he's involved in 30 of the 32
Yeah,
kills.
he crushed it. I mean, really just goes to show that, you know, who cares about those deaths? And same from BZM, right? Had a couple of deaths that looked not great, but they were actually fantastic deaths. Yeah, rough one here today for Falcons, but Tundra looking as ready as ever to move on and challenge Liquid in the grand finals. Tundra, they'll win the lower bracket final 2-0 against the Falcons.
Thanks a lot, Owen. Yes, the excellence of execution there. Well done to Tundra. And of course, who's to say now they can't go all the way and win it? They'll be taking on Team Liquid a little bit later today. We're going to break that incredible game down on the desk. I mean, we said initially, I don't know why I keep calling it the desk. We don't even really have a desk. We have a table.
Close enough.
No,
Yeah, it's all right.
It'll do. But anyway, I mean, we'll start just by talking about, you know, we liked the Falcons draft. We thought they corrected some of the issues in the first one. It looked to be starting particularly well. It was going okay. And then, I don't know, like just Tundra, patient, stayed in the pocket, and they were just able to outscale.
I mean, we did see another Night Stalker game where he was kind of running around dying, but it makes so much space in the fights. I thought this was a brilliantly executed fight from Tundra, by the way, where Falcons kind of overcommitted. And the reason they overcommitted was because Tundra, they had 33 wrapping around, so they were prepping for it. Like they used the Night Stalker very well in these fights to get vision, and They use his move speed to dodge the Pango roll. They're always focusing the right targets. We can see the power of the Lifestealer versus Gyro in this game. As well, as good as Gyro as Skeeter is, that the new Aghanim Scepter having more duration or more hits, it really still does feel like a good answer to the Gyro.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was. I think their lineup as a whole functioned incredibly well. The one part where I was a little bit lost as far as like what the strategy was, you're sending your star player into a bad matchup to the point where he has to itemize a Force Staff and a Glimmer Cape, and I'm talking Amar on
And a
Tiny.
Lotus.
And a Lotus. Like, this is not his playstyle whatsoever. So, like, what is the trade-off for you making this happen? And I just feel like for Falcons, like, whenever you are winning, it's usually because Amar is top of the net worth, making things happen on the map, but he's put into a bad situation. His worst matchup is Lifestealer in the game, so he can't really build like a real carry, even for the crash landing facet too, so he has to really just lean into playing this roaming style here. He ends up 4-8, which isn't great. Sure, Skeeter had a great game, but your mid and off lane are similar type heroes. You have this Pango, you have this Tiny. They're both just going to be initiators for you. I think overall, I think just Falcons got outdrafted yet again when it comes to like having more meta picks.
I mean, I think we've said this a few times, and obviously you can see on your screens there, Saxa is our MVP for that one. Definitely got a lot done on the
Yeah, that is an insane kill participation. This is what I mean. Like maybe this is the role of a Night Stalker in a game is it's, you know, we view the hero as like, oh, if it's dying a lot, like this is not so good. But in reality, he's like the first guy to go in. He's giving vision for his team. You know, 33. We saw so many good Auroras from him in that game and good jumps also from Dragon Knight that you kind of have to credit the guy who's giving the vision for that to happen in the first place, which is the Night Stalker.
Yep.
I just wanted to pick up on your point real quick before we get into the highlights, and that was just to say, it does feel that when Falcons lose, this is kind of what happens. They prioritize getting Skeeter on something comfortable, and that has come at the expense of Amar in a couple of games now. And I feel that when they do that, the games are so hard for them. Like, they're a lot harder than they should be. Yet when you see them confidently win, it's when Amar gets what he wants to play, play the style he wants to play, and Skeeter isn't prioritized really at all.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's something they're going to have to evaluate moving forward, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think it felt like Falcons lost, yes, and Tundra was amazing, don't get me wrong, they deserve to be in the grand finals, but I didn't feel like Falcons lost on their terms, right? They kind of like lost like trying to figure out something new, invent a new play style. But with that being said though, I think Tundra, they're adapting incredibly well right now, and this Night Stalker pick, we saw so many times Dyrachyo infesting into Night Stalker with ulti, getting picks all across the map. It was really nice from Tundra.
It was.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of the DK plus Lifestealer combo too, actually. I vastly underestimated. Of course, you have the Infest Bomb in the DK. That was working out quite nicely throughout the game, but the amount of damage that it does with the minus armor. This was, like, to me, the turning point of the game, by the way, where Falcons is up. They know that Tundra is smoked, and they play to the high ground. And the thing is, like, they left Roche low enough that it could just be killed by 33. But I guess when they see the DK walking up there and breaking smoke, they thought that the rest of the team was there. But in reality, 33 was just soloing Roche. So really cool high-level play from Tundra where they take that risk. If they don't break the smoke there, Falcons, what are they going to think? They're taking Roche, right? They're going to go for it. But because they broke smoke on a few heroes, they didn't think 33 was ballsy enough to solo it, but he was.
We highlighted Lifestealer owning Tiny. I know you wanted to just underscore that point.
Yeah, I just want to kind of like show and highlight like just how this matchup kind of goes. Like, if you are a Lifestealer versus Tiny, your beginning of the game might go well. You can see Amar, he had a good laning stage. He's pretty farmed. So he went from this Blink Echo Saber build to having good farm, to being pretty good on the map, to being forced to go Force Staff as the next item, into Glimmer Cape. He didn't go for the Insurmountable, which would help a lot against heroes like Beastmaster. He's really forced into this style. And like, this is one of the biggest team fights where you're just kind of like, okay, this game might just be over, because in any fashion, when you do have a hero like Gyrocopter, who's the only farmed hero on the map for you, and then you end up losing a team fight, things can look really difficult here. And Lifestealer, he's going to get on the back line, end up getting a kill on this Tiny. And if you're a Tiny, what do you do against this? There's nothing. He's going to press Rage. He's just going to right-click you and kill you. And that's why he felt like he had to go Force Staff next on this Tiny instead of Scale. Now Skeeter dies here. And this really was the moment where this game didn't really feel close anymore.
This was Giga next level, by the way, from Tundra. Like, the fact that BZM jumps in and dies intentionally because they basically realized that they could win the fight if AA was dead. And there was all these small things in the game. Here is where they kill the Satanic on the Courier, and then in the Roche Pit, 33's got this little creep. It's like in a 2-minute window, they have this like cool tech that's going on, and then they win the next fight because Gyro didn't have Satanic. Whole game blown wide open.
Well, we can now go over to Sir Action Slacks, who's with Whitemon.
Absolutely. Thank you so much indeed. Here with Whitemon. Whitemon, congratulations. Another grand final for you. You pumped?
What?
Grand finals. You won.
Yeah.
You're going to go to the finals.
Yeah, we're gonna play against Liquid.
Oh, it seems like you're just finding this information out. Congratulations! I'm so happy to inform you that you actually are going to the grand finals, baby. You just found out. That's great. Whitemon. All right, you're up against Team Liquid. Maybe not that excited because I have a scary stat for you. I was told by a colleague who will remain nameless, Sheever, that you guys have yet to win a game against Liquid this year. Is that accurate?
This year, yeah, but before that, when we have the Nightfall and Norenov, I think we always won against Liquid.
Yes.
Just maybe because, I don't know, maybe Diracho is like, got curse against Liquid, you know?
Maybe they got them figured out. So were you guys, were you prepared to be making it in the grand finals? Did you think that this series would be this, no offense, easy for you guys to take?
I don't think it's gonna be that easy. Maybe it's gonna be like more cinema games. Yeah.
Cinema game. You can't just say Zoomer talk and then that's how you describe things. You can't just be like, it was a Sigma game. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, anyway. Let's forget about this series, but any words for the series before we move on? What do you think was your favorite part of it? What was the best thing that happened to you?
To me, I don't know. Not so much for me because, you know, we just like play our games. Maybe we kind of chance a bit when I'm playing the Muerta, you know.
Oh, I like how you say that. Say that again.
Yeah, when I'm playing Muerta, I think we kind of chance the draft a bit. But yeah, we're just trying to adapt to the playoffs meta, I think. Yeah.
Now, you guys feel like you kind of formed a little bit of that meta, or did you? Was it more people copying you, or you had to integrate stuff to get here?
I think we just like look up to other teams, like which heroes that suit us, and which heroes that like are really good for us, and what heroes that we can play, and yeah.
But a lot of teams are not able really to copy you guys so far. I mean, the Duracio Alchemist, for one thing. You guys are picking that all the time, and you know how it goes.
I don't know. It's like, I don't see like there's good Alchemist players in this tournament. So yeah, it's Anton, you know, it's Diracho Alchemist. You already know. Everyone's banning it first place, you know. Yeah. It's Diracho Alchemist. It's coming, guys.
Absolutely, but he's not the only one with unique heroes. I don't think anyone is getting close to your Ringmaster either. Some people are trying it out. It's not working out for him, and you are by far, I would say, the best Ringmaster player here. How come people can't copy you either?
I don't know. I just started playing Ringmaster after I lost the Dream League finals against Spirit. So yeah, I'm kind of like, I need this new hero, you know. I need to play something new. So yeah, I just started to learn the Ringmaster. I spam it, like 30 games of it. I got like maybe 40% win rate. I don't care. So yeah, then I tried on scrims and on tournaments, and it looks good.
All right, fantastic. Yeah, you've been doing very well. All right, well, let's talk about the big grand finals coming up, which you just found out you'll be participating in. Team Liquid, were you guys prepared for this? Did you practice for this? Do you know what you're doing? Are we going to see finally an upset here?
I'm not sure.
Jesus Christ. You just say yes. You don't, no, you just say, yeah, we're going to get them, baby.
Because we want to discuss and talk about like the team Lucas, because we just finished the Falcons draft, so yeah. Yes. So maybe we're gonna talk and we figure it out. No?
Okay, that's what I like to hear. Okay, well, we will provide you guys some time to think, to talk, to figure it out. And I don't know if you know this, but many people are saying that you are the anime protagonist of this event. You know, you got your head down, you see a little smile, you're like a happy-go-lucky guy, but then you lock in. So will this be the lock-in series? Are you going full anime arc here? Tell us to the camera. Tell us. Let them know.
I don't think I'm gonna be the.
Jesus Christ! You just say yes. You just say yes. This is the one.
I don't think I'm gonna be the anime protagonist, but I think I'm with this hair, you know. And
Yeah.
I keep smiling. I think I'm gonna be a clown, you know.
Fuck me. All right, great. Well, thank you so much, Wavon. Best of luck in the grand finals. We cannot wait to see you guys overcome the curse and see that go all the way to Game 5. We believe.
What a legend. I mean, real talk, you know, he might not think of himself as an anime protagonist. I think we are listening to someone who's certainly in the running, maybe the tournament MVP. I think he's played so well.
Most liked player, too. I think there could be 4 players that I hated on a team with Whitemon. I would still love the team just because he's on it. This guy's hilarious. So good. 40% Ringmaster win rate. He's the only person that makes it look good. That's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pubs are wild.
I mean, the hero's not very good.
No, it's not. That's true. Yeah.
So, I mean, he's the best at a bad hero. So that's good for him.
That's what I love, Clinton. Always enthusiastic, always loving it. Well, look, we're getting close to our service coming to an end. So I do want to just pick your brains about the grand final and what you guys make of it. Obviously, it does seem to favor Liquid, historically speaking, in 2025. But, you know, I really like Tundra. And I also think, you know, sometimes when you play coming from the lower bracket, because you've already played in the day, you're warmed up, you're ready to go. Sometimes it can be a strange advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a reality check for Tundra. This is the first tournament with 33 on it where they had to make a lower bracket run at all.
Yeah, absolutely.
First time. And they still persevered, which says a lot to this team. They're not just one of those teams that just rides a high and has to stomp a tournament. They can have some lows and come back from it. And I'm afraid this team is going to be a monster. And Liquid, they've shown that when they're at the top, they're an insanely good team. I feel like Mickey is definitely back. Saberlight is finally meshing in. But Tundra, they're coming back definitely way stronger than they showed in that upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, another stat you have to consider is that the very first grand finals that this iteration of Tundra has ever lost is the recent one. It's the most recent one. So, like, you know, you have the stat that they keep losing to Liquid. It's in group stages. Who gives a shit? Like, this team wins tournaments. So Liquid, they're a team that plays to the strength of their opponents, and they are going to need to continue that trend against Tundra, because I agree, they're going to be monsters coming into this grand final.
It's been a blast hanging out with you over the course of the tournament, guys, and indeed today, no different. Morning squad for life. That is it from us, but not from the tournament. The grand final is yet to come. We'll be bringing in Shiva, T-Governor, and Lacoste for that one. We're going to take an extended break of 30 minutes, come back refreshed, lock in. It's going to be amazing. Team Liquid, Tundra, for the crown. We'll see you later.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello, everyone. I got a treat for you here today. It is Saberlight from Team Liquid, and we are going to be playing Dota 2 Letters. Okay? Yippee! Look how excited he is.
So excited.
The rules are very simple and complicated at the same time. You'll get some hints. It's either going to be a Dota hero or a Dota item. You have to guess what it is. You got to get as many as you can in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. However, you can ask for hints, and we will show you a letter of the Dota 2 name. So what would you like your hint word to be? It can be anything you want. Just yell it out.
Can I say hint?
Yeah, sure.
Or should I get something like more
Get something
creative?
spicy in there, man. Something else. What's your safe word?
No, I think I'll stick with hint.
Hint it is. All right, we'll go with the standard hint. Let us begin the game. All right. Wielding fire, ice, and lightning, I am an arsenal of arcane power. Many spells.
Hint.
Hint.
What? Invoker.
Yes, you're correct. See? You picked up the game. Master of blades with a bounty on his head. Wow. Go. A cunning blade that lets the wielder traverse vast distances. This is the hardest one. Are you going to dump hints? Yeah, there you go. Dump them now.
Shadow blade.
Close. But
Silver edge.
They're close, but no. Got plenty of hints. 8 hints.
Skip. Can I skip?
No
okay,
skipping.
Then hint.
Another one. It's not shit, no.
Okay, another one.
Another one. Swift blink.
Okay.
That's okay.
Nice.
You still got 5 hints. Okay, celestial warrior. Brings light in the dark. Celestial warrior.
Hint.
Okay.
What? Lina?
Close.
There's Luna.
There you go. All right, moving on. Deadly aim.
Sniper.
No, marks target with both weapons. Both.
Muerta.
There you go. Very good. The embodiment of strength and speed, they enhance the wielder with resilience and quickening steps. This is an item.
Yeah, I would imagine the second word is D. Okay, hint.
What?
I don't know.
G? Okay.
Okay, how is this
they
supposed
just
to be
gave you a
helpful?
hint. Go ahead, you can do
Another
this.
hint. Okay, I should get this one. What? A? Okay, another one. I don't know. Well, it's not Aghanim Scepter. What?
No, it's not active.
Okay,
it's 3
hint.
words.
Hint.
Hint. It's Saint and Yasha, man. All right, you're out of hints.
Well, that's rough.
You can do this. From the shadows I strike a predator who ambushes the weak and disrupts the strong. Okay? It's a hero. One of the rare 2-word heroes.
Okay, well,
You should
this
be
is rough.
familiar with this hero from the last patch.
The Night Stalker.
The Night Stalker is not correct, no. Try again.
Which hero has... Okay, I don't know.
That's okay. I'll let you have the basketball in the air here. Okay? You can get one guess. Right?
Okay.
There's a popular hero from last patch. Assassin hero.
Assassin hero.
Very difficult.
Yes. Yes. Okay, now it's just embarrassing, you know.
No, it's not embarrassing. Just take it. Take your shot. Take your shot.
The Spectre.
No, it's not the spec. That's not even the correct amount of letters. Can you show it to him, please? It was a Nyx assassin.
Okay, no one plays hero.
What do you mean? It was just here. What do you mean?
No one.
Well, now, but yes, you did very well. You did very well.
I did.
Yeah, you did middle of the pack. A lot of people got to 7. You did good.
Thank you.
Very standard. So yes, I'm impressed by your knowledge yet again.
What can I say? This was too easy for me.
Oh, wow, that is incredible. With how much you struggled with it. Why couldn't you get Sage and Yasha?
When I read the description, I kind of got it, but then I got confused. There were so many letters, and it just overwhelmed me, you know? I was like, okay, it happens to the best of us.
Just a man to action, you know? Words don't mean anything. Just going out there and doing your thing. I get it.
Yeah. I kind of just like, go with the flow.
Okay. Well, hopefully that flow from Team Liquid will be going quite quickly here at Wallachia. Best of luck to you and your team. We'll see more of you soon.
Thank you.
So it's a long story, but it came from a custom Warcraft 3 game. I'll just cut it short, and it was called The Black Road, and I was trying to use a save file of another friend, because it was like using a 40-digit code, load and save file, and I kind of deciphered the code and understood certain characters relates to the the name, is unique to the name. So I changed my name to this so I can use that person's save file for the game.
So smurfing. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, great.
Smurfing.
So he got his name from cheating in smurfing. Thank you so much. That's interesting. What was it called one more time?
The RPG was called The Black Road.
Wow. If there's anyone out there that knows anything about what he's talking about, please say in chat. Other 30-year-old boomers out there that played The Black Road.
From my favorite composer, the great Bach.
Who's that?
Johann Sebastian Bach.
Oh, why him? Why do you like that?
I just like his music.
Okay. Can you sing some for us now?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you. He's thinking of a lie right now. Something interesting.
Yeah, because I had a dream, like I have to walk from Toronto to Tokyo, that's why.
Wow, it came to you in a dream.
Yeah, yeah. I think I will answer every time like new things because this question was a million times, so
yes,
I will find new things to answer.
When I start to play games, I know it's something in my like brain. It's probably like maybe some shop in Russia, like named Skari, and I like switch K to L, then I switch I to L, and then it's like Laru. Maybe something like this I remember from my head. But maybe this is not true, but it's a good story.
I used to play in academy when I was 13, and I had cringe nickname. It was WannaCry.
WannaCry?
Yeah, and I was about to change it, and I had no ideas. And my coach on that moment, his nickname was Amazing, and I just googled, synonyms of amazing. There was a word days, and I just wow, days, it's cool.
Well, that's a very interesting story, but I have to ask about the old name. Why did you name yourself
WannaCry?
that? Yeah.
Don't know. It's I was 12, 13 years old, I saw that in school.
Oh, so hard times, I guess. Well, I'm so happy things have gotten better for you, and things are brightening up. So, thank you very much. Everybody, and welcome to another episode of Coach Swap. That is right, today we have two legends in the scene, Jabs and CY. So good to see you here today. This is Coach Swap. You are now the coach of Gaimin Gladiators. You are now the coach of Team Liquid. You have to draft and ban for your new players. Before we begin, living nightmare or dream come true, Coach Swap?
I feel like it's kind of nice, I have played enough games against them to know exactly what to do. So
I also feel like it feels pretty natural. It's my initial thought.
Let's go ahead and begin. Now, the rules are, you guys have to pick for your new team. You have to do as best as you can. Okay, at the end, you're gonna rate each other with how you think you did. Then I'm gonna put you guys in my AI, and we're gonna find out who won, okay? So, are you ready? I believe I'm gonna go ahead and flip a mental coin. Congratulations.
Oh, wow.
You get to go first.
Amazing.
Team Liquid, let's see that draft. What do you got? Who are you gonna draft for first?
So there's the Insania Mika lane, and we have Nisha on mid, and then we have Saberlight and Boxy on the off lane.
Very strong. Is he on the right? Is that correct?
I mean, might be correct. Depends what time,
Yeah. Depends if Boxy woke up, I think.
Huskar ban? Is this a good choice here?
Nisha just told me he does not want to play against Huskar. Quinn Huskar is gonna destroy him. So he says just ban it already.
The classic.
I'm gonna do that.
Very good.
I think I need to ban Nisha's main hero.
Okay.
Which is Kunkka.
TPC1, yeah.
TPC1?
It's his best hero. And then, speaking of mains, the next main is this guy, Pudge, Voxy Pudge.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
Voxy Pudge is a classic actually.
You are trying to win. You are aware of that?
Yeah, I'm banning their best heroes.
Fantastic.
Wait, I also banned my own hero, Voxy Huskar. That's also a classic.
Uh-oh.
So you're already behind.
That's not great. That's not great. What else do we have here? Even though this hero is kind of awful, I think right now. I think it's just way too good for Watson. Gotta get it out there.
Okay.
Makes sense, right? Also kind of my own hero.
You banned your own hero,
Yeah.
so you need to be a little bit careful. I think I need to continue on the theme that I've been doing so far. So the next up is another main. Insania main.
Insania almost no heroes left now.
Yeah, I
That's
think
not great.
Insania is banned out. So, yeah. And I think next guy, Bing Bong.
Bing Bong, man. Mr. Bing Bong.
I think the Bing Bong is, I would give him like this one, Mars.
Oh, this one, yeah, okay.
So now all your best heroes are gone.
Ooh.
We'll see about that, we'll see about that. I think first of all, we're gonna ban this one, because it is his only hero, of course.
I mean, you can't pick that in current year.
Not
That
this,
is
not
true.
this year, not this year.
No. Gotcha. The Pangolier goes out
No
there.
way.
That's gotta hurt.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to pick mid anymore. His entire hero
I
pool
think
is
you're kind
banned.
of done, honestly. How we get this one? It's a flex.
That's very good.
That is
This
very,
is maybe just Mika Zero.
Since it's Mickey, you know, like I might as well just pick like Ace. A little bit of a counter.
Wow. Was that Ace Tidehunter? Is that what it
Huh?
is? That's very good. Very strong.
Classic GG, man. They're not familiar with the liquid flex.
Yeah, that's a big flex. Hell yeah. Okay, bans coming up here. Who are you hoping to target ban here?
I could do the disgusting one. I can also just like hate on my Tofu here.
Oh!
He's only 2 heroes.
Well, that kind of ruined my draft.
Okay, all right. Credit where credit is due.
Plays Ringmaster though.
Plays Ringmaster. Okay. Actually, let's like keep it. Since you're running my draft, I'll have to make sure you can't flex this hero. And ban Mickey main.
Okay, this is getting serious. Some people have had some fun. The fun is over now. These are some angry, violent bans here. I like this.
Yeah, we are so angry.
Next up is a Celery Classic.
Oh my!
Because you're playing on a 7-man roster.
That's true, it's true, actually. He's backstage.
Yes.
He's ready,
He's ready to come in once we pick the Eng.
I thought you didn't see him, man. I thought you didn't see him, to be honest.
Can't fool me.
Classic pro player smurfing here. Celery is
Unreal, actually.
incredible. Okay, standard.
Something. What would be classic liquid to do in this case? Huh? Actually, we're just gonna do this.
Oh,
we're actually just gonna do this.
But you guys are actually tryharding now.
This is Bing Bong, man.
This is actually
classic Bing Bong.
Peak Bing Bong right there.
That is rough. How could you let him get away with that? That's like the Bing Bong #1 right now.
It is the Bing Bong #1.
Ban Pudge.
Yeah, I banned all the counters, so like, I can't really. What would Watson play?
No clue, man.
I can tell you if you don't know.
No, I don't need you to tell me.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because I can. Okay. Terrorblade.
Okay, now the real question is, what does Tofu still play?
Yeah,
what does he still play?
This is a wild one here.
You're going into hipster territory right now, I think.
Yeah, kinda, a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe some old school Tofu.
Oh, old school Tofu.
Oh.
How old are we talking? Okay, that is old. That's like the German stack Tofu.
There we go.
It is the Tofu.
Dropping this right here.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
That's like a real Team Liquid draft. All of them are like melee dudes ready to punch you.
Yeah.
Sounds
run
like
at
Team
you and
Liquid
just...
in real life.
Bans. Who's our last player on each team?
Well, they need a Queen hero still. And Pango is out, so I know it's he's having a hard job over there.
Yeah. The one.
Nah, I think I'm betting this.
Okay. That's a very strong one. Very high pick rate there for Mr. Quinn.
I think we need to remove this hero. Because against GG, this hero has great history. I think we all remember a specific game. And I think keeping it a little meta, maybe remove this.
Oh my god,
you mean
right at the end.
An Unreal Broken hero? Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Get that out of here.
I feel like I think of
Dazzle. All right, last pick. This is a big deal.
Last pick. Let's get it. We're doing this bad boy.
Wow.
This is insane, man. This is a healer. You banned Oracle, I pick another healer.
That's actually true.
That's the wide lock right there.
He is a really good healer. I did ban 2 healers though, to be fair. There are a lot of melee heroes in Team Liquid.
Thanks.
So I think
there is.
I think Quinn would really enjoy playing this hero as a last.
Wow.
That's a good bet.
That's not bad.
I like that.
Did he do a good Gaimin Gladiators draft?
I think he got a very good Gaimin Gladiators draft. I think our draft is also pretty good though. Like I think our draft is also decently liquid.
Rating out of 10. 10 is the best, 1 is the worst.
My own?
Yeah.
9.
9. Okay, and how'd he do at being you?
8.
8. All right. Same question to you, sir.
I think he hit the Team Liquid draft quite well, actually.
Okay.
It's just like dudes running at you. And not much thought sometimes put into it. I think that encapsulates it quite well.
It works though, quite a lot.
Yeah, it works.
Really
You know,
nice,
like, you know, the enemy doesn't know what the fuck is going on either.
You respawn TV to a tower and you die again.
There you go.
That's like, that's how
You
it
just
goes.
go. You just go, and then you just win. And I think I will give myself. I don't know. To be honest, I don't think if I was Liquid, I would want to play against this draft on Gaimin. So I'll give it like a 9 as well.
Wow. So much respect.
All right.
So much handshaking. Very good. All right, well, I'm going to put this in the AI. We're going to activate the drafts here. Take a big peek.
AI took your job?
Drum roll, please. Huh?
AI took your job already?
Yeah. Well, you know, thankfully.
It's coming for us soon.
AI, my job will never be taken by AI because AI has no idea how to be cringe, all right? I have a powerful ability. And the winner is, you will not believe this, but
I think I will.
It came down to the bing bong. All right, the Primal Beast has won. Yes, Saberlight went out of control in this one, so congratulations. Out of nowhere, fantastic drafting. He did it. Well
Good job,
done.
Bing Bong, man. Good job.
Good job.
Those bots.
Next time I'll get him.
Next time.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen, for your time. That was another episode of Coach Swap between 2 of the greatest of all time. We'll see you again. Hello and welcome back to Dota Letters. Today I am here with Whitemon from Team Tundra. Whitemon, are you ready for a fun mini game that will change your life?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, great. This is a pretty easy game. I'm going to show you some hints that will tell you either a Dota hero or a Dota item. Now you're going to see how many letters make up the name, and then you have to guess. The goal is get as many as you can in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You have 10 hints that you can use. Okay. And you just yell out a word. What would you like your word to be for when we give you a hint? Be anything.
I don't know.
You could be it could be Whitemon. We could just scream your name.
Maybe W?
W?
Yeah.
All right. We will scream W? Is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
Why? Why W?
And just my nickname, like Whitemon, W. Yeah. Start with W. Yeah.
Great. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the game. Dota Letters. A phantom presence, I haunt the battlefield, striking from all sides, as if I was a illusion.
Phantom Lancer? Wait, no.
No, it's one word.
Wait.
We can get the W's in the chat if you want. We can start rolling W's.
W?
W.
Wait.
A haunt the battlefield like an illusion.
It's only heroes or items, like not like skills?
No. Just heroes or items. Haunt the battlefield. We can do another W.
Spectre?
Yes, there we go. You're fine, Whitemon. We're a brilliant inventor. I unleash the might of my genius upon the enemies. No armor can protect you.
Dazzle?
No. Might want to use a W. We're going pretty slow.
W.
All right.
I don't know.
A brilliant inventor, Whitemon. Plenty of W's. Go on, Whitemon. Use your W's.
W.
All right, here we go.
Buckler?
Buckler is not a brilliant inventor, no.
Wait, no.
This is a hero, Whitemon. Whitemon, don't panic. You're crashing out right now. Focus up, calm down. W. Starts with a T. Whitemon, calm down and just think. All right, you can use another W. Just take her. We gotta move faster. Okay, this is a talisman that radiates an aura, bolstering the spirits of allies.
W. I'm so bad.
Keep going, buddy. Keep going. You got four more W's. You can do it.
Okay, W.
You're doing really good. Focus up, Whitemon.
Spirit. Wait.
No, it doesn't. Spirit does not end in R. Watch it do another W, bud.
W.
20 seconds. 10 seconds, Whitemon. Hit another W, bud. All right, Solar Crest. Good job. All right, last one, buddy. You can do this. I'm a walking plague. No, you didn't even read it.
Phenomancer.
Yes! You got it. Oh, the clutch. Incredible job. Really, really good job, Whitemon. You got 4 of them done. Venomancer right at the end. Very impressive work. You're a man who knows when he needs help and you call upon it. So how do you think you did, buddy?
I'm doing so bad.
What I surprised you to say, you actually were pretty standard. Most people got to about 5 or 6. So you did well. Most people didn't use the W's though, so you kind of clutched on that, but well done, Whitemon. I'm very impressed by your knowledge.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll see Whitemon do much, much better in his games than this game here at PGL Wallachia.
I wouldn't say it's a crazy story. Me and my brother played sports when we were, well, my name is Speed, so we played sports when we were younger. We're both pretty fast. So unfortunately, it mostly just revolves around that. It's kind of boring, but the full name was Hyper X Speed, which you would think would have to do with the computer equipment. It's not. It was like a shoe or something from back in the day. And then we shared the Xbox. We had one Xbox when we were growing up. So me and my brother were both Hyper X Speed. But then I couldn't continue to be like me and my brother as I got older. I had to change the name, right? So I was really unique and just cut off the first part.
Still, I mean, that's
Speed.
Very classic. How did Doraccio?
Just from anime.
Just from the anime?
Yeah.
What anime?
I don't remember. Soul Eater, I think.
I don't remember.
Yeah, Soul Eater.
Soul Eater.
Excalibur is just telling this non-stop, only one word.
Wow.
And I just translated on the Russian, and then I just changed the letters from Russian to English, and that's how it came.
Why did that character stick out so much?
He just saying one word, I don't know why.
I just always thought tofu looks pretty cute and tasty, so I don't know, I kind of just went with it.
Yeah, that's a good lie. I like that one. Thank you so much for that incredible lie. Yatoro, is it back to Yatoro again? I just want to confirm.
Yes.
Yes, okay, good. The Rodan days are over.
Yatoro, I don't know, it's like my third surname already. I don't know, in 10 years I took this nickname. I don't know where from, but it's with me, yeah.
Okay, okay.
I got it from the game Divinity Original Sin 2. The melody is the character from that game. That's it.
Do you still play?
No.
Okay, well, I'm sad.
It's a flower, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, my mother's best flower that she likes. Yeah.
Wow, that's incredible. What prompted you to do that? Just because she liked it and you thought it was
that's
nice?
it. And it sounds like I like it. Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. Does she watch your games?
Yeah.
She care?
Yeah.
She'll be watching this interview. Any words for her?
Hello.
When I was in high school, like 17 years old, I played with my twin brother in a LAN, small tournament, something like that. And our team name is Ghost.
Oh.
So I love it. So I took it, the name.
Okay.
It became my.
Why'd you name the team Ghost?
My brother named it. I have no idea.
No idea. Did you ever ask him?
Nope.
I mean, it's a pretty big deal.
Maybe I asked him, but it's like a long time ago.
Okay.
I forgot about it.
Well, maybe you could get him on the horn and let us know later. But thank you so much, Ghost. Interesting tale, interesting story.
Well, you see, when my mother and father, they loved each other very much.
Oh.
And then, yeah, that's how my name came about.
Yes, you're.
My name was in a book somewhere published by some.
Do you know what your name means?
I don't know, man with receding hairline.
Okay. The full name is Quinithin, right?
Yes. It's Quinithin the Third, actually.
It's just Quinn?
Yeah.
There's no longer version?
There's no ton or a thun or
okay,
nothing.
All right. How about CCNC? Where'd that come from? Back in the day.
That came from, believe it or not, there was a period where I was very positive and I was really toxic, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna be positive. And then I changed my name, and I was like, okay, my name is Cool, Calm, Collected. I'm the positive guy now. And then for like a year or something, or 6 months, a while, I was. And I was super chill. And then, Dota got to me and slowly ate my soul out. And now I am what I am now. But that was where it started.
Yo estaba buscando un nombre para ponerle a mi hijo y prácticamente lo vi en un programa de un chico que cantaba y me gustó mucho el nombre.
So you chose your own child's nickname as your nickname?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough. All right. Thank you very much.
It wasn't like for some reason. My friend was like forcing me to play some tournament like a lot of like years ago. He was like forcing me to like, we have tournament in 15 minutes, like register, you know, like sign in, like do account. And I like I need nickname. He's like we don't care about nickname. We just sign anything. We just go play. I was like, okay, and I just like first 4 letters I got in mind. So I just like QBFY. But it's like fun because there is like Chinese player like FY, right?
Yeah.
And I also was like playing with his despair face after he lost TI. You know, this like when it's lights behind him and he's like
right, the big loss.
So it's like people think that it's like some giga nickname with like some. And also when I was playing, like some Asian guys were like, "Is it? Oh, it's like QB5 playing Task is like FY Reborn or whatever." And I was like, "Oh, it's like okay," but it's not like from him or something. It's just like random.
I don't really know. I just saw the word collapse and did it.
Where did you see it?
Probably some Nick's voice lines.
Okay, all right, that's it? Just that? Wow, cool. Thank
How did you get your nickname?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't want to tell that story. Xbox Live, I wrote out a list of 15 nicknames, and then I ate pizza all night, and I kept flipping coins. I was 1 coin flip away from being close call. Welcome to another episode of Dota 2 Letters. I am here with the one and only, good to see you, my friend, ATF. We're going to play Dota 2 Letters. Do you know lore? Do you know items? Do you know heroes?
I used to know, but I don't know anymore. So
what happened?
I just couldn't care less anymore.
Couldn't care less. Great. Well, care today, my friend, because you will be judged against all the other pros. You got to go as fast as possible. You got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And if you don't know the answer, you can simply yell hint or help. What would you like to scream out when you need assistance?
I don't know. I will just say I don't know.
Okay, great. Well, I'm sure that will never come up. Let's go ahead and begin the game. Ladies and gentlemen, Dota 2 Letters, question number 1. Wielding fire, ice, and lightning, I am an arsenal of arcane powers. My spells will obliterate entire armies as I walk away unseen. This is a hero, okay? That's how many letters it is, ATF.
Jakiro?
It is a hero. You can say, I don't know.
I said Jakiro.
Jakiro, no, it's not Jakiro. That is a hero. You are running out of time. Just start screaming, I don't know.
Zeus? No, not Zeus.
Zeros. The man doesn't know. Give him a hint. V. Third letter is a V. ATF, the clock is ticking here.
Next.
Yeah, give him another hint. Okay?
Next.
Give him another hint.
Next.
You know, a bunker? All right, come on. Next. All right, next time. A master of blades with a bounty on his head. He goes through combat with steel and unpredicted strikes. Only 3 letters. ATF, you're not playing the game very well.
Yeah,
you have to guess. You have to hint.
Hint.
Hint. Okay, starts with a K.
Oh, it's Kiz.
Yes, we got one. Thank you so much. Next. A cutting blade that allows the wielder to traverse vast distances and move at great speeds. This is the hardest one. If you're going to use hints, use them now.
Turtle blade?
No.
Hint.
Hint, please. Starts with an S. There's an item that starts with an S and it's 2 words.
Oh, it's item.
Yes. Item, 2 words, starts with an S. Use more hints.
Hint.
Hints?
I give up.
Okay, one more hint, please. It is a instantly move item. Starts with an S. Bloop, bloop. There's 3 different types of this item.
I don't know. Just
Okay,
give me the
hint.
one. I need
Great.
to find.
Swiftly. All right, next, please. A celestial warrior that brings night to bear, empowering those who follow the light. This is a moon-based hero. You have one more.
Luna.
Yeah, Luna, we got it. All right, we got one.
Something.
Next up,
Fast.
with deadly aim, I mark my targets to give them swift death, deliver justice.
Sniper.
What?
Sniper?
No. Hint, you have one left. U. Okay, it's a hero, second letter U.
Hint, fast.
No, you're done with hints. It's over. It's over for the hints. You may guess. You're out of time.
Undying.
You know that U is the second letter, so it can't possibly be Undying.
You give me time. It's so stressing.
The time is over. You have. This is the shot. Second letter is a U, and it's a hero. You can do this. Think it over. Deadly aim. Justice.
Muerte.
Yes, that's my boy right there. 5. Well done, ATF. 5. Okay, that's pretty standard, honestly. You did well. I'm surprised.
I didn't do well. You gave me time. It made me stress and panic.
I'm not trying to stress you and panic you. This is a game. It is for, you should be used to stress and panic. That's Dota, right?
Yeah, but you don't start the game and you have a timer till the game is over.
Thank you so much, ATF. It was so good to have you. Really wonderful job there. Always a pleasure. We'll see more of ATF and Team Falcons at PGL Wallachia.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the grand finals here of PGL Wallachia Season 3. And we are getting ready for a great best of 5 between Liquid and Tundra. And we have a lot to go through here together with my panelists. I'm Shiva. I'll be your host this evening or afternoon. You can, depend on your time zone. Lacoste, how are you doing?
Doing great. We just saw Tundra do really well in their series. Not going to say that they stomped it, but very excited for the grand finals. Also, I think these two teams are very close, so we'll see what's going to happen.
Tigov, how are you this evening?
I mean, very good. It's the third Wallachia, the third one that we don't have the same 2 teams. 3 grand finals, 6 different teams, competitive every single time. I'm hoping, please.
I will say, these are big shoes to fill.
Massive shoes.
For people that, for some reason, dummy move, have missed the last 2 grand finals of Wallachia's, they were some of the best finals, especially Season 1 was the best final of 2024 across all finals that we've had. And to be honest, Season 2 came pretty close to it. So yeah, big shoes to fill here for these 2 teams. And before starting to talk about them, let's first get you up to date on what we don't want to see, because we've seen a lot of heroes picked up over the last week and a half. And there's a couple that have done a little bit better than others. And there's been also a couple, Tigov, that we just don't want to see more of. They've been very underwhelming.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, when you do look at tournament meta, some heroes are going to rise to the top, some to the bottom. I think the most underwhelming hero in the entire tournament has been Rubik. 5 games played, 0% win rate. In a meta where you have Jakiro and whatnot, it's so sad the state of the hero.
It definitely is. And I'm really glad that after seeing that Rubik was picked in the first 2 or 3 days, everybody realized nobody wants to touch this hero anymore. The big one that kind of started hot was Leshrac coming into the tournament. There was a lot of talk about the hero with the changes to his innate ability facets and also changes to Gleipnir, which would make him one of the prominent mid laners, but never really happened. And also the flex potential to position 4, we're just not seeing it anymore.
But you have to respect the fact that even though some of those heroes are underwhelming, Puck, Liquid specialty, they're in the grand finals. Beastmaster, both Liquid and Tundra specialty. So even though they have bad stats, some of the grand final teams can show us why they shouldn't really be underwhelming.
Okay, we'll see if one of those will pop up. Indeed, we have got a pretty painful graphic to show you guys, though, because these two teams are not unfamiliar with each other. And over 2025, they faced each other a couple times. And obviously, they were probably fun series to watch, but maybe if you were a Tundra fan, you were not enjoying them that much, Lacoste.
It's not even close. They were unable to take the game from Team Liquid in 2025, and we are already in March. So for 2.5 months, Tundra, they will need to step it up, because it does seem that this matchup against Team Liquid, because if you asked me how Team Liquid did do before checking the stats, I would say they probably lost most of their games playing against Tundra. But yeah, something about the matchup is what makes this very interesting.
It'll be interesting to see, like, Liquid win the series, but Tundra win the tournaments. So now you put them in a best of 5, like, what happens?
And well, we're gonna find out what's happening here. And for Team Liquid, there has been a massive shift. So they haven't done that well over the last 3 tournaments they played. You know, top 8 was kind of all they got out of the tournaments they had. And this time they make it to the finals. It's not the first time this season. They made it to the finals in Bangkok as well, placing 2nd. But maybe they have a little bit of an ace up their sleeve. Let's take a look at what changed for them, T-Golf, because there is one massive change they've had for Wallachia Season 3.
Yeah, they've already spoke to great length that Blitz won't be here due to, you know, trying to start some Schengen days and whatnot. So now Jabs has taken over the drafting with Nisha as well. And that priority in the draft has clearly shown. During Dream League, we have the stats. They had a massive focus on trying to utilize Sableye, give him the good lane. He'll be the last pick, the specific last pick. Nisha being in 2nd place with 7. But now when we look towards PGL Wallachia, it's going to be quite an interesting shift. Nisha instantly promoted to being the last pick. Sure, Sablite's still up there with 3 picks, but they are putting such a big priority on Nisha, demoting Sablite within the draft, but it's unlocking so much potential. We're seeing, like, last pick Puck with an 80% win rate on Nisha. Like, other teams are failing to get the hero across the line, but Nisha, well, you know, he's one of the best in the world on the hero. So I think just that draft change-up is really helping the team.
Yeah, it's kind of a funny one, huh? He becomes the captain of the team. Suddenly he gets to choose his own hero most of the time. Gives himself a good matchup. But I do agree with the point, because Saberlight, we've seen him, I would say, struggle a little bit during Dream League Season 25. And they were last picking his hero, so they were not getting the value. And now they're picking his hero most of the time as the first pick or in the middle. And that allows them, because he is playing a lot of these sacrificial. Sometimes you'll see them lose the lane. He's got, like, his score at the end of the game is going to be very bad, but he gets the job done.
Yeah, and throughout the whole week and a half that we've had, we've seen so many games of Tundra. They're actually the team that has played most games, because they, almost every single series, they went to 3 games, apart from the one that they played earlier today, which is lucky for them, of course, saving some energy there. But there was a trend over those games, and it wasn't 100% win rate anymore towards those final days. But for first picking the Racho's hero, they still have an incredibly high win rate, and the Racho, therefore, he has definitely a lot of focus when it comes to the draft, and there's good reason for that. This player, I know there's been some rumors, with Moon also saying some things in interview, but I figured it's time we highlight his career here, T-Golf, because there's a reason this player has a target on his back.
I mean, you're describing consistency. For your carry player to take his hero in the first phase, like a lifestealer, he has to know what he's going to do in the game every single time. And when you look at the Tier 1 tournaments between 2023 to now, there's been 27 Tier 1 tournaments. He's been part of 14 grand finals. That is mental. 2 of them being a TI, sure, 2nd place, 9 wins. Like, that's over 50% of the grand finals that we've been able to witness. He's been part of it. That is, like, incredible to even think that a player has that level of just, you know, accomplishment.
He's been so stable. I love Duracho as a player. In terms of, like, stable with the stable results in game, it's a little bit different, because he's going to go for that extra wave. He's going to have one of those funny deaths that's going to change things a little bit. But overall, this guy always delivers. He has a pretty
flair as well.
He has a pretty unique play style. I've been talking about, you know, it's old school reference, but Hwost or Xbox, he is kind of the same. I get the same feeling from these two guys.
He's the type of player that you have to harness what he can do, because if you don't understand him, he'll look like a bad player. But once you appreciate what he brings to the team, you're going to be winning tournaments, or you're going to be getting into grand finals.
Yeah, Tundra, they've had definitely success in not just getting into grand finals this year, but also winning them. They've played in 3 grand finals this 2025, and they have won 2 of those. The qualifiers, do we count qualifiers? We count qualifiers, guys.
No, we do. We count the qualifier because, like, whatever they participate in,
it's best of 5s.
Yeah, they're winning it. They're crushing it, and that is just, you know, mental to think. And here, if they are to, even if they come second, like every grand finals they've been part of. That was a bad statement. Back to you, Lacoste.
Back to me. Yeah, I mean, they've been a part of every single grand final in 2025. I think this also tells the story about the team. And there's been, you know, Moon said it in an interview that Dyrachyo, this is his last tournament. I hope not. I also think this might be one of those Dota retirements. Yeah, it might be a lie. It might also be a retirement that he's coming back after a couple of weeks because he's bored at home. He has nothing better to do. But yeah, definitely would be a great loss for the community in general, just Dota professional scene, because this guy is very entertaining to watch. And I want to see him go all in this series. I mean, Moon talked about it yesterday that they gave him that Slark as the last pick, which turned into massive meme, but yeah, you definitely want to give this guy heroes that he wants to play.
Yeah, it has worked out so many times, and I'm sure it might work out for a couple games here in the grand finals as well, unless Liquid can stop that, of course. To help Tundra along, we figured we put a little list together to see what is most effective against Team Liquid. Actually, what is least effective?
Very different. If you're giving this to Tundra, then we've got some bias on this panel.
What is least effective against Team Liquid? So stay away from these heroes. If you see these, potentially you might have to be worried for Tundra.
How many times have you seen Jakiro being first phase? Because this hero gives you everything in the laning stage. It doesn't reveal anything at all. Gives you strong lane. Gives you quite a lot of combos if we're talking about the Darkseer and such. But yeah, Team Liquid, they managed to beat it 7 times, so nobody beat Team Liquid with Jakiro, which is pretty impressive. And also Ursa, this hero, even though if we talk about Saberlight's hero pool with these Tide Hunters, these offlaners that are kind of suffering because they don't have much movement speed. Also, if you pair up some Ursa with Jakiro, that's definitely a killer lane. But Team Liquid, the offlane duo, is doing so well right now.
Yeah, we don't even have the hero on the screen, but I think Nature's Prophet is another hero. Like Liquid, one of the best in the world at Nature's Prophet. They've played against it a couple of times. They've destroyed it. I think they just have a clear understanding when they get the difficult matchups, how to win the team fight to get to them, that position. And it's why they're in the grand finals.
And here's the opposite, the most effective picks, but this time by Team Liquid Lacoste.
Yeah, there's a lot of blue heroes. It's kind of team for Team Liquid. The big one that stands out the most is definitely Muerta, because this hero just winning everything. It is insane what the hero can do with these dead shots. Once you pick up that Aghanim Scepter, you're definitely hitting heroes in the back lines. And also Ancient Apparition Silencer. These type of heroes that are not considered to be the super strong laners, but it gives you quite a lot of team fight. And I think Team Liquid has a pretty good understanding what's really good in meta and how to counter certain heroes. And we also saw that they were able to beat the Beastmaster 3 times in a row. And in this particular matchup, you have 33, the best Beastmaster player in the world.
I mean, I feel like AA is the hero of the tournament, in my opinion, right? Like the fact that we're seeing the strengthiness the strengthiness, that's a new phrase, the strengthiness, the tankiness of, you know, Tinies and DKs and Ancient Apparition. It takes that one fight, that one Ice Blast, and you could just turn any game around. And with the way that you're describing Saberlight being sacrificial, the initiator, the guy that goes crazy, he's always going to set up that one Ice Blast. So I think that's going to be a hero, partnership between 5 and 3. Can Liquid get it in the grand finals? Because it's gonna cause some difficulty for Dyrachyo's playstyle as well. If he walks up the high ground by himself, he can get deleted.
Yeah. Speaking of playstyle, I do want to have a small recap of the playstyle of both of these teams. I know there's sometimes people that only tune in for the grand finals, and I want them to be fully prepared on what might come. Because I think, Lacoste, some of the games that we've had here in Wallachia, have been really long.
Yeah, I don't think teams want these games to go as long, but they're also giving them quite a lot of respect because when we go to top 4, I don't think there's a massive difference in terms of skill. So it gets pretty hard to go for the high ground. We saw Team Falcons trying to speed things up as well, but we also seen Tundra doing the same thing when they get their hands on the Alchemist, when you have these healing supports as well. Dazzle's definitely coming to my mind. So they are trying to speed it up, but the games, they do last long. Like average game time right now at Wallachia is more than 40 minutes.
Who do you think favors that out of these two teams? Because both are well versed in these longer games.
They are. I would say Tundra slightly. I think their decision making in the super late game is a little bit more clutch.
I will say though, Tundra has been a bit more roller coaster of a performance to get to the grand finals. And when you look at their average win time, it's like 36 minutes. Compare that to Liquid, it's 46. So even though Liquid is the upper bracket team, they're getting to the grand finals, I feel like they've had to work a little bit harder in some of their games to close them out. Whilst Tundra, it's like they have a win in 20 minutes or it's competitive.
Yeah, you can also see that as a way where Liquid, even if they are behind, they'll draw out the game to still come out on top at the end of that. And as far as team-specific playstyle goes, how would you describe Team Liquid's playstyle? How did they get to this grand finals, Tigov?
Simple word, just resilient. Like what we've just described, the whole, never backing down from a game, even when it feels like your offlane is 0-6. He's going to buy the Blink Dagger, he's going to set up the fight. And I think specifically the team fights from Liquid has leveled up from previous tournaments. Yep. The way in which they're utilizing Mickey to initiate or even Saberlight to kind of soak up the engagement. I feel like every fight they've taken has purpose, where in previous tournaments, it just looks a little bit sloppy, but now I think they're just finding the understanding of like what they're really meant to be doing to get to this position.
I want to go back to Saberlight. Yesterday, his performance, he stole Aegis twice, which made a massive difference in those games because he was so ready. Even though he died right afterwards, but he is channeling his inner Saberlight of heaven. Some of the old Navi references are coming back, but we can see his hero pool as well because he's been playing. There's going to be a lot of overlapping between these two players, but there's also some of the more niche heroes. He's also the one that played this Night Stalker, who was 0-6-1, I believe, in one of those games, but still managed to win that game and gave us a really good interview after that performance.
He really, really did. And based on seeing the Enigma here, I hope we can bring up the drafts of the series that they played against each other at the group stages. So at the end of the group stages, at least for Liquid, it was the end of the group stages because they qualified to the playoffs off the back of that series. Team Liquid and Tundra had a best of 3. Now, it was a 2-0 in favor of Liquid, but I mostly want to put your guys' attention on the bottom right here and the Radiant team, Team Liquid's lineup. Tigov, how many big team fights do you count?
I'm going to go with 4. Is that acceptable?
That's acceptable. How many do you count on the side of Tundra for that one?
Ooh, tough question. I'm going to go with half.
I said.
I was going to actually do, but all right, fair enough. All right.
But that makes one together. I mean, I think this was the most glaring difference in terms of the two play styles that you guys both just mentioned. The most glaring difference we've seen when it comes down to just pure team fights and drafts.
Yeah, that was the one where Boxy was playing position for Faceless Void. He had a great performance, but most importantly, Saberlight did pop off in that game. It also makes it very difficult because it's on the complete opposite of what one team wants to do. And then again, the games are lasting long. This was also almost a 40-minute game. And when it comes down to the team fights for Team Liquid, it's going to be so much more easier to execute.
But that's why I think with the format, I think the identity of Tundra has shifted since that last series because now they're returning to picking up Beastmaster. They're going Alchemist. Like I think the pacing of Tundra has increased where you look at the series against Team Spirit, they beat them in 28 minutes. It's like against Aurora, it's a 22-minute game, 21-minute game. I think that kind of sparked that need we need to win our lanes because they're laning in the group stage. Putting it bluntly, it was somewhat atrocious. Like it was not the Tundra that has won multiple tournaments. So they have had a wake-up call during their run so far.
Yeah, so they've definitely evolved as the glaring difference between the amount of games played it's actually quite insane. Do you think that in this case, Lacoste has helped Tundra because, as we said, they weren't really feeling like themselves during the group stages?
Yeah,
Do you feel
I don't know if we...
to the pre-fit form?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if we mentioned the numbers, but Tundra did play 25 games in this tournament compared to Team Liquid, who only played 14. Yeah. And have in mind that Team Liquid did win their last 10 out of 11 games that they played.
That is a mad stat.
Don't spoil the grand finals, man.
It's 3-0. Yeah, this is scripted.
It's done.
No, that is an insanely high number. We're going to see if they can continue that streak here. They're coming in via the upper bracket. And it's Tundra that is coming in from the lower bracket. So this is their second series today. That also means that Team Liquid was able to watch those games this morning. I wonder if we have any lessons we could have learned from that, or if these two teams are just going to continue doing what they did before.
Yeah, Duracio's Lifestealer is going to be gone. Even though he does have around 70% win rate on the hero, they might be too afraid to face Lifestealer with the Yule Scepter. It might be too OP of a strategy.
Third time in the history of Dota, but did it win?
It did look good. I mean, when he did an interview yesterday, they were talking about how it wasn't his idea. It was 33 who kind of pushed it towards him, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna listen to what my captain's saying."
Do you really think he pushed it to him though? He's like, maybe he's like saying, "Oh, I'm gonna buy yours. It's a good game," and then 5 minutes later, he's like, "Wait, I didn't mean you to buy it." But still, it was incredible that in the moment, in the pacing, you think of an idea and you just go with it. I think that's the type of team that will, again. That's why Tundra is so good.
Yeah, it's just playing to win in any situation, thinking about solutions of problems that you have noticed in the game.
And also, coming into the series, which is BO5, I think we're not gonna be seeing Tiny, probably not in any of the games, because there's a lot of respect for both Tinies. We saw Bulgarian Tiny yesterday popping off, as they like to call it. Both Nisha and Mickey love to play the hero. Mickey had some flawless performances on Tiny. So if you don't have the first pick, you might need to ban it out.
Yeah, and in this game, it will be Team Liquid with first pick, Tundra with second pick. Therefore, Tundra gets that overall last pick. They will also be Dire for this one and Liquid on the Radiant side. In terms of which heroes we're missing on the bans, I think it is safe to say Tinker and Dazzle are the two big ones.
Yeah, I feel like both teams have shown that they are the best Tinker teams in the tournament. So Tundra doesn't need to ban it out. They already understand it to the top level. Liquid likes picking the hero, and potentially game 2, game 3, Tinker could be the hero that gets ignored if Tundra, crushes Liquid on the Tinker. They lose faith in the hero. I think the grand finals meta, Tinker will be the hero to talk about most times. And there's the Dazzle. Yep.
So the trade.
That's a good trade for Tundra.
Expected, yeah. If we're talking about the straight-up trade to trade, what they're getting, I think both teams are pretty happy with what they got. This has definitely been practiced out, so now we need to see some of the differences. On one side, let's see if they decide to remove Ancient Apparition as well.
I mean, there's 3 heroes that come to mind for me for Liquid. At least there's the Invoker, Cataclysm on the Dazzle. We saw it be really strong yesterday. There's the Puck for Nisha later on in the draft, where you can just jump onto the Dazzle, find him, just put him to low HP. And I mean, you mentioned AA, but if it goes into the 4 role, it could work for Liquid as well. But both teams will have to think about this hero.
Yeah, we saw Tundra yesterday. They got the Dazzle first, and if Liquid's not banning out AA, which they did, but I don't think Tundra would not be afraid to pick up that AA themselves, as they won with that yesterday. But banned, so out of the question.
I'm just intrigued to know, once Liquid bans the next hero, where's the train of thought for Tundra? Spirit showed us the Riki mid with the shard on the cloud, prevent the targeting. So there's Riki that came into meta. We have Invoker that kind of rose up in meta. The Puck. There's so many options to counter a mid Dazzle.
You just want to get to the backline and get him, and maybe we'll even see the Spectre. Actually, to be fair, yesterday we did see the Invoker be very successful in catching that Dazzle.
Exactly, and Liquid, they use their other ban to respect the pacing from Tundra. A Dazzle mid, a carry Alchemist. Fighting into this at minute 15-20 is such a difficult thing to deal with. But what's the ban, Tundra? Or they don't ban any counters to the mid Dazzle. And they just respect another hero that will set up the draft for Liquid.
Yeah. Well, for Tundra in this case.
Or Tundra bans the hero that sets up the draft for Liquid.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
I was also very impressed by what Whitemon was able to do on this Phoenix with the hotspot facet. I'm not saying throw it in there immediately, but if there's going to be a good game for it, mostly it was used against Falcons because they do love to pick tanky cores, and right now going to be a Darkseer. So quite a lot of survivability. Imagine a team fight where Darkseer levels up. He gets the heal. He gets healed by Dazzle. Goes back to full HP, throws casual Greaves. There's nothing right now to stop that healing from getting out.
I know we saw the stat
Mars, are you gonna say Marcy?
No. We know Team Liquid has beat every Jakiro they've gone up against, but the Jakiro Darkseer combo is still very strong.
It is super strong.
And Tundra have a lot of options for their position 4. You can still run the Faceless Void, you've got Tusk. I mean, whatever Saxo wants to play, he's just going to get it. The lane is going to be able to play itself. That's why Darkseer is often first phase banned. Liquid, though, they don't want to enable Tundra to get the Sven and Darkseer combination. They pick it up themselves. They've also played Sven Tinker, utilizing the Ancient Camp behind the Tier 1 tower on the safe lane, the Marching Machines with the God Strength.
Yep.
You can enter the jungle so much better with these two in the same
I
lane.
love Sven as a response to Dazzle. Gives you explosive damage, so sometimes he won't be able to react. It gives you extra bit of armor, because Dazzle wants to lower your armor. And also, the illusion that you make out of Sven from Darkseer's wall is not the greatest, and also he's very good at clearing those illusions.
But right now, Liquid, they need time, right? The Tinker needs levels, Sven needs farm, so picking up the Muerta, that is going to cushion the blow of the early fights. But something to think about for Liquid. If they continue down this path, Tundra are going to really enjoy leaving the lanes, grouping up heroes, and trying to break the map down.
Yeah, 100% win rate for Boxy on that Muerta. I will say we're going to see a lot of the stats of Liquid be just really high in terms of win rate because they only dropped 2 games and no series whatsoever. So those stats will be looking good for them.
The question is, what do they want to play with this Darkseer? I'm down for some Tusk, because I want to have BKB Piercing Tool against Sven. Great save, another layer of save that they do have with the Dazzle.
Ringmaster plus Tusk, I think that's quite nice. A little bit more team fight utilizing the Ringmaster, then you have the laning. Basically, melee 4 plus Ringmaster is where I'm looking at.
You wouldn't want to secure the Ratcho's hero, considering there's already Alk and
True,
Lifestealer banned.
Good point.
And you know, his hero pool
I mean,
has been
Phantom
pretty small.
Assassin is still available if they want to get hands on it. If they want to go...
Okay,
this also works. I think they were thinking more about catching Muerta and also catching Tinker in the back lines to have that extra bit of vision that comes out from Clockwork. And a lot of the times you'll see Muerta just surviving if she's fighting into these physical damage lineups, into Pangoliers, she pops the ulti. Now with the Clockwork and the Darkseer, it's not going to be as easy.
And they do take the carry, yep. I kind of forgot that Tundra needs to pick Darkseer's hero before they're all banned out.
No. Do we want the clock to be a 5 or a 4?
Probably, at the moment, 4.
4, laner with Darkseer.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Dazzle flex between mid and 5 is still open.
It's still available, correct, yep.
And they will keep that flex, because overall they do have the last pick.
Yeah. Well, then it's onto Liquid to decide how they want to complete this one. This should be based on draft order. Normally the pick that Team Liquid is going for right now for their draft and for the team that has first pick. This is the most important pick because they have 2 bans to secure it.
And they also need to understand that PA with an Orb of Corrosion is going to want to fight early with the Clockwork and the Darkseer and the Dazzle. And this is a lineup where 4 or 5 heroes in the same lane won't look uncomfortable for Tundra or for Liquid. Again, like I said before, it's a little bit farm heavy. So maybe Nisha's hero can be kind of the playmaker to fix that.
Yeah. What do you want for Saberlight?
You want for Saberlight?
Yeah. I'd be down with some Enigma, maybe. A Tidehunter is fine. It gives you that team fight, but a lot of, like, we've even seen it in the previous series, that Tidehunter, when he's playing into Phantom Assassin, when she gets the early shard, he doesn't feel as tanky at all.
But Tide players have shifted their perspective on the matchup because they're looking at Blink, they're going Ghost Scepter. So when PA has Battle Fury BKB Shard, the Tidehunter has the Ghost Scepter, forcing the PA to go for the early Nullifier. Like, there's ways to at least play the matchup because people are respecting Ghost Scepter a lot more.
Yeah, there's also a little bit of a backup. You have status resistance with the Tinker. You have Warcry armor, which is always going to be good. And yeah, Invoker, it has to go. Like, if you look at the side lane setup that they could do with the Clockwork Darkseer, if you get caught inside of the cogs, it's 100% kill.
What do you think would do well against Dazzle mid, but also would have done not so well against an Invoker mid? Because that's kind of where we are at, right? Because the Dazzle could be mid or could be a support.
Yeah, I think Liquid is respecting the bigger picture of Tundra's lineup. Because to think of the hero that can outlane the Dazzle but then also be better than Invoker is like a little bit a step too far, I think. I think they just understand that Dazzle 5 is the thing they don't care about. So they're banning out the mids to maybe force the Dazzle to go there to find a better hero.
These are two really good bans from Tundra because they don't have much lockdown against the Storm Spirit. Sure, they still have one extra pick, and also Ricky ban, which is great against Dazzle, of course. We've seen it, Team Spirit utilizing it very nicely.
This is annoying from Tundra because if they know Dazzle's 5 and they ban a Storm and a Ricky, they're in Liquid's heads now because they're going to ban another mid going, oh, don't another, sorry, support, right? They're going to force out the bans in a different path. Maybe I'm overcooking here, but sometimes these last two bans can just mean a lot. And Liquid, they don't fall for it. They don't care. They still ban out another mid.
Yeah, they ban out the Monkey King.
Yeah, even a support Dazzle would hate playing Storm into Ricky.
Sure. It made me think that Ember is still in the pool, but then again, so is Huskar, so you really don't want to...
And you don't want to pick Ember and then
into Dazzle.
Yeah,
mid.
exactly.
Yep.
So what is still left in the pool for Nisha here? This feels like it's quite a puzzle to solve for them.
Yeah, all his best heroes are gone. The Mag's gone, the Tiny's gone.
Could be some casual Queen of Pain that could come out because, again, they don't have much lockdown. I love Queen of Pain as a response to Phantom Assassin. Like, you get the pushback when she's using Satanic.
Or we're going to have
Nisha Tinker. Okay.
Do you know, like, when you just...
That's a big smile for that, too. Has like, look up, please, the Pro Tracker. How much has he practiced that?
In pro trackering, Nisha is often quite a
low
game
like
play.
20 games
Yeah. I get
but I always just forget the ability to put the Tinker mid. But sure, it's the damage that they required, the blink, the agonyms.
Yeah.
Sure, there's good jump. The Clockwork PA, when you think about old school counters, are very good against the Tinker. Protected though with Jakiro, Tide, Muerta, Sven.
Yep.
It's gonna be hard to kill him.
What does BZM want? It could be just some casual Dragonite, another Blink initiator that they're looking into.
Does Dazzle not play well into the Tinker? Do they not want to do that?
It's more Dazzle's a backline hero. Sure, you blink him with your.
And
I think you
need to catch that guy. So
yeah, fair. Okay, what do you play against Tinker?
Oh, has Nisha never played Tinker competitively, or is he just on different accounts? Because on his main account that he's on right now.
Yeah.
It does say that Tinker for him is an unplayed hero. But sometimes Nisha has played on a couple of
Tinker that we've seen was NTS, right? And he did go for still the same repair bots.
Yeah.
Facet, he did build into pretty much support items, getting that Glimmer Cape, because he wants to be able to protect himself, and then he started to scale with some Aghanim Scepter.
Is there any chance for any of the other four to be in that mid lane instead of Tinker?
No.
As Pango comes last.
Easy answer. After they pick the hero. No, Tundra, I don't think they're too concerned. Sure, it's in an uncomfortable position. I think any time a Tinker core gets presented, you have to go down the checklist. Like, do we have a nullify buying hero? Do we have backline vision? Do we have backline jump? And they already answered that, right? You got the Darkseer for the jump, the Clockwork for the jump, and the vision, PA for the nullifier. So your last pick, as long as it creates a little bit of tempo to ensure that you progress the map, contest wisdom runes, don't allow Tinker to farm stacks, then you're going to be good. Tinker is a hero that needs towers to stay alive and to farm ancient stacks and take wisdoms. So if all those three things can be played into by Tundra, which their draft does allow them, it's a playable game. It's not like it's the Tinker game of, oh my god, Tundra have nothing to answer.
No, they definitely do have the answers. They do have the backline jump. And also looking at the minus armor, Tundra, they cooked pretty hard. You have Lucky Shot, you have Weave, and you also have Phantom Assassin with the physical damage that's going to come out. Sure, there is Warcry on one side, but slightly preferring Team Liquid in this one. I think mid Tinker is a bit underrated. I thought we were going to be seeing slightly more of it, considering how many mid laners did play it coming into the tournament. And also looking at the lanes from Team Liquid, it looks like they have pretty strong lanes.
Even with the knowledge that we have not seen Nisha on a Tinker.
I double-checked.
Double-checked?
He's played it, I believe, 3 times.
In his career?
In his career, yes.
How long ago? Because I feel like this must be so long ago. I mean, we don't know what he practiced in his pubs. He is a man of many mysteries in regards to that. So I'm sure that if you want to pull that out in the grand finals, he's going to have something up his sleeve. It is obviously a great card to play.
I'm Googling.
Okay, there's a lot of clicking going on.
There's a lot of clicking.
So going into this draft, Lacoste, you said you favor Team Liquid a little bit. What needs to happen for Tundra for them to have a good showing here?
I mean, Tundra also has a lineup that can snowball. I also want to see what items are going to be getting, what he's going to be getting on Darkseer. Most of the time, it is this Vanguard / Heaven's Halberd and then into another Aura item. But yeah, they could definitely push the tempo with Dazzle if they get off to a really good start.
Well, let's see what kind of start they're going to have, as it is time for Sunsfan and Cinderin for this Grand Finals for Wallachia Season 3.
Thank you, Shiver. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, in a best of 5 between Team Liquid and Tundra. Tundra coming through the lower bracket. They actually got 2-0'd by Liquid earlier in the tournament. As we're going to see Soxa potentially get opened up on. Maybe not. He is playing Clockwork, by the way. But Cinderin, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Shannon. I had a good night's rest.
Yeah,
and I am now
really cut it close getting here.
No, that's untrue. But it could have been.
He showered like 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, I want to be fresh for the broadcast.
You are as fresh as can be.
Yep, that's right. Uh-oh, 33.
Yeah, we're going to see the Stormhammer from Mikke. Nice dead shot as well. 33 is dead. First blood to Insania. Mikke, he's certainly going to fall. Can they get Dyrachyo as well? He's going to be resigned to his own death eventually, but gets a lot of XP in the meantime. So a 1 for 2 as Liquid coming out on top of that.
Fighting into March of the Machines on the runes is a bold choice. And I wanted to say, so obviously they talked about this as well on the panel. This has to be the worst possible matchup that Tundra can get in the finals. They have barely... I can't remember the last time they won a series against Liquid. It's been so long.
Yeah, just set it up. Make it nice and dramatic, Cinderin.
Well, here's the thing. If it's a bad matchup, and you have, you know, historically just, this is a tough opponent, it's going to feel that much sweeter if you do get the win. And if you don't, you can chalk it up to, well, it was Liquid this time.
That's right.
You know?
That's true. Boxy
Tundra has everything to win here.
In the top lane, will...
Yep, there you go.
Was that a deny?
Nope.
It was not a deny. Couldn't see with the text there.
Dazzle PA, what year is it? This lane together. This feels like something straight out of 2009.
Well, we saw Whitemon play Dazzle support, I believe it was yesterday. Yep. Did not win.
Didn't it?
Maybe it did, and I just have horrible memory. Did it actually?
Wasn't that the last game of the day?
Oh, God.
Am I missing?
The last day was the hour-and-a-half game that was 20 minutes, you mean?
Yeah, wasn't he Dazzle 5 in that?
Okay, well, I'm just not going to speak anymore because dementia kicking in is like, oh boy, here we go.
Oh, no.
PTSD from last night, of course. I do want to talk about this hero on the screen, Nisha Tinker. I haven't seen the core version in I don't know how long. So obviously the big difference is the March of the Machines do not heal. But of course, instead, when you put the defense matrix on yourself and then the barrier gets absorbed, you blink forward a little bit.
350 range.
So, tell me about this hero. I'm guessing you haven't seen it in the core position either.
It's actually been pretty popular in pubs in I Immortal, so I'm relatively familiar with it as a core, but yeah, in this tournament, I think Nothing to Say played it once. I was talking to Fogged about it before this game, and he said Nothing to Say went for repair bots as the mid-tinker in that game.
Huh.
Translocator is not a given that you have to take, but I really like his choice of doing it this game in particular because it's a get-out-of-jail-free card against Clockwork. If you have Defense Matrix on and you get hookshot in the cogs, this push-out can get you out of those cogs.
Yeah, that's true.
And get you a much better position in the fight. Obviously, you can get vacuumed back in, but there's a lot of like conditionals that need to be met for that to actually even happen. So
that's a good segue. Let's talk about Clockwork. This hero hasn't seen too much action. This is your favorite hero of all time as well.
Yeah, probably is if I had to pick one. Yeah, I'm not too convinced by this patch, to be honest. Obviously, one of the heroes that got nerfed from the damage reduction on spells. Battery Assault no longer does bonus damage to creeps, which was one of Clockwork's ways of trying to keep up in farm. Now, I like that overall design direction of removing those things, but the heroes that lost it weren't really compensated much in any other avenues, while other heroes didn't get similar
One
nerfs.
step at a time, Cinderin.
Yep.
All right, that's how iterative design works.
That's right.
Soxa with the cogs. Mikke is going to be able to break himself out of there.
Jakiro is amazing against the cogs. This matchup has really changed.
Yeah,
this used to be such a bad matchup for Jakiro because Clockwork would hookshot cog you in and you would struggle to break the cogs. Now you just attack it once and you run out.
Yeah, you struggle to move at all as Whitemon. He's going to get hounded by Boxy and Saberlight. Won't lead to a kill, but a lot of harassment damage. I mean, Jakiro has always been one of those heroes, like you said, against the Clockwork with the mini stuns. Every move was always just a pain for Jakiro. It's like he's an old man with just horrible joints, which I can relate to. Can barely turn. Things have changed with Jakiro. They've gotten a lot better in that department. Turn rates
Got some surgery.
Yeah, the double head, now the double attack. Everything's changing for him.
And I think also, since the version of Jakiro we're remembering against Clockwork, I think the cast point of Dual Breath was improved at some point. I don't remember which patch this was.
Probably every spell in that regard.
I think you used to not even be able to cast Dual Breath under Battery Assault.
Probably.
But now you can. So yeah, this matchup is not the one you remember from years past. I was actually hoping Saksa would pick up a Spirit Breaker in this game, rather than the Clock. When they had the Darkseer and they saw the Tinker pick, even if they're trying to counter a potential 5 Tinker, maybe the Spirit Breaker could have been an interesting angle at least, but it seems like nobody wants to run that hero this tournament. So
apparently not, yeah.
T-Governor is very sad. Not only is his hero not getting picked, but he lifted his finger before they threw to us for the game and did not get his point in. So he's definitely in the green room yelling at Shiver for not letting him finish his sentence. We all have a lot of interpersonal drama among the talent group.
Yep, of course we all hate each other.
T-Gov is the most loud and rowdy person among all of them. Very insufferable individual.
And Jenkins is strangely silent in the green room, which is really weird based on his persona. As Boxy, inside of his own calling, he's going to get Phantom struck. There's the dead shot onto Doraccio. Playing this very aggressively. Another stifling dagger from afar. And no deny again from Saberlight. Doraccio and company, or Whitemon specifically, will get the last hit.
So all in all, this laning stage is going quite even. I would say the biggest surprise to me is how much BZM is winning mid by. That was not my expectation that he would be ahead by 500 against the Tinker. There's some, obviously, First Blood gold. I don't remember if it actually, was it BZM getting the very first kill?
No, I think Liquid did, didn't they?
First Blood was Insania on 33, and then BZM killed Mickey. Yeah, okay. So there's some kill gold, but...
Well, you mentioned 33. I mean, we haven't really talked about that aspect of this, right? This is his former team, of course, and he's had a lot of success in his career, but like you said, they've been struggling against Liquid lately. But when you have a player like this, it feels like they always have some sort of a leg up on their team in some respect when coming back to play against them with the strategies and whatnot.
That has not been the case for Tundra versus Liquid.
But he's been waiting for this moment.
That's right. He played the long con.
That's right. As we're going to see a Rolling Thunder from BZM. Boxy, poison touched by Whitemon. Sox is going to make his way over as well. This will be a kill as BZM picks it up. Now, how does the interaction with Cogs and the Rolling Thunder work? You can bounce the enemies out of your own Cogs, right? I assume. If they're close enough.
I think so, yeah. But
it can be counterintuitive.
Most of the time, if they're properly placed in there and you navigate it well, you can also kind of keep them inside. It's one of those weird ones where it's angle dependent, and also whether the cog, obviously if the cog has been procced, that probably changes as well whether you can get out or not.
Yeah.
So, because the
pushback. I mean, because of the Jakiro, is this a game where we're going to see the talent for the cogs to make them a little tankier? It's an extra 2 power cogs hit to kill. That's 1 attack.
It's a level 15 talent, but yeah, maybe. I find the battery assault talent actually to be kind of underwhelming in a lot of games because you're not really... when you're level 15 on Clockwork, you're not really killing heroes anymore as much as you're controlling them. So, Mickey, speaking of...
Yep, gets himself out of the cogs. We'll see the TP from Insania. Gets the dual breath onto Soxa, who's basically all alone now. Will burn away. Boxy will get the last hit.
Yeah, they tried to dive Mickey there with the Clock Darkseer, but this is no longer 2022, so that's not a kill. Mickey will instead survive on 500 health. The game has changed, Shannon.
Yes.
Modern Dota is a different beast, and Clockwork has not upgraded his tech enough. 33 diving.
You have the wall come out. And Mickey able to run away, and 33's in a lot of trouble.
Damn, that calling is so much damage.
Here, but a nice grave from Whitemon.
No
Blood Grenade tried to turn this around onto Boxy. Dead
shot.
Did it hit?
That's a god.
Oh, did he tank it?
That was flat out get down, Mr. President, Darkseer.
That was nice.
Darkseer, of course, not fit for president. He's very smart. That is... so he could never.
True that, Mickey. They're still trying to find him. He's at half HP. We'll pop the ult. Soxa with the cogs. Another TP coming in. Nisha. Of course, he can get around pretty easily. Has the shield rune bottled up right now. And he'll back away. And that's the beauty of well, I don't know if beauty is the right word, but of Tinker.
Look at this.
Yeah, that was,
I love that.
Beautiful.
Clutch.
And you notice 33 was just running in a straight line as well. He just had all the confidence in the world in Soxa.
Yeah, I mean, when you're at this level, you just know. Yeah.
Poison touch on Insania, but he's fast in that river. Well, that's not... Is that part of the river now? It's just water. The waterway?
The waterway?
Yeah, what do we do? The waterfall? We need to start naming these locations because it's getting complicated, Cinderin.
Yeah, the river used to have a name. What do we call this one?
Well, this is just river, yeah. I think that's
the
change.
The what?
BZM working on Diffusal as you come up with a good joke.
I don't have a good name for this, but you're right. It kind of does need to have a name, right? We don't know how to call this area in general. These little... I think waterways is kind of good, actually. It rolls right off the tongue, Shannon. Good one.
Yeah, thank you. And Nisha protecting this tier 1 tower with the spam of the Martian machines. You can see that Tundra are here in numbers, though.
Ooh, Meke.
They really want to find a pickoff.
Well, he did finish the camp, and he is now heading up north, but Soxa should be able to piece this together based on his ward, and they will indeed.
Oh, Duracio's going to take a full Ravage into the ice path. Is he actually going to live? No, the laser from afar. Nisha finds the last hit. Mickey, in the meantime, gank number 3 on him. He's getting to the other side of the Poison Touch. A nice dead shot to bring him back, but Nisha will find Soxa. Finally, they get what they came for. Feels like many minutes ago, as there's the Dire Fountain. BZM will be getting the last hit onto Mickey. It took a long-ass time, Cinder, but they finally got it.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And it's worth it, right? Oh, well, it isn't really on a macro scale because you lost the PA top as well, but I think if you're playing Clockwork in this type of game, you want to enable your Darkseer to scale. So either you want to run around with Ion Shell on and look for core kills, or you want to farm jungle and kind of be like a Dominator creep for your Darkseer, which is a sad fate, but yeah, such is life sometimes. Saberlight.
Yeah, battery assault upon him will bump into the cogs. Kind of resigned here as Nisha gets off a laser onto Durachi, who does have to be careful. Martian Machines providing a lot of cover. Stifling that. Durachi actually wants to go in deep. The Kraken Shell providing a lot of cover for himself as well as Durachi.
Sorry, that didn't mean for that to come out that way.
Yeah, I was going to say, what are you ing about?
That was close.
You have a thing for watermelons?
That was your takeaway from that.
Well, Saberlight lives. And how about the matchup of late game? I know it's not, as Mickey is going to take a few stacks here. The Sven versus PA these days.
He's pulling ahead by a lot.
Yeah, right now, sure.
Yeah. In general, like if both heroes are having a great game, I mean, who really can hold a candle to PA in ultra late game carry to carry except Void? I don't actually know if there's any carry that truly can. But Sven is one of the heroes that has the better chances, because if you do get the jump, there's very few heroes that burst PA before she gets Satanic off, but Sven is one of the heroes that can do it if you get a stun chain going. Of course, you're looking at Liquid's lineup. There's going to be plenty of stuns in the late game. You're going to have a Refresher on Tide if we get to that point. Ice Path is a really strong follow-up stun. The Dead Shot and everything. So they can definitely chain stuns. And there's no way for Tundra to kind of get a good dispel against it.
Now, Boxy ticking away. Deny, finally.
Denied.
This is the third attempt. A denied Illusion Rune before that as well. So double deny. Awful projection, first usage, I believe, from Whitemont.
What do you think about the sound when it comes back?
I think the sound effects are great. Yeah. Does feel a little more tinkery, I guess.
Sounds like Pong.
33 and BZM take a pretty juicy Ancient stack. I think that was maybe a 4 stack.
Yeah, 33 is rich. He's top net worth in his team. Has a fast Halberd, and now he's going in for the Shivas. So obviously the Halberd will be nice against Sven, but I have to say, Nisha has been completely unaddressed in this game as the mid-tinker.
Yeah.
He's 3-0-1, top net worth together with the Sven. This hero can get extremely scary given enough time. Duraccio, yeah.
Oh boy.
He is a goner.
Super, super easy kill. Good positioning from Liquid. That's going to put him behind on the old Battle Fury. Oh, we're getting Kraken Shell stacks today, huh?
Yep.
Nice.
Got 3 of those.
All right.
And as we learned, courtesy of my wonderful Discord channel, The Kraken Shell part, the bonus parts, is not breakable. So
yeah, we were talking about this. It's kind of similar in the thought process of reactive armor, right? Just
now, as a disclaimer, I did not check if it was true. I just took it at face value and believed it.
Yeah,
so.
your Discord sounds like they'd be pretty smart.
Oh, that's really nice of you to say.
To make up for your idiocy, of course.
That does not how that would work.
That is how it works, Cinder.
But I knew it was going to
get a hook shot. Rolling Thunder. They got the stun lock. He's all alone. This will lead to an eventual kill. It's taken a while, though. Obviously doesn't want to pop the Ravage there, as BZM will net himself a kill. Has the defusal. We'll be going for Blink. And let's get back to this Nisha Tinker again.
Yeah.
He has Blink right now, has Kaya, going for Aghanim's Scepter.
Yeah, the Kaya rush is interesting to me. I don't know how common this is. I feel like the pup builds I've seen have mainly been revolving around getting the faster Ags immediately after that dagger. So,
but what are you expecting in the, let's say, mid game? Like, is Sheepstick, would that still be a thing on this hero?
Yeah, he's gonna probably get Hex eventually, right? But I guess after Ags, Aether Lens, and then maybe it's probably either is BKB good here? Not really that good. So maybe, I don't know, Shiva, I guess? Getting the armor against PA Pango. Probably the best choice, but yeah, not really inherently a very obvious itemization game, I would say. This win probability is looking mighty good for Liquid. It's rare that we see it be this one-sided with no gold advantage.
Yeah.
At 15 minutes, Dota Plus really likes Nisha.
I think a lot of people can attest to that.
Yep.
15 minutes, Tormy time.
That's right,
Soxa
Liquid are set up.
In the Lotus Flower area, is he gonna find Saberlight, or is it the other way around? He's in the cogs, Nato projection is used. Insania getting rolled on, can't get any spells off. Finally, the Ice Path comes, as Mickey's gonna use that as an opportunity to right-click 33.
Nice Halberd.
Insania's already died, 33 with a back wall, but the Ravage to come is gonna hit 2. Down goes 33. Sox on the other side has cogs now. He will likely get chased. Will they bother? 1 for 1. Core for support, so Liquid will be happy. Do they have enough space to go for the old Tormy? Looks like that is the case.
I find it surprising how often this Observer Ward that Tundra have down here right now gets to stick around.
Oh, that was close.
Was very close. And of course it's that close because they didn't deward here, but that Obs has been really common this tournament, but still teams are placing a center that just barely doesn't reach.
He is all alone here, by the way. He is being quite the nuisance. He's gonna die. It seems like he wanted to. The Saberlight.
He has left an Obs behind that box he's about to walk into. Like, oh, nice.
That was a little weird. Well, Boxy will get the shard, so I guess slight disappointment from Liquid. Jakiro's is, I mean, his isn't amazing, but it's good.
Neither of them are that great. I think the next one coming out, Saberlight's going to buy his own before 25, so the remaining ones will be Sven or Tinker, depending on who has higher net worth out of the two when we get there, together with obviously the Jakiro.
I mean, another way to think of the Tormentor now, because there's only one, is you're taking away from the other team, so
yeah.
The Clockwork or Dazzle would have received it if Tundra got it. Yeah. I mean, you tell me how good the Clockwork one is, because you're a Clockwork player.
I think it's better this patch than the last one. We've seen Night Stalker be a top tier pick this tournament for a couple of reasons, but I would say the primary one is flying vision on this map is really, really valuable because it's a lot harder to ward than it was in 737. It's hard to get major area control, but that means an ability like Jetpack by extension should be better. But it's one of those shards that you don't really... Like, Clockwork just struggles to get gold, and this game is the perfect example of that. Sock's a bottom net worth. The hero doesn't farm very well. So can you really afford to buy the shard in a lot of games when you want some sort of utility item? Like Glimmer or Force Staff or Solar. It's
and we got a wraparound.
He's actually going Blade Mail here, it looks like, against the Tinker, which...
Yeah.
I'm not sure how good that is anymore.
This is a tier 1. It's going to be fortified. Soxa looking for the hook shot. We'll get it onto Mickey. He's already popped the war cry. There's the wall. Ice Path to follow, though. Now the Rolling Thunder from BZM, holding both Mickey and Saberlight in place. Brave to keep Soxa alive. That's 2 dead for Liquid already. Boxy with the TP out. Oh, he actually cancels it there. As Dyrachyo wants to continue to fight. He's going to get lasered to half HP. He has to be careful. This is an Aghanim Scepter Tinker. Dyrachyo will Phantom Strike away. As BZM and company, they still want to fight, but Nisha is such a beast.
He has Arcane Rune.
This hero is so hard to deal with going high ground against the March of the Machines.
He had so many spells to cast that with the Arcane Rune. But they didn't lose anyone, so that was a really nice defense from Tundra. Getting the perfect chain stun onto Sven is big here, and you're buying time. Dyrachyo still has some catching up to do. And that is now Sven's 3rd death this game. So both he and Dyrachyo with an uncharacteristically high amount of deaths, sub 20 minutes.
Yep, Dyrachyo about 2k behind, I guess 1.3k behind, but has the Battle Fury, and is going for the BKB next, only just the recipe away, so yeah, he'll be in somewhat fighting shape. And this feels like Nullifier has to come at some point for him.
They found Soxa.
Getting the hook shot off, but he will die. Boxy.
Close to trading there.
Yeah, the shield crash, not enough.
Curious for Nisha's next quick buy now. There's the lens, as expected. Okay, it's going to be E-Blade. Also a good choice here, of course. It's, I mean, the logic behind Shiva, this is similar, but now you can protect allies instead as well. So he can use this to save his Sven if he gets chain stun jumped by Pango. He can use it to protect his Tide as well, even if PA has a shard. But of course, there's going to be an eventual nullifier, which will then be a double dip against E-Blade and the defense matrix.
Yeah.
But that's quite far away, so if he's playing the timing here...
Yeah, it is. Dyrachyo, he jumps in onto Mickey, who wants to fight this out. Ice Path is there, but now the reinforcements have arrived. The wall is placed. BZM with the Rolling Thunder. Do they have the perma-stun? Mickey gets pretty damn low. The swashbuckle into the illusion is enough. Thought he was actually going to live there as Liquid came in numbers, especially with Nisha's laser that just does a ridiculous amount of damage at this point.
Yeah, Saberlight needs to get some more gold. That's actually the biggest difference between the teams right now is the fact that Saberlight does not have utility items except his shard, and well, that's not how you get around.
Yep, not in this mode.
That's how you lose it.
He will fall.
He seems a bit desperate to get his dagger, but I honestly think he should just be farming it very, very safely instead. This blink is a massive difference maker. When you look at how Tundra are playing the fights, it's a lot about just getting that one jump with Clockwork into a vacuum follow-up. And Tide can completely combo break this if he has the blink. Oh, they find Boxy too.
Yeah, this is the 21-minute shrine, of course, Dyrachyo. He has the BK... okay, he couldn't actually blink strike onto Boxy, and now the Nightfall away, he's okay. He has learned from the best, and Soxa will be left behind.
I think awkward is a good way to describe what just happened there. That was...
I assume he was trying to Phantom Strike on Pierce the Veil. Is that what happened?
I mean, you can't. You still connect. You just don't hit it.
You don't hit it. So yeah, he would have blinked still.
But he wanted to get the... He wanted to get the Wisdom, obviously, but Boxy was already in ulti form, and he doesn't want to blink. It's just super awkward.
It looked like he BKB'd and was stunned that he BKB'd. He just stood there.
Yep, that's the 9-seconder. You got about as little value out of that as possible. Well, you did live, but you could have also just not gone. But that's... Tinker's licking his lips whenever BKB's drop, so you're seeing it here. He already used Phantom Strike
you're
here,
right. It was earlier.
And then...
And...
and it does go in. It's like, wait, he's still physically immune? That's so weird.
Yeah, that's awkward to say the least.
Yeah.
This is why, dude, Dyrachyo is one of my favorite players to cast because of situations like this.
Yeah.
Like really questionable, weird things, and then he just goes beast mode at times. It's almost like the modern day Eternal Envy.
Yeah.
If you want to put it that way.
Just instead of 50-50, he's got some different numbers.
Yeah, he does. His number's a little better. Dyrachyo working on the SNY, so wants the status resistance.
It's definitely going to be a matter of, for him, later down the line in this game, he needs to itemize specifically against Tinker. So Satanic is going to be a nice choice. It'll remove the laser at least once. I don't know if you can go an additional defensive item, like... Is Manta an option here instead of SNY, perhaps? To deal with more of these issues that you have, especially against the Tinker? I don't know, like maybe it's a too glass half empty way of thinking, but...
Yeah.
We'll see. He's
SNY into
still
Satanic.
on the SNY. Yes, the Satanic makes a ton of sense, but it is perhaps a little bit concerning. Is he going to actually have enough damage to kill these heroes? Defense Matrix, Sven Warcry, tanky heroes.
Oh, Daracho, they blink right on him. He has to pop the BKB and retreat the Nightfall maneuver for a second time this game.
That's a free tower.
Indeed.
But
I mean, we talked
escaped,
about
which
the
is good.
importance of this Nullifier. That's just putting it even farther behind against the E-Blade, against the Defense Matrix.
It kind of feels like he needs all of these items, though, maybe except the SNY. Like, the Satanic just feels necessary. But going BKB, Battle Fury, Satanic also sounds kind of meh.
I mean, Daracho is used to going extreme late game, so...
Yeah, that's true.
Just scheduling ahead of time.
Saberlight got his blink, by the way. He's now buying Ghost Scepter, one of Tide's best solutions to PA with an eventual shard, which he doesn't have yet, but with this Ghost Scepter, he can reliably get off his stuff. Now, for the time being, he's playing against 0 breaks, right? I think right now it's probably not necessary, but he's just planning ahead. But the Nullifier is getting better and better. If he wants Ghost Scepter, while Nisha has this E-Blade... I have to say, though, I'm struggling to see Tundra take fights right now against this Tinker E-Blade. It's actually really, really good right now. The Nullifier is on the way for BZM. Next item for him. Didn't really talk about him as a carrier, but he's queuing it up. He's got a shard on the courier. And it's time to prepare for the Tormentor.
Tormy
Good
time.
heavens, would you look at the time.
And a smoke from Liquid.
And Jab's proud of his team. Says that they are struggling to time the Tormentor. This time they did it right. Tundra actually leaving. They had the area and then they gave it up. So I think they've just lost the Tormentor now, effectively.
Yeah, it's either that or they're used to playing with Night Stalker.
They're confused, you say. Whitemon? Oh.
Quite possibly.
That was
Gets
half
through
a
the
second
gate.
off dying there.
And yeah, this...
It's surely this is just going to be free, right?
It looks like it.
But when did it die?
Master. That's a good question. I don't know either. We need UI in the game to show us.
This is so weird.
We're too stupid.
Both teams went down there one after the other, and they both left, and the Tormentor isn't even up.
Yeah, it's a strange.
It's like they... Well, at the very least for Liquid, they got a ward down, but that was funny. Okay, I don't know if Jabs is proud anymore. It clearly did not.
You're all cut.
Oh, man.
Now Whitemon going through the gate now.
Oh, no,
so
Tundra is trying to come back. They're like, ah!
I think that they have perhaps timed it a little bit.
There it is. Oh, they timed it perfectly.
Yeah, they did. Although it's to the pit, Liquid go. So will there be a trade?
God, I love this. It's so funny.
This patch is really delivering. Like, this is the actual design coming into play here. Soxa will get the shard, so we're going to see his jetpack.
Yep. Oh, he almost stole Roche.
And now Aegis for Mickey. And
considering
Sven,
how...
Not the best Aegis carrier, but it feels like Tinker is untouchable right now.
Both that, but also if you look at Tundra's teamfight plans so far, they've been jumping Sven more or less every time. If he has this Aegis, he's a very unappealing target.
Yeah.
He can just not pop his ult until he feels confident in the fight and just frontline for his team.
Feels like Whitemon is telling Tundra, you don't have to worry about Tinker. It's a support hero, guys. It can't be good. There's no way.
Yep.
We'll see.
Surely.
Looks good so far.
That gets a clueless from here. Tinker is a late game monster.
You talked about how BKB was kind of meh for the Tinker.
He's still getting it.
He's getting it now.
It's I guess okay, so the major upside here is that it protects your Ethereal Blade, right? It's your best coverage against Nullifier, probably. So
the Nullifier that will never come.
I mean, Pango is halfway.
Okay.
It's coming.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
And there's all you're preparing yourself as well for it. There's like Nothal projection, that's an issue. You're anticipating probably a Hex from Pango, or excuse me, from Darkseer eventually. It covers your bases somewhat against Clockwork. Sure, he can hookshot stun you, but then he can't follow up with anything. It's a very standard item on Tinker. It's just not the best BKB game ever, but it's probably still good enough.
They almost got caught here from the Tundra side. They're going to get the Shrine instead. Daracho with another defensive BKB.
He's
not
down to 6
Nightfall,
seconds, and I don't think he's hit a hero with BKB.
He has not.
That is
definitely not.
That is 3 defensive back-to-back uses.
Back to back to back, Syndra.
Oh, BZM.
Yeah, he gets off the rolling thunder and has a TP.
33 will TP out as well.
Surely he'll use it.
Misses the entire wave.
I was like, what? Okay. 3 minutes left on the Aegis here as a hookshot's gonna disrupt Nisha a bit, but he's got the E-Blade. And yeah, he's fine.
Sox is just trying to force a rotation here or bait TPs. He knows there's no potential for a kill there. He would lose that fight every day of the week. I think Darkseer plus Clockwork ganking Tinker will die. So they will lose the 2v1. They got to be a bit more clever about it, but yeah. Liquid didn't take the bait, however.
Yeah, they'll find a Whitemon.
Oof. Yeah, Tinker, level 19, so that's the level 3 ult. Boxy set up a nice trap there with the aggressive ward. Looking at the map in general, really nice vision currently for Team Liquid. Whereas the Tundra side only sitting with the, I believe they only have 1 obs on the map. Just the one in the bottom half center part. So quite difficult to play nighttime against these heroes when you have no vision for Tundra.
Yeah, but Tundra's
still
still with
switching. He's not going Satanic, he's going Nullifier too.
Oh!
So, yep, change of plans.
Well, he's 1,000 away, and my guess is that is the point in which Tundra will actually start fighting. They've been delaying. It's a 3K lead for them, because they've been avoiding these fights so successfully.
Going double Nullifier is a little bit of a hard all-in, though. If PA does not successfully kill during her BKB, she's going to be food without Satanic. Yeah. She's just going to get countered by laser. She's going to get caught in any stun and not be able to fight her way back out after she drops low. So that this is a very... It's a riskier approach, but I actually think it is better, so I do agree with it. But you got to execute to a high degree to make this work. Garage
Yeah, that's the scary part.
They were thinking about it.
You think you have a free kill on a support, and Tinker can always just TP right on top.
Gonna be...
That's a jetpack, but the anchor comes from Saberlight. The shard in tow.
And needs some better fuel for that jetpack to carry the anchor as well, so...
Yeah.
Would be a nice buff to Clockwork.
We have an MKB now on Mickey, so doesn't have to worry about the PA evasion as much.
Yeah, it's still, like you said, the gold looks quite healthy for both teams. The big difference here is Tide is very low on net worth, but the silver lining here is as long as Saberlight can get off a good anchor and his Ravage, I think that his job is done, and we'll see it right now on BZM.
Ravage into the laser, BZM, he gets the shard off, but the Stormhammer is there. And the first core kill, it feels like, in quite a while. Liquid be very happy with that.
Yeah, 1 minute, but no wave.
Oh, Doraccio. Now we're going to see the Nightfall again.
Oh, yeah.
Pops it. He does hit the hero 1 time. Phantom strikes away. Stormhammer is going to get stunned on the very tail end. Gush under the tier 2. Gets the blink strike off, but the E-Blade is there. Oh, he's in a lot of trouble if they want to dive here. Mickey, he pops the ult, enraged here. Inside the cogs. PA getting lasered. They get the Hex onto Nisha, though. Pops the BKB. They find the PA finally. No grave to come. Mickey, with the help of the Ice Pack, just beating on 33. Gets graved. Can he TP out? No stun. He's fine. Could have been even more of a disaster there for Tundra, but still. Losing PA. He's hit 1 hero 1 time with BKB.
Whitemon wants to stay on the team, so graving 33 instead of Doraccio seems like a good way to ensure your job security. I think being arguably the best position 5 of the tournament, if that's not good enough for you, then also got to suck up to 33 here too.
True. Yeah, 21 stacks on
He was the one who built the team after all. And I heard he has a couple of shields at home. So there's the Ravage into Anchor. Kind of cut it a little bit close there, did Saberlight, but it's fine.
Yeah, BZM just has to take his hand off keyboard there.
Oh. He is. That's some despair right there. And then he's smiling after. He seems a little confused about how he really felt.
Yeah, this Tide anchor
just
is
went
so
in.
insane.
Blink Gush anchored him without the grave going off.
Yeah.
And, well, they did save 33. As we covered, they actually did run out of every single stun they had. But
Tide Shard is so often such a huge part of these games. As 33 and Saksa are going to get initiated on. The laser's going to bounce onto 2. Mickey, they get the TP off for 33. They will find Saksa.
Mickey found the one possible spot to get stuck, but he did have the harpoon to get down with. I didn't even know you could get stuck on that corner behind that tree. That's new tech. Well, or anti-tech. Don't do that. Tower down. The next wave will be cleaned up. They're pushing quite well here, and of course, one of the luxuries of Tinker is if you don't have amazing catch heroes, enjoy taking care of the waves all game. Because he will never, nobody on the team will ever have to go back to push these waves out as long as Tinker feels confident doing it himself. And real talk, killing Nisha probably requires PA, Pango, and Clock. Because he's super tanky, he has 40 armor, 3,000 health, E-Blade BKB. So you have to chain stun him.
How much damage do you think he's taken from enemy heroes outside of the laning stage? Does it feel like they've really initiated on at all? Like,
not really.
He's been untouched.
I think they had one attempt, and then he just immediately got off
the hook shot. But that was like a solo, like you just playing around.
Right, it was just poke, and you saw the translocator at play immediately. Just bounced him out of the cogs.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, that wasn't even a real attempt. Well, they might go for a real attempt now as they're smoked up as 4.
6k deficit for Tundra.
The 2 nullifiers are available, and it's time to strike now, but you need to find a good angle. And Boxy can just kind of front line. If he gets his ulti off, he's invincible.
Get the Atos off into the silence. 33's going to initiate here. Saberlight with a completely whiffed Ravage, it looks like. Rolling Thunder, keeping everybody at bay and seeing it very low. Saksa with that Blade Mail reflecting a lot of damage. As here comes Mickey. He's going to get bounced out of the cogs. Duracio with the BKB, not able to hit anybody because of the Ghost Scepter. BKB's now popped. Mickey versus Duracio. Who will win? It will be Duracio for now, but he gets lasered after the fact. 3 dead for Liquid, 2 dead for Tundra. And you can see no more mana onto Nisha inside the cogs. 33, BZM will team up to try to take him out. He is so tanky though, my goodness. Finally, the Shadow Wave finishes them off. Double kill for Whitemon as Saberlight, the last remaining member of Liquid, will get chased down as well. One more Ghost Scepter for the road, but the Ion Shell finishes the job.
Oh, that one feels real bad for Saberlight. I think a little moment of panic there. I don't think anyone in his team was truly in danger. The Boxy, as I was saying, if he immediately gets off Pierce the Veil, it's 8 seconds of more or less invincibility this game when you look at the lineup he's facing. So he was in no danger. The Blink Ravage basically completely whiffed. And that gave Tundra a good attack angle. Finally, they find a way to kill Mickey and develop the fight and survive the onslaught. You're going to see the replay here, so you could probably just chill here, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think you need to hurry. As long as Tide is playing around the Sven and the Tinker, they pack a punch, and Nisha's doing whatever he can here, getting off tons of spells, doing 1 million damage and surviving, but the Sven is getting kited, the Ravage isn't pinning heroes down, and Mickey is losing the fist fight to Duracio just barely. So 5 for 2 for Tundra, a big swing. But it also showcases the strength of Liquid's lineup if things go right.
Well, it's funny
disaster.
because they kind of just ignored Nisha, right? That seems to be their strategy, is kill everybody else.
It's going to work for now. Eventually he'll get a Dagon, then it'll get worse, but...
Yeah, but his Boxy will be forced to use the ult again, and with that, Tundra disengages. Saberlight TP's in. Duracio, he wants to fight. I'm not sure if he has Shard or not. He has the Nullifier. They'll go through that Ghost Scepter as we're going to have the hook shot coming in. 3 members getting Rolling Thunder. 2 Permastun into the swatch. BZM takes out Mickey in turn. 3 for nothing as Tundra now taking firm control of this game.
Wow. That went real fast all of a sudden.
That was a sick vac wall into Rolling Thunder. That was like a bowling alley. Just disgusting.
Strike.
Well, it was 3 pins. So.
Well,
maybe in Denmark that's a strike.
No, in Denmark that's a turkey. We bowl with 1 pin.
Oh, okay.
That's very difficult, actually. You got to hit that one every time. You see the replay here, and this is the, you can see the mindset, right? They're just kiting Pierce the Veil. They're just waiting, and then eventually the moment of opportunity shows here. That's really, really beautiful combination from Tundra. Excellent stuff from 33. And Mickey doesn't even get to press a button. And that's Aegis too, so Tundra.
Yeah, and Saberlight was completely kited. Inside the cogs to start, they put an Urn Charge on him, so he cannot blink. And then PA, he doesn't kill him, but...
It's kind of crazy they're only 4K up despite winning those 2 fights and killing Roche.
Yeah, it was 4K before that.
I thought that would be more than
it was
this.
The same, yeah.
but
maybe the net worth chart is on delay. It's getting some packet loss.
We're back to about 50-50 now.
Okay.
And we didn't cover this, but Whitemon with now the Ewels as well as the Aeon Disc.
Whitemon
finally gets to use the Ewel to stay alive here. Good.
Oh, he gets rewarded with the shard, so he can use Nothal when stunned.
Yeah, so you have Aeon Disc and that.
And Healing Amp. Wait, is it Healing Amp during Nothal projection only, I assume?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
While in the Nothal realm.
When you're in Nothal projection, it should change the colors of everything on your screen so it looks like you're in a different realm. Whitemon gonna run into Boxy. They spot him. They're kind of ignoring each other.
Oh.
Shot misses. There's the Nothal projection into the Poison Touch Hex. 33 is going to jump in with the Shivas. Boxy will have to pop the ult. No real reinforcements are
There's
coming.
that Ewel stopping the TP.
And he's going to get to the... They're very hesitant to go on him. They assume somebody's coming, but no. BZM with the Shield Crash, Aghanim Scepter. 60% accuracy of my boy Saksa. Not bad.
There are a lot of spells that's not bad. For Hookshot, I would say that's under par.
Not bad,
honestly.
60%.
That's a spell that should just kind of sit there most of the time.
Why are you always so negative?
Oh, 60% is most of the time, technically speaking, Synderen. Shut up, Shannon. I know, but it should be more than 60.
All right, we'll let Saksa know after this game that he sucks via Synderen.
Okay.
They have 2 gems, by the way. Is that what... Did Whitemon have one?
Okay, Whitemon. Can he get out of this? No.
So he's going to return a gem.
He was hanging around here completely on his own. I'm not really sure what the play was.
Was it? Did Boxy have the gem right before? Is that why they had 2? Perhaps.
Wait, was that just stolen?
I don't know.
Maybe it was just stolen. Well, Insania gets back his own here.
Yeah, okay.
This was originally a liquid gem, the one that he's carrying now, but I'm not sure if that was immediately lost. Doracho Satanic almost complete.
Yeah, and the question is, what does he go for after that? I mean, Battle Fury will start to lose a bit of luster, I guess, at some point? Or does it? He doesn't have Shard, or does he? He does not.
That's a lot of questions.
He does not have Shard, so the break against Saberlight would always be pretty valuable.
Yeah, I mean, you want to buy Shard regardless, just for the damage, right? It's also part of your burst combo. So I think that should just be his next purchase regardless.
Yeah,
honestly.
You never know with Doracio, you know.
It's also a powerful item against Sven. Even if he has high armor, it's still, you know, you get that extra little bit of damage that in late game situations, sometimes 500 damage wins the entire game. And
does he even know that he hit that? I don't think so. Nullifier. Boxy's going to be forced to use his ult. Doracio is anchored to the ground. Atos now doesn't want to use the BKB. Of course, has the Aegis, will use it. Another Doracio type play incoming. And Saberlight's just going to blink away. So he gives up the Aegis basically for free. As Mickey, he's going to jump into 33 with the ult and beat him down to a pulp.
Totally
90
isolated
seconds,
alone.
Can't get back in. Tundra getting the hell out.
And this is why they say never walk into the waterways alone, Shannon.
And they're going to find Whitemon as well. Dead in the water. Oh my god.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Want to point out the Sven does not have a crit. So he can hit way harder than that.
True.
Yeah. Out of position. There's no other way to put it, right? For 33, he was in the middle of the water with no allies around, no grave in sight.
Okay, I'm not going to go down this road, actually. I feel like Doracio started that.
Well, they could have, you know, it's one of those, you can call it off,
BZM,
right?
Rolling Thunder, going to force out another ult from Boxy, who gets E-bladed, as if that's going to stack.
I'll say, I don't like that line of thinking, because this is also how a lot of pub games justify their mistakes. It was like, you were out of position first, so what? You know, like, don't make it.
No,
don't
it's more
compound
out
the
of
mistake.
position first, and then trying to make up for it another way. So yeah, it's another mistake, but trying to rectify the situation, take advantage of, you know, Doracio dying there. I think that's a very valid way to think of it. I think you're just very salty about pubs.
Okay.
I think that's your issue.
All right, I would just argue they both made a mistake, and that's it. But
all right. Well, yeah, of course.
Oh, you said you didn't want to go down that route.
It's a domino effect, Cinder.
That's true.
Right.
That is true.
As we have a Hex now for Saberlight.
And I'm pretty sure if they're having an internal argument right now, Whitemon is saying 33. I think you're right. I tried to grave you, but I couldn't reach.
No, Whitemon is saying, don't worry about Tinker. It's a support hero, all right? Just keep ignoring it.
Nisha's about to finish Yasha Kaya.
Oh, okay, so he's not
Faster
going
cast
for...
point.
Yeah, he's not going for Dagon yet.
Nope. And what? And will he actually at this point? Like, what do you swap out?
Well, you eat your Ags, right?
Yeah, and then you go it, or do you go...
Yeah, no.
He had another item. It's that or Hex, right? Then you have to choose between the two. You can't get both now with this inventory.
true.
If you're running Yashakaya, you can't do both. And as far as I'm concerned, the ultimate late game Tinker build has Hex and Dagon 5. So maybe this Yashakaya will be sold eventually.
Well, this is damage on Dyrachyo. They're not going to find anybody, not outright at least. Trying to make a different pathway, but we can see Liquid not close.
Dead even.
Yeah, this is a hell of a game one for sure.
Nisha is so far ahead. It's a very weird distribution of gold. Nisha has like 10k on the Pango, and then Darkseer has 6k on the Tide. So there's a very, very big core-to-core difference internally among the ranks or the roles, but...
Saberlight wants that haste.
He'll get it. He'll walk forward. It will obviously be nullified off immediately if the fight breaks out, but Dyrachyo...
He wants to use this damage rune.
Just ran out.
Hook shot onto Mickey. Shielded right now, gets off the Warcry, so as Dyrachyo coming delete Insania off the face of the earth. Rolling Thunder now. It's going to be applied to the Muertas. The BKB and the ult from Mickey are used, but now he's trying to run away. He has to try to fight, but Dyrachyo finally going to get ravaged. But there's the grave coming out from the Dazzle. Can Dyrachyo finish what he started onto Mickey? No. Gets lasered, gets destroyed. Mickey so low right now. He's going to get Poison Touch, pops the Warcry, and we'll get another last hit onto a hero. Somehow Mickey is staying alive.
Another anchor.
Whitemon, cancellation of the TP, early grave. The rest of his team gets out. That's because it's only one hero. Double gem on the deck. Damn. Huge fight for Liquid.
And that night and day getting a good Ravage, right? He just waited. This time around, Saber learned from his previous fight, just stalled out for as long as he possibly could, gets a full-on high-impact Ravage on PA +1.
How did Mickey live, dude?
And then they immediately... That's the problem for Dyrachyo. He had already used his Satanic. He's just sitting in laser chains and can't hit.
Yeah.
So... really, really problematic. You see him trying to stall things out here.
Yeah, he's
He'll
trying.
get anchored. This could become problematic, actually, even within his own
Gets
base.
to the high ground, uses his shard. Mickey jumps in. Laser will continue to do a lot of damage. There's a hook shot from Sox. They need to get Mickey. They need to finally take down this Sven. Getting shielded, getting E-Blade. That's going to provide extra damage with the battery assault. Finally, they take him out. Soxa barely lives, but it looks like Liquid will actually back away now.
That's honestly not that bad for Tundra burning 2 support buybacks for this Sven kill. I think that's okay, because this could have turned into a lane of barracks as well. Yeah, very eager to go there. And you're going to see the replay here. So they initiate on Mickey again. The Amplify damage rune had just expired, by the way, when the fight broke out. So didn't have that. He's going to get kited out by Yules on the Sven. Once again, Boxy gets the ult off, so he's not a target for a while. And these 6 seconds, you just need to survive them. You can see Mickey kiting off a little bit to the right, and this Ravage, perfect. And now this just chain lasers into Dyrachyo dice. He does 0 damage now. 33, very late wall, by the way. I'm not sure why that was held onto for so long.
Fair.
Could have maybe been a difference maker.
Man, so close. Mickey staying alive, though. That was a huge fight for Liquid. Of course, they do give up a little bit, trying to go high ground, but in the end, still taking lead in this game with a 5K stretch at this point, or discrepancy, I should say. Not that big at 47 minutes, that's for sure. And it will be the DAG incident.
Yep.
So no sheep stick, unless he wants to do some backpack shenanigans.
I think the Dagon is better anyway. You have a lot of control. You're playing with Ice Path, you're playing with 2 Ravages soon enough. Your carry has a stun in this game. So I think Hex is overkill in the control department, and what you want is, when your impact stuns hit, you want somebody to die immediately.
Smoke from Tundra. Looking for a fight.
We'll get Roche.
Roche.
Maybe they will. This is not the fastest Roche ever.
Yeah, we got TPs coming in. Mickey making his way over. Has everything available. Saberlight HP. Saberlight in the pit in the spot that he should not be. That's a no-no spot. He's going to get scouted out, though.
That'll find him.
And will Ogre Seal away. This is an Aghanim Scepter on Soxa, actually. Got the crazy rockets.
Now, Tundra did get a nice warm-up for stalling out Roche for 3 minutes earlier today. So maybe this is just yet another one of those situations.
Duraccio. He's going to try to go on to Nisha. Has the nullifier applied. Nisha, that translocator is so annoying to deal with. He's going to get away just fine. And Liquid, they can try to perhaps bounce. As BZM going to get the shield crash, but he is completely surrounded right now. The hookshot onto Mickey, but the BKB, and he is destroying everybody in his wake. Looks like BZM is going to be next on his list as he is slowed to a crawl. 33 next to Roche, has to try to Ogre seal away.
Duraccio
like
killing
that,
the back
two
line.
Dead for Tundra. You're right, 2 supports dead. Duraccio now kind of all alone will have the Phantom Strike away. Saberlight closing the gap. They have the hacks, they have the stuns. Duraccio Phantom Strike, but he's still slowed. He's going to be anchored now. The Grave will keep him alive a little bit longer. Has to try to fight his way out of this, but the dead shot is there. Down goes Duraccio. And 33 being pursued by Nisha, the Dagon Express. Double kill for him. Will be a free Roche now for Liquid.
Yeah, if that's what they want, they could even think about getting multiple lanes here. Nisha can start pushing out the waves, but they might just get everything one after the other. Now the thing is, this Roche kill is kind of slow because you don't have God Strength, so it is going to take you a little bit longer. I guess Serrated Shiv will assist you in doing this, but these are valuable seconds that perhaps could have led to multiple wrecks, but possibly this is the safer approach. You're seeing the replay here. BZM did not get to play Dota in this fight. Just controlled start to finish. Anchor, stuns. He genuinely did not cast a spell. He was alive for 10 seconds, but he couldn't do anything.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
And maybe that begs the question, are you buying the right items? Is this a problem that you could have solved yourself through having a BKB potentially against these issues?
Yep, it's true. And we saw so many dead shots with the Aghanim Scepter. This thing is...
It's insane.
It is going up in my rankings of best Ags in the game. This is like a top 15 maybe right now. It's crazy how
It's
good
really,
this is.
really good.
As this will be a set of racks in the mid lane for Liquid. 33 not up for 26 seconds. No
It'll
buyback
be more
here.
than that. They're just going to keep going. These 20 seconds is easily a second lane. They'll force the glyph for the time being, but if they're fully set up, keep in mind, Tide also has Refresher Shard off that Roche. I mean, how on earth are you going to access this fight for Tundra?
Yeah, they will give it up. So 2 lanes for Liquid.
There it goes.
Trying to continue their dominance here against not only Tundra, but everybody at this tournament effectively. In this playoffs, they lost 1 game to Aurora. That's it.
Yep.
They've been undefeated since.
And it's concerning for Tundra if game 1 ends up going this way because...
Hook shot. Okay, that's a long-range engagement onto Mickey. Nullifiers on him. Here comes
So
Saberlight.
tanky.
Rolling Thunders can provide a little bit of CC. There's the back wall. Okay, they need to fight now, surely. Poison Touch hacks as BZM going to continue with the Rolling Thunder. Mickey in a lot of trouble. This is going to be life number 1, potentially. Can he stay alive? The E-Blade will be there, but still nullified right now as the double BKB activated, and they'll be able to take out the Aegis finally. 33 and company will have to try to disengage, though.
Oh, this could be a big Ravage.
And knee shot. Saberlight jumps in with Ravage number 1. It clips 2. That's going to be the death of Soxa to start this out.
Wow, they actually got out so fast.
Oh, Duraccio. Don't speak to...
I thought that was going to be a 3-man Ravage, but they disengaged just in time on 3 of them.
Yeah, now they know he has another Ravage as well. And Mickey.
Oh, it's because he has AoE Surge talent on Darkseer. That's how they got out.
Ah, yeah, that's pretty good. Trying to be a bit annoying for Mickey, but he is going to get this melee racks. They don't have Soxa, but they're still going to try to fight in all likelihood. Nothing projection is used. Everything being used now onto Mickey. Even a shard from Duraccio. The Satanic is popped. There's the Abyssal Blade, but Mickey, he's just going to walk this off. He eats the cheese, and now a lot of trouble for Tundra as they're running out of steam here quick. BZM on the run will swashbuckle to the high ground with a Ravage onto 3. Deletion of 2. Duraccio crowd control to a high degree. Mickey takes that. Triple buyback from Tundra. And they absolutely have to get more than just Boxy here. Mega Creep's already there for Liquid. Saberlight. And again, someone accompanied with Mickey and Nisha. Pops the BKB. Stunlock onto 33. He gets lasered to death. He's out for likely the rest of this game. Whitemon, early grave on himself. Will be anchored to the ground. And this is the beginning of the end of game number 1. It's 3 dead for Tundra. Duraccio, all he can do is stay in the cover of his fountain. How much cover is that really? We'll try one more Blink Strike, but the instant Hex into the double laser. And Dyrachyo one hit away, will actually get back to the fountain in time. But now he has to worry about his building. Socks it with a hook shot. No more mana onto Tinker. Well, he has a little bit, I guess. Will be able to Dagon away at his heart's content. Dyrachyo jumps in with one last ditch effort, but the laser's there. Double kill from Mickey with one more swing as game one will officially go to Team Liquid.
Damn, I'm ready to see some damage numbers on this game. That must have been ridiculous output from both Mickey and Nisha. Truly carrying this game in tandem, 11-1 and 23 on the Tinker. And this is what I was going to say a little bit earlier in this game. This is a best of 5. Tundra are willing to try something new here as an experiment. They give away this Tinker to Liquid that Liquid have played on 5. Well, they can flex it. And Nisha with a masterclass in this game. 69, nice, 1,000 damage. Mickey on the 46.
Yeah, pretty damn good. Shiva!
Whew, that was just game one of this best of 5, and that was quite the show we had. And I do think that Tinker might just be back into the ban side of things, because boy, that's something that I do not want to see in a lot of games unless I'm only watching it, not in it, T-Gov. This was fun, though.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Nisha, after, 4 years of not playing mid-Tinker, brings it back. Tundra giving them the Tinker as well. It's a grand finals, the draft, the meta. It's going to develop, and now they've shown it in the core role. It's probably going to get banned.
Yeah, we saw a different facet chosen by NTS this time around. Nisha's like, I want to play for myself. I'm playing against Phantom Assassin and Clockwork, so I will be going for Translocator as my facet choice, which makes a lot of sense. So you randomly like blink into the direction towards your base, of course, but it makes you very difficult to catch. And some of these fights, the execution from Tundra was really, really good, but also Team Liquid, like when you see Nisha and Mickey paired up together, when they're locking into a target, I think this fight is going to show that Mickey is running out of damage a little bit, and then guess what? Tinker comes in, full HP, full mana, he's ready to clean up.
But also look at the minimap in these highlights, right? The tier 2 towers for Liquid are still alive. Like during the draft, we said against Tinker, you have to break down the map. The fact that Liquid still keep all the outer towers, but the important ones alive, protecting their jungle, protecting all the moves. Every fight, it was so drawn out that even if Tundra was to win a fight, they can never really get the advantage on the map, get anything else, and Liquid constantly just breaking them, finding pickoffs, and utilizing Tinker to the highest levels.
There were a couple of fights that did go Tundra's way, though. This was a little spooky for Team Liquid a couple of times.
Yeah, I think for Tundra to succeed in the fight, they had to play on Saberlight missing Ravage and also just drawing out the resources of Liquid. If you can get Tinker to low mana, then you have that ability to force him back to base. He has to rearm, teleport again. He can't E-Blade, he can't use his spells. But that's very, very difficult. You're really hoping Liquid just doesn't execute in the moment. The amount of explosive damage they have with the Sven, with the Tinker, you're waiting for the Liquid misplay rather than Tundra being able to set up the perfect fight.
I think we got to talk a little bit, Lacoste. I mean, you love talking about itemization, and I think in this game in particular, you want to talk about the itemization of the Darkseer first, because he went for full Abyssal Blade.
He did. This is basically, I love the way he was thinking about the game, what he needs to do. So they wanted to do something about Mickey. Once he jumps in with the Blink BKB, you have no abilities other than Hookshot, which is not enough, so they wanted to layer that. He goes in, he blinks in with the Abyssal Blade, locks him down. He has quite a lot of attack speed on Darkseer as well, thanks to the facet, so you might need, you might score an extra bash here and there. You also had Pangolier with the basher, so this was the idea, something new. I don't think I've seen it before. Nice thinking, but in the end, it wasn't enough.
They only killed him once.
Look at these stats. XPM 1200, GPM 942, 755 last hits, 92% kill participation, 69,359 hero damage. Like, if you could ask for an MVP, like this is going to be the answer every single time.
Whew. And we talked about, getting Nisha last pick.
Yeah.
And how that was a good winning strategy.
Does this count as a last pick though? Because you first pick bait them to think it's support, and then you last pick change it to core. Or are we reaching?
I do think this actually does count. I mean, surely.
Yeah. No.
Because you don't reveal your Nisha pick until last.
Exactly, and that is just such a scary thing, especially because it's so many years, and it's not like he only had 3 games of Tinker before this, so it's not as if it's like, wow, it's like some incredible old school legacy hero he's bringing back. It's just like some casual 3-pick Tinker pro play 4 years later. crushing.
Well, let's take a look at a snapshot of the game around the minute 39 mark, I believe people said. No, 30-minute mark. There 30. You go. The carry.
Yeah, there's a big difference already because Phantom Assassin, she got a gank like 13, 14 minutes in the game. Her items got delayed, especially Battle Fury, which is something you want to have as soon as possible. And we can look at the numbers. Sven already, in terms of hero damage, he's doing so much more. This was even before he did get MKB, but he's the one holding the Aegis. A lot of times you don't see the transformation heroes holding him, but they decided to give it to Mickey instead because they still wanted him to survive, because there is potentially a chance that he's going to die. But Mickey overall, I like how kind of fearless he played. He was blinking in, knowing that he's going to be getting that status resistance, and also knowing that with the Warcry, there was no dispel relatively early on, and he did pick up a relatively early shard on Sven.
And to reflect on that as well, like the PA with her build, it's so difficult to utilize these spells when you're getting ran at, right? Like we just saw BZM die, and now he's in mid lane, he's already half HP, he's like BKB's on cooldown. A lot of the map play from Liquid is one Sven stun, one Jakiro Ice Path, and you're having to utilize that BKB to disengage. And for Liquid, the only times the game got a little difficult was the fact that they didn't hit the spells in mid. Tinker already using BKB, losing out his mana. Like if Tundra could have created this fight multiple times, then they would be winning the game. But it's so difficult. You're hoping for, again, the misplays from Liquid rather than Tundra being able to always construct that fight.
This was the only time they were able to kill Tinker, and they had to kill almost everybody first and hope that Saberlight doesn't come in to save. He tried it.
He tried his best. It was not enough, but
took so
you could
long.
see the power of something we talked on the panel, where Darkseer levels up and he gets the heal bomb as well from Dazzle, goes almost back to full HP and full mana. We haven't seen it too much in the previous fights because they were losing those fights, but definitely something to think of. And we talked about Liquid's draft. It did feel like this draft was very well executed in terms of throwing this curveball with the Tinker. I don't know if they're going to be doing the same thing again, and it does feel like this Tinker, not many teams wanted to play it from the core role, but right now in a BO5, you already have an advantage, and coming into the second game, they also might have something spicy coming out.
Yeah, and if you want to see the second game, which you do, and we all do, you know, stick around. We'll have a short break. We'll be back.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
So mine is kind of silly, but I was quite young and I was playing Guild Wars 1. And in Guild Wars 1, you had 8 characters, or I did. So I had to come up with a system to name them, like a theme. I thought that would be really fun. And all my cousins named theirs after just like Latin words for some reason.
Okay.
I don't know why. But one of my cousins studied Latin, so I did Latin, like Latin to English book that you could like translate the words. So I just went through that and I picked words that I thought sounded cool, like insane. And then insane in Latin was insania.
Oh.
So that's where that came from.
Well, there you go. All right. Do you think it reflects you in any way, like your gameplay?
No. I mean, I had 8 nicknames. I had 8 different characters with different names, and it could have been any of them that became like the one that stuck. Just happened to be this one.
What are you happy that it didn't stick with? What's one that was terrible?
They were all bad. Like, all real bad.
Hello, Ace. You're packing up. How'd you get your name, Ace? Where'd it come from?
Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike. Explain.
Like when I was a young goober, I played a lot of Counter-Strike. When you kill everybody, it's called Ace.
Oh. Wow.
I always kill everybody.
I stole it.
Stole it?
I stole it.
From whomst?
I stole it from my neighbor.
What?
Okay, so the story goes like, I was playing a role-playing game. My dad was the leader of the role-playing game, and I was like 12 years old. And it was like with me, my brothers, our neighbors, and my neighbor named his mage Sibe. And then I thought this is a good nickname for a mage, so I named my World of Warcraft mage Sibe. And then for some reason I named my Heroes of New Earth account Sibe at some point. And then it just kind of stuck with me, and people started calling me Sibe, like a nickname, and then ever since then it's just been who I am, basically.
Damn.
And I think my neighbor stole it from someone too, actually.
Really?
It was like a website for Counter-Strike 1.6, like back in the day, called sibbe.com or something.
Wow.
It was like a weird thing. So I think he got it from there, probably, and then I stole it from him, so it's like a double steal.
Maybe it was stolen all the way back from a real wizard or something, you know?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Some Roman general.
That's very cool.
Sibbe Augustus.
Yes, well, we'll look it up. I'm sure history buffs, please get us the origin of Sibe.
I just went to my game room, and my parents was watching Sherlock.
Your game?
And I heard like it's elementary Watson, and so I just took Watson.
Wow, which Sherlock? What version? Like the old ones, the new ones, the BBC? I just
heard it, I didn't see.
Wow, incredible.
We're getting ready for the second game of our best of 5 grand finals, Team Liquid versus Tundra. And Team Liquid has had fantastic success against Tundra in 2025. Better yet, Tundra has not been able to take a single game. And game 1 was no different, but I will say it was incredibly close. We're about to head into game number 2. And I think, Lacoste, when I look at the previous game, the thing for Tundra that I want to focus on is not the last 30 minutes, which weren't that great for them, but the first 25, the net worth barely switched one way or the other. It was so even. Couldn't they have done something more there?
It definitely was a close game. I think the max was in those 25-30 minutes, like 4K for Team Liquid. But yeah, I feel like something has been lacking in some of these engagements where they were unable to pump out the damage. And something to point out is also there was no shard on Phantom Assassin. There was a very fast shard on the other carry. Mickey did pick it up, knowing that there's gonna be a nullifier. He wants to have that extra bit of armor at all times because Phantom Assassin, she wants to go in, wants to get that burst damage, but yeah, a little surprised by that shard that hasn't been picked up on PA.
Yeah, on top of that though, the idea of why did Tundra not progress the game? I think when you look at the heroes Liquid had, some of the best area denial heroes, Tidehunter, you run into high ground, there's a Ravage. Jakiro, there's an Ice Path. Muerta, there's a Calling, right? Like every hero that Liquid had can punish if you don't execute perfectly. And I think Tundra kind of played the waiting game for Doraccio to be ready. And by the time he was ready, Nisha already was popping off. So I think there's a lot of like small little moves that got made that weren't too optimal, and I think it already boils down to the fact that the Tinker got put into that core role and Tundra had to kind of desperately scramble to fix their draft against the core Tinker.
Yeah, I think Tinker's just going to be banned. I don't think you want to have that risk. The flex potential on top of a hero that has already seen so much success here in the past we can have. The only downside is something else will be let through.
Yeah, that's true. It potentially could be the Boxy Weaver or the Magnus, the Tiny Nature's Prophet, specifically from the last game.
Yeah, that Weaver ban in the first phase was a little bit of an odd one. Sure, Boxy plays an insane Weaver. We saw also some combinations with Weaver, with Invoker as well, going for Road of Atos, setting things up for Cataclysm. But overall, I think when we talk about the heroes and their strengths, this Weaver is really not a match to what Tinker can do.
Yeah. No, you can leave that one in. That is something that they can do. I would also imagine, though, that for this upcoming game, we'll probably have a switch about in terms of pick order. So in a way, it's... Well, obviously, regardless, it's going to be a whole different game. But also, I think in a way that the teams think about first pick and sides, it's going to be a whole fresh game because the whole meta for you as a team will change if your pick order changes.
Yeah, exactly. And we didn't really speak about 33 too much. But just want to bring it up for a second. I think he didn't really have the best game the last time, right? In the entire tournament, it's not his best performance that we've seen him dominate on. Like in the Darkseer, he's buying Abyssal, doesn't have buyback. Then he's fighting at the Twin Gate, running into the river, getting picked off by the Sven.
As Sun Sven said, that might have been, the Retro went first.
That was the moment I'm talking about, yeah. Retro did go first, but then 33 went...
Sure, he committed more into the river part, the water part, yeah.
But these are the moments where if we rewind a little bit to previous tournaments, we're never talking about 33 not having a buyback and dying, or starting the fight by him just running into the most vulnerable position possible, right? Like, I think the discipline that we expect from 33 in that game specifically, it wasn't up there. So I'm hoping for like Tundra's sake, they have done it. They already bounced back in multiple 2-1 series before, but that needs to be, fixed and corrected going into
I think in the games that they've been losing, there's been a lot of the times where him and Doraccio are not on the same page. Like Doraccio, he's the guy that a lot of the times we'll be like, okay, go, go, go. And 33, he's much more methodical. He does think about other stuff rather than going in and being ready for the team to back him up. So maybe they need to polish that one a little bit.
Do you think the players realize that we're talking about them when the big camera in the draft just gets put on them?
I believe that there's multiple. I think we have 3... To just get technical, I think we have at least 3 cameras in that space. And so they'll always be pointing at something. So I think they know that the odds are there, but it's not guaranteed.
Because 33 gave us that look of like, hey, stop looking at me. But it's all right. Draft, there it is. The Tinker has been banned, which means the Weaver is now available based on the previous game.
And we have a couple more change-ups. So first of all, it's Team Liquid on Dire side with first pick. So they still get first pick. So the pick order actually stays the same. Tundra just switched sides. But in terms of bans, a little bit of differences because the Phoenix also gets banned. And that leaves in the pool, when Dazzle also banned, that leaves a couple heroes in the pool. Nature's Prophet being one of... Never mind,
it's banned.
Why am I blind? Night Stalker is still in the pool based on previous bans.
And they take the Night Stalker. No, I like this from Liquid. Like, you win game 1. Going into game 2, you change up your bans so the prep from Tundra can be a little bit taken back. Maybe they're expecting to see the Lifestealer banned again, but you pick the Night Stalker, you allow them to maybe have Lifestealer, Night Stalker in laning phase with the silence, prevent that rage. It's okay. You're going to set yourself up for a good time. But you are giving away a Lifestealer, which is the Retro's best hero.
But is that still first pick material for Tundra? It's been successful, to be sure.
It's been, but I don't know if they want to go that route, especially because you see Night Stalker.
Exactly,
it can be very, very difficult of a matchup for the Lifestealer. Like, you can't build into Manta Slot. Sure, you can build into AVULUS, which is nice to buy a little bit more time, but it also does force you to buy relatively early BKB if you don't have your team building into 4 staffs or having any kind of saves. And Tundra, one more time, they will go with the Darkseer. This time around, I would want to see... Sorry, a bit of a different pairing with the Darkseer. Clockwork, I don't think he was able to achieve as much as they wanted to. I think the biggest nerf to Clockwork is he's not getting that gold on the map. He's been nerfed pretty heavily. That Battery Assault doesn't deal double damage anymore.
You also need to play through the Darkseer, right? When you're having a Dazzle in the position 5 role, then you have the Clock and Darkseer. Like, there's not that perfect harmony of 3 heroes trying to break down the map. Maybe that's something Tundra can look to correct this time around.
Yeah, this is the hero that I wanted to see in the previous game instead of Clockwork. Tusk, it did feel overall better because you would have BKB Piercing Tool on a lower cooldown against that Sven, and you would also have a bit of a save. Maybe they wanted to have... I mean, in terms of the laning partner, you also really love to play with Tusk. It gives you that kill threat. Just thinking, okay, so they're gonna... agree saying that Clockwork was really not a problem.
Yeah. No. They are banning other heroes that Saxa can be a menace on.
Ooh, go for the Enigma man.
Jakiro. I mean, it's just a no-brainer for them.
It's a great combo. I know we talked about the success rate against Team Liquid, But maybe that's just because they didn't have.
What was the stat again? Was it 7 games against Liquid, 7 losses?
Yeah.
You need to take the Sven right now again. I'm just talking about the hero. Sorry about that, but
no, you're good.
You need to split the combo. If you get them Darkseer, Jakiro, and Sven, it would allow them to have
like really
good combo. They could farm the clips pretty much. You could make a highlight reel of getting team wipes and rampages. Because against the Darkseer, Sven is going to free farm again one more time in the lane. And also, going back to my previous point, is illusion that you make out of Sven. You don't care too much about it.
But with the Enigma ban, they're still looking towards maybe getting their Ursa or all these heroes that get really punished by it. So I like the fact that they want Duracho's hero pool to not be pigeonholed by the fact that, oh, they pick the looming Enigma pick will force me to a different path.
Are there any good, like obviously you say that they should pick the Sven here to avoid it getting picked by Tundra, but are there any great combo breakers that Liquid could also be thinking about?
In what regard?
Like that can stop or save or, make sure that if that wombo combo happens...
Oh, you're just describing Silencer then.
Okay.
That's the best position 5 to do at the moment. And for Tundra, even if they don't go Sven, like, Lifestealer with BKB can play out the game. Ursa's really strong at just running down the map. The Sven, of course, wombo combo. Like, there's a lot of heroes that you could create a good reason to pick for Tundra. But for Liquid, haven't they just shown Night Stalker is in the core role anyway? With the Weaver pick?
I mean, I think that most of the time it has been Saberlight playing it anyway, and even if he has a bad lane, as we saw a game yesterday that we talked a little bit about in the pre-show, we have seen, even if he's going 0-6, he'll recover at some point. Might even steal Nages.
And when you speak about combo breaking, now Liquid picked the core that can do it, right? With the Enrage, you also block pick it from Tundra getting it into the Night Stalker lane. That would punish the offlane Night Stalker. Ursa with a status resistance can just man up in the fight, doesn't really care about a wall illusion. Yeah, don't mind it.
And this Night Stalker is going to be played from the core role, which also means that you're going to be getting to that level 15, so you will have status resistance. You might also build into SNY, so your status resistance goes up to 50%. And they will opt to go for Lifestealer. This matchup is slightly changed due to the recent changes to Aghanim Scepter on Lifestealer. So sure, you get the extra bit of hits, so it means more damage, but you're also not disarming Ursa.
Yeah, and this is why the Enigma ban feels better. You're not really caring too much. And with Jakiro in the 5 role, Night Stalker with Silence, he can never really kill the Lifestealer. You put one Ice Path down or a Dual Breath, you're going to build enough gap for Lifestealer to walk away from that aggression.
Now, we do know Duracho plays a lot of Lifestealer, and so does Liquid. So I would only imagine that they have a plan on how to deal with this Lifestealer, considering, as we just saw the stats, he has great success with it. 5-2 so far here in Wallachia.
Yeah. I think the Ursa already, when you get to Basher, Abyssal down the line, you lock onto him, you can threaten him. Sure, the Lifestealer is going to jump inside the Ursa, but you do have the jump to be able to punish a out of position Lifestealer. Once Night Stalker also gets Blink. It's basically Blink Ursa, Blink Night Stalker. You kill the Lifestealer every single time until he gets BKB.
Yeah, my question is, what do they want to pair it up with? And Muerta does look like kind of an obvious choice, because once Ursa goes in, it is protection against your Darkseer and also the silence that you're definitely going to need to kill both Weaver and Ursa, something that he doesn't like to play into, especially pre-BKB.
10 seconds remaining.
This gives them a lot of team fight, a lot of ways to fight into certain areas. You drop that silence, vacuum wall as well. Jakiro is very good at going into Tormentor and taking the fight. Duracho, he's having a blast. Something's really funny.
Do we think Team Liquid should secure their mid here or later? They will not have overall last pick, so they have to pick their mid before Tundra has to select theirs, and it seems like that's one we are looking for. Together with, I guess, also maybe a hero for Insania, but they will select the puck. It's a hero with a very low win rate, but not in the hands of Nisha.
Yeah, and in this game he has some clear combinations, right? To coil the Darkseer to prevent the Surge feeling good. The backline supports. Sure, Ice Path and Cooling can be very disruptive to a puck, but they're also hard to hit in the chaos of the fight. So Nisha should be pretty happy with the game he has.
Yeah, I would like to see for Liquid, like Crystal Maiden, because I really love that lane combination against the Darkseer with Ursa. and maybe even remove something like a silencer. I think that would be really, really good to be able to, because you would have multiple layers of silence against the Lifestealer, which would be really good. Break the combo as well. You have Night Stalker providing vision. You can easily lock onto a target and kill it.
Yeah, we'll see which position 5 Tundra respects here for dealing with the lane, the Darkseer and the Muerta.
I wish some of these heroes were more playable. Because like looking into this lineup, like let's say they're banned, I'd say Oracle. Okay, Tundra do respect
you're
it.
against Liquid. I guess they're the only team that you ban Oracle against.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like Silencer, I think, is really good for the combo break. Oracle punishes Darkseer in lane. I even want to throw around Tree and Protector into the mix a little bit. Overgrowth into a Lifestealer, into Darkseer. Strong lane with the Ursa if you really want to. But that's like secondary to a Crystal Maiden, right? Or a Silencer.
Yeah, Silencer is the one that got banned, so Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, I think Crystal Maiden is going to be most likely the pick for Liquid.
It's the tournament meta against the hero for sure.
Yeah. And it's how Falcons played as well. A lot of the times they were playing against the Darkseer. It did feel good in the lane, especially if you pair it up with a hero that really benefits from keeping them in place.
So that means that on the side of Tundra, the question mark is, what is BZM going to play? He's going to be up against the Puck, so it might not be the greatest Invoker game, but I feel like it's still my duty to mention it.
Into Puck, it's the best matchup for Puck.
So it will be banned.
I hope.
Ooh, there is hope yet.
No, I mean, the Puck is really good into Invoker.
Oh, that's what I already said, yeah, so it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, sorry.
And then I misunderstood.
Correct.
And I'm wrong about matchups all the time, so I figured this was...
No, it's okay.
I feel like there's going to be some casual Dragonite coming out from BZM. They will see the full lineup, and it's banned, never mind.
Dragonite and Monkey King were those final bans for Team Liquid, so those are the ones they do not want to face in the mid lane.
Well, give us some spice. Sure, Crystal Maiden is the tournament meta, but come on, Insania.
That's an interesting
Give me the tree
from Saberlight.
It's the opposite of...
It goes up.
Yeah, it's the opposite of Whitemon.
Yeah. This is true. The meta. Okay, there's a Grimstroke.
Ooh!
What do you think about that one?
It's a rare hero, but the Soulbind into Darkseer, I think there is a world in which the bug, very, very disruptive. I'm hoping Insania maybe looks at getting that a little bit earlier on compared to going for Inkswell Max, but into Ursa lane, lots of aggression.
You have to kill and the Swarm and the Ghost.
Yeah, and the bugs have been buffed. They are now 3, 4, 4, 5 hits to kill if you have
Sorry, say again quickly.
3, 4, 4, 5.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's very difficult to kill. They're going to be farming that XP with the bugs, but you also need to be careful about the Phantom. That's going to be another way of silence. So 1, 2, 3 silences coming out from Team Liquid.
Jakira is going to be in overload this game, just double hitting everything. Oh, I'm killing your buggy, this bug, that bug.
That's good. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yep, massive counter.
BZM is smiling. He's got a full minute, though, to decide what he's going to play mid.
Yeah. Even if this game goes later, Grimstroke into these heroes, it's going to be nice, right? You're going to have the Agnims to take over the Lifestealer, get your own Radiance. But obviously, that's 40 minutes down the line for a position 5 Grimstroke. BZM mid hero.
Yeah.
You don't really want to pick Ember into potential Soulbind and the Coil, the Night Stalker Silence. Like the fact that
Pango, these types of heroes are kind of gone, considering you're playing into 2 leash mechanics and triple silence.
Yeah, playmakers do not look fun into any of Liquid's heroes.
No, because they all like to be mobile.
Exactly.
And they basically have an anti-mobile lineup. So with that logic, ooh, they go for TA. That was not on my bingo card, guys. What makes this a good TA game?
We're already starting to break down the fact that Liquid has deleted BZM's playmaker hero pool with their, their draft. So finding a farming hero that can eventually, by BKB, stand their ground. DK, Monkey King, the bans from Liquid are kind of a good example of that. TA, we don't see her at all in the meta really, but it's one of the mid heroes that fits that characteristic of just hit creeps and overcome the team fight that's inevitable from Team Liquid.
Yeah, this hero has a pretty abysmal win rate. It had the lowest win rate of all heroes on Dota Pro Tracker. It was sitting below 40%. Right now it is 40%. And that's the overall last pick for Tundra. Also, the combination between Lifestealer and Templar Assassin means that most of your damage is going to be physical. So I do expect them to itemize with some Solar Crest, with the Ghost Scepters, maybe even earlier AC on the Night Stalker. So it gets pretty easy when we talk about itemization from the heroes. I think Team Liquid cooked again with this draft.
Okay, so give some hope to the Tundra fans, because with TA with such a low win rate, there must be a plan here where they're gonna be popping off.
I mean, greed is sometimes good, and if they can get to their items, utilizing Shard on TA, and Lifesteal having Radiance, and Darkseid with Shivas, like, if the economy is unlimited for Tundra, then their draft looks good, but
yeah,
it's just a lot of farm. Like, you've got a farming mid, a farming offlane, a farming carry. It's a lot of farm. I didn't really give hope. I'm sorry. I completely ignored what you asked me to answer.
It's all good. It's all good. We want to hear some more, but we're going to hear from the coaches instead.
Thank you so much. Yes, here with Jabs. Jabs, pretty interesting stuff here coming out. I mean, the Grimstroke, I know you guys have a lot of experience with this hero. You guys have played it many, many times. Not so much particularly at this tournament. So is this an example of you guys pulling out a secret strat they had predicted, or just really good for this draft?
Just really good for this draft. I think right now the guys are really good at playing basically anything. So we kind of are looking to make their game not nice. And I think Grimstroke kind of put a wrench into their last pick. And that's kind of why we picked it.
Yeah, now that last pick of a TA, is that a good answer to what you guys had on that Grimstroke? I mean, we have not seen too much of that hero either. Obviously, another comfort pick for them. Was that even on your radar?
To be honest, not really, but I also don't think it's the greatest. But, you know, I can be proven wrong and we might just get stumped in 15 minutes, but I think we're happy with what we have, and to me that's the most important, that we're comfortable in what we're playing. So yeah, I hope it's gonna go good.
Absolutely, and on that term of confidence, you guys coming into this series, again, doing very well against this team in the past. Were you expecting game one to go that easy, and are you expecting a nice 3-0 where they have no chance?
I wouldn't say game one was easy. I think we made a few mistakes, but we still had a very nice chance of winning throughout the entire game, and then we just had to get 1-2 good team fights and we won the game. So that was pretty nice. Yeah, we have won quite a lot against Tundra, but I think when you come into a grand final, it kind of turns into its own little meta. Things can change, so it's important that we don't get too ahead of ourselves. So we're still focused, and yeah, I mean, I hope for a 3-0 obviously, but some entertaining Dota could also be nice for once. I mean, our last 3-0 was not the most entertaining.
Absolutely, it was awful. Thank you so much. As we go to our casters, who I know are almost entertaining, it's going to be Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Thank you, Slacks. Cringeworthy as usual. The cringe master himself.
That was very soft on the cringe.
Yeah, I know. I just had nothing else to say.
He needs to step it up. I thought he was going to say after the finals was awful, that now it's time to go to the casters, who are also awful. So it was actually surprisingly positive.
Very true.
Only moderately toxic that time around. Well done.
True. We are in game number 2 of this best of 5 of the grand finals here at PGL Wallachia.
Close enough.
Season 3. And we have some crazy picks, and then we have a TA by BZM. We'll talk about it in just a moment. Actually, let's talk about it now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, a moment has passed, so you're not wrong. Yeah, this was the first pick of the tournament of this hero. Wait, Saberlight, is he okay here? Yes, he is. But
Ghoul Frenzy
damage. Well, is Whitemon okay is the question.
He is not. Shikuchi, and the last right click comes in. Boxy with the first blood. Already a good start on Liquid's side.
So, I think what eventually what happened in this draft is that BZM ran out of heroes that he wants to play for the archetype of lineup that Tundra are running. So all of the options that they want him on when they're playing Darkseer and Jakiro and Lifesteal as a trio together with it would generally be either Tiny or Dragon Knight or Spirit Heroes. And Tiny was banned, Dragon Knight was banned, and the Spirit Heroes against Night Stalker, Puck, and Grimstroke sound really unappealing. So they kind of cornered him in this. This is the most targeted I think we've seen. Oh, nice play here from Nisha. He denied the bottom water and then jaunted to the top water. So effectively he got one and destroyed one. So BZM will get no refill. Yeah, the upside to TA is the laning stage against Puck should be good. It's a classic matchup, but I don't think it's as TA favored as it used to be. So I think Nisha will be able to do just okay here. He will lose, but not by a landslide, which is what we used to see in the past. That's at least my expectation. Okay, so then the question is, can TA find a footing in this game after the lane. That's what I'm looking at.
Boxy,
big damage.
We'll be able to get the Chikuchi off, and Whitemon, one more right click will bring him to the ground again.
This is a tough lane for Jakiro. Weaver is one of the best support matchups against Jakiro, and Lifestealer can't really help you against Night Stalker. So we've seen Saberlight have a good game on NS when he got absolutely bodied in lane yesterday. This time around, he is leading the overall net worth 3 minutes in. Last time he barely had a CS now. So could be a big game for him individually.
And what are your thoughts on the Grimstroke coming out from Liquid?
I like it.
The facet that lets you control the vector targeted Stroke of Fate.
I'm generally looking for... Oh, hang on, Mickey might just kill Soxa here.
Soxa gets stunned up. There's the Stroke of Fate. And Soxa will die.
I'm looking for two things mostly when I think about Grimstroke, and it's actually not Soulbind. It's whether you have good Inkswell carriers, and it's whether Phantom's Embrace is good at countering enemy cores. Because Soulbind combos can be cool, but at a higher level of Dota, they're a lot harder to pull off, whereas the other two spells are very reliable. You're always going to be able to cast Inkswell on allies, and the Phantom's Embrace is just point and click, right? So
yeah,
he has really good carriers for the Shell, or for the Swell. He has Ursa, Weaver, and Night Stalker. It's like a dream Inkswell game. All three of those heroes are super fast, want to get in there. And now that it applies a basic Dispel on cast as well, there's some utility in that potentially against TA traps. That he didn't know that at the time, but it's very good against Jakiro, of course. The TA was the overall last pick, so it wasn't targeted at that, but it'll have a little bit of utility there. There's no Soulbind combos, right?
That's not true. There's a Void.
Void. That's the one combo.
That's big.
So not really looking for that, but that's not why they picked the hero, clearly.
Yeah, and I would say, I mean, I know it's a position 5 here, but everybody's been getting so much farm. Duraccio will get the open wounds off. Will walk away, or will he? Chikuchi. Nice ice path from Whitemon, and is Boxy getting low, trying to deny himself to the crease potentially, and he will. Unfortunate for Tundra. Now Saberlight chasing down Duraccio. Just needs a little bit of vision. Around the trees he goes, will pop the rage, and now it's daytime, so Saberlight has not a hero any longer.
Nice juke, bought enough time, and now he actually has to TP out. They check the mana on Jakiro, not available for the ice path.
Anyway, back to my very important point about Grimstroke. The Aghanim Scepter, if it ever comes out, it really won't provide that much. They don't really have any good illusion targets here.
No, and that's what's kind of interesting, right? If you're picking this hero, despite Soulbind not being good, or particularly good anyway in the game, it still has the binding effect in this. It's obviously powerful in that aspect of forcing enemy heroes to move together, but that isn't particularly great here. The Scepter, like you said, also, honestly, I think a Lifestealer one is pretty strong if it has Radiance. The Dark Portrait.
I mean, do you avoid Radiance? Probably not.
No, you have to play, right? So I wouldn't mind seeing that eventually. I think that Illusion's actually extremely powerful, but it's not the traditional Terrorblade or Luna, but it's still good.
Yeah, that's true.
So. But I don't think, I genuinely don't even think that was a consideration for the pick. I don't think they thought about the Aghanims even remotely for this game. So. Ursa with a free start, as expected, against Dark Simware. It's a pretty damn easy lane when you have a 5 Grim. And Tundra will need to try to find some sort of solutions as the laning stage breaks apart now a little bit.
40 and 11 right now. And you can see Duraccio on the other side, 24 and 5, so having a bit of a struggle. So it feels like he's been at low HP the entire laning stage. But yeah, Soxa comes in to help out, not able to turn it into a kill though.
And Saberlight's not an easy kill.
Insania.
Oh, if they get both of these, that is...
It looks like they're getting it.
Oh, that's illegal. You can't do this when the lanes go like this, Tundra. That is... Yeah. That's really bad news. They didn't even... It looked like they genuinely thought they couldn't contest it at all. They're also not going to kill Weaver. They got nothing.
Oh, boy.
They lost both Wisdoms, and one of them went to Night Stalker, so he's going to get a fast level 6. And Saberlight, he's already not an easy kill down here with those early phase boots and a Bracer, so even if they were to catch him at daytime, I frankly don't even know if their 3 heroes could have necessarily killed him without a trade of some sort from Weaver. So
yeah, Nisha. They're going to try to go on him. BZM, of course, with the level advantage, but they, man, so many of these rotations from Soxa and Whitemon have not.
They're desperate. They feel desperate because it's difficult to pull them off. It's hard to kill heroes. Night Stalker, the puck is hard to catch for their lineup, and then the Ursa top seems kind of hopeless to try to gank. So I like the overall idea of pressuring the mid tower here, though. I think this is, if you can't find the ganks successfully, at the very least play off of creeps and try to force a rotation from the enemy team. Liquid will not bring anyone. They feel like Nisha is comfortable on his own, and instead they will maybe look to soon dive Dyrachyo down bottom. Feels like that is almost inevitable. Boxy's level 5, by the way. Very, very strong on the Weaver. A nice Stalker 6 after this next wave. I think they have Dyrachyo in their sights, so they're going to need to help him out down there at Tundra.
Yeah, well, the only lane 1 is the mid lane.
Yeah.
And they need to take advantage of that. Nisha forced to play from quite the distance.
Might just,
Tier 1 tower might be conceded. Insania, he's going to take a trap.
Trying to deny, maybe.
And, oh my god, he gets that too. Oof.
That feels like a bit of a misplay from BZM to make that a possibility. I think he could have played that in a different fashion, so he guarantees the last hit. You're TA with Refraction. You hit twice as hard as Puck. He should never be able to deny the tower.
Yep, so. 33. His stack is basically dead.
Yep,
Mickey's going to take one.
There's the Dyrachyo dive. He is dead.
Crippling fear
Solo
and the casual
kill.
right clicks. Yikes, man.
Level 7 in
start.
S for Saberlight. And BZM will TP down here to defend, so now your TA is the one to move, and she obviously can't kill him at all. So yeah, this is looking very, very healthy for Liquid right now. It's only a 1k lead, but their game plan, what they wanted to happen, has already happened. All 3 lanes are going fine. Mid lane, obviously, as you mentioned, they lost the tower, but that's the one lane that they can afford to lose, definitely, and are expected to lose. He lost it by so little. It's 300 gold.
Yeah, basically nothing, even at this stage of the game.
And the win, as the panel was talking about, TA's win rate is in the dumps. So
yeah,
it's a snowball or miss hero in my eyes right now.
And he ain't snowballing, at least not yet.
Not yet. Tundra, they have tools to make it snowball, though. It's actually a very nice hero together with Darkseer, because you can vacuum into silencing traps. You can give her Surge, which allows her to stick on her target. They do have some, it's not an obvious synergy, but...
He's going to enrage BZM. They're going to look for the kill, and they get their first of the game.
Uh-oh.
Here comes Saberlight, though. It is natural nighttime. Coil from Nisha into the crippling fear. All focus right now on this TA. Boxy coming in from the side. He is just cannot find an exit. Saberlight might get traded out. He does. Wow. Nice dead shot from Saksa. And even the Shakuchi's not enough. BZM cleaning up another one. 3 for nothing, and BZM survives.
Wow, I really thought they had him, and so did Liquid. Their play call there was prioritize the TA over the guaranteed Jakiro kill in the coil. They didn't have enough against the Refraction, and now Nisha getting dead shot.
Nisha, what? Double kill for BZM?
Okay, this is
somehow
massive.
that turned into a double kill, but yeah, that what just happened? It's so random.
Yeah, this was this is the dream for them. We just said this hero needs to snowball, and he just got the perfect situation. Really well played there by BZM, and I don't fault Liquid for thinking they had the kill there. Although I do question why they didn't have the Swarm available for this move. Maybe it was on cooldown from somewhere else in Boxy, but you're seeing the rotation in here. They get the Waning Rift 0 damage, of course, on the coil, silence, and here comes Weaver. No Swarm, right?
Yeah.
I think he also missed the Blood Grenade, maybe.
That's true.
He did. So...
yeah, that Refraction saved
Ice
BZM's
Path,
life.
beautiful. Damn. All right, we have a game.
Yeah,
this was looking like it could get scary very fast, but Tundra have stabilized it very much.
More than stabilized. They've taken a 2k lead now. And it's Dyrachyo gonna open wounds, Saberlight, and there you see Whitemon using his ult for the first time. He is level 7 after that engagement in the mid lane. They clean up Saberlight easily. And Nisha was making his rotation over, but we'll think better of it. 33 gonna follow the orb. Follow the bright lights, young man. Not sure if they're going to find this connection, though.
No, he's just going to take away their triangle.
How dependent is TA on getting stacks? Because 33 has been the one killing him so far.
That's very situational, depending on kills. Now that he has 3 kills, I think not so much. If they had no kills at all in mid, it would be very, very important. So I don't even think he needs to clear any stacks in this game to find impact now, when he's this far ahead of the puck. He was ahead by 300 a few minutes ago.
I wonder if they can do this. Open wants to start things out. Overpower. There's the silence. Into the dead shot. Mickey, still relatively healthy, will pop the Enrage in retreat to his tier 1 tower. The reinforcements are coming.
Ball.
33 from the north, gets off the wall. Ion Shell as well onto Dyrachyo. Mickey, and Fast will finish the job. Big kill again for Tundra. They were looking horrific in the first few minutes, and now we're in pretty good control of the game.
They'll trade away Whitemon bottom, but that's a very good trade, of course. Getting that Ursa, slowing him down is well worth it. Now poking the top tier 1. Nisha trying to do a little bit of chip damage here, maybe setting up for a coil, but the reinforcements are not available. Saberlight has TP on cooldown, so they have to give up this tower as well. Tundra, I'm so surprised they managed. It's one thing to come back, but they swung the game by 5k in 3 minutes with the start that they had and no wisdoms.
Yeah, it's really strange.
That river fight is massive. Boxy silenced. Any death shot?
No, double silence, okay.
Yep.
Another death. Dyrachyo will show up to the bot lane.
Stacks.
Yeah, wants to maintain this tower for the eventual Tormentor to come. 14 minutes about to come to be as well. Looks like Mickey will be able to secure the one for Liquid, and Tundra will get their first of the game. Did he? Well, what happened there? Did he cancel his attack? He was trying to stack there, but Whitemon level 8 now on this Jakiro.
Instantly TPs to mid, probably connecting for rune control and maybe a smoke play.
Dyrachyo. Oh, it's got silence upon silence. He's in a lot of trouble just trying to fight his way out of it, but goes inside of the creep. Eventually will fall. Pops out, and now he's going to try to turn this around to Insania as the TPs have arrived. They get the support, but eventually Dyrachyo is the trade. That shot not going to hit.
How long he lived.
Light. Looks like he's going to get out. We'll be able to TP on the cliff.
Oh my god, if he would have been
Tendrils of the deep. Oh my goodness.
Okay, they do find Dyrachyo, so a big kill for Liquid. Still.
This feels like a BKB game for Dyrachyo. I don't know how you feel.
I wouldn't mind seeing him buy his Euls again from yesterday.
Okay.
I actually think it's really good here for the same reasons it was yesterday. Dealing with the puck, dealing with the Ursa. Could be nice. Tundra, it will grab a Tormentor uncontested here. Oh, while I say that, is Boxy really thinking about this?
Shikuchi.
No way, no way!
Oh, not quite. Foxa gets the shard.
I actually think he had it if he just ran into it, but he hesitated for a moment.
Yeah, he did.
He might have actually had that. That would have been insane.
Why did you pronounce insane that way?
Insane! He did have the ward, obviously, but still, like, timing that is really, really difficult.
Oh, yeah.
But Tundra instead get a bonus kill.
Indeed.
And Soxa will get the absolute.
Why does it always go to Muerta? Like, am I crazy? Is this confirmation bias? Every single time it's Muerta.
I think it's always Muerta as well. Wouldn't it be funny? So in this patch, clearly the Aghanim's Scepter doesn't drop from row. She always drops Refresher no matter the side.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be funny if this entire tournament, the Tormentor has been bugged to always give the Tormentor, or to give the shard, to the player with like the latest color in the ranks with like orange, right?
Oh, wow. That's really specific. Yeah, that sounds feasible.
If it always gave it to the, out of the 2 possible recipients, it would always give it to the latest color.
Yeah, that's really, really interesting theory.
Thank you.
You had me going there for a while, and then you just made it as uninteresting as possible.
Well, what would have been more interesting to you? That's always to the same player?
Yeah, that's just Soxa.
Soxa gets the shard when somebody else kills the Tormentor too. Oh, he's in trouble, by the way.
He is. Swarm.
At least slightly.
He has cover with 33, as Shikuchi not going to be...
Another tower deny for Liquid.
Going any further, yeah. Deny does come out, though. 4K lead for Tundra. As Insania is going to smoke.
Nisha has an amp damage, looking for his first kill of the game. 17 minutes in on puck, he does not even have an assist yet.
That is so crazy.
And he'll find one. Soxa is doomed here, but what's it going to cost them?
He's going to pop Dust and his ult, as they want to give it to Nisha, but Insania will take it with the Inkswell. 33 in the meantime, getting hounded by Saberlight, but the Illusion is hounding him in turn. Nisha gets off the coil, but the mech keeping 33 alive, and they're going to try to turn this around onto Puck instead. Gets to the other side of the macro pyre, though, as Mickey wants to fight, focusing now all his sights onto the TA. BZM getting eaten up. That refraction is going to end eventually, and so is his life. Triple kill from Mickey. Dyrachyo into the creep, pops right out, trying to take out Boxy in turn, but he's not going to be able to get anybody, unfortunately for him. So a 4-for-1 Liquid.
5-for-1.
Oh, they lost
Soxa was
Soxa
dead
at the
in the
beginning.
start.
Yeah, that's true.
This fight was so long that he respawned, but obviously can't rejoin. Full team wipe. That looked dodgy when Nisha got the coil off and didn't kill Darkseer and then jaunted into a trap, but they didn't have enough follow-up damage, and they also did find 33 on the outside here. I think he just got cut off by NS. That's exactly what happened here, and NS and Ursa comboing on him. But I was thinking this game reminded me a little bit of, there was an earlier game Nisha played on Puck where he also was off to a little bit of a slow start. That was that, which team was that against? We cast that game the other day where he was...
I literally wasn't listening. Say it again.
They were playing keep away for a long time with Nisha's Puck. And then all of a sudden he popped off in the late game. You remember this game?
Vaguely.
Okay, I mean, there's a lot of games, so it's fine. I felt like this was going potentially down the same trajectory where, yeah, he might not have the best start, but then ultimately at some point Nisha kind of gets there. This fight, a big help in that. He got 4 assists. None of the kills went to him, so not the most gold. But it's looking a lot healthier now that he's catching up to other players. Nice pick from side of Tundra.
By the way,
Tia and Muerta is a killing squad.
Oh, yeah.
Together. Double silence, tons of burst.
I didn't notice that Saberlight has armlet, by the way. It's like an older school type of Night Stalker build. Very cool.
True that.
Why pick it up in this game, you think?
I think he considers it a good item against TA, is my guess. Just getting that additional health and armor for that matchup in particular. Also against Lifestealer. I think it's a clever choice here. It gives you the...
Uh-oh, Drachev's just dead. Wow, that was fast. TP's coming.
Yep.
Just 33.
That's not really a helpful TP either.
Dark Ascension from Saberlight is Whitemon.
He gets really good intel here.
He does. 2 supports from the north.
Tundra needs to get the hell out of here, actually. They're just going to get sandwiched.
That sounds delicious.
Yep, it's lovely.
33.
They're trying to find an escape path, just running straight down the lane to 33.
And the Tier 1 tower is still up here.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like a fight will break out.
They will survive, but it's a lot of efficiency lost. You have these 3 heroes that just have to group up and run away from the NS. In the meantime, Liquid are farming on their cores, so... That is Dark Ascension down, though, but now Natural Night will kick in, bridging the gap more or less perfectly there. Saberlight. Oh, little bounty ring snack.
Oh. Soxa will find a little treat for
Kill
BZM.
squad again. We'll find Insania again.
Yes, he has food.
He gets 2-shot by TA. It's might be a game to buy Ghost Scepter. Lifestealer and TA sounds pretty good.
Man, Desolator's really fallen off, hasn't it? Not seeing it on the TA even. There's only a couple heroes that are buying it right now.
We've seen it on Clinks this tournament. On
is that the only one buying it?
I don't think I've seen it. Another
Atos into the silence. Deadshot not going to hit though. Actually sidesteps another silence. There's a crippling fear from Saberlight. Just going to delay the inevitable here, I would think. Although he has a lot of move speed. Deadshot.
Nice fear, maybe.
Nicely done. The Ion Shell from the Illusion. Oh, he's armlet toggling though. Another Atos. This takes quite a bit of time, but they do find it.
Space. He gets tipped by Mickey for buying as much time as he could, but the Darkseer Shard, actually the reason he dies there. The slow trail.
Oh, that's true, yeah. BZM. Oh, nice double ice path onto 2 cores with the Macropyre to follow. But BZM, Fury Swipes are going to be too much. They don't have detection, though. Melt Strike, Mickey's dead. Great turnaround here from Tundra. I thought that Liquid had the one up. As Dyrachyo working on an armlet of his own.
They need Nisha in these kinds of moves if they want to pull that one off, I think.
He will have a Parasma not too far in the future.
Aggressive build. Doesn't feel like he needs to buy a single defensive item here. Foxy.
Atos, but he actually time lapses back into a silence. Man, nice spell casting from Soxa.
Bleeding out a little bit here, Liquid. We see the replay here. So Nisha, I mean, he was there, but he's forced to get out with the jaunt and then can't re-engage. Never coiled. So,
oh, Dyrachyo, oh my goodness.
So they did actually have Nisha there. I just saw the coil being available and didn't feel any impact from him, but that was because the ice path was just that good.
Oh, they had a sentry right there too, so they actually did have vision of the melded TA, but
just couldn't hit him.
Yeah, I guess not.
Well,
a big kill on Dyrachyo. We see this about 2 or 3 times a game.
It's 5 deaths now on the Lifestealer.
It's a lot. 5 times this game, but on average 2 to 3 times a game.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair though, he has had really rough conditions here. I think the Night Stalker Weaver lane is actually very difficult to deal with at nighttime for him. So it's understandable that he's having a rough one, and you can tell his quick buy. The plan's there. Armlet into Yules.
Okay.
But this is very different when you're playing from behind versus the game yesterday where they just own Spirit.
Yeah, we're going to see if it really is that good.
How good is it when you're far behind versus when you're even or even ahead?
There's going to be a lot of people watching now that didn't watch that game. So why don't you explain again why in the God's green earth?
So in that game, what was he against? It was Puck, Silencer, and Ursa. So he bought the Yule. It had like 3 purposes. You can Yule Ursa's Enrage to just delay that status, because status resistance doesn't affect Yules, so it has full duration. You can remove the Silence of Puck, and if you're clutch, you can actually break Coil if you're standing at maximum range, because Coil has a search range, but it also takes verticality into account. So if you go up in the air, you can actually break it while invulnerable.
Yeah.
And then the third reason that game was for reverberating silence. But that isn't here, but instead, you might be buying some time against, you know, an NS silence.
Atos into another silence onto Nisha. He's getting deleted here. Soulbind onto 2, but it's not going to be followed up with anything. Down goes Nisha. Insania's TP cancels via the vacuum. 2 dead for Liquid. Super fast. Go ahead and continue your explanation.
They're good. No, that was it.
Okay, well, 2 of those heroes are in this game, right? The Puck and the Ursa.
Yeah, it's similar logic, right? And the Night Stalker is a little bit of a pseudo issue as well with the silence. You can deal with that one maybe. Yeah, damn. Saksa is doing work this game. He's found so many opportunities for his team on this Muerta. Really I would say the primary reason they've come back is all of these kills he's been having. This is only his 2nd game of the tournament.
Really?
It's not really been either allowed to have it much, or they've just rated other
I thought
heroes.
you meant by his team. You're not allowed to play it.
No, he's just been playing a lot.
Saberlight, we've seen the Steal of the Aegis before. Ice Path comes out. Not going to try for it.
No
Roger
dagger
will
this time.
secure it. Now a Basher online for Mickey. Haven't talked about him too much. Has the Blink, BKB, Battle Fury, and now Basher.
He's level 19. Lifesteal's level 15.
Yeah, there's a bit of a discrepancy.
Big gap here.
And 33's Orchid has been killed for the time being. Has to wait out the Courier respawn now.
Yeah, interesting choice. Really targeting Nisha's Puck here, probably recognizing that they don't have enough threats, and Nisha feels comfortable. You can see him still queuing up the Parasma. That's going to hurt him a lot if this Orchid timing comes in at the opportune moment. Because if he has just bought his Mystic Staff, he will be very far off being able to pivot his build. So in a way, for Nisha, it would actually be good to get ganked somewhat soon so he can fix his build before it's too late.
Rachio.
Aegis,
He was the tank attempt, or the gank attempt, I should say, is Mickey. He already used his ult and BKB, and
Nice
he doesn't
wall.
have TP for 13 seconds.
Yeah.
He's just going to die. Rachio has to be careful. We've seen this before when he tries to get greedy. Meanwhile, BZM, he's all alone up here. And Nisha,
no coil. Oh,
play
no.
around with his food. The Waning Rift and a couple more right clicks will suffice.
Oh, that's such a massive kill. Just when you got this great Ursa kill on the side of Tundra, the immediate great equalizer coming out for Nisha. And does he commit now? It looks like the Parasma is complete. But with all that kill gold, he got about 800 for that. He's already on his way to a potential defensive item if he sees that Orchid.
They're
gonna try for him here with the
Nisha. They don't have the best lockdown here. These games have been delivering so far in this finals.
For sure.
Both have been quite close.
And none of the games have felt clean either, which, you know, makes for more entertaining Dota when the leading team is making a couple more mistakes. Getting caught out a little bit. Dyrachio, silence. No coil.
Inkswell will stop
Coil
the teleportation. Phantom's Embrace, he has to kill it. He can infest 33.
Away.
And the Dark Ascension, that should secure Tormentor for Liquid.
That, I think they might have been able to get the Aegis with coil, but
They
might
will
not have been worth it.
find... Well, Boxy. Do they have the vision up here? Nisha comes in with a big Waning Rift and a coil as well. Boxy's actually surviving through this. They're going to find 2 supports on the back end. Great rotation from Liquid.
And we've talked about some heroes of old. This is not the Weaver you guys remember if you haven't played Dota for a while. Weaver now has 1700 health minute, or level 12, with a couple of items. Obviously, having the Force Staff and Atos was necessary there for his survival. Hero is tankier than it used to be, and it helps. Now there goes the Torment. Mickey himself will be the one to receive the shard.
Wow, that is... I mean, this is...
Coincidentally, he's also the hero furthest to the right in the team's list, so...
That's right.
I'll try to pay attention to this. If this happens every game,
please.
imagine it's true, Shannon.
Imagine.
I would expect a public apology from you.
That's fine.
Unlike pirate software. Never make it. All right.
Just can't help yourself, huh?
I'm on the list. I'll say it. All right. Nisha will grab himself an invis. Not too much mana in the tank, though, so it doesn't feel like this is likely to lead to an offensive move, at least not an immediate one. And he's queuing up a Yules now, so has identified the Orchid threat from 33. And we're talking about that could be a big moment of opportunity, but the Yules is almost complete already now, courtesy of the kills Nisha just found. So that
it's going to be good against the Weaver, though. Does have Force Staff. No way to dispel at the moment. It's not like it's a complete waste of money or anything. So that means I would assume some sort of a nullifier would need to be purchased at some point to try to counter that. Boxy trying to take the Wisdom Shrine. Not going to happen, though. It's going to get dead shot.
Oh, nice Yule. This could be it.
And dead.
I told you, Shannon, lifestealer Euros, baby.
Beautiful.
It was actually necessary, though. That was super clutch from Duracio.
I had to just double check real quick to make sure it was his. I'm like, wait, Weaver? No, okay. Yeah, it is lifestealer, of course. How could I forget such a thing? 15 seconds on the Aegis. 3K lead for Liquid. Very, very close. Scan out. Liquid knows the positioning of Tundra. Duracio already shown off his Yules. He's gonna get some D-ward action. Has a Yasha at base. We'll be going for the SNY for the status resist.
Yeah, pretty standard.
And Liquid coming in from the south right into Duracio. He's gonna get silenced. There's the Yules to try to buy him a little bit of time. Gets off the Rage. And now the Soulbind not gonna do too much. Now it's gonna connect out the Whitemon. Nisha with the Waning Rift, the Infest inside of the double-headed dragon. They're gonna pop the Pinata and out comes Duracio. Saberlight with the BKB on the retreat will get Force Staff to safety. Atos down to Duracio. They're trying to kite him to a high degree. Mickey's gonna come in and absolutely destroy 33. Duracio getting kited so hard right now as BZM trying to kill Insania, but that was a big Lotus that came out. 3 dead already for Tundra. The big tripling fear from Saberlight comes in to get their fourth.
Bash insta first hit.
And BZM left to his own devices, all alone, 1 versus 4. Liquid will eat him up.
And there were a lot of little things there that really came together. And also, what a perfect illustration of the Yules once again. Actually, even though he died, he was able to get it off during Crippling Fear, and then he can rage as he lands before Crippling Fear is reapplied. There's a little bit of a grace period. You're going to see the replay here. So he's sitting onto the silence. I don't know if Liquid know this for a fact, that this is going to happen, by the way. But then Saberlight, perfect BKB usage, keeps chasing down Whitemon, kills him off fully, gets the reset out. I believe he gets Atos at the tail end of this, and then immediately that gets removed by Grimstroke here. So they also take that one off. He goes and eats a creep, comes back in, tanks a couple of hits.
Man.
They're just kiting them, and they have vision superiority. And Lifestealer absolutely hates this type of fight. He just cannot stick on a target. This coil now, BZM will try to BKB TP. First hit bash. Wow. All right, well.
Needs to practice the Nightfall a bit more. Nightfall never would have gotten bashed there.
That's right. He would have never played TA.
Those are some mechanical keyboards right there, I tell you what.
Yep.
11K lead as we have this pause. Liquid in good control of the game now. And we won't know about Roche for another minute 15, and even then it'll be very cryptic how long it'll spawn, adding to the charm of Dota 2.
To one team, to the other it will be clear. So they have TA.
Oh yeah,
so they will know when it's up.
That's right.
But can they get it against the Dire lineup at this point? It is going to be likely the game decider, the Roche, because I think Tundra cannot afford to give it away for free, but the fight is stupid hard to take. If you nail it, though, you do have some good combos between Jakiro and Darkseer. You have the Muerta Calling that can also silence many heroes in the region, but it's starting to get harder and harder now that Ursa has BKB, Puck has Yules, Night Stalker has BKB. The Grimstroke has Dagger, so he can play very far behind on Insania, and also Boxer with the Pike. So there's no... It feels like there's actually no easy target anymore for Tundra to go on. It used to be Insania earlier, but now these items... Everybody on their side is just having a field day.
This innate for TA is actually kind of funny if you think about it. It might be one of the worst innates in the game because you already have a trap in there. So you're getting the exact time, but TA, like, Val was probably looking at this when they're designing the innates. They're like, they can already see in there. We're not going to nerf that. So here's an innate that makes it slightly better, more convenient, because you can plan around the exact timing. But if you're a good team, you're going to be planning around that 3-minute period anyway, right?
Well, just knowing the exact timing allows you to make a really good smoke move, right? Because
it makes it more precise.
It's not just that, it's the fact that you can have foresight. Because it's like, let's say the TA innate, instead of telling you when Roche spawns exactly in advance, it just told you Roche has spawned.
Yeah, then it'll be exactly the same as it was before.
And having the foresight allows you to make a team smoke move 20 seconds before Roche spawns, kill a hero, and know that you're getting the Roche. I think that's way more powerful.
It's very interesting, though. And I wonder why we haven't seen more. Illusion is going to get the shit kicked out of him.
Bing bong.
That is a macro pyre down. We're not seeing any Oracle. I guess the laning stage is really just that bad with that hero, because being able to
I want that hero
tell
back.
What runes are, like, that's crazy. That's a crazy innate.
He's a really fun... If Insania is not playing Oracle, the hero's dead. That's
yeah, that's true.
That's basically it. The grand finalists that are almost 2-0 up in this series have not picked the hero a single time this year. I think it's one of Insania's absolute signature heroes. If he will never find a game for it,
well, if they go up 2-0 here, it's not over yet, but if they do, then he'll have plenty of room to experiment.
Why would he ruin?
Well, because he wants to play his favorite hero in the final, Cinderin.
I think he wants to win the finals.
That may be secondary for some people, okay? All
right.
Having fun is the most important thing in Dota. There's BZM. We'll have to try to defend here. It's only a 56% for Liquid. That's a little surprising.
I do not know if I agree with that assessment.
I mean, I don't think it's completely out of reach for Tundra by any means.
No, but surely not almost 50-50.
I would say 70-30, maybe.
Yeah. I think that's more where I'm at, too.
There's definitely some comeback potential
Gaimin loves Darkseer combos late game. Can't mess with that.
Well, Doraccio, is he done with his S and Y yet? It's getting pretty close, about 500 away, as Saberlight will find a Muerta. Soxa will fall.
I don't think that's how you pronounce that.
Muerta.
33. He'll get out.
Wallachia.
Oh, late. Yes, that's how you pronounce Muerta.
Oh, BZM. Oh boy, this is really bad for him. That is a huge death. He has buyback, but
he felt confident going for this wave because of the move bottom. With Night Stalker as well as Puck showing for that other kill, he thought he could grab that wave, but Liquid just have both side lanes on lockdown. You gotta bring the numbers.
Yep, 33. He's
going
to be spotted. It's a crippling fear. This is a huge kill. Phantom's Embrace on top of him. He's dead. Again, they have the buybacks, but expending it will put them even more at a deficit. Doraccio on the retreat. The Soulbind's going to connect to the Jakiro. It's a full team wipe. Very separated kills overall, but it's still a full team wipe for Liquid. And now their lead has essentially doubled. Roche is up as well. They can do whatever the hell they want, it seems.
Yeah, just straight Rax, I think. Rax first.
Lifestealer doesn't have buyback.
If buybacks come out, you can reset position and go to Roche. If not, just take this first. You have all the waves pushed in, so the Roche, even as a secondary objective, should be yours too. Just obliterating them, and that, now we're down to the, yeah, well, it's not 70-30 now. It's already 80-20. Gaimin was a believer for just a minute. As a matter of fact, he's believed in Tundra the entire game until recently. But
that's right.
No
Eventually
longer.
You have to come to grips with reality.
He has lost faith.
It's hard to come to grips with the reality when your reality is being on a multi-billion-dollar yacht. But eventually, Gaimin figured it out, Cinderin.
How much do you think Gaimin thinks a banana costs?
How much are eggs?
Well, that
depends on the country, I guess. We see the replay is 33. I mean, this has been their target of choice in most fights, and you can see why. When he's not dead, Cinderin, the fights are totally different. The Darkseer has just huge impact. But now the deficit is becoming very, very large. Dyrachyo does have the S&Y. Ags is next on the list. We'll see if he has enough time to actually purchase it. As we have a smoke from Tundra. And they know that Roche could possibly be up, or is up actually, they know for a fact. But I fear they will be too late. Nisha gonna pop the smoke. Spots one, and already the Aegis secured for
GTFO territory.
Yep, oh, they actually got decent connection onto Nisha. He's gonna get headshot in. Do they have the damage? 33 eaten up already, and Mikke going to town. He has that Aegis still, so not really caring about this first life. See if they can run out of steam, though. As they're gonna get the connection onto Nisha. He's gonna get the Yules, trying to kite as Dyrachyo dies again. And now the coil finally being expended. Another death for Tundra. They've lost this fight. They've likely lost this game number 2. BZM, he gets brought back into the arms of Liquid. A full team wipe as GGs are called. 2-0 start to this grand finals for Liquid.
Damn, that was actually a really well-played fight from Tundra, and they got 0 kills. Like, then the game is just over. They had so many good setups trying to kill Nisha, but just barely getting bailed out multiple times. The Ursa got ulti off on, I think, 5% and stayed alive for a very long time before popping the Aegis. Just a clinic. This last pick TA from BZM, we talked about it. This could have been even worse, to be honest. Like, they got a bit of a recovery after a bad start, but not nearly enough. And now, once again, 33 shaking his head. How do I beat this team? Should I have stayed?
Oh, the
well, he's
Yules,
won a lot of other tournaments since then.
The Yules Lifestealer did not work this time, Shiver.
It did not. It was... Actually, it looked very cool for one play, but to be fair, was it already a little bit too late by that time? Some might argue that it was, because the start of that game should have gone a little bit better for Tundra if they wanted to make that TA work T.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I feel like Liquid just hated Dyrachyo this game. Like, every time he walks to a lane, there's a Night Stalker on him, there's a puck on him, there's a Grim Bug or an Ursa jumping him. Like, they made sure that he had no real game to play. Even though BZM, like you mentioned, he had a good early game. He created a lot of opportunities, especially with the Muerta. There was a glimmer of hope for Tundra, but they just weren't really able to bring all that together into a good fighting position. Liquid's lineup is so good at the skirmishing fights that they just created time and time again.
This was one of the fights where Team Liquid kind of handled a couple of kills to them. They didn't need to do it, considering the really good start that they did have, taking both of the XP runes, NS getting a 6 minute, like he was level 6 at 9 minutes, getting the solo kill pretty much on Dyrachyo as well. We said from the start that it might be a very difficult game for Lifestealer, and we are seeing this itemization for the second time. You're playing into multiple silences, and they're layering those silences real nicely, which means that you're not going to be getting your rage off, and in terms of the saving potential, there really isn't much on side of Tundra.
Yeah, but like, yesterday I liked the Yules on the Lifestealer because like you're snowballing the game, you're buying it for that moment, you're going high ground. It's like the high ground anti-Ursa who has Aghanim's build. But in this game, the Ursa's already looking towards BKB, Night Stalker's a BKB. It's like the Yules feels just lost, right? I'd rather him buy like a BKB or some type of item to stand his ground and take the fight. It's just a little bit too much utility, in my opinion. But this game also wasn't really in a winning state for Tundra other than everything being on BZM. And when one hero is the focal point of your team, it's very easy for a Night Stalker or an Ursa to play, right? Just kill that one guy.
Yeah, it did feel like Team Liquid had this figured out a little bit, and we already talked after the draft that we did favor Liquid. It was a very, I think if we go back, the Grimstroke pick was the key.
This pick wasn't really to say like, oh wow, we're really gonna got you, we have this double roar, double doom. It was mostly to shut down what the enemy mid laner is gonna be playing. And BZM, he needed to think of something that's gonna be not anything elusive, playing into triple silence, playing into double leash mechanic, which is almost impossible. So he thought of a different direction. They did go with Templar Assassin, which did look good for the game, but then again, it did fell short because other lanes also didn't go as well as Tundra wanted to.
Yeah, that is, by the way, 2 games in a row that a Darkseer has not been victorious. Might be something to keep in the back of our minds as well. It's also 2 games in a row where we have our MVP be Nisha, Tigov.
Yeah, I feel like in this game, compared to the first game where he tinker and it was a pop-off, this one, it really could have been anyone. Right? I think a lot of Liquid players kind of stood up into this game.
8 wards placed. I just want to point that out. Thank you. Continue.
Thank you very much. That is proof that anyone can buy wards, anyone can place them. Of course, in difficult games, when you're losing in your rank game, pinging that support for no vision, you can do it too.
Everybody can do it.
Everyone can do it.
If Nisha does it, you should do it.
Yeah, but don't do the mid thing where you buy a ward and just place it straight away in the mid lane. That kind of annoys me. But everything else is great. I think, yeah, Nisha, the Liquid, the whole crew, they are just fighting so well together. And I think if Tundra want to be competitive in this grand finals, they need to go toe-for-toe in this skirmish. I feel like they're conceding too much map early on, and they're just allowing Liquid to play their best style of Dota, which is just fighting across every little pocket of play.
We do want Tundra to be competitive because as much as, the games are fun to watch, if we had a choice, we'd want to watch a couple more games, And at the moment, it's Team Liquid 2-0 up in this best of 5, meaning they are on match point. Let's relive a couple of moments on this game as we can take a look at the... This is the item. You wanted to see this, Tigov. Please explain what we're seeing.
So completely ignore Liquid, right? We do not care about them in this situation. If it's just it's the Tundra side, right? It's the fact that...
Look on the right side.
Look on the right side. Oh, here we go. It's the fact that they're itemizing for the moment. They feel the state of the game already slipping away from them. Lifestealer has a Yours, the top right item. Then you look at 33 on the dark side. He's bought an Orchid to try and deal with a puck. Then you have Saxo. He has the Drum, the Atos. And then Whitemon looking to go for the Yule Scepter. It's like every hero in this game from Tundra, around half an hour into the game, is like, wait a second, we're losing the fight. Just buy any item you can afford to try and win it. And I feel like compared to Liquid, they've got statement items. BKB on the Night Stalker, you got the Parasma on the puck, BKB Basher, Battle Fury on Ursa. Like every item on Liquid is game winning. And for Tundra, it's desperation, in the moment, reactionary. And that's why I think for game 3, we're looking at 33's camera reactions. Game 1, he's shaking his head. Game 2, he's just empty.
He was literally shaking his head.
They need to pick themselves up. Like, this is not the Tundra that we've seen win multiple tournaments so far this year.
Yeah, for me, even though Nisha had a great game, I would pick Saberlight as my MVP because of the itemization that he did go for. Usually you don't see this. He had one terrible game on NS where he was 0-6-1, and this time around he had a much better game, so he opted to go for Armlet as his first item, then decided to pick up a BKB afterwards, which is natural progression, and he also did have Shard at this time, and the fight that they did take at right before the 30-minute mark is going to show exactly how this itemization is going to work out. A lot of the times you will see Saberlight dying, but he's the one providing vision for the team. Really nice Grimstroke ulti, and he sees everything here, and there are no BKB piercing abilities, nothing that he needs to be afraid of. And you can see also some of the Armlet toggle still providing the vision and also being able to eat the creep and then come back into the fight, being pretty much the focus for the whole fight, tanking up most of the damage, and the rest of the team is going to be ready to clean up. Nisha comes in slightly later, uses the two-man coil, and would you look at that first hit bash on Ursa that pretty much just finished off the basher, so that's going to be another full team wipe for Liquid.
I mean, go for it. It's why Nightstalker has been one of the most talked about heroes in this tournament. Yeah. It's like you said, the vision it applies, and like we get to even entertain Grimstroke as a pick because of the vision being so OP on Nightstalker. Grimstroke, a hero that needs positioning, needs the perfect spellcasting. It's like easy mode for Insania because like, well, Saberlight's going to carry me through all the positioning. I can now get to play one of my best heroes when I've not really been able to play it. And maybe, again, after game 1, we said we have to respect Tinker. After game 2, you now have to respect Nightstalker.
I mean, there's also a little bit of a trend there, Lacoste, because both times the heroes we just mentioned were first pick for Liquid, who wanted overall first pick. So that might be something to change.
It definitely might be. We also might be seeing Tundra now getting the first pick for the third game to get one of those heroes that we do consider to be like one of the stronger ones. But I also want to see what kind of a trade Liquid will get, because 2 games in a row, I do feel that Liquid kind of out-strategized them. They had slightly better draft, mostly for the game 2, but overall, Team Liquid, they seem to be the kryptonite for Tundra.
Yeah, they do so far, and this series, so far no change. 2025, Tundra did not take a single game. We need them to take a game to continue on the grand finals, but potentially Team Liquid will just close it out with a 3-0. Let's see what will happen for this third game after the break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
So it's a long story, but it came from a custom Warcraft 3 game. I'll just cut it short, and it was called The Black Road. And I was trying to use a save file of another friend because it was like using a 40-digit code load and save file. And I kind of deciphered the code and understood certain characters relates to the the name, is unique to the name. So I changed my name to this so I can use that person's save file for the game.
So smurfing. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, great.
Smurfing.
So he got his name from cheating in smurfing. Thank you so much. That's interesting. What was it called one more time?
The RPG was called The Black Road.
Wow. If there's anyone out there that knows anything about what he's talking about, please say in chat. Other 30-year-old boomers out there that played The Black Road.
From my favorite composer, the great Bach.
Who's that?
Johann Sebastian Bach.
Oh, why him? Why do you like that?
I just like his music.
Okay. Can you sing some for us now?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you. He's thinking of a lie right now. Something interesting.
Yeah, because I had a dream, like I have to walk from Toronto to Tokyo, that's why.
Wow, it came to you in a dream.
Yeah, yeah. I think I will answer every time like new things because this question was a million times, so
yes,
I will find new things to answer.
When I start to play games, I don't know, it's something in my brain. It's probably like maybe some shop in Russia like named Skari, and I switch K to L, then I switch I to L, and then it's like Laru. Maybe something like this I remember from my head. But maybe this is not true, but it's a good story.
I used to play in academy when I was 13, and I had cringe nickname. It was WannaCry.
WannaCry?
Yeah, and I was about to change it, and I had no ideas. And my coach in that moment, his nickname was Amazing. And I just Googled, synonyms of amazing. There was a word days, and I just, wow, days, it's cool.
Well, that's a very interesting story, but I have to ask you about the old name. Why did you name yourself
WannaCry?
Yeah.
Don't know. I was 12, 13 years old, I saw that in school.
Oh, so hard times, I guess. Well, I'm so happy things have gotten better for you, and things are brightening up. So thank you very much.
Team Liquid is on match point here in the grand finals for PGL Wallachia Season 3. Only one game stands in between them and a trophy, and also their first place in this season with this roster as well. I'm joined by T-Gov and Lacoste, and we're ready to see what's gonna come our way for game number 3. We've seen Tundra struggle 2 games in a row. Granted, they struggled a little bit more in Game 2 than they did in Game 1, but I do want to focus on the draft coming up because I think, Lacoste, that's where Tundra lost most.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. I wouldn't say it was like any huge outdraft by any means, but I am kind of missing that Tundra bit of a magic in some of these drafts. Sure, they forced Darkseer 2 games in a row. It did look good in some situations, but I think coming into the third game, they're definitely going to swap things around. If you remember Fisher Playground Grand Finals, this is exactly how things did happen, where they kind of needed to bounce back when they were playing against Falcons. So this is a team that can definitely do it, but they're going to need a little bit of oomph when it comes down to the draft.
Yeah, they've got experience with the reverse sweep, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out where does that oomph come from, because I think Liquid has understood what Duracho provides. They're drafting to put him kind of in the corner, and now 33 isn't, you know, popping off like we expect him. So and BZM as well in lane, he's crushing the TA versus puck lane that we expect, but it's all on his shoulders. Like where is the point that is the easiest fix when you're 2-0 down? I'm still trying to think, like, what is the solution? And that's where, of course, Tundra...
I am looking at BZM's profile picture. I'm looking at Blood Mage back from Warcraft 3 days. That's old icon for Invoker as well. So maybe that's the hero. We might also see it earlier in the draft. Because
ET Invoker, maybe? Let's throw Whitemon on the Elder Titan as well?
Yeah.
Okay. We like it.
Set up. Yeah, they could try to craft a draft. I think it's it does seem to be a scary thing to have in your mind what you want to do in the last stage of the draft, because so much can change that plan before you even get to that.
Do we know who's first?
Yes, we do. It will be Tundra for the first time in this best of 5. Tundra will be first pick, and they will be dire with that. Team Liquid will be second pick, and therefore Radiant. So we are heading into that draft. And, you know, we talked in the previous draft about, do you want to ban out the Weaver or do you want to ban out the Tinker? To be fair, you want to ban both. But you also want to ban Night Stalker. At least in this case, Tundra is first pick, so they don't need to ban out the Tinker.
There's Tinker, there's Night Stalker.
Yeah.
There's a Baden. There's multiple heroes that are super critical.
Magnus.
Magnus, yeah. Liquid's ban out too.
Yeah, you have to ban out the Tinker. The one thing that I would like to see, Liquid only has one more ban. And that is going to be a hero that they don't want Tundra to play.
Yeah, I don't think they need to be caring about Lifestealer anymore, especially not in first phase. Even though Tundra did open up multiple times with the Lifestealer, I think 4 or maybe even 5 times throughout the whole tournament. I want to see something a bit more explosive. There was also a time where they were getting like the trade with some sanking. Maybe even I would be down if they want to go for Duracio's PA as well in the first phase, just to spice things up a little bit more.
I think the main thing is for Tundra, at least, coming into Game 3, the 2 heroes that have been haunting them are now gone, right? Night Stalker self-ban, Tinker banned by Liquid.
Yeah.
They were both the MVP of... Tinker MVP Game 1, Night Stalker MVP Game 2.
Magnus is the big one that stands out to me the most. So Tundra...
And they would grab it if they have the chance.
Yeah, for sure. They would definitely grab it on 8.
Ooh.
Oh, still, we're giving respect to that Lifestealer with Yule Scepter.
But you say Magnus, the Darkseer, a hero that even though Tundra has failed 2 games in a row, Liquid will happily take that hero if it's available.
Tundra still has one ban though.
Yeah.
I think it's Mag time this time around.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It also gives them flexibility because they can play it. It's not a 33s hero. Most of the time they do play it from the safe lane role. But
self-ban, hold.
Let's see the trade.
They must have a plan for this one.
Okay, Tiny was in.
Okay, yes.
So they did not want to give away Magnetar. Tiny, as expected, coming into the series, they did say Bulgarian Tiny, he's on the rise. His win rate is very, very good on the hero. And this also, I think it's going to give BZM more scaling compared to some of the heroes that he's been playing. Also going to give them that explosive timing. With Tiny, you're never going to be lacking damage. Your tower defense is going to be easy. Also, when we're talking about sieging the high grounds, getting the pickoffs, this hero has everything.
Yeah, it does leave the Dazzle in the pool as well, so Team Liquid will grab that. And they have the chance to, of course, either ban the AA or if Tundra doesn't ban it, pick it up themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be the hotly contested hero.
Yeah.
100%. You're talking about the mid Tiny. I actually like the draft pattern where Tiny goes to carry, then you still get the ET, the Invoker, even though we kind of joked about it coming into Game 3. I think having late game security for Tundra would be quite nice, as long as they can fight early on.
To be honest, that could be one of their plans to throw a curveball, because so far BZM has had 100% success rate with the Tiny, whereas the Ratcho has a 0% success rate as a Tiny.
I take it back.
Only one game, only one game. But it could be a nice curveball that Team Liquid might be expecting that Tiny to be mid, and then they still pull out Invoker.
The main thing for Tundra is they cannot have only scaling built into their lineup. They need to be ready to fight Liquid.
That's why I want to see mid Tiny.
Yeah, that's true.
This hero comes online super quickly. You're playing with other facet, not insurmountable. Crash landing does still give you that extra bit of a damage that you need from the mid lane. And removing some of the stronger position 4s and 5s from Tundra, they are going to be afraid of Jakiro. If you have heroes like Jakiro, Dazzle from the mid lane, another good offlaner, and a carry that can play really fast, it gives you quite a lot of momentum. And there's a hero that maybe we also need to start thinking when we're talking about Tundra, that is Alchemist. Not right now, but at the later stages, because overall they do have the closing pick, they do have 18 picks, so they might close out the game, close out the draft with something like this.
So they don't ban they ban PA and they don't ban Ancient Apparition. They can pick it up themselves now if they wanted to. Or do you think they might be confident that they can play against it? It seems annoying to have to deal with it.
If they don't pick AA, giving Tundra the ability to have Tiny and A on the same team is so much damage. Vortex, and then you have Avalanche Toss, especially because BZM's playing it from mid lane, having the crash landing facet. It is a lot of damage. I would be, okay, they do just pick Tusk. I think the only reason why Liquid might not pick the AA is the fact that it does force Dazzle into a weirder position. You can't put it into the 5 role. If you do put Dazzle in 5, then suddenly you've got an AA and Dazzle as your 4 and 5. Doesn't sound the strongest. Maybe the complications of trying to flex Dazzle with an A might be the reason why they didn't pick it, but yeah. Something that we'll probably have to consider if Tundra do pick it up.
So this is Liquid's first time with Dazzle in Wallachia?
They have got an incredibly strong offlane duo if they want to put Dazzle 3 on Sableye. We haven't seen much offlane Dazzle, but I know that Noob or Nigma was trying to play it. Sableye easily has got some pub games on it. And
we know Insania loves the hero.
Yeah.
So they can flex it about.
Yeah,
Tusk is the perfect hero for stuff like this because it does allow you to have super strong offlane duo. It also allows you to have a position 5 Tusk if you want to run some gyrocopter, if it's a good game for it. And now I'm looking at Phoenix. He had a great game. Whitemon had an insanely good game with that hotspot facet, so he's taking the neutral enchantments, the items as well for extra cast range, and also building it into Etherland, so keeping the distance and maximizing that damage output, which is gonna be really nice. We still don't see the full lineup, but this is something that I believe Team Liquid did. Insania did run that one time during Fisher Playground, and it did look insanely good.
Yeah, and also Tundra are saying we can survive your initial fight. Phoenix with Sunray, you then have the egg. Tiny can toss teammates away, just reposition, walk away if needed. And Dazzle, if you don't get the kills during the full projection, you are just a Dazzle at the end of the day. That's one counter that might be seen here. Just draw the fight out long enough to deal with him. And a Darkseer.
Why not?
Run away from him. Run it back.
I mean, 3 times the charm.
I'm gonna have to check the stats for Nif.
I can say 0% win rate in the grand finals.
That was an easy stat. Yeah, thanks, Shiva.
Got it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
10 seconds remaining.
And overall, it's 2-3 now. So before coming into the grand finals, 33 was 2-1 with the Darkseer.
If they want to run this from the mid lane, this Dazzle, it's a good silencer game. It makes Phoenix unplayable. It's not as good as we're talking about the offlane Phoenix, something that DM loves to play because you're going to be laning against him, but overall could be a good pick. I just want to see how the draft is going to develop and which direction Team Liquid wants to go, because they seem to be having some really cool ideas that Grimstroke that they did brought in the second game and give them a lot of value.
Well, they have to decide which role they want to flex Dazzle with, because then they can keep that alive, right? Dazzle between mid to 5 or let's say 5 to offlane or whatever. But they go for the Sven and they pick the Silencer. So, yeah. Enabling their kind of turnaround potential in the fight. Tundra, we wanted them to be able to skirmish. When you have heroes like Phoenix, Darkseer, and Tiny, they are very happy to fight just with levels. Items aren't too critical for them to run around the map. And Liquid, you have Snowball Save, Shards Block, Dazzle has Grave, Warcry on Sven, Global on Silencer. Every hero on Liquid has a way to kind of enable that fight to secure, that they don't fall victim to a pick-off.
And also this Silencer pick,
Yeah, go for it.
I'm not going to say fully blocks, but it also, Ursa hates to play into Global Silence because you can definitely kill him before he can get a BKB. You initiate with the Global Silence any kind of a follow-up stun. And it did look, in terms of the matchup, Ursa loves to play into this matchup. And you also have Darkseer, which could be pretty good. So Team Liquid having a really nice read on what's going to happen to the next couple of picks.
And does it also block a potential Invoker?
It can. There's always the world in which you just get Cataclysm preemptively and then Darkseer. But yes, it annoys the Invoker for sure.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think for Tundra, like getting Alchemist here.
Yeah.
If the Dazzle goes to offlane, Dazzle Tusk should be able to delete an Alchemist in lane.
There it is.
Yeah, it doesn't really deter. The thing with like Silencer Invoker is because Invoker is played on Cataclysm, it's so explosive that you can still make the jump.
I'm going to throw it out there maybe one last time. Faceless Void with Chronosphere, it might be time to bang it out. With all, like, the setup for your Cataclysm, you know that Invoker is going to be rushing for it. Problem is you're playing into Silencers, so that's never a good matchup. But also looking at the other heroes, that Alchemist that we talked about early on could be the pick because you're building, like your items are coming online very quickly. And if you're not getting ganked, we've seen so many times Zorachio having a very explosive game on the hero. And if you get your BKB, you get your SNY, could be really good. Even Manta style for this one to have another way of dispelling things could be really good.
So you want, regardless, this Tiny to be played by Saxa. Do you want to have a new hero for the retro?
Probably, yeah. I think because this is the old school combo coming out from the offlane with the Tiny and Darkseer, because you can easily get the kills. Silencer, if he's caught out of position, he's definitely going to die. And it's also not the strongest lane when we talk about Sven and Silencer. Not the easiest lane to play in terms of the damage output.
Yeah, it's the fact that Liquid are flexing the Dazzle to the offlane. Like a lot of the carry heroes that we would expect for Doraccio that is quite comfortable will just lose the lane. Everyone like Alk will lose a lane. A DK in the carry role will lose the lane. Tiny might actually be able to play it. I like the idea of what Lacoste is mentioning. It's just
we haven't seen
Doraccio just gets
many
sacrificed.
Position 4. We've seen mostly Jibe on his Enigma paired up with the Tiny position 4 twice, I believe. But other than that, we haven't seen many flexes.
Speaking of flexes, do we have a preferred position for the Dazzle? Now that we know Invoker is mid, we've been talking about either Saberlight or Nisha taking on the Dazzle.
They're keeping it alive until ultimate last pick. Tundra are going to have to pick out a phase. And that is just putting so much pressure on Tundra to find that hero. Even though Doraccio is talking right now, is there a better carry for Doraccio that can play into a Dazzle Tusk lane? Like all of his melee heroes will just get pretty much dumpstered by that combination.
I'm telling you, Faceless Void, he can jump, he doesn't care, he can remove all of that damage.
Yeah. No, again, I'm liking the Void. The Void is a solid option. With a Puck ban, Ember ban, Roots and Coils, it is moving towards it, but they just go for the Alchemist.
I wanted to see something spicier. Alchemist, we talked about it before, that it most likely is going to give them that speed that they want to play with. And also about the itemization when you're playing against the Silencer. And now the question is, where do you want to play this Dazzle?
I think just put it off lane. Have the Tusk Dazzle lane, create that aggression. You have Sven Silencer, again, a very formidable safe lane. Give Nisha the last pick. You see the Invoker. Find the mid hero that Nisha wants to play that can put that pressure on a Midas Ags buying mid laner.
I'd be fine with some casual Storm. I think you have a pretty free entry to the fight with the backup of the Global Silence. If they want to be getting that first jump, you also have a Blink Dagger on Sven. So if you lock onto the target, you can definitely remove it from 100 to 0. Makes your team fight execution, especially pre-BKBs on side of Tundra, much easier. Nisha, it seems like it's going to be most likely his hero coming out. Never mind.
A Slardar going to the offlane for Saberlight. So that will be actually
no, it's the mid.
Slardar that will go Nisha in the mid lane.
Okay.
Slardar versus Invoker? Talk to me about that.
Just two dudes who want to hit creeps.
Yeah, you think both will be allowed to hit creeps?
Yeah, I think both are just going to be happily hitting creeps away, and Nisha will be more active on the map, right? And not only that, Slardar and Sven combination with the tag team of a Tusk, Alchemist, Invoker, any hero that steps up out of position, these three heroes in combination, they are deleting them in milliseconds with the amount of physical damage they can do. So Tundra, they have to snowball this game. I think Liquid, they closed out the pick with the draft, sorry, with a really nice Slardar pick.
Yeah, I really like this. Also, I think the mid matchup is going to be in favor of Slardar. It's pretty similar to what Dragonite does from the mid lane to Invoker. It's a very good game for it. And also, I said Storm, but this guy also fulfills the jump roll with the Blink Dagger, which is kind of your core item from the mid Slardar. You have Sven back up. And let's see which facet did he take on Phoenix. Dying Light for now might change his mind, but overall, I think Team Liquid seems like they do have what it takes to take this 3-0.
Again, okay, so...
There's a silver lining, though, for Tundra.
Give us a silver lining.
Tiny against triple melee core. You're going to have Avalanche them. You've got Darkseer, who naturally buys armor items to amp up. Then you have the Cataclysm with the Vacuum, and like you have combination, you have play, but it's all locked behind items for Tundra. But if they get there, they have the tools to make the big plays. It's just very scary because Liquid have such beautiful tempo to play on.
So the pressure is on Sax on this one?
Yeah, sure. The whole of Tundra, they're 2-0 down, Shiva.
Yeah, that sounds like a tough out.
No big deal.
No big deal.
No pressure, guys. It's just Game 3 of Grand Finals. They've been here plenty of times before. Before we head into that Game 3, though, let's check in with Slacks.
Absolutely. Here with Moon. Moon, I know everything's on the line here, and you guys have picked up a lot of comfort heroes. Was that the basic idea of the draft? You just wanted everybody to be comfortable and do their best, or is there something a little more to it?
I feel like Liquid's really a hard team to draft against because they pick all the imbas, every single one of them, and they have all the answers too. So I feel like when you're playing as a team like that, it's not much to do, but just to play comfort.
Absolutely. Cowards is what I would call them. Only the most meta heroes. There's no experimentation. It's very boring. Although they did pick a mid Slardar. Any thoughts on that one?
I feel like either this Slardar is going to go Giga Chat and own the game in 20 minutes, or this hero is going to fall off and we just win.
Okay. All right. Heard. Well, any advice for the boys in the booth? What did you say to them before this last one came out? Because potentially it could be the last time see her. Certainly hope not. But did you get them hyped up?
Just said don't walk to the low ground and keep running. You don't blink into 5 people. I feel like game 1 was free. This game, I feel like it's going to be the same. Whoever team fights better around Roche Pit's going to win the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's as my father used to say, a little jingle to me, you know, there's a Suns fan here and a Cinderin there, and now...
Suns fan and Cinderin everywhere. Thank you, Sir Action Slacks, for an inside joke that literally nobody's going to understand. We have Nisha mid on the Slardar here. We'll talk about it in just a moment. Liquid versus Tundra, game number 3. And it's already a 2-0 start for Liquid, Cinderin.
Yep.
Tundra, it just seems to be, Liquid is just their kryptonite for whatever reason.
Flat out, this is giving me, I mean, it's really funny to see these team-to-team matchups similar to, you know, was it last year or was it in 23 that Gaimin just could not lose to Liquid, right? It was like forever. And then Liquid finally got the win against them at some point, right? And that was a massive relief for them. It's kind of a similar story here. Tundra are, for this year so far, the best team in the world. But Liquid just remains a thorn in their side, and this is their final chance in this Grand Finals of trying to overcome those demons. Or it will just be a clean 3-0.
And I want to talk about Nisha playing Slardar mid. It has looked really bad this tournament. Am I wrong on that? As Doraccio, he is going to go down, but not before Saberlight. So first blood goes the way of Tundra. Tag team doing a lot in this, but at least Tundra get first blood this time.
I think Slardar has been so-so. I think he's 4-5, and
it looked terrible.
It's a mixed bag. Well, I think there are a couple of games where it looked terrible, which is the thing. It's not.
Is it only the games that we cast?
You can have a hero that goes 4-5, and you're like, yeah, it's solid, but you know, it lost a little bit more than it won. The games were close, but honestly, some of the losses, I was like, man, this hero did almost nothing this game. So.
Yeah.
If that's what's going to happen here, obviously Tundra will be able to make a little bit of a comeback into the series, but let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Let's see how the lane goes first.
I will say, it was a very somber Moonmeander. I'm not used to seeing him without tons of energy, hyping up his team. Yeah. Just seemed to be resigned to this. As Sunstrike, kill onto Mickey. So BZM, I wanted to talk about this next, is playing his signature Invoker.
Yep.
Basically the only person picking this hero right now, and he's had some crazy-ass games on this bad boy.
Ironically, the other player that we have cast play it is Nisha.
Yeah.
So there's been very few players that were willing to run the Invoker this tournament, but I think it's won every game, if I'm not mistaken, that it's been in.
No, that is incorrect.
Okay, so then it's like 5-1.
It's probably a good record, yeah. But
it is very good.
I think the last Invoker game we cast at BZM, he lost.
Okay.
Maybe that was just a fever dream, Cinderin.
There you go. All right, so he's 4-1.
There you go. But yeah, do you think he has a... Yeah, it was the game where there was absolutely no stunts, remember? Couldn't hit a Cataclysm to save his life.
Yeah.
Just every single one. 33. That Ion Shell going to apply a lot of pressure and Insane. He's played this Darkseer every single game of this Grand Finals. They've lost both games, but he's sticking true.
Yep.
I mean, it's not like he's played poorly.
He's laning against a lane that Liquid have run 4 times this tournament that hasn't lost. Silencer, Sven, they're both 4-0. Well, I don't know for a fact. They probably didn't play them together in all of those games, but both heroes haven't lost on Liquid side, so very much comfortable with this.
But going back to the talk of the crowd control that Tundra possessed to be able to set up a good Cataclysm combo, this one's a lot harder, I feel like. There's a concoction, which is good.
Saber, oh, Dyrachyo, this is bad.
Self-stun, the Dyrachyo classic, he's dead.
Oh, he actually,
Saber
oh my
Light
god,
takes
this
it.
is such a hard lane for him. Okay, there's multiple things to unpack here in a second.
Sunstrike's coming, it's going to be shared. Insania on the run, trying to create some space. Will lose his captain in the process, but he will live through the day.
So there's multiple things about this top lane that are actually... There's a lot of counters in play here. The first one is you're playing Dazzle Tusk against the melee core. That's the obvious one. That's hard for the melee core because you just get hit and take a ton of damage with tag team. Then, fortunately for you, you have Fire Spirits to offset that, to mitigate a lot of the tag team damage. However, you can't use your Alchemist Concoction very well because as you start channeling it, Boxy just goes into a snowball for both of them and he has no one to throw it on. So then you stun yourself.
Yeah.
But then if you do land it, you have a Sunstrike. So this is actually a very interesting dynamic where there's plenty of space for outplays, but so far Liquid have been getting the better of it. And I also do think overall I do favor them more because I think the conditions are easier to meet. But it's not impossible for Tundra to get something out of this top lane. And
that's exactly what you want to hear. Not impossible. It's possible. You're telling me there's a chance.
All right. Well, yeah, we have already established many years ago that you're a glass half empty kind of guy and I'm a glass half full kind of guy. So
there's a chance, Cinderin.
Yep. There sure is.
Now, you've been more negative than me today.
That is incorrect.
Talking shit about other streamers on Finals Cast.
You really gotta bring up a third. Oh, man.
God, what a terrible person you are, Nisha.
It's awful.
In the mid lane, 24-16 versus BZM's 18-7. So Nisha favored right now, for sure.
He could be diving too. Boxy cutting behind, but he's going to walk straight through the creep wave, just looking to...
Okay.
Wait, what's the plan here?
Huh?
He's going to pull the wave
and
bring it straight back where it came from.
Meets back into the river.
Okay.
As intended. Nisha now level 6, Mickey.
Maybe he was trying to bait a TP. I mean, either way, looking to control the rune, and they will get lucky on the side of Liquid. It will be denied by BZM's Forge Spirit. No haste rune for Nisha, but no rune for the side of Tundra either.
And whose laning stage? I mean, I guess you already answered this kind of. You think Tundra needs to get off to at least a decent start, as opposed to being behind a lot of times that they had to come back in these series.
Things are looking okay for them right now, I think.
Whitemon will dive away.
The main concern...
rotation over.
The main concern is Alk's farm. He is facing a really difficult lane. He will play some in the jungle as needed.
We haven't talked about the Saberlight Dazzle either, position 3.
Yep.
It's usually been a 2 or a 4/5.
Yep. I liked the idea of putting it off lane this game though. With Tusk and into the matchup that they had, I think it was a very good adjustment. And as a matter of fact, both carries are having some of the harder starts that they've had. So it will be interesting to see the scaling, how it's going to go down for Mekkei Sven when he's not crushing it. And Dyrachyo's Alchemist has been winning, I think, every game he's played it. I think the hero's like 3-1 this tournament, and he was, or maybe it's only 2-1, but I believe that was, the loss was for another team, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's 2-1, and he's been winning.
So, yep, it's looked solid for sure.
Of the unbeatable, some unbeatable hero combinations will be broken this game.
I mean, they've already been broken this series.
Will it be the 2-0 Alk on Duracho, or will it be the 4-0 Silencer and 4-0 Sven on Liquid? Somebody's gonna lose.
And Tundra just cannot take a game off of Liquid. Which curse shall be broken? As Saberlight now level 6 has the Nothal projection ready to go as it comes into the mid lane. They're trying to set something up onto BZM. That Ghost Walk's not going to be too helpful when you have a Corrosive Haze.
True.
The getaway aspect that is Invoker, it will be null and void for the most part.
Nisha getting a second rune in a row denied by a Forge Spirit.
Yeah, BZM getting a little bit of retribution for the puck game that Nisha was denying and taking runes in front of his face. He will bottle this bounty though.
Oh, he might go hunting here. Boxy drawing a little bit of a circle saying Duracho's probably over here. No, they're not going to try. Too uncertain. The farming shall commence. A very quiet start to this game.
Yeah.
The big winner in all of it, 33. Mega farmed on Darkseer. Like you said, he's run it
every game. He's
3 games in a row now. So he should be warmed up.
Do you think he's trying to prove a point, Cinderin?
To who?
I've been playing well. You guys need to step it up. I'm going to keep picking the same shit over and over.
I don't know if that proves a point.
That doesn't sound like 33.
No.
He wouldn't really talk with that much emphasis, you know, or aggression. Very casual guy, very laid back.
Also doesn't sound like 2 good team comps to begin with. Guys, I've been playing great. Everyone else needs to be better.
Yeah, but you know that some team has that guy on their squad. Is Insania going to be picked off here, it looks like. Sunray's enough from Whitemon.
Damn, that's got to be really hot, getting hit by a meteor and then a Sunray.
Yeah, that's true. Mickey, he's spotted by Soxa. The Ion Shell doing a little bit of work. There's the wall from 33. Sunstrike's not going to hit. They should still have the damage. Boxy a little bit too late to the party. So big kill for 33 as he continues to catapult himself as the top net worth in the game.
Best start to a game in this series for Tundra that we've seen. Definitely in a pretty good position right now.
Yeah, I think, was it last game where they were behind and then... No, it was game 1, wasn't it?
So last game they were behind,
but
and then they had a great fight in the river. Got a couple of thousand gold from that. But then Liquid were able to turn it around. Now this time around, Tundra are just flat out winning the laning stage overall because of Darkseer in particular, just crushing bottom. 90 CS, 6k on the net worth. He's 2,000 ahead of the Sven. He's taken the tower.
Yeah, we see this smoke from Liquid won't really connect onto anything. There's absolutely nobody there. Although they could go through the gate. Still 5 minutes away from the Tormy.
This gate play could work very well because there's a Kobold scouting it. But, okay, they do hear it. If they weren't checking that, then this Kobold give them a false sense of security, but they should be aware that this is coming now, and you can see Tundra placing their heroes very, very ready to pounce.
Yeah.
As a counterplay.
And they're going back into the fray. Soxa. Smoke pops. Ion Shell applied. Very sneaky here from Tundra. There's the Surge. Insania spotted. Soxa will get off the Avalanche. Won't be able to do the full combo though. Nisha though is there as 33 showing himself. Don't think that's gonna... the wall completely misses. Okay, Nisha actually runs into it in the end. Gets the crush off on the 33. Has Surge up in just a moment. We'll use it. And I think that should be enough for him to get away.
The illusion there. Yeah, kind of an annoying combo for Tiny. If you get hit by Last Word, you can't use your 2 spells together. But most of the time, Tiny will be the one initiating, and then it won't really matter. So, but in that situation...
For the Dazzle off lane, I'm guessing it's going to be a very similar build to mid, right?
I think so.
Looks like Ags is first up.
Yeah, what else would you do? I mean, I guess you could technically go something like Ags Pipe if you think the Pipe is good enough because of Phoenix and Tiny and Darkseer, but I don't... And of course the Meatball. Maybe that's a thing? I'm not sure.
Yeah, BZM goes for drums first, now going for Midas. We've seen him play the greedier style in the past.
Yep.
Definitely a bit worried about the chase potential from Liquid. As bot lane, Boxy's going to find himself a Phoenix. Whitemon gets destroyed. And Boxy, about 700 away from a Blink Dagger on that Tusk. Mickey, in the meantime, just farming away. Has the Mask of Madness. Echo Saber's up next. No big surprises. What's the Radiance timing here for Dyrachyo?
Minute away.
Okay.
At most. So 13:30. It's semi-slow. A really good Alchemist game, you will have this at minute 11. But, you know, like we talked about, he died twice. The lane was rough. 13-minute Radiance is still very good then. I failed the stack here, unfortunately, with the Forged Spirit. But yeah, he's about to finish off this Ancient Camp plus the Hard Camp, and that should... Oh, yeah, that'll exactly push him just over 3,400 for the Relic, so... Nicely lined up. And Liquid seem kind of unable to do anything about this. This is something they themselves haven't had to face yet, is that Dyrachyo Alk. It's been played against other teams, so... If Liquid's more methodical and slower play that we've seen from them in some games...
You're sure about that? They haven't played?
I don't think so.
They played twice earlier this tournament.
Yeah, but I don't think it was against Liquid.
No, I'm saying they played each other twice early the tournament. I don't know if Alk was picked, though.
That's what I'm saying. There was no Alk in those games.
Okay,
I think this is their first time playing against Dyrachyo.
Okay.
On Alk, not Dyrachyo.
Yeah,
he's been in every game.
He was using a sub the whole time until today. It was Eternal Envy up until this point.
Could have fooled anyone.
Great Eternal Envy. Shrines will be traded. Nothing to write home about for 14 minutes. Yeah, a little bit of a slow start here. And we know the very obvious timings for the Tundra side in terms of itemization. First the Radiance for Dyrachyo, then... I mean, I guess it's not that obvious. Does he want to go for Blink Dagger, fight right away, go for the BKB, then the Blink?
Yeah, I think so. I think pretty stock standard. Radiance, Blink, BKB, AC. I think it's just obvious here as an itemization choice. That doesn't mean he has to go for that, but that would be the standard approach here. You need plus armor against these heroes. Like you're not going to play your way out of that.
There's a smoke, and this is going to be the Blink reveal for Nisha on the Slardar. 33 would be an amazing get. Saksa might be the one to tank the gank here, though, potentially. The grand scheme of things, he'll be happy that he's the one to die. So easy pick off. Smoke from Liquid. Blink is revealed, and this is the 15-minute mark.
Yep, so they're ready for Tormentor, and Saberlight's Ags is en route. Looks like Tundra just can't do anything about this.
Yep, this'll be a freebie. Lots of minus armor.
So
Insania.
fast at killing the Tormentor with Dazzle.
Brain drain.
Crazy. Yeah, nice to get that one as the first one. If you're going to get it on Silencer, you want to be the first one to receive it to get that extra value. It's about as early as possible in the game to obtain this ability. Now the Ags for Dazzle has arrived.
Yeah.
So Liquid will probably look to put some sort of pressure down here, maybe even diving 33. They have some decent burst with Dazzle, and of course Global Silence.
There's the Nothel projection into the Hex from the Poison Touch. Boxy has the Ice Shards, nicely placed. All 33 can do is put down the wall and die.
Global TP out with Grave.
Boxy will be able to get out as a result, and it's a hit and run from Liquid.
That might seem like a lot to spend, right? You used Global Silence, used 3 heroes, you spent quite a lot of time setting it up, but the Dark Circle is just really valuable this game. So, yeah, honestly, think that was well worth it for them.
We got a tornado from BZM into the wall, but Nisha will be able to run away. Is Insania actually going to die to Acid Spray? Absolutely.
Well,
and the Radiance
was it Acid Spray or Radiant, Shannon? Place your bets.
I'm going to say it was Acid Spray.
Well, it must have been Radiance then.
Yeah,
let's
probably.
see.
My 50-50s are real good.
Not really a coin flip kind of guy.
So BZM with a boost of travel now. So really delaying the Aghanim. So he's been kind of rushing this for the most part from the games that we've cast. So
I mean, this looks like they did damage simultaneously. So which one hits first, Shannon?
Well, the Radiance did 2 more damage overall.
Yeah, so it must have been that. Dyrachyo.
Concoction is going to hit. Nothel projection is used. Sunstrike going to be a bit shared. There's the snowball to delay.
Oh my God,
the Shadow Wave is absurd with the Aghanim Scepter, but the Avalanche coming in from the Tiny. Nisha's here as well. The Nambaitis armor is out of control. Triple kill for Saberlight. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why Dazzle has been banned for most of the tournament.
Bro, that is not okay. Excuse me? He did 6,500 damage there.
Yes. We all know it's going to be nerfed, but it still gets through the bans for whatever reason. And Roche will be free. The minus armor going to aid them in their endeavors again.
All right.
Watch.
Okay. Let's try to notice when the damage comes in, right? So far, not too much. Shadow Wave during the snowball. And then when the Poison Bloom pops here, boom.
There it is.
Holy.
That's the look of Boxy knowing how overpowered this is right now. They're going to use the Global Silence to try to take out BZM, and it's a freebie. Big kill again for Liquid.
It's like, it's one of those situations you watch it and you're like, is it bugged? Right?
Yeah.
But so far, there hasn't been anything found. You know, like, for example, we had the, how long was that? Like a month that Storm was rated really highly because of the overload shard. And then it turned out it was proccing twice. It's like you see something like that and you're like, okay, is this actually just proccing twice somehow? It's like that. Oh man, that was obscene.
Yeah. This is a very dirty hero right now.
Yeah. Well, it's also, you know, things are going to look crazier with damage amp always, of course.
Yeah,
like
the Slardar Dazzle combo.
Yeah. Tag team was probably a part of it. It's level 1 tag team. That was minuscule.
Duraccio, he's going to find the opening onto Boxy. Sunstrike going to be set up by the toss.
Nice and easy.
BZM will claim it.
And Insania also under fire, literally, but he'll get out.
Now Whitemon focusing on finishing shards. So he could be able to Sunray while the egg is placed.
Wait, did you mention that BZM sniped Roche?
Wait, did he?
It was a snatch.
Oh.
He actually killed him.
Oh, wow.
I did not notice.
So it's 135 gold. You don't get XP globally for that, do you?
I don't think the XP is global, no. I think you have to be in range.
So it's like a bounty rune? Almost.
I mean, the enemy team doesn't get it, right?
No,
so,
I know. Yeah.
So there's a decent swing. But yeah, you get the gold, but yeah, I don't think
that's pretty hype. That would have been hype to notice for you or me.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we are both old and decrepit.
Yeah, that's why we were chosen for the grand final.
That's right. This is an inclusive tournament. All ages welcome.
There it is.
Very nice.
Nobody. Oh, they did tip. I was like, where are the tips? Okay, we just missed. We're just not paying attention.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Quadruple Blink Dagger for 33 will be coming out. Is that like a passive-aggressive thing, you think, with these quick buys for these players sometimes? Or like a rage
toward who?
I don't know.
Like putting 4 blinks in your quick buy and you're like, I'm
Smoke.
gonna get a blink dagger because you can't. Like, what?
Oh, he's been dying, so he needs it.
I think they're just keeping their APM up. It's like when you start your build order in Warcraft 3 and you just keep tapping buttons that do nothing.
Yeah.
Just to
warmed
farm
up.
that APM. Yeah. It's just spamming his dagger. It's like, I need dagger.
Smoke, if they traverse to the other side as they are doing, they're going to run into Soxa, who blinks. Going to be found. The Avalanche finds a target, but knuckle projection. Soxa's dead. And they're going to get the crush off onto 2. The Global Silence comes
Manta
out.
dodge. That was important for Duraccio. If he doesn't Manta dodge the self-stun there, he's in big trouble.
Tornado's not going to hit, but yeah, Global Silence ends up kind of being wasted here for Liquid. And now this is going to turn into a counter smoke for Tundra.
Now Saberlight picks up a Holy Locket,
Nisha.
which I assume does that damage amp you too? Suppose so, right?
Who's that?
The Holy Locket on Dazzle 3. That should amp the damage outgoing as well, because the way the Ags work is they take damage and heal equal to 150% of the normal healing and damage values. Does that also apply? It should apply offensively, right?
I would think so, but can't say for sure. I don't see why not.
Oh, nice reaction.
Another great
quick blink.
Blink for Saberlight, as there is Cataclysm. So
he might just want to turn this. He has Aegis, remember. He might just want to fight here and burn it.
Yeah, true.
Soxa, if he goes to show on the wave, this projection's coming.
Projection's coming for you. Run away from the projection. Whitemon will dive away from the projection.
He's actually close to dying if not for that solar.
Oh, Nisha finds a connection on himself, because BZM is the one that found the connection. Dyrachyo will clean it up. That is a very big kill for Tundra, and they need more of it. 30 seconds on the Aegis for Saberlight. Let's see if Tundra can build this into some momentum on their side. 2K lead for them, but they have the Alchemist, so they are certainly behind.
Yeah, and we haven't talked too much about Sven, but he's just quietly been reaching the mark that Mickey is looking for in most of their games, which is level 18 with Blink, BKB, Mask of Madness, and Echo. Completely standard build for him. It's all online. He even has a little horsey to connect further with if necessary.
Yeah, always good to have that horsey.
But good job from Tundra. They outlast the Aegis. They did not lose a bad fight during that, and they also got the Slaughter pick mid, so this was honestly quite well played under pressure. Liquid would have loved to find a meaningful advantage out of that. Didn't really get too much, though. God, I love the Darkseer laugh so much.
Well, he won't be laughing if he goes 0-3 on this Heroes. A lot on the line here for Darkseer enjoyers. Lyrical looking out for you, buddy.
That's good. It's good for Lyrical if it loses, right? Doesn't want those nerfs.
True. What is the win rate for this hero overall, actually?
It's been pretty good this tournament, I think. Yeah. Obviously, in this finals, it is losing some of its win rate, but I think it's still above 50. Very close, according to Gaimin.
Is Gaimin correct? Or is he spending too much time on that yacht of his? It's a full dive.
Last word. Can't stop the dive early.
And that's going to likely lead to his death, but the big Cataclysm comes out, and then Sania gets insta-gibbed, and now the Sunray on Tanisha as the egg has been popped. Very expensive these days. Got to hold on to that.
Great counterplay.
And there's a Nothel projection and a Hex Whitemon. That's a punch up into the air. So 1 for 1 for supports. Yeah, we have barely seen Mickey this game. Keep forgetting there's a Sven. Soxa, the avalanche into the concoction. Toss back up. There's the snowball save, though. The wall was placed as well as the meatball, but it's going to set up the deafening blast. Down goes Saberlight. Next is Boxy. Tundra. Some much-needed momentum. How much more can they get?
There's no Roche to be claimed, but maybe top tier 2. The wave is so far away. No, never mind. There is a couple of creeps, but BZM will do some damage here at the very least, but Instaglyph are not interested in losing this piece of real estate on the side of Liquid. But yeah, as you said, Tundra, they're finding some moments of opportunity here. Just kind of outplaying Liquid around the map, being the ones to get the initiative. Looked promising on the Whitemon kill, but that turnaround, Cataclysm plus Avalanche, really ended that fight in its tracks very quickly.
If he had found a different target for Snowball, like something on a little bit outside of that AoE, it would have been a pretty sick save, but just delayed it.
Yeah.
But you can see if the opportunity arises, that Snowball has some crazy potential this game. To the point where, yeah, Boxy already has the blink, so making that hell of a lot easier.
Yeah, I mean, later down the line, you would think that these multiple saves could play a big role, having Snowball, having Shallow Grave, and the Global Silence also kind of as a pseudo save. But in spite of that, Tundra still managed to get the right couple of angles there now. Liquid want to try to be the ones to go first this time. Harpoon completed for Mickey should make it a lot easier.
Sucks up.
Nice reaction.
Man, how many have we seen this? That was I think it was probably he was going to blink anyway, and it just ended up timing it well.
That seemed inhumanly fast.
Yeah,
actually.
Yeah,
that might have been a coincidence. Almost.
Yeah, I agree. Well, it's still going to lead to a Tormentor for Liquid. Mickey.
Oh, undispellable now.
Yeah, Sven Shard, a rarity.
That's very good this game. It passively grants 6 armor, and now Warcry undispellable, so can't remove it with Tornado. And a potential eventual nullifier in case that was on the cards for Dyrachyo. Don't really think so this game, but if nothing else, the 6 armor is nice.
Indeed.
Against that team. Alk, massively physical, of course.
So that means Saberlight already has his shard, so disables won't be too effective with the Nothel projection. Here's the inhuman.
I mean,
there's no way.
You can't tell me that.
Scripter.
That was faster than a script.
Yeah, true.
He was already blinking when they blinked on him.
Sox is just too good, man. 6K lead for Tundra. Mickey now has a Crystallis. He's actually going to go for the Daedalus instead of the Brooch that we've been seeing. Why the change of heart, Cinderin?
I'm just wondering, what if all the pros are wrong?
Yeah, part of me has felt this way the whole time.
And they've overrated Brooch because 1 or 2 people bought it and had good games, and they're like, man, this is insane.
Yeah.
And then they've all bought it, and nobody's really stopped to question it. We've seen some Daedaluses too, so it's not... It's just been overwhelmingly Brooch favored.
It's been like
even
an
in
80-20
games.
probably.
Yeah, and it's even been in games where you're against heroes that don't have a lot of armor.
Yeah.
Where I was like, okay, Daedalus surely is better if the enemy team has low armor heroes, right? But on Sven, this has to be it, right? The Daedalus is just too good this game.
Agreed.
Sunstrike scouting.
Yeah,
Mickey
no
will
Roach steal this time.
Cop it to the noggin.
We'll exit.
And back out.
And now we have a full team smoke from Tundra. They want to look for a fight here. 33 is pretty large. As the Shiva's guard. Another Sunstrike for vision. Counter smoke now from Liquid. They're just rotating like a clock, both sides.
Yep.
All synchronized.
Here comes Insania's flying camera.
Still waiting for this big cataclysm. And actually, they're splitting the upright. Whitemon first to pop. Mickey as well. Gonna use... Okay, that's the initiation from Nisha. Ice Shards. Not that effective. There's the global silence. A huge harpoon from Mickey, focusing on the Tony. Soxa's dead. There's the egg with the Sunray, but there's the vacuum to follow into the cataclysm. They run away. Can they get the egg? They do. They sidestep most of the damage, but Mickey is really low. He's 1v1ing versus Dyrachyo, but Dyrachyo wins the battle. Insania trying to finish the job.
No way
Snowball.
he lives here. No way.
Nisha trying to continue to chase as the buyback comes from Soxa. Shiva's gonna pop, is gonna activate Roshan. Very important detail to add here. Boxy, cold snap on him. Dyrachyo is gonna stun himself as per norm. Boxy with a TP. Vacuum will cancel it. Snowball's gonna delay the inevitable. So they get Mickey as Tundra continuing to chase actually as Dyrachyo will force Insania to force Steph onto the high ground.
Wow, that was so marginal. And it makes the world of difference that Dyrachyo comes out ahead against the Sven there.
That was close. I think he was
super close.
He was not in Chemical Rage, was he?
I don't think so. I think it was expiring.
That was like a pitiful alchemist towards the end.
Damn. Tundra come out victorious again. Now Roche is switching sides. He's crossing. Goes for a little walk. All the way down to bot. And might just have the same fight again in a minute now.
Quite possibly.
Tundra won't be able to kill him in time before the heroes respawn. Global silence 30 seconds. Everything else online for Liquid. They are immediately TPing bot to push this out. But maybe... Oh, Mickey is worried about getting... Oh, never mind. He's not worried at all. Is there a smoke?
Radiant are scanning.
There is no smoke. And probably Liquid will be very hesitant. But they will scan and get some info here.
Abyssal Blade for Dyrachyo in this 1v1 battle.
He's going to start off against Roche now.
And there's the Chemical Rage, so they're going to definitely... Yeah. With the Alacrity now, Ice Shards. They know this is happening, of course. Liquid with the Global Silence at the ready.
This could get awkward because Chemical Rage is running out.
It is. 33 wants to get a huge vacuum wall onto 4 heroes with the Avalanche. Where's the Cataclysm? The Global Silence goes off, so you can't do anything as Dyrachyo just hitting everybody in his wake. Might have to run away, though. There's the Cataclysm a little bit late. Saberlight gets clipped pretty hard. Boxy and Saberlight extremely low. The egg is placed, and that is a lot of damage. 3 dead for Liquid. 1 buyback now onto the Tusk. Is Mickey trying to fight this out, but he's going to get disarmed and destroyed. Triple kill for Whitemon. Tundra looking really good now. 18k lead, and down mid they go.
They cannot kill the Alk, and they keep trying to. They keep going on. Look at those damage numbers. The Dazzle 6,000, but nobody else really hitting for anything. The mid Slardar has looked very underwhelming despite having amazing physical damage heroes to play around with the Sven and the Dazzle. And yeah, they survive, right? That's the TLDR here. Liquid don't kill them in their BKBs.
Oh, they're going for throw. This is an alacrity Dyrachyo. No buyback for Mickey. 40 seconds on the deck. Triple meatball surprise. 33 in company. They're going to get the tier 4s now. And the Ancient going to be exposed. Another alacrity comes out. That's the buyback onto the starter. Nisha, can he do anything about this? Dyrachyo now no longer has his ult, but they have so much space. Soxa with the Avalanche on the sideline. They're just going to focus down the Ancient now. It's a 5 versus 3. Can Liquid do anything about it? Corrosive Haze. Onto the Darkseer. Deafening Blast comes out. This should be it. Cataclysm there, destroying Boxy as we're going to a Game 4. Sudden victory for Tundra.
Damn.
That was hype.
This team does not lose with Alk. They just don't. It doesn't matter. Oh, they're against 2 4-0 heroes in Liquid. It was looking quite good for Liquid for a bit, but we have to remember this game, this time around, Tundra came out of the laning stage in a good position, and the Darkseer did way better this time around. 33 having an outstanding laning phase and an outstanding game in general, and the Invoker also continues to look scary. So Tundra with some of their absolute best here. Now, what is Liquid going to do to adjust to this in Game 4?
Game 4 incoming, Shiva!
There we go. I feel like some of the energy that Sunsun showed was definitely to be found in Tundra's energy as well. We are going to a 4th game. Tundra was able to do it, and don't forget, this is a team that just about a month ago was able to have a reverse sweep in a grand final, something that Liquid should be maybe worrying about a little bit. There's not a lot of teams that can do that, but Tundra has made their first step here, Tikov.
I just don't understand how Dyrachyo always seems to live on like 100 HP. Like any other carry player, they just die in these situations, but time and time again in the clutch moments, he's just waddling away, resetting the fight, and just giving so many opportunities for Tundra to pop off in the fight. And yeah, their draft, it got online, it overcome that very brief hurdle where Liquid, the damage in here, like,
yeah.
If Liquid was able to replicate this fight a couple more times, we're probably crowning them the champions of Wallachia. But Tundra, they dealt with that problem very nicely, and we are going to a Game 4.
El Saberlido, he did have a blast of a game, as we could see some of these clips. He was definitely on point. Also, Boxy with his Blink Dagger purchase as his first item, saving people here and there. But also, I think this was probably the biggest fight where they are not locking down onto heroes. You can see that they're using the BKBs, even though the fight looks good. Soxa bought quite a lot of time here, and they're going to focus down the egg, then the Cataclysm comes in.
Yeah.
And you need to get the hell out of there. You can't really stand your ground. And Dyrachyo, as you said so many times, this guy is ready to fight back, maneuvering in and out of the fight. They're going to try to snowball and get on top of him, but he's going to be able to blink out. He's a really, really slippery guy.
Yeah, and that fight in particular also, if you would have counted the hits that Nisha got off during that fight, it was minimal. He was just kited around and the target kept changing.
But the kiting is the key thing, right? Because you look at Mickey's score, he's a 2-4 Sven, right? Nisha, 1-2-13. Like, these have been two players that we've been praising so much for popping off, and Mickey, this has probably been his quietest game. Like, to see a Sven in, just this scoreline, it really is a matter of, or testament to the Tundra lineup being able to kite him the entire time. You got Phoenix with the egg, the Fire Spirits for attack speed, you got the Tiny with the Avalanche, Darkseer with the Auras, Invoker just hiding miles away, Alchemist, Radiance, BKB. So that is the key thing. They shut down Mickey. They stopped him from becoming this explosive damage hero that we've seen time and time again.
Yeah, very well played from Tundra, and we'll go for the MVP. Why not? You know?
Sure.
It makes you happy, Shiver, huh?
It makes me happy. It also, it's the third mid laner that we've credited with the MVP.
Should we change it for this one?
No, I think this is perfect. I think this is really lovely. I feel like we kind of changed the previous one from Nisha to Saberlight at the end. No, but I'm happy with keeping it being Invoker. I know he's no longer 100% win rate on this hero, but he still very much proves he can play this even against the Silencer.
That is true. But I would request. I would like to see 33 on that screen as a standout player.
Yeah, he did really well the way they started the lane as well. That looked pretty damn good. I mean, they were playing in relatively weak lanes, Silencer plus Sven. It's not a killer lane by any means, and you also have to factor in that those Sunstrikes are gonna come in, especially when you're playing position 4 Tiny, which means that Avalanche Toss is gonna keep them in place, and there it is.
I think there's more reason behind it, right? He had a good game this time, but to play 2 Darkseers in a row...
3.
1 second.
He's getting there.
I'm cooking.
Sorry. I'm sorry, you're cooking. You go
No,
for
it's
it.
fine.
Go for
Okay,
it.
let me go again. All right. So to play 2 Dark Seers in a row, right? To crumble, to have a tough time, for Moonmeander to even to say that his team should not be playing in the low ground. Reference this man on screen 33. To in a 3rd game, play it again, but this time to pop off. That's why he's my standout player. He didn't allow those 2 defeats. His own coach saying that he may have been the problem, to step up, to fill the shoes of the captain. He needed to play this game. He needed to win. He did.
He did. We can take a look at a comparison of the offlaners if you want
sure,
to.
yeah, thanks.
Just to hammer it home a little bit, we actually have got the Darkseer and the Dazzle, I believe, to look at. And we did say Saberlight had a great game. And this point, I will say the comparison feels a little mean to 33.
Not necessarily. He did get quite a lot of farm. Look at the hero damage. Dazzle damage numbers are insane. If you're grouping up all that minus armor when you use your heal, especially because you have Slardar in the team, you're also applying minus armor with Weave, and you also have Sven as your core. Problem is, Sven wasn't really part of those fights, and we can see in terms of the last hits, he was definitely popping off and even had more net worth. But yeah, I wanted to show how well they're executing a fight. So he runs in, puts the Shivas vacuum wall onto 4 of them, which does allow Doraccio to jump in and stand his ground. Look at this. There's 4 heroes hitting Doraccio, but his HP is almost 100%. And at this point, you use pretty much everything, and the rest of the team is going to be ready to come in and clean up.
It's another time we saw that combination of the egg with the Cataclysm, right? When you see the Phoenix Egg, often the call is, can we kill it or do we have to run away? But in that split choice of running towards it, the Cataclysm will do so much damage, even if you kind of stutter on that logic, you're going to be taking half HP, if not more.
Yeah, and it also, I mean, it's great if you get the Silencer, the global ult off to stop the Wombo combo. But you do need to be able to kill the Alchemist in the time that the silence is off, otherwise you're still going to be hit by everything. And that kind of was the case. They couldn't kill Doracio's Alchemist, and so they failed that fight, and they lose their barracks and their Ancient afterwards. And that means we are going to a 4th game. It will come to you after a break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I wouldn't say it's a crazy story. Me and my brother played sports when we were, well, my name is Speed, so we played sports when we were younger. We're both pretty fast. So unfortunately, it mostly just revolves around that. It's kind of boring, but the full name was Hyper X Speed, which you would think would have to do with the computer equipment. It's not. It was like a shoe or something from back in the day. And then we shared the Xbox. We had one Xbox when we were growing up. So me and my brother were both Hyper X Speed. But then I couldn't continue to be like me and my brother as I got older. I had to change the name, right? So I was really unique and just cut off the first part.
But still, I mean, that's
Speed.
Very classic. How did Doraccio...
Just from anime.
Just from the anime?
Yeah.
What anime?
I don't remember. Soul Eater, I think.
I don't remember.
Yeah, Soul Eater.
Soul Eater.
Excalibur is just telling this non-stop, only one word.
Wow.
And I just translated on the Russian, and then I just changed the letters from Russian to English, and that's how it came.
Why did that character stick out so much?
He's just saying one word, I don't know why.
I just always thought Tofu looks
pretty cute and tasty, so I don't know, I kind of just went with it.
Yeah, that's a good lie. I like that one. Thank you so much for that incredible lie. Yatoro, is it back to Yatoro again? I just want to confirm.
Yes.
Yes, okay, good. The Ramadan days are over.
Yatoro, I don't know, it's like my third surname already. I don't know, in 10 years I took this nickname. I don't know where from, but it's with me, yeah.
Okay, okay.
I got it from the game Divinity Original Sin 2. The melody is the character from that game. That's it.
Do you still play?
No.
Okay, well, I'm sad.
It's a flower, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, my mother's best flower that she likes. Yeah.
Wow. That's incredible. What prompted you to do that? Just because she liked it and you thought it was
that's
nice?
it. And it sounds like I like it. Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. Does she watch your games?
Yeah.
She care?
Yeah.
She'll be watching this interview. Any words for her?
Hello.
When I was in high school, like 17 years old, I played with my twin brother in a LAN, small tournament, something like that. And our team name is Ghost.
Oh.
So I love it. So I took it, the name.
Okay.
It became my name.
Why'd you name the team Ghost?
My brother named it. I have no idea.
No idea. Did you ever ask him?
Nope.
I mean, it's a pretty big deal.
Maybe I asked him, but it's a long time ago.
Okay.
I forgot about it.
Well, maybe you could get him on the horn and let us know later. But thank you so much, Ghost. Interesting tale, interesting story.
The interesting story continues here as well as we are about to head into our fourth game of this grand finals for Wallachia Season 3. We have Liquid versus Tundra, and it's 2-1. Liquid is on match point, but Tundra no stranger to going for a reverse sweep, so very excited to see what's coming our way for game number 4. And I feel like there was one big change that we saw in this draft Lacoste, where we had, contrary to the first two drafts, Tundra first pick.
With it, and they definitely needed to switch things up a little bit more because things were not working out for them. And this time around as well, we did expect Invoker maybe to come in slightly earlier in the draft. They did close out that second draft on 18 pick with Invoker, which did work out amazingly for them. And also, if we can see that this Alchemist is going to come out that is causing a lot of issues for other teams as well, I think Team Liquid needs to address this pick because Dyrachyo feels way too comfortable on the hero. Even though he didn't have the greatest laning stage, the lane that he was playing into is a pretty miserable lane to play into. He did die a couple of times, and after that still made a big recovery.
I mean, I'd argue, I feel like Liquid had the answers to the Alchemist, right? Like you got a Sven that can buy MKB to get through that Radiance. You have the Slardar for the minus armor to counter the potential AC. Physical damage is a good way to kill Alchemist. If you put it all on the hero at the same time, I just don't think Liquid was able to construct that perfect fight with their heroes to be able to kill him off. And that's because Tundra was so chaotic in nature, right? When you have a Darkseer running at you, the Alch running at you, it's just a lot of mess that you have to deal with. And I'm happy that at least Tundra showed us this style of Dota from themselves because we wanted them to skirmish, and the way they won Game 3 was that skirmish style of fight.
Yeah, I think one question that I have for this fourth game, will there also be a fourth Darkseer?
Yeah, I didn't know if I wanted to bring that up, but I don't I don't want to watch another Darkseer. No offense, 33, love Darkseer, but he plays so many other heroes.
Yeah, he does.
But I feel like he's going to play maybe Darkseer again, yeah.
Why though? Because I feel like Liquid was able to deal with it obviously twice before, but especially in this game we just watched, it just allows for so many synergies.
Yes, I would expect it to be maybe contested a little bit more rather than just giving it to Tundra. But we can see in that previous game, once they took that safe lane tower, 33 was drawing on the minimap. Like he wants to take all those bottom camps below the Radiant safe lane. He wants to force the wave deep into the Radiant side, which prevents Liquid from starting to make moves on the dire side of the map. And I think that alone, the fact that you just occupy just a larger percentage of the map through pushing waves is why Darkseer is very good. Yep. And 33 also, he gets to itemize for anything, right? If the game requires Ghost, he'll buy Ghost. If it needs Glimmer, he'll buy Glimmer. Like, it is a hero that any item is possible after you have like your Blink and your Shivas.
And speaking of taking like the bottom part of the map, this is where Sven wants to be farming before he goes to the Ancient. And we saw them playing super aggressive, even getting the kill once or twice in the bottom part of the map. So definitely this is the weakest that we've seen Mickey has a performance, because he had, I would say, flawless performances throughout the whole tournament. Every single game, his score is like, I don't know, 15, 1 and 2. And Nisha's like, yeah, put that on. We don't want to get some draft penalty.
No, it's more like, come on, coach. We need
to hear you. I mean, this duo right here on your screen, Jabs and Nisha, they have been drafting for this Wallachia for Team Liquid. And I know Jabs has been in the booth before for drafting whenever Blitz was not at an event, but this is new territory for Nisha, and I feel like the two together have been making a formidable duo.
Yeah, it's working out really well, but that is, of course, testament to the overall structure for Liquid. They have such a strong baseline that if they are to move any piece of their coaching team out and put someone else in, they're not really shaking up the whole system, right? So I think that is just props to Liquid and what they're able to do. But now Tundra, all right? You're going against first pick Liquid. You lost to the first pick Night Stalker. You lost to the first pick Tinker. Are you going to ban both of them out? They ban out one for now. That's the Night Stalker.
They also ban out the Nature's Prophet.
Sure, that is another kind of default staple. But I think Night Stalker, Prophet, and Tinker are the big three against Liquid.
Hey, Darkseer is banned, so we're not going to see 4 of those.
Yeah!
As we said, for Tundra, in Game 3, they need to change something up in terms of order. They did, and now Team Liquid, coming into the 4th game, they don't want to see Darkseer, and this also leaves potentially Lifestealer in the pool for them. Let's see if Team Liquid is going to address it. I think Lifestealer for Liquid is easier to solve compared to Alchemist.
I would agree, yeah. I think there's like Terrorblade, and there's multiple other options. The final ban for Tundra, I would lean towards the Tiny, but of course,
Mag.
I did actually forget a little bit about Magnus.
I mean, I think that is normal because we see him banned so many times. The majority of actually. For Team Liquid, the one that is still in the pool that stands out would be the Dazzle and the Tiny.
Tiny. I think they might be looking for Tiny. Even though Saberlight had a great game, they play way too good with Tiny, and it really shows. I mean, this is the hero that they love to flex, and we talked about Alchemist a lot after the performance that he did just have, and they're gonna shift this higher priority. And right now, also, if they wanna take Ancient Apparition for themselves,
they can. Yeah,
they can on side of Tundra. They don't necessarily need to ban it. So it's kind of on Liquid, because Ancient Apparition is also a very good hero against Tiny.
Also, what stops them from opening with Dazzle out of phase? We saw how Doracho loves to play very aggressive. When they get to draft Dazzle, not only is he going to be in the middle of the fight, he's going to be on 1 HP with a Grave rather than 100 HP no Grave. Like, it's gonna feel really good.
Maybe you got to ban both if you're Liquid.
Yeah, it's 2 heroes that are very much in mind. They do ban the Dazzle, but yeah, Dazzle AA are like the biggest draft openers for Tundra when they enter the next phase.
Now let's see which other heroes come to mind that would deal with an Alchemist.
I would say Broodmother. Broodmother is really the big one. Let's see if Saberlight has been playing any Broodmother, because those spiderwebs, when you max them out, and you do max them out early on, 70% healing reduction.
Also Doom. You're talking about 70%. Why not 100%?
Okay, so you want Tundra... Well, they could pick up Doom. Ban Brood, pick up Doom?
We also might be... yeah, that could be an option.
Okay, it's Beastmaster that gets banned out by Team Liquid, so some respect there towards 33.
Yeah, a little nod to some of the heroes he used in the lower bracket.
Yeah. The question for me is whether they want to pick Ancient Apparition, if they ban it here. Because Alchemist for Tundra is also a little bit of a flex pick. 33 does play it. He did play it a couple of times in the last 2 weeks. Only 1 game in the last week, but definitely a hero that if for some reason they feel like it needs to be maybe switched to a different position, it can be played.
We take the Weaver. Ooh, interesting. Just fully ignore the AA for now. The thing with the AA, Liquid will look really good with it, with the burst potential they have. Tiny A, one of the best combinations in the game. But for Tundra, once you get to your items, if you just jump these heroes, they are so squishy. So I think Doracho with a blink, the Abyssal build, whatever, he'll happily play into an AA if he's making the jump, right?
Yeah.
And this is the type of logic that Tundra is able to utilize against some teams, where it's like if you're first picking like Lifestealer in other drafts, you clearly don't care about a lot of the counters because you're picking the hero early. So if you're picking Alk early, this could be the same thing. It's like, let them pick some of the counters. We know they're coming, and then we'll make sure the rest of our draft will eat that hero alive. And Liquid,
Jakiro.
yeah, not rushing to go for the counter, and just go for a stable Jakiro.
It makes for a strong lane with the Tiny. It's very steady.
Mm-hmm.
It is definitely a lot of kill threat coming out from that lane. You're never going to be lacking damage. You're always going to have control with these two heroes. Even if you pick 0 stuns or in the last 3 heroes, you're still going to have enough, but probably not going to happen.
And if there's kill threat on the lane...
Oh, here we go.
We're thinking about it earlier now because of the previous game, surely, but Invoker.
With the puck ban, you can now think about picking Invoker, because that is the #1 hero that you need to ban to be able to pick this hero.
I would imagine Liquid wouldn't mind it either.
Sure. I think at this point, based on the tournament and the trajectory that we've seen Invoker go on, it is very much pickable with any cheap stun.
Yeah.
What do we want for Whitemon?
I want
Another Phoenix. No, that's a good answer, Shiver.
Thank you.
I was thinking maybe alongside Warlock, just some more team fight would secure them the lane. Phoenix kind of does the same thing, but doesn't provide you with much healing, at least not early on.
I mean, it's always nice to have Phoenix against explosive physical damage. A Tiny, a Sven, when they lock onto the fight, if they can't execute a hero and they've wasted their BKB to get to that hero, or a blink, it's going to feel really bad. So Phoenix naturally is one of the biggest counters to them.
Now,
even if you die with the egg, it's buying time.
I'm thinking now that we have the 2 supports coming out for Team Liquid, we have to mention that there's still a Dazzle in the pool. And actually, sorry, the AA in the pool.
Yeah, that's gone. The AA is not getting picked anymore.
AA is not
that is a
picked.
dead
It will
hero.
just be an Invoker, okay.
But yeah, the puck ban, like I said, it sets up for you to be able to blind pick Invoker. And the only other real counters to Invoker are heroes that take your tower early. Like a Brood mid where you have supports rotating is a pub way to deal with the Invoker.
Yeah.
Any Zoo pick to, again, move to that lane, take tower is also very nice. Liquid, their supports are very happy to rotate on the active runes.
It will be an Ember Spirit, how about that one?
It's aggressive.
He's not good at taking the tower, but he's really good at being paired up with the 2 supports and plays super aggressive. So in this game, I do expect Liquid to move the supports like 5-6 minutes and kind of camp the mid lane, try to get that tower, because Jakiro has decent amount of tower damage. You also want to be playing with the catapult. So this time around, Tundra, they need to be ready with some really, like, the moves that they make need to mimic exactly what Team Liquid is going to be doing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard as well, though. Like, when you think about what the supports can bring, a Jakiro and Muerta in the early game is devastating. If you lock on your spells, compared to like a Weaver and a Phoenix, like that's Sakuchi, a bug, some like damage over time. It isn't as explosive as like getting hit by a dead shot or getting hit by an ice path. So I think Liquid, they do have the advantage for the moves that they make early on.
So for both teams at the moment, we're looking for their offlaner. Saberlight and 33 still without a hero, so we're going to see a bunch of offlaners banned. Doom, Mars, I would imagine Tidehunter will also still be banned.
Yeah, Tide is the big one for sure right now. Liquid will be picking out a phase. They just need hero to stand up front. Technically, it could be Sanking. They could just be another initiating hero, find some more jump, find the backline.
I have something spicier. We haven't seen really too much of this
we reacted too early, Shiva.
recently.
Wait, hold.
Okay.
Dawnbreaker. I think this hero does punish what they have in the safe lane.
Okay. I like it.
Primal Beast is also that came to my mind because when you see a support who doesn't have any kind of a stun, and if you get a good angle with the Primal Beast, you can always punish the safe lane, enemy safe lane that is. But if you're playing Dawnbreaker with Muerta, it is a lot of damage, it is a lot of slow as well.
Yeah. What you're describing there is stopping Alchemist from farming in lane and pushing back to the jungle.
Something also to point out about that one is when you're playing against Phoenix, he turns nighttime into daytime with Supernova.
Yes.
So you get the innate ability from the Dawnbreaker, which shows you the map. So you can see every single hero exactly where they're standing.
So out of the 3 heroes, there's Dawnbreaker for good laning, and then you save your heroes when Alk jumps in. There's Sanking to be able to jump the Invoker to follow up with the Ember. And there's Tidehunter, who kind of does a little bit of both, right? He secures the team fight with Ravage. He has Anchor to lock down the Alchemist. So I think there's really good options. But like Alchemist doesn't really pressure Tidehunter doesn't pressure the Alchemist. Sand King won't pressure, Dawn will. So if they don't care about the lane, then they have multiple options. Yeah, I'm intrigued to know. There's actually plenty of offlane picks for Saberlight here. It really depends on the overall vibe on what Liquid wants to do in the first 20 minutes of the game.
And at the moment, they're taking most time deciding which offlaner they don't want 33 to play.
Yeah, there are some... We've mentioned the Spice for him, but they ban the Sand King themselves, they take the Tidehunter. Yeah. I mean, we mentioned 3 big offlaners in the tournament, or 2 big offlaners in the tournament and a Dawnbreaker. They ban one, pick one, ignore the other.
I will say, Tundra has been incredibly confident in their drafting so far. They have only used 19 seconds of their bonus time.
There's a hero that they use to counter Tidehunter in one of the games, Dead Prophet.
Yes.
It is old school classic. It's been used a lot in Chinese Dota to counter Tidehunter because you stick to the target, you follow him with the ghost. You have 2 different facets. I do prefer the one that you're getting the ghosts. It is global. Your first ulti that you use is going to be very, very effective because you're collecting all those souls, basically dealing double damage if there's a lot of action happening.
Another option is the Bristleback. It's not really kind of control and momentum. Sorry, there is momentum, but it's not control, right? It's the idea that you just have double tanky side lane cores, amped up by the fact that Phoenix is behind you with Sunray. Invoker is at your true damage when it scales later on. I think anything that's a little bit more explosive and annoying in laning phase is that hero, and DP Bristleback at least comes to our mind. Low on the team fight, but just gives you incredible timings to play around early on. Is there any hero that we're missing?
I mean, there probably are. Their offlane pool, offlane pool has been
heavily
pretty
targeted.
Wide. Yeah, but also pretty wide, even with these bans in there. There's quite a few options, as we just mentioned.
Or if there ever was a game for Necrophos.
How are we thinking about now that Team Liquid's draft is complete? What's their game plan looking like?
Leave this Tidehunter and Tiny alone and play with 3 heroes pretty much, because Tide and Tiny are super difficult heroes to kill, which will allow them to go and move around the map as 3 and try to get stuff done. Yeah,
love the Death Prophet.
Good pickup here from Tundra. Gives them the silence. And also the reason why this hero has been used as a counter to Tidehunter.
Look at the win rate though.
That's atrocious, guys.
It is pretty rough, but if someone can make it work, it's definitely 33. A lot of the time, when they were playing back on the old Tundra, this is the combo that they've been using with the Dead Prophet and melee position 4, Tusk Tiny, Monkey King position 4 at the time. This time around, it's going to be 2 range heroes, but definitely you're going to be having enough with the addition of the Blood Grenade, with the minus armor coming up from Weaver. I think that they cooked pretty hard with the draft, and again, BZM is going to be playing Invoker and Doratio on Alchemist one more time.
Yeah. Why not?
I think, even though I like Team Liquid's draft 3 times in a row, I think they also should have won the 3rd game. It's just was the execution that was kind of lacking. I do prefer Tundra in this one.
Okay.
In this game for Tundra, it's utilizing the Death Prophet to progress the map early on, but when the fights happen around 20-30 minutes, it's utilizing your BKB correctly. If you waste a BKB charge, if your aggression is disconnected between Doratio jumping in and 33's positioning, sure, the team fight, the eventual scaling of Liquid is going to look incredible, but if Tundra can ride the Death Prophet wave of aggression, BKBs are good, it's looking even. I'm happy that we're looking at even drafts, I feel.
I mean, yeah, that is always a nice thing. If Team Liquid was going to take this, we talked about their 3-man
slaughter. Invoker needs to be like
Invoker needs
3-4
to be
deaths.
protected.
Yeah.
Problem is, 2 of the supports, they don't have any kind of a stun. So if they already initiate onto Invoker, most likely he's going to die. They might be able to get some trade kills. But this mid lane, I think for our observers, it's going to be very easy to watch because I think from 6 to 10 minutes, it's just going to be constant action.
How about this Death Prophet? Is it going to make early moves to try and get a lot of map control, taking towers?
Take bot tower, take mid tower, and then keep on going.
Okay, let's find out how Game 4 is going to play out. We're heading to Slacks first for a coach interview.
Absolutely. I am here with Moon, a man of confidence. Draft time, don't need it. Reserve time, go F yourself, okay? You guys pick your heroes. Quick, Dyrachyo gets his hero first. All confidence, baby. You guys feeling it now?
Yeah, I feel like we got our heroes once again. We lose, it is what it is. But at least we were not playing our heroes.
That's what I like to hear. Okay, now they tried to get rid of this Darkseer. This Darkseer lost 2 in a row. You managed to get it. You put the fear of God in them. They got rid of that for game 3. Got to feel a little bit more confident. Now they're starting to fear you guys a bit, eh?
Yeah, I felt like Darkseer wasn't the reason why we lost those games. There were other reasons why. I think we addressed it. And hopefully this game BZM pops off again in some cinema.
There it is. There's the smile, trying to contain himself. All right, give us the prediction. What do you think is going to happen? How are you guys going to be winning this game? Is it all BZM?
I think the last game, Nisha is going to say, I got 0 runes, so I can't play the game on Slaughter. So now his whole supports would just run mid nonstop, suck him off. And we just got to make sure that Nisha doesn't run us over, and I think we'll be fine.
Absolutely. Well, Tundra just got first blood, so we're off to a good start, my friends. Let's see where else we go in this one.
Thank you. Yes, we do see a first blood coming out for Tundra. BZM did not get the last hit, but still, very good start for Tundra again. We're going to see the Invoker for BZM again. He has less stuns than ever to set up for the Cataclysm.
He's going to have to play off of Concoction.
Yeah, or his own Tornado, I guess.
Yeah, that's true.
He times it right. That one's really hard, but yeah, Sunset Cinder here for game number 4 of the Grand Finals. And Cinder, what do you think of the lineups overall?
I was just going to say, would you believe it, Shannon? It's been a good 2 months. Alchemist is back to first pick. It's amazing. I'm so happy.
You sound sarcastic. You know I'm happy. I love this hero.
Good.
It's
You're starting to read it.
I love this hero. They just need to make the support version better, Cinderin.
Yeah, you love giving Ags.
It's cool.
Yep.
I mean, I don't do it because I want to play the core, but I want to be gifted Ags, for sure. Right now, you only get 75 GPM, which is nothing. You need to double that, at least. Then
yeah, well, considering people are opting for 250 gold at the start of the game over a potential infinite amount, goes to show how unpopular gifting Ags surely is.
That is correct.
Getting that good laning stage is more important. Now, Whitemon.
Oh, boy.
We'll be taking out. This lane is extremely strong. Tide Muerta is a beast. And I think this will, in a way, potentially be a harder lane for Tundra than they had last time against the Dazzle Tusk, because this one just has so much burst potential. It's a lot harder for the Phoenix to find impact here. You're not going to just Fire Spirit the 2 heroes and stop the onslaught, because a lot of their damage is just strictly from spells. Dyrachyo needs to be careful here. Floating around on half health. They won't go for him though. But first blood went to 33, so he's going to have a good
start. Dyrachyo has to be careful here. That's always the case, Cinderin.
Okay.
He's always too aggressive, but that's why we love watching and casting my boy Dyrachyo. But yeah, we'll be playing Alchemist for the 2nd time in a row. They had a lot of time to counter it, because it was first picked. Do you think they did enough? I mean, back in the day, you'd see like the AA come out, right, as a hard counter to this hero. Not seeing anything like that.
Liquid don't have any direct counter to Alch this game. I think they're going to try to beat it more so with pace rather than hero-to-hero matchups. Soxa.
Yep, he's dead. Sunstrike on Insania. Not going to be enough. Crypt Storm also not enough. It was close. Yeah, it was really close.
I'm pretty sure that missed. That was not 200 pure, so... Get it?
Let's talk about the 33 Death Profit. The record overall has been horrific this tournament. Not that many games, of course, small sample size.
It's 1-6, but 33 is 1-1. So he's the only player to win with this hero this tournament.
Yeah. As Whitemon will take a tumble in the top lane as well. Concoction, though. I don't think they have a Sunstrike to work with quite yet. Saberlight has the facet that gives you the stacks of Kraken Shell, which means his laning stage is going to be a little bit stronger, of course, because he doesn't start out as a little baby. Little tiny baby. Dead shot onto Dyrachyo. Into the Gush. Should mention, Boxy is undefeated on Muerta.
Yeah, 6-0.
Very strong display at this tournament. And Jakiro helping out Mickey take off those bugs. Hero with no armor. Really doesn't like to have negative amounts.
It's funny how important this change to Jakiro has ended up being.
Yeah, it's true.
Like, most people are kind of glancing over it and like, oh, that's kind of funny and cool that it does attack with both heads or whatever. Yeah, that'll probably have some uses here and there. It's really valuable in a lot of situations, it turns out.
That's why we love to see MKB and crit and everything on this hero.
Yeah,
there are more chances.
Plenty of that. We've got so much of that.
In pubs. Low-level pubs.
Yeah, we love those.
But this, that's the other thing, though, is it feels like Jakiro is in literally every game. It's not really getting banned. It looks good. I wouldn't say it's like game-winning every time, but it has so many uses, and
it might be
interesting that we keep seeing it get through the draft.
It might be the second best support of the tournament after Muerta, right?
Yeah, Muerta has been a little bit more impactful. I mean, the calling is busted. I'm just gonna say that spell is just insane.
Yeah, it's crazy good.
Speaking of which, Boxy gonna be using the tree line.
He's gonna let him stack. He could have interrupted this if he wanted to. Nope, he's gonna make it in time. Okay. He went over to block small and this one simultaneously.
Yeah, now Whitemon's gonna say, wait, is it blocked by wards?
Yeah, no. True.
Mind game. Nisha, the final person to discuss, because we're not going to talk about Mickey apparently. Nisha on his Ember Spirit. You talked about how this you think is his best hero along with Puck. They're even. They're 1A, 1B is Duraccio. He has the concoction, trying to run away. They're calling it self-stuns. Oh boy. Beautiful silence from Boxy. And a dive from Whitemon, not even going to pick up Boxy in turn, but the Sunstrike, not going to be there either. That's 2 kills in this lane for Liquid.
Yeah, just flat out outplay it. But Duraccio, he also has to be careful with this. Like, you got to throw that concoction before 0.5 or whatever. Yeah. So that the calling doesn't counter you. You can throw it at half duration and still find impact. Just did not respect the counterplay coming out from Boxy, and that's going to cost them dearly. Both of them dying with the Sunstrike missing too. The good news is, at the very least, BZM is able to find a ton of denies mid, so Nisha will find a relatively late level 6 here momentarily.
23 and 16. We can see the Spirit Siphon. Not enough for 33 as Insania and Mickey collapse onto him.
Yeah, Soxa was looking to make a play mid right before Nisha hits 6. He's going to try not to... Nisha's playing this extremely carefully. He knows that Weaver's coming, and now he's 6, so now he doesn't care anymore. He's going to walk up and start farming. What do you think they're going to do about Invoker to make the other...
buff them?
The other facets better.
Buff the other 2?
Yeah, but what exactly? Do you have any idea? Like, because the big problem is, if you don't get Exort, you're not going to have enough damage to lane, right? So, like, how do you...
Yeah, the laning stage for pro games is going to be the utmost priority for sure.
I'm just wondering what you do about it, because if you give him better stat gains, then you need to nerf how much damage you get from Exort, I guess. But on Exort level 1, you currently get 1 damage. So you can't make it lower than that. I guess you could make it 0 on level 1.
You're gonna see the calling here into the dead shot. Another kill goes the way of Liquid. That's 3 stacks of Kraken Shell for Saberlight, and the tier 1 tower will be conceded as well. I think the design is fine, that the Exort Invoker is just better at laning in terms of last hitting creeps. You just make the upgrades on the other ones just way better, like way, way better. So
then he just becomes an insane support, right?
Yeah, possibly.
Okay.
I mean, you have to get Ag still, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even if the shard is good, then that you can afford that as a support. But I guess you're a bad support because you have no damage. So I don't know. I think it's just in a little bit of an awkward spot right now as a hero design. But we'll see. Give them enough time. Somebody's gonna cook.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's still very early on. As the
Wisdom trade, 1 for 1.
Yeah, will be a trade. As Nisha.
Yeah, it's already taken. That was a very late Wisdom, by the way. He took it minute 8 on Boxy.
That's true. That's why we didn't see a second one. That would explain it. Mickey just forced the TP out. Wow. Okay. Under the cover of the tier 2 now.
This is a EXO with, I don't know how many heroes are in that one. A lot.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on that tier 1 bottom. And Jakiro, one of those spirits. They look so hilarious, actually. The fact that it sounded stupid and it looked stupid, but it's awesome, you know? 2 stupids making awesome. That's why we're such a good combo. That's 33. We'll secure the tower. Given up completely. A lot of pressure in the mid lane, though.
Yeah.
BZ has been playing very safe these last 2 games. Been impressed.
33 is going to show up, but no Exo.
Yeah, but Spirit Siphon is a pretty high level. That is a spell that was on purpose.
Yeah.
We won't count that towards him, against him. And Boxy now level 6. Actually quite a high level for support right now at 9.5 minutes.
It's 2-0-3. The top lane just went really well. And it's very important because now Weaver and Phoenix both only level 4, despite getting a Wisdom. Is pretty bad look.
On to 33. The Silence not going to connect, though. So 33 is going to be able to Spirit Siphon a good amount back. Sleight of Fist doing some decent damage with that double impact facet for Nisha.
Time to prepare the runes. Moon talked about it. They're going to be playing a lot around runes, and they definitely have. He wasn't wrong about that. But the Forge Spirit still could be annoying. Nisha has to actually Remnant in advance in case it was there, but it is bottom.
Yeah, it's a shield rune, so he'll still end up hitting it.
TP up. Just TP forehead.
Not quite the Nightfall.
Nope, no BKB in that one. And also didn't TP base. He TP'd to the tier 2. He's just going to farm. He knows there's nothing canceling him except Invoker or an Alchemist stun. So if those heroes are showing, speaking of BZM.
Forcing him back with the dead shot, but he's going to get Searing Chains. BZM completely surrounded, gets a Tornado off, but the Sleight of Fist will do its deed. Saberlight was coming from the north anyway. Have yet to see the Ravage, I believe.
This is perfect timing, though, for this play. They have the Siege Creep mid, and they're going to start a nice play from BZM pulling off the wave, but his Force Spirit is about to die, and also Saksa not looking too hot here.
Yeah, 9-1 start for Liquid. Not Duraccio. Ooh, they're coming. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Just farming away. He's going to get Gush now. Dead shot.
Oh,
dead.
if they steal this, no.
Oh, my
no.
goodness.
This is real bad for Tundra.
And they were already low.
Uh-oh.
This is spiraling out of control.
Tide is mega bad.
Nisha trying to get away. Crypt Swarm. Okay. They do get the kill. Whitemon will take it. And the rest of Liquid just exiting after getting away with murder in the triangle.
It's such an insane net worth swing because that was a quad Ancient stack, I think. And I think Duraccio got almost 0 of them. So that's just the raw creep value. We're going to see the replay. How many camps is this?
And
2 golems.
4 at least, maybe 5.
It's 4 camps, right? I think.
Oh, boy.
I think it was double golem and whatever, prowlers. It was 3 or 4 stack, and he lost all of it, died, and Tide stole it. So that was like at least a 1,500 net worth swing that play alone. And Saberlight, as a result now, stupid farmed. He's going to have FaZe, Vlad's, Soul Ring at 12 minutes. Top net worth by 1,000 over Elk. Yeah.
That is really bad for Tundra. Scoreline not looking good. Net worth advantage against an Alchemist at 12.5 minutes.
The good news is that Nisha isn't popping off on the Ember.
Not yet.
But he'll get a tower that'll help him. Working on the Mage Slayer standard stuff. Amazing against DP and Invoker alike.
I feel like a lot of this is going to come down to 33.
Oh,
with this Exo is already a ridiculous Dota win probability.
That's actually crazy. Well, Tundra, they got to weather the storm here. Need to get your Alk as Radiance and try to play the way that you have in all of your other Alk games. It's worked so many times, why not this one?
Oh no, BZM. Wrong place, wrong time. How dare you try to enter your own triangle at 13 minutes? Because Liquid are just waiting.
And they're going for the next target. 33 is actually walking down the lane.
Oh boy, they have the tools to catch up. Searing Chains, Avalanche, even a Macropyre. Another dead core. This is a complete disaster for Tundra. And they lose their tier 1 as well.
And they might lose both Wisdoms too. And Whitemon is in trouble. Is he going to Ravage this? No. that does not work like that, Saberlight.
If only.
Yeah, both Wisdom's gone. Insania will control this one together with Mickey, and on the west of the map, Boxy.
Spiraling.
This is getting very, very snowbally. All tier 1s down. Got both Wisdoms. Your Tide is extremely farmed. And we've talked about this. There's been plenty of Liquid's wins where Saberlight doesn't necessarily get off to the best start, but still has big impact. Yeah. This time he has an awesome start. What's the impact going to be like? The Night Stalker game that he had earlier in this series when he was off to a good start, he popped off. This is the makings of a repeat of that game on a different hero, but he loves to play aggressively, this guy. So when he has a lead, he's going to put it to use. He's not going to just be sitting around farming a lot.
Yeah, not a very idle player, I would say.
Yep. Dagger almost complete now, 15 minutes.
Yep, and that is probably when they're going to turn it up to another level in terms of aggression.
It's perfect against Alk. That's what you want. If you can get ahead early and just constrict the map, even if Alchemist is farming, let's say you cut his farm by like 20% by taking out a couple of camps that he would have wanted, limiting his space. It's very hard to recover on that hero from a bad start, so... Nisha's just gonna keep chase. No, okay, he stopped.
Now, Radiance finally comes online for Dyrachyo, 15 minutes in.
That's very slow on Alk.
And he'll, well, it's not even on him right now, still needs to be delivered.
It's very slow off Alk.
Yeah. Nisha with the damage amp, and the egg is placed.
He's
actually gonna get it. Yeah, all right. Fire Spirit's working to Whitemon's advantage there.
That wasn't even close.
You do force the egg, though.
Yep. Straight into mid. BZM was not expecting this, though.
Was not. Gets the cold snap off. Attempted TP is fine.
Half a second on the next slight would have done the job.
But it's all defense from Tundra. They just can't fight right now. It looks like that will be a Shadow Blade for... Not yet, of course, but for Mickey eventually. Has the Echo
Standard.
Saber right now.
Goes for this basically every game. We have not seen very...
he also has 100%.
We haven't seen much deviation from Mickey in terms of itemization in this tournament. He has his heroes. He buys basically the same items every game.
Cinderin.
That's right. I mean, if it's a build that works for you and if it feels good every game, you don't have to be crazy creative. It's been very... A lot of it just feels like sticking to the recipe. You just keep cooking the same delicious cookies over and over.
Yep, until you're morbidly obese and get diabetes. Then you gotta tone it down.
Yeah.
Keep
That's
that up.
called a patch.
That's right. Ice Frog the Doctor. Or the open heart surgeon, depending on your perspective. They do dust, they get the Searing Chains. Nisha gonna get some help from Boxy. Another kill goes the way of Liquid. 13-2. As, well, Insania is forcing a couple heroes out into weird positions, and he's got some... He's gonna get Sunstricken. No, just out
now
of
they are in
range.
trouble.
And the Ravage coming in from Saberlight. Whitemon is dead. Can 33 at least get Insania? He does. But it's going to cost him his own life. A 3-for-1. Just getting worse and worse for Tundra. Dyrachyo, another self-stun for the road.
Does Nisha see him? He does, but he can't go for it.
Now, what can Tundra do? Like, even if they get this Aghanim Scepter, which he's not even going for it yet, by the way, it's going to be the boot to travel.
It's slow.
We talked about the setup just not being there. It feels like a lot of the setup will come from the eventual items coming out from Tundra.
I mean, you kind of have to try to play like they are right now and try to bleed as little as possible. I don't favor them in any type of fight, skirmish, team fight, whatever. It's just really hard. So they have to keep splitting, get Alk his BKB, get him his Blink, and then Invoker, like you said, the Ags. I think Alk, Blink, BKB, and Invoker Ags is a timing, but it's going to be tough to get there with as little map controls you have. It feels like you look at how aggressive the warding is from Liquid, and you have a couple of wards on the Radiant side for Tundra that Soxa has placed. But for those to be relevant, you have to force them back there first. Otherwise, they're just showing that, yeah, you know, Liquid still are on our side of the map.
Yeah. And the fact that they have so much map control, I mean, Liquid don't even need to go for Tormentor because it's kind of out of the way.
Yeah.
The fact that we're 19 minutes in and nobody's gone towards that area, Just speaks volumes of how this game has played out so far.
Yeah, it's pretty telling that they don't retreat. They might feel like going for Tormentor is a net loss because they give some control
On the other
back.
side, though, I was going to say, why not Tundra try to sneak it? That's the XO. Oh my god, can they even do it? Can they do this?
Yes.
All right. They successfully get it. 33 with the shard. It's a good shard. That's an extra charge on Spirit Siphon, and it fears, I believe, unless they changed it.
Yep, that's correct.
That is a very high-value shard. The fact that he got it, a little concerning. Oh, I guess the shard is probably online for the Phoenix already, so
yeah,
that is good news.
Unfortunately, 33 is the first color, so we have
yeah, you've already
debunked the myth.
Debunked it. Egg is killed. Whitemon out of here. Mickey and company can focus on the towers now, although they're going to TP, try to catch out 33.
They'll make it out close, though. Does escape, and this might open up some opportunity up here. Boxy gonna get burnt.
BZM trying to get a kill here onto Boxy. He will, but he will die for it. Duracho, in the meantime, trying to burn up Insane. He's going to pop the Essence Ring with the dual breath to slow him down. Eventually, he will burn away from this Radiant, surely.
He has Glimmer. He's not going to die.
Mickey is here, though. Concoction is going to connect, but Mickey, the toss back, saves his position 5. Three kills away from the dream, ladies and gentlemen. We will forever remember this moment if Liquid can do it. I would say it's a very rare occurrence, but it's happened at least 3 times in this tournament.
Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff.
So we'll pretend together that it's very rare indeed. And I think in that game we saw a pseudo comeback. I say pseudo, it looked like a comeback was going to occur, but then they slammed the door shut, of course, as they do from time to time.
Oh, this is a big find.
Silence. Saberlight is here as well.
BKB just arrived on the courier as they went on him.
Yeah, Dead in the Water now available for Tidehunter. He's shown that.
But it's an instant defensive one.
Knowing that the BKB is down for their position 1, will try to push the envelope. Saksa, oh, he time-lapses back.
Yeah, he kind of had to.
And he is dead.
He was going to die to a slide after the dust if he didn't do it, and then he's just dead regardless. But yeah, that's an instant first BKB use defensively for Duracho. If you're getting any PA game flashbacks, that's kind of what happened for the first 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah.
Now, fortunately for him, he did have it there. It arrived as they went on him. Otherwise, it would have just died, which would have been way worse.
Clutch courier.
But it's still, it's a thin silver lining that you didn't die there. Because using this BKB for nothing and then getting your tower pushed in, losing your Weaver, is definitely not great either.
Yeah, we've barely seen Mickey this game. Showed up to a couple of little skirmishes here and there. Top net worth in the game.
He's showing up now.
Indeed, Duracho. Avalanche, Gush to follow. There's the Ravage as well, but the Egg with Sunray is going to do considerable damage. They're going to lose Saksa to start things out. Sunray actually connects, or the Sunstrike, I should say, connects onto the Tiny, trying to run away. The Concoction is there, though, to take out the top net worth hero. And now Saberlight on the run. He's got some help with Nisha. Is going to go in to try to snipe out Duracho. Does have to be careful. He's going to get silenced. I don't think there's going to be follow-up damage, though, from Tundra. Going to try to chase with this Radiance. It's 33 in a 1 versus 3. Spirit Siphon is not going to save him here. Nisha jumps back in, uses the rest of his mana. So a 2-for-1. Advantage still Tundra, though. You get the Mickey.
Yeah, that was definitely not the cleanest way to initiate that fight. Felt very forced, but they wanted to punish the lack of BKB charge on Duracho. But still, in spite of that failed initiation and the counterplay from Tundra, you kind of come out with a draw. All things considered, with how that dive started out, I think you should be pretty happy with that result. That was a bit of an underwhelming go.
Yeah, they're going to try again. Saberlight, very tanky boy. Concoction going to be full. He self-stuns as well as the Jakiro stun, which sets up the Sunstrike. Beautiful play from Duracho. He gets anchored to the ground, destroys it. Sunray ripping through Saberlight. Whitemon with a double kill.
Saberlight was 7-0, by the way. That's a big kill.
Tornado finds Mickey. He's going to have to pop the BK, but they're going to get the buyback now onto Insania. Can he get here in time? And you can see Nisha from the other side will try to backstab. Will destroy Whitemon in the process. Nisha with a remnant onto BZM. Another sleight of fist. Can't finish the job, though. He's going to get stunned, and Duracho, right in the face of danger, has the BKB again in retreat, though. Going to get hit in the back of the head as Mickey will claim him. Lots of back and forth in these fights.
Definitely not the cleanest here, but if nothing else for Tundra, they do stay afloat despite being behind. These fights are once again kind of a draw. When you're behind and you're struggling, you should probably be kind of, you know, it's like somewhat happy with this. You know, the graph isn't going up really. The win expectancy stays at around the 80. The negative way of thinking about it is you're not progressing. You're not.
Well, you're buying time.
You're
for
buying
BZM
time, and the question is that going to be a big game changer? He'll be able to set up his own combo, of course, with the Atos. How many Force Staffs is he playing against? I believe 1. Just the Muerta. So depending on the situation, maybe he can find some nice combinations.
That'll be a BKB for Nisha. 33. His BKB is about 700 away or so. That is not even close on the math. Don't do that math.
You said 700, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct.
I think maybe now it's correct.
Yep.
Yep.
You had good foresight.
And something they always have to worry about from Tundra's side is the fact that Tiny can just destroy your buildings in very quick succession.
Yep.
One bad fight in the base, and it could just be over.
And of course, it's got to be on everyone's mind right now, the Roshan. Tormentor is quite far out, like we talked about. It was claimed very late this game by Tundra. I think they took it at like 1830 or something. So if Liquid were to find a good move and just head into the pit, then they would be able to get, but their lineup just isn't very good at Roshan. So it might just be too slow.
We got a mass TP in here. Nice tornado. As BZM will be able to dodge this gank attempt. He has the Aghanim Scepter now, so Cataclysm online. We'll see how effective it is without the most stuns in the world. The resources for that at the moment. At the very least, it requires them to reposition. I don't know. We're gonna see the Atos. This is a Shield Rune Nisha with BKB. Yeah, pretty fast on the trigger there. And they will be able to get Soxa, question mark?
Wow, he lived.
Somehow lived through that. Didn't have time lapse. We'll get back to base as Nisha at half HP. Could be a good time for Tundra to fight here once
33
back in the tree line.
Damn. He is fully surrounded.
Got balls of steel. He's gonna pop the Exo, and with that, Liquid just try to run away. That's a big wasted spell.
Yeah, that feels real bad. You just lost your tower and used your biggest ult for absolutely nothing unless you can force something on. They will try with the smoke play, but I feel like this is going to be incredibly obvious for the side of Liquid to just avoid.
Yeah.
And just walk over to a safe position on the map, chill there for 20-30 seconds, and then go make your own smoke play. And it just looks like Tundra are kind of half calling the play off. They know it's never gonna work. And now Liquid,
they just wait it out, and they will smoke soon enough.
Tiny with the Shadowblade plus gem. If he finds anything.
Oh, they could make
they checked Roche. That could have been a thing.
Oh,
Nisha, no.
What?
It worked.
What?
The gank
That is a huge kill. And Saberlight gonna try to focus everything onto Soxa. The egg already plays with the Sunray. There's the Cataclysm. Boxy gets insta-give. Now Saberlight on the run along with the rest of Liquid. Only 3 alive for them in a 5 versus 3. Macropyre coming out to try to save them here, but there, Mickey is actually gonna be able to clean up Dyrachyo despite being down in numbers. Mickey with the Nightfall, he is out. Well, they've lost their position 1 now for Tundra despite having the number advantage. How much more can they get out of this? I cannot believe they found Nisha.
I feel like that was a game of chicken, you know? Liquid are like, okay, Tundra aren't going to try. They know we're ready for it. So we can just go and take this wave. And then they actually did go for it. It's kind of, you know, it's just funny to see. Or maybe a little bit of lapse of focus there from Nisha, but he gets caught. They get these couple of kills, but Dyrachyo does end up being the casualty in the end as Mickey is hitting extremely hard already. And he almost had a flat-out perfect TP out as well. I think there was less than half a second left on his BKB when he got out of there. So would have been stunned up.
Into the pit Liquid goes, knowing that, well, how long do they have on Exo now? Should be that long. 17 seconds. As Nisha's going to show up as well, Soxa.
Yeah, he wants to scout it with the Swarm.
Get some little extra XP as well, of course.
This fight is still, it's definitely still hard for Tundra to take. Looks like they're not interested. At least Doracio's pretty far away. Maybe they want to poke?
Now they could go for a Kata play. Tornado is primed. BZM doesn't really have that much mana right now. EMP to start. That won't give him any mana.
Oh, this is awkward. Roche is so low, but the Swarm is being annoying.
And the Sunray, they're going to actually go for this. 33 with the Exorcism. Ravage comes out from Saberlight onto 2. Sucks is dead. Just like that. Has the buyback, and Tidebound's in as well. Kamek trying to save 33. He's getting really low, but he gets slapped down. Jakiro dies, though, so it's a 1 for 2 to start. Mickey with the BKB trying to get high ground. Doraccio, he just goes in and finishes Rose. Gets the Aegis. It's only him and the Phoenix alive. He doesn't have BKB, so this might be a double death for Doraccio. Gets the concoction off. At the very least, they take away Roche from Liquid.
How did nobody see him sneak in?
He just wanders in there.
I mean, it's not a great result, obviously. He's going to end up dying for this twice, but otherwise Liquid get that Roche and they get the kills, except Doraccio. So trading yourself away for an Aegis effectively, probably not that bad.
Why is it always Doraccio in place? It's always something really random.
Yeah.
That was awesome. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously, like you said, the fight went Liquid's way for the most part, but...
There's a 3-second BKB cooldown right now on Mickey, so he's kiting off to the side, but he's just hitting too hard. Like, this Death Prophet is not tanky enough. 10 armor. Really missing an armor item or defensive item of some sort.
That's so weird, man.
I can't say with confidence that this is the way 33 should have built his hero this game either. The Sanj, Kaya, and BKB, I think maybe at least some value armor item would have gone a long way against these heroes.
Shivas would have been terrific.
Yeah, I don't know. How good is the Kaya Sanj in general here? I mean, the health regen is obviously great. Don't get me wrong. It is a good item on Death Prophet. And if you are going a Sanj item, you kind of have to complete it.
Yeah, and I will say, I don't know if you can consider this greedy. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Third item, Boots of Travel. That's the one he finished recently. You think that's too much?
I think that's okay, but maybe, yeah, maybe it should have been the Shiva before Kaya Sanj, so opposite order. But now he's going to go for Ghost Scepter because he needs a cheap value item to try to stay alive against the Tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's a really hard hero to itemize when you're not winning. Because Death Prophet has always been this equilibrium hero. Like, you're trying to take damage, but not too much. So, once you get pushed over the edge, it's also why Death Prophet's generally worst matchups are the ones that deal a ton of burst damage. Anything that has consistent damage or anything that outranges you is good.
Sucks that.
Oh,
dead.
Oh, that's fine.
That was quick. Yeah, I think historically, I'm trying to think of any other heroes. Maybe one of the best Yules carriers ever is Death Prophet, but this game, against Muerta, against the setup with Ice Path with Jakiro, it's just not going to be realistic because Insania will get his shard.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I can't remember. Did you like the Death Prophet pick this game? Did you give an opinion on that coming into this?
I didn't give an opinion. I don't know. I think it's okay.
BZM,
but
Tornado, EMP. Insania's here though, and BZM's just dead. Did they have vision? Because he initiated on them. He walked into them.
They actually don't have the gem right now on Mickey.
Yeah,
so
he maybe assumed they could see him, but I don't think they could.
That's quite possible.
Dire's bottom tower.
1 minute without him now.
Yeah, that's
See
true.
what they can do.
Well, you got the Tiny.
Yeah.
I would say a lot. Tier 2 will be theirs. And that is the final Tier 2 that Tundra will have in this game.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Unless they had Tower Shaman that could summon them, of course.
Yeah, great
another
idea.
patch. And on to the Tier 3s, Mickey will attempt. Already at half HP, Fortification popped. Still got 30 seconds
Offensive
to work with.
glyph. They really mean it. They want to keep going. They buy themselves a couple of extra seconds without the backdoor protection with this offensive
Without
glyph. The
Invoker,
next wave's
you
coming in.
You have to give this up. There's no way you can fight. So that's a lane for Liquid. And they can surmise that it's very likely there's no buyback for BZM. Although even if he did, maybe they give that up anyway. Now you got to worry about your second set. Fortification is up again. They're going to get the tower and back away. Of course, in a game like this, especially at Grand Finals, play it safe, go for the next Roche. And that is when Tundra absolutely have to do something. They're going to try to do something now, though. 4-man smoke, 37 Kraken shots. Wow! Beautifully done from Saberlight.
The Rockchoke's gonna break.
Pop the smoke.
Oh, I'm surprised Mika didn't just flat out stun him and force the BKB there.
33 is the one with Gem.
Popped him. I think if you Ava toss Alk and start swinging at him, he has to BKB. That would have already been a pretty big win there for Mika with the vision he had. He had the high ground ward.
True.
I don't know what he was waiting for. Maybe he was hoping they would go further out of position, but considering you broke a smoke, you kind of have to assume that they will retreat there. But maybe he just got caught by surprise, you know? Just wasn't expecting anyone to come near, and perhaps he was looking somewhere else. Either way, he now has a shield rune, so 6,000 HP.
Oh, that's fair.
They can tornado it off.
They can. They do have a dispel.
But
that's a very specific thing. If he can avoid it, then he's a tanky, chunky boy.
Yeah, unlike without it, where he's very much not tanky.
That's true. He's squishy.
Yeah.
You can see how big he looks.
They're waiting for anyone to show. Smoked in the enemy base.
All right, he's just gonna
go.
whack away at the buildings. That's gonna force teams. Oh, Saberlight's right next to 33. They're gonna get the initiation. He's dead without buyback. He TPs into an insta-gib, and just like that, it's a 5 versus 4. Just like that, your second lane is dead, and Liquid, nothing stopping them. Oh, the buyback just came for 33.
Yeah.
All right.
He's gonna have to use it.
Oh, 100%. They're gonna try the Avatos onto Soxa. He's dead. He does not have buyback. They're really waiting this out for some reason, maybe trying to bait them into a precarious spot. But you only have so much time as Mickey, with that stick, really doing a lot of damage. They force out the buyback, and again, they will back away. Roche cannot be up for another couple minutes. If they knew for a fact that Weaver didn't have buyback, you think they would stay? It is just a support, but...
No, I think they probably feel rather confident that he doesn't have it, but there's no need to take this risk when you... Like, you think of it this way, you're very close to big items, so you got a lot of dead gold on your heroes. You're 18k up, but about 12,000 of that is sitting in player inventories right now. You go back for 1 minute, finish up all of these big items, and the next fight is just a ton easier. So why rush it to save a couple of minutes? Unless you have something really important. Maybe you have somewhere to be, and you got to leave the tournament.
Yep, true. Been there, done that.
Yep. There's the Swift Blink, so that's a nice upgrade for Mickey here.
And he is close to 25 as well.
He's so farmed. He's 8,000 ahead of Alk. Bizarre numbers to look at.
Yeah,
really.
Alk is just a regular hero this game.
Yeah, he actually is.
Never a good sign. Of course, if you went the other facet Cinderin and bought Ags for everybody, you would have lost the game already, probably. So,
I will say though, if this does end with a Liquid win, they have beaten all of Tundra's best strategies, right, to get the championship. So that would just be very fitting. They beat the Invoker, the Alk. They conquered them. I want to say in the draft by forcing 33 onto a Death Prophet in this particular game.
They conquered him by banning the hero he played in game 1, 2, and 3.
Well, they banned five 33 heroes this game.
I know.
But you're right. Darkseer was the first of them. But they have definitely leveled up throughout this tournament and started at a high one as well. Keep in mind, this wasn't like, oh, Liquid were almost out. They have just looked stable the whole way through. Now Scotty for Nisha, looking to finish it off. We're talking about it. Give it 2 more minutes. Get your next big items. Scotty, Swift Blink, anything else being picked up. Saberlight is close to Ags. They have so much luxury right now.
Yeah, they can just wait around. About to hit these power spikes, like you said. There's a damage rune now on
Roche is spawning early.
Roche will be spawning. Insania is the ward for them.
Yep.
Better than picking a TA. You can just put your Jakiru in the pit, Cinderin.
Yep.
Very efficient.
Great.
Smoke from Tundra absolutely has to go well.
Hail Mary. They know they can't give up Roche, so they're going to try their best here to set up something. But, okay, let's imagine the ideal fight. What do you even do? Who's your target? You can't go on Tide first. Emperor's borderline unkillable in the burst as well. So maybe Muerta, if you can.
Muerta or
nice way to
Takiro, you
start.
just take out the easier targets
Yeah,
maybe
I
first.
think Muerta is the dream target if they could find boxing.
Roche attempt is here. Dyrachyo, he's got it primed and ready. Is this going to be a self-stun? No, he gets the concoction off, hits Nisha.
He has popped Chemical Rage, though.
And this is going to get harder. Saberlight has his Aghanim Scepter, so Gush for these little choke points going to be pretty huge. Boxy actually jumps in really deep, gets off his ult already. 33 with the Exorcism. Soxa gets insta-give, though. Searing Chains onto Dyrachyo. He will Manta style. He's going to stun himself. But do they have the surround tactics onto Nisha? BZM with a triple meteor is going to be completely avoided. There's the egg with the Sunray. 33 stuck in the ice path. He is dead. No buyback to come. Sunray connecting up to do Saberlight finally with the Ravage. Down goes Dyrachyo. Ultra kill for Mickey. Make it a fucking rampage.
That is how you finish a tournament in style. Liquid ending it off with a rampage and a 3-1 final scoreline. Congratulations.
What a display from Liquid. Champions again. Things were not going well into this tournament center with Saberlight. There was question marks, his fit. Then all of a sudden, something clicks. They do it.
It's just without a doubt they were the best team of this tournament. When we started it out, we were all talking about Spirit. They're going to be the final bosses. They looked amazing in the beginning of the Swiss, but they kind of lost some momentum along the way, whereas Liquid, they just kept it going, got better and better. Moonmeander, you heard him in the coach interview. These guys play everything. They have so much strategic depth on all of their players. Extremely difficult to draft against. And yeah, Tundra, they gave it their all, but it was not enough. Once again, this team just cannot beat Liquid.
Yeah.
No matter how hard they try, that is a very bad matchup for them.
We're going to need some scientific studies to understand why that is. 33 against his former team, obviously going to be a bit disappointed, but still, Tundra played extremely well in this tournament, as they have in recent memory. And you can see Liquid making their way to the trophy here, as I believe we can crown them the champions of PGL Wallachia Season 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are champions here. Team Liquid, yeah! Give it up again, woo! Everybody at home, give it up, give it up. Congratulations. Keep lifting the darn thing while we're doing this, yes? Woo! Fantastic. Well. Congratulations. I got to talk to you real quick. How you feeling coming out of that one? Absolutely dominant performance here where we were coming in kind of shaky.
Coming in shaky.
You guys are so good. I love you so much. Such a great team. You suck coming into the tournament, but now you guys are back on your feet again. You're doing great. Congratulations on the big win.
Thank you very much. Feels great to win. I think we played really well. So that's, I think, a well-deserved win. I think we had a lot of fun. I think Saber played a lot better this tournament than the last one.
Wow.
So that's good.
Yes.
And, you know, if you play good, you win. I think patch kind of weird or like new still.
Yes.
With a lot of heroes that are weird. Some are imba, some I don't know how good they are.
Well, you do know. You won with them, but yes.
Yeah, like Muerta, the Axe is like new,
Yes.
really good and stuff like that. So a lot to figure out still, but you know, fun to play.
Absolutely. Fun to play, fun to win. Congratulations. Saber, bring it in. But oh, we missed so bad. Please do it again. Oh, there it is, baby. Congratulations. Nobody out there flaming the Saber chat ever again. Sigma Male coming in here today. Sir, I don't even gonna ask you any questions. Could you ask these guys questions for me? I feel like you've got the energy. Do you feel like, however, ask them some questions. Saber, talk to your fans before you do, though. Tell them how it feels to get this championship.
Feels amazing, you know. This tournament started very rough. I was sick as freak. Yeah, which reminds me of last time I was sick was Stockholm Major. We got second place. So this time we got the win, which was very important. You know, finally my first LAN victory in my life. Absolutely huge. I want to thank my fans. I want to thank my family, my amazing girlfriend. I want to thank my amazing coach for insane draft and the second drafter for amazing draft. And yeah, haters can suck it.
Yeah, baby! First a win of many. Congratulations. Could you interview Jabs for me? I don't want to do it anymore. Thank you.
What's up, guys? It's your boy Saberlight. Amazing performance from your team. Who do you think played the best, and how are you so genius at drafting?
First of all, I don't think I'm genius at drafting. I think this guy is giga genius. All I had to do was sit there and tell him, yes, do that. And then second of all, I think everyone, like I'm really happy that everyone in our team really performed. Like I'm super proud. I know it sounds corny, but I think we really like sucked before and we all put in work and now we're actually good and we cooked everyone and I think we should all be happy about that.
Very well said from the Team Liquid main coach for this event. Absolute genius drafter. Okay, Mike, do you also think we sucked?
Yeah, we suck. Well, now we're owning, and there's only one reason for that. Our main coach is missing, so that's why we're like owning.
Woo! Yeah!
I see. Okay.
Take over again. You did very good. Thank you very much. Please don't do it anymore. You're making me look like crap. Okay, Nisha, congratulations on that win. Now, I know that you were the big drafter for this one. It was a very, very hard patch. A lot of people trying to figure out a lot of heroes for everybody else, a lot of experimenting, but you really seem to be picking it up here with Jabs. Well done. How did it feel to be in that driver's seat and then lead the team to victory?
It feels pretty bad. Too much.
Jesus. Okay.
Work. And my team is like not focused on scrims ever, and it's very annoying. So I'm done with it.
I'm done with it. You're retiring.
Yes.
Cool. All right. Well, what a great legacy you've had, sir. It was so good to have you. Nisha, such hard work, such great drafting, and you will be missed. Thank you so much. Okay, off you go. Get me out of here. Here we go. Congratulations, Insania. Another championship for Team Liquid. I know you have been with these guys for so long, so much blood, sweat, and tears, and now you guys have really earned one on a very competitive and difficult patch. How's it feel?
Yeah, it feels good. I mean, Blitz has been trying to discredit us the entire way, just telling us, like, your drafts are bad, this is bad, you guys are not doing this well, you're not doing that well. So the best part about winning is really just proving Blitz wrong.
Absolutely. That's what we're all here for. Well, gentlemen, one of the most enthralling and depressing winter interviews I've ever had. So thank you guys so much. Please, one more round of applause for everyone at home, everyone here. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much, and congratulations to Team Liquid. Blitz Dota looking for a new job.
I'm sure he is smiling from the sidelines, from home. Congratulations to Team Liquid on this victory here in Wallachia Season 3. I will say, I feel a little sad that Nisha's like, well, this drafting sucked. I'm out.
I mean, yeah, as soon as you take over the drafting responsibility, you have to put in, double the work, right? You're looking at your opponent's draft, you're looking at your own draft. Like, the workload is intense. So any person within the team that takes up that drafting position to help with the coach, it is just incredible. So poor old Nisha.
He's like, get me out.
He doesn't want to do it again. So like, just the pure workload is insane. So fair play.
Showed it that he can do it, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna retire. He was probably talking about maybe retiring from the
drafting.
Yeah. But yeah, definitely Nisha still has a lot to offer. Same goes for his team, because this was pretty much the flawless performance. We've seen them do the same thing at TI when they completely swept the upper bracket. This time around, they did lose a couple of games, but overall finishing the tournament with 83% win rate, which is pretty insane to think about. Considering everything that happened with the team, they were unable to get top finishes for quite some time, but definitely looking like a top tier team right now, the best team right now, and also the teams that they beat. Like, they pretty much dismantled most of the team that they were playing against.
I mean, Tundra was the final boss here, and they have been the most successful team of 2025 so far. So beating them in the grand finals is especially meaningful for Team Liquid, I would imagine. I also do like that Boxy just addressed Saberlight for a second. It's like, yeah, previous tournament you sucked, but now you're doing great. So we won.
I mean, poor old Saberlight, he joined the TI winning team, right? The expectation is to be the best, right? So it's very easy to look at him and see some mistakes.
I like the vibes from the team.
That's good
Blitz
vibes, yeah.
sucks,
Very much
Saberlight sucks, everybody sucks. But you can definitely tell that they're having a lot of fun playing Dota together, and that at the end of the day, that's what it is all about. Like, the performance in this game, top tier, the understanding, reading the timings, catching Tundra off guard. They were so ready for this one.
It does feel a little bit like they just broke Tundra, right? Like, looking at this final game, I was expecting, especially after Game 3, Tundra to start bringing some momentum themselves, try to create that, comeback that we've seen from previous tournaments. But after the laning phase, just look at the net worth. The Tide, the Tiny. Tide crushed his top lane, Tiny dismantled the Death Prophet, and it really felt like there was no game to play. There was just no synergies, nothing happening from Tundra, just running away BKB.
I think once I took those ancient stacks, Tundra was maybe mentally not as happy as they were before. We did say that in this last game that we preferred their draft a little bit over Liquid's draft, or at least it was going to be very even, but Team Liquid just, I don't know, that loss that they had before this powered them up.
Their lanes,
take the series.
I mean, their lanes went so poorly that it doesn't really matter what you've drafted. If you just don't win the lanes, then Liquid's going to run you over. And that's been how they have had such an incredible tournament, right? What, 6 best-of-3s, 1 best-of-5, to only lose 2 games. The win rate that Lacoste had mentioned, it's
3 games total, 2 against Aurora, 1 against Tundra, right? So that both Aurora series were the 2 ones, right?
Yes, yeah, they only lost 2 games.
Yes.
So it's the fact that it's like, to create this, like, it's not every tournament you get this type of storyline for a team, but Liquid, they've been able to create it multiple times now in the last year or so, and yeah, it is scary when they're in this form.
Yeah. And of course, Tigov is Mickey finishing it all off with a rampage.
Yeah, I think he's the only player in the tournament to have multiple rampages. The other players, I think it was Amar and Shiro, so having such a dominant performance throughout this tournament, it's going to be hard. We don't really do tournament MVPs, but it really does feel like a 50-50 between Saberlight and Mickey. I don't know if you guys want to try and settle the debate, but it's close.
We got to choose a series MVP.
Series MVP.
Series MVP.
Like
he got a rampage, won that, but looking at Saberlight as well, he also had won that. And if we look at what happened after they just got a W, who did the interview? It was Saberlight, not Mickey.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Nisha said he was tired, so we shouldn't give him the MVP. That's more pressure.
This man was also sick. I saw his nose. He looked like a clown. It was so red for a couple of days and still managing to get the W here. So definitely MVP in my book.
It is worrying that he has connected being ill to 2 strong tournaments.
Yeah. I mean, this is his first ever LAN Tier 1 win, though. So that big congratulations to Saberlight, of course. And as you mentioned, I mean, stepping into the footsteps of 33, who they now hereby also beat. I think, actually, Lacoste, that might also still feel a little extra good, right? Beating 33.
Oh, beating 33 is
What are you on about?
No, I was just looking at some of the stats as well, but yeah, definitely feels good. Big shoes to fill. I mean, 33, he makes his own team. Kind of a very weird decision from a lot of people's views that he's going to be leaving the TI winning team, and then you need a replacement. And who's going to come in? 33. Saberlight. He needs a little bit more time, and you can tell that right now this team is all about that power, all about that friendship, good vibes, and good Dota.
It's just more proof of things in Dota. It's like, it just takes time. Like the amount of times I see on like social media, Reddit, Twitch, whatever, it's like, oh, you need to kick this guy. It's like, it's been 1 tournament, maybe it's been 8 tournaments. Like, but eventually, if you trust each other, it's gonna become a successful thing. And Liquid consistently proves that.
That's the mentality of Dota players. Never give up. Hashtag never don't give up. You know, you gotta
stick it out.
That's how you say it.
Never don't give up, because
be like Saberlight.
Yeah, exactly. But if you're thinking about whether you want to go to sleep or play that extra game, play that extra game.
Ooh, that's dangerous advice right there, especially as we're heading into to the evening here. It is the end, though, considering we just crowned a champion. And congratulations again to Team Liquid. I do want to have some final thoughts for you guys, because this was 9 days with so much action. I feel like we've had such long games here, Lacoste, and epic long games as well.
Yeah, we did. We had some really nice comebacks as well. We saw like multiple 60+, 70+ minute games as well. And also we saw the signs of life coming out from Chinese Dota, which I really like. Team Tidebound and also Xtreme Gaming. It seems like they are back, not back to be ready to compete for like these top 3 places, but teams that can definitely upset pretty much any team.
I mean, I just feel like competitive Dota is in a really healthy place, right? Like when you look at the upper bracket round 2, there was Xtreme, there was Liquid, Falcons, Tundra, Spirit. All could have easily won this tournament if they had like that one conversation, that one kind of concept they bring to it. Like it wasn't just a single team the entire time going, oh, they're gonna win it again. You know, like it really felt like there was just multiple teams vying for that top position, and hopefully that continues for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I will say for my highlight as well, the fact that, you know, we just highlighted that the team needs time, you know, with Saberlight needs time. Earlier this week, we said, okay, Rue has had his time also. Team Spirit is doing better. But we also, with that, I also think about the Chinese teams that also are now sort of back, in my head, sort of back.
They're back.
Also
They're
need some time, and I'm sure that they're also just going to get stronger and stronger. And at the end of the day, I'm sure they're going to take a championship again at some point, or at least be in the top 3.
I mean, if time is a thing we keep talking about, then in future time, there's a TI, and then we have missed the form of China at TI, so maybe that's when they should get good. For now, they can be better.
And I'm also glad that Aurora, newly formed team, we just got very nice games coming out from them. Seems like they don't need much time. They showed up, had a great tournament.
They might not have much time.
True.
That's a good point, Fever.
They're gonna not yet.
We know Lornov didn't because he was playing as a stand-in, so you know.
That's a scary roster, right? This could be their best and only result if they do implode in a qualifier down the line. But it's exciting to see that some teams don't need time, some teams do need time, and all that matters is they get their form together, because the important...
to get the form together at the exactly right time. And for Team Liquid, that was this week and that was today. We'll see, of course, later on if they can keep up this form and momentum, but today they definitely crushed it. They earned it as well. But with that, it is the end of Wallachia Season 3, and we keep talking about time. Guess what? In just a little bit of time, and I do mean like a month, so, you know, can be relatively little bit of time. 19th of April, to be exact, there's a Wallachia Season 4.
Ooh.
That's right. So this is, for now, the end, but in April, we'll be back. Once again, congratulations to Team Liquid for taking the championship here. It has been an absolute blast here in Bucharest. We've had very good games. We've had very good moments that were necessarily good game related, and we hope to put on a great show again in the future. But for us, for now, this was it. Thank you so much for tuning in. Have a wonderful night, and I'm sure we'll see you in the future for more Wallachia.